The end of the world broke out, and I found that I can become a zombie. Whether it is killing a person or killing a zombie, it can evolve and upgrade, can lead the zombie, transform the zombie. From then on, the whole world began to tremble. The zombies I command, wherever I go, any powerful enemy will be torn to pieces. Whether it is wealth, power, women, nothing I can't get. In this last days, I am a well-deserved emperor. Wang Hao, get out of here. At the door of the dormitory, the strong Li Dong knocked Wang Hao to the ground with a punch and roared at him. Why? Wang Hao asked unwillingly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Stop pretending. Li Dong squinted at Wang Hao and said in a cold voice, Su Xian is my woman now. You dare to peek at her going to the bathroom, I want to kill you. I didn't peek at her going to the toilet. Wang Hao looked at Li Dong in surprise, only thinking that this incident was completely slandering him. Don't quibble, Su Xian told me this personally, can there be a lie? Forget it. Seeing that you have helped me a lot these days, I can let you get out of here alive. Li Dongyin said coldly face, pointed out the big iron gate of the dormitory. At this moment, outside the big iron gate of the dormitory, under the scorching sun, there would occasionally be rotting zombies wandering around with a foul smell. If someone goes out at this time, it is easy to encounter zombies. Li Dong, you've gone too far. When I went to the girls' dormitory with you, I took so many risks to save the 3 girls. But you picked the most beautiful one and gave the other 2 girls to Su Chao and Ma Bing. Have I told you about this matter? Haven't you put up with it? You're slandering me with this matter now, isn't that obviously a bully? Wang Hao stared at Li Dong angrily, and asked unconvinced. Stop talking nonsense, now I will give you a chance to go back and take your things, otherwise, I will push you out now. Li Dong said. Facing Li Dong, Wang Hao was helpless. Although he was about the same size as Li Dong, his physical fitness was particularly thin because he often watched educational films. Therefore, he couldn't beat Li Dong. In the end, Wang Hao had to compromise. The current him did not have the strength to challenge Li Dong at all. Back in the dormitory, Wang Hao ate half of the bread on the table and drank half of the bottle of mineral water before packing up his backpack and leaving. At this time, the door was pushed open. A beautiful girl in a short black skirt walked in. This girl was Su Xian. Su Xian? Did you lie and say that I watched you go to the toilet? Why did you do that? Wang Hao asked. That's right, it's me. It's the end of the world, and there's not much food left. A waste like you can only waste food if you stay here. Li Dong is sorry to drive you away, so I can only help him find an excuse. Su Xian proudly said. You are a girl after all, but you are so vicious. Wang Hao was extremely angry. Okay, this is the last time I see you as a classmate. Su Xian sneered, turned and left. This is the heart of the last days. Wang Hao looked at Su Xian who left, and felt countless regrets in his heart. When the end of the world broke out, it happened to be in the morning, and a blue flash suddenly appeared in the sky, and then he passed out. When he woke up, he saw chaos and screams everywhere on the campus, and those former classmates turned into rotting zombies. And when he saw that there was no one in the dormitory corridor, he quickly opened the dormitory door and ran out, closing the big iron gate of the dormitory building. But as soon as he closed it, Li Dong ran over and slapped the iron door with his hand. Wang Hao didn't want to open it at first, but seeing him begging hard, he opened the door. Unexpectedly, 3 days later, the situation changed drastically. Li Dong, who had begged him so hard, actually drove him out of the dormitory. This was simply the greatest irony to him. It's a pity that life doesn't start again, otherwise I would never open the door. Even if I watch you die outside, I won't save you. However, he knew that after leaving the dormitory, he would have to face countless zombies, and it was unknown whether he could survive, let alone take revenge. When he came to the gate of the dormitory, Wang Hao saw Su Chao and Ma Bing. He thought they would say something to him, but to Wang Hao's heart, only indifference and sarcasm appeared in their eyes. These guys are really nothing. I shouldn't have let them in the first place. Wang Hao cursed in his heart, and walked towards the iron gate. You'd better move fast, it's noon, and there are not many zombies, maybe you can leave the school alive. Li Dong said with a half-smile, and then, he took out the key and unlocked the big iron door of the dormitory, and pushed the big iron door open a gap. Don't let me come back alive. When Wang Hao walked out of the gate, he looked back at Li Dong and said coldly. Hearing this, Li Dong was stunned for a few seconds before reacting and closing the door. Boss, do you think Wang Hao will take revenge? Ma Bing asked with some fear, recalling Wang Hao's expression. Damn it, there are so many zombies outside, it would be good if he left the school alive, and he still wants to come back, isn't that courting death? Su Chao said confidently. Okay, Don't mention this matter again. Perhaps Li Dong felt a little guilty towards Wang Hao in his heart, locked the iron door, and walked towards his dormitory without saying a word. However, thinking of Su Xian's tender body, the trace of guilt towards Wang Hao completely disappeared in his heart. After Wang Hao left the dormitory building, he walked quietly towards the school gate. There were wandering zombies everywhere in the school, and it would be dangerous if these zombies found him. However, the sky failed, and Wang Hao hadn't walked a few steps before he heard the howling of zombies getting closer. When Wang Hao turned his head, he saw a shaking in the green lawn next to him, and then a zombie rushed out. The zombie's face was full of carrion, and one eyeball was still hanging in front of the eye socket, which looked particularly terrifying. Is my luck too bad? It seems that the protagonist in the last days can't be me. Wang Hao laughed at himself for a while, and then ran towards the school gate. Even though he himself felt that it was impossible for him to survive, his instinctive desire to survive still urged him to try to escape. However, before Wang Hao ran to the school gate, he saw several zombies appearing in front of him, blocking his way. It's over, it's really over. Wang Hao felt hopeless and regretful at the same time. He had watched so many educational films about the island country, but had no chance to practice. He was about to meet Hades. And this unwillingness eventually turned into resentment towards Li Dong and Su Xian. If Su Xian hadn't slandered him, if Li Dong could have given him a girl back then he wouldn't have suffered the catastrophe he is now. I'm really not reconciled. That kind of person can survive, but I want to be the ration of zombies. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the Zombie King evolution system and successfully opening the door to evolution. The host can view personal attributes in his mind. Suddenly, a mechanical voice appeared in Wang Hao's mind without any warning, which shocked him to the ground. The evolution system of the Zombie King? I actually have a system? Wang Hao was a little dazed. C2 This system is too strong, I've won the lottery. Wang Hao thought that he was about to become the ration of zombies, but he did not expect to activate the evolution system of the Zombie King at this critical moment. What surprised him even more was that all the zombies that were pounced on him stopped at this moment. These zombies seemed to think that Wang Hao was not their prey, tilted their heads to look at him a few times, and then ignored him. How powerful is my system? Zombies don't even bite me anymore? Wang Hao looked at the zombies walking aside, not to mention how excited he was. At this time, a game-like picture appeared in Wang Hao's mind, with a character on it. The above character is exactly the same as Wang Hao's image, and what he didn't expect was that there is also an introduction to the character's attributes. Name, Wang Hao state, humanoid state, can be transformed into a zombie state. Grade, level 1, 0/1000, defense, 43 attack power, 48 speed, 55, the attributes of ordinary people are 100. Talent, bloodthirsty killing, killing humans or zombies to evolve, each level will get a new talent. The Zombie King's evolution system? But I'm a human being, and I was transformed into a zombie, so can I still recover my human form? Wang Hao looked at the introduction on the system and asked suspiciously. System, the system is tailor-made for the host, and the host can restore the human form at any time. It's so powerful, then turn me into a zombie. Wang Hao said loudly, and then, he was horrified to find that his vision gradually became blurred, and at the same time, his sense of hearing and smell began to increase infinitely. All the wind and grass around him were caught by his ears, and he could vaguely hear the voices in the dormitory building. What Wang Hao didn't expect was that an explosive power appeared in his body, which made him almost think that he had become a Superman and could punch through walls. Am I really turning into a zombie? Wang Hao opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but found that he could only let out a terrifying roar of woyo. He raised his hands and brought them close to his eyes, and saw that his arms had become thicker than Schwarzenegger's, his skin was still blood red, and there were even slightly curved sharp nails on his fingers. I really turned into a zombie. Wang Hao was shocked, and looked at the information in his head again. At this moment, there have been slight changes in it. Name, Wang Hao status, zombie status, can be transformed into human status. Grade, level 1, 0/1000, defense, 430 attack power, 480 speed, 180 talent, bloodthirsty killing, killing humans or zombies to evolve, each level will get a new talent. The defense and attack power of zombies are so high? Looking at the new attributes, Wang Hao felt a burst of admiration in his heart. Then, he looked at a zombie walking by him. At this moment, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Ordinary zombies, level 1, 10 experience points can be obtained by killing them, defense, 58 attack power, 230 speed, 69. Wang Hao didn't expect to be able to check the attributes of other zombies. This function is so good that it can avoid many dangers. Afterwards, Wang Hao no longer hesitated and stretched out his hand to grab the head of the wandering zombie. Boom! In an instant, the zombie's head was scratched off by Wang Hao's hand, and it slowly fell to the ground. This attack power is pretty good, just like grabbing tofu. Wang Hao looked at his hands and was very satisfied. He felt that he could definitely defeat Li Dong with his current strength. However, it would still be very dangerous to defeat Li Dong with his current strength. So Wang Hao decided to improve his strength first, then kill Li Dong, and then capture Su Xian and teach her to be a human being. Wang Hao didn't intend to kill Su Xian so easily, it would be too cheap for her. Return to human form, Wang Hao said in his heart. In an instant, his body returned to the human form again. Wang Hao looked down at his body with excitement in his eyes. The Zombie King's evolution system, does it mean that if I become a zombie, I can keep killing zombies and humans to evolve, and what will the evolution look like in the end? Thinking of this, Wang Hao became more and more excited, and felt that he was about to dominate the last days. Become a zombie, Wang Hao said again. After turning into a zombie, he approached the surrounding zombies. He found that after he killed a zombie just now, his body strength actually increased a bit. Since killing zombies and humans can enhance his ability, he has no hesitation. Boom boom! After Wang Hao grabbed the heads of the two zombies, he felt that his hands were too short, so he picked up a wooden stick from the ground and killed them. These zombies have no intelligence at all, and they don't know how to dodge at all, so it is very convenient for Wang Hao to kill. In just 10 minutes, Wang Hao killed more than 50 zombies. His physical attributes were greatly enhanced, his vision also improved a lot, and everything around him seemed much clearer. However, it is really not easy to evolve and upgrade zombies. After killing so many, there is no movement at all. Back to human. In the end, Wang Hao stopped after killing more than 80 zombies. Because he found that if he was hungry, even in the form of a zombie, he would still be hungry. So Wang Hao decided to find something to eat, and continue killing zombies when he is full. Wang Hao passed through the wandering zombies and came to the supermarket in the school. Sunshine Supermarket. Walking into the supermarket, Wang Hao saw a zombie lying on the ground, but his feet were broken. Looking at the white dress on the zombie, Wang Hao knew that this was the former proprietress, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The proprietress of this supermarket is still very young, with white skin, long black hair hanging over her shoulders, and a very warm smile. But now, it turned into a cold corpse and continued to guard the supermarket. Wang Hao looked at the zombie proprietress who raised her head and screamed aimlessly, stepped forward, and ended her life. This is the only thing he can do with the boss wife who still has charm. Seeing that the proprietress lost her movement, Wang Hao's eyes turned to the shelf of slow food. He hadn't eaten for several days, and he couldn't bear it anymore. He walked to the shelf, grabbed a ham sausage, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into his mouth. After eating a ham sausage, the hunger in the stomach and intestines immediately weakened a bit. At this time, another zombie walked by outside the door, but they ignored Wang Hao. Wang Hao finally determined that no matter whether he became a zombie or a human, these zombies would never attack him again. This is the end of the world I want. It would be even better if I find another woman. Wang Hao picked up a bottle of Nutrition Express, drank it in big gulps, thinking about using his current ability to traverse the apocalypse and get pictures of countless women. His heart was extremely happy. C3 Girls Dormitory. C3 Girls Dormitory. While drinking the Nutrition Express, Wang Hao took all kinds of biscuits from the shelves, Snickers chocolate, beef ham sausage, etc. to enjoy. After he was full, he dug out a pack of good cat cigarettes from behind the counter, lit it with a lighter and smoked happily. This is the most expensive cigarette in the school. It seems to cost tens of dollars, which is enough for his living expenses for a week. If he hadn't, he would have to save money to have a chance to smoke cigarettes worth 5 yuan. But the last days are different. As long as you can see something, you can get it without spending a penny. When Wang Hao was full, he opened his backpack and put all the biscuits, ham sausage, drinks, and cigarettes into it. After leaving the supermarket, looking at the zombies swaying outside, Wang Hao began to think. I went to the first floor of the girls' dormitory with Li Dong that day, but I didn't dare to go up, and I don't know if there are other girls on it. Wang Hao felt that since the zombies didn't bite him anymore, and he also gained the ability to transform into a zombie, why didn't he go to the girls' dormitory? Maybe with luck, he might even meet a schoolgirl. However, Wang Hao didn't rush over in a hurry, but turned into a zombie again, picked up a wooden stick and started killing the zombies. Although the zombies didn't bite him, his physical fitness was too poor. Killing a zombie was a physical effort, and he couldn't resist it at all, so he could only transform into a zombie. It was the hottest time at noon, so the zombies were scattered, so it took Wang Hao more than 10 minutes to kill more than 20 zombies. Ding, at this time, the mechanical voice in his head sounded again. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to the second level. The attack power, defense power, and speed have all been improved. In addition, you have a chance to draw the talent. May I ask the host to draw it now? Draw the talent? Then draw it quickly, now. Wang Hao said expectantly. Ding, congratulations to the host for extracting the talent skill Zombie Burst. Zombie Egg Explosion? How to use this ability? Can you introduce it? Wang Hao asked suspiciously. Zombie Explosive Egg, after using it, it will become a controllable zombie that lasts for 10 minutes. How to obtain it? Every time you kill a zombie or a human, there will be a 10% probability of obtaining an egg explosive zombie. This thing seems to be very good. If you control the zombies, you can do a lot of things, but it can also ensure my safety. Wang Hao is still very satisfied with the natural abilities he has drawn, but he feels that the time is a bit short, but it is enough to help him do many things. Afterwards, Wang Hao looked at the information in his mind again, and it turned out that a huge change had taken place. Name, Wang Hao. Status, Zombie status, can be transformed into human status. Level 2, 0/10,000, defense, 530 attack power, 580 speed, 280 talent, bloodthirsty killing humans or zombies to evolve. Each level will get a new talent. Zombie Egg Explosion, after using it, it will become a controllable zombie, which exists for 10 minutes. Upgrading the level can prolong the existence time of Zombie Egg Explosion. Wang Hao was very excited when he saw the improvement of attributes. You must know that ordinary human beings have only 100 attributes in all aspects, but his attributes have reached 5 times that of ordinary people. This is simply too scary. Let me try how much my strength has increased. Wang Hao looked around and wanted to find a heavy object to test his strength, but there was nothing around, so fortunately, he grabbed a zombie and threw it away. Boom! The zombie's body drew a curve in the air and flew directly about 10 meters away. My God, it's too powerful to become a zombie. Wang Hao was stunned for a long time, because he often watched Japanese movies, so his body has always been weak, not to mention throwing a person more than 10 meters away, it is difficult to hug a person. But it's different now, with the ability to transform zombies, he is simply more terrifying than Hercules. Now, Wang Hao is confident that apart from being surrounded by a group of people with knives, otherwise, he is really invincible in school with bare hands. That's right, he believed that in this school, no one was his opponent. Now you can go to the girls' dormitory. Wang Hao returned to his human form and walked towards the girls' dormitory with a wooden stick. The door of the girls' dormitory was open, and Wang Hao walked in directly. He had been here before on the first floor, and the 3 surviving girls had been rescued by him and Li Dong. However, Wang Hao still had the mentality of giving it a try, and checked them one by one again. After finding that there were indeed no girls on the first floor, he went up to the second floor. The girls' dormitory is different from the boys' dormitory, because when the apocalypse broke out, Wang Hao skipped class and didn't study early, so he closed the door of the dormitory at a critical moment, but the girls' dormitory is different. When the end of the world broke out, no one closed the door of the dormitory, so zombies broke in. Therefore, many girls were attacked by zombies and turned into zombies. Wang Hao looked at the female zombie dangling in the corridor, and suddenly his eyes widened. Isn't this Lu Chanxian? She turned into a zombie? This is a female zombie wearing a short denim skirt. She was in the same class as Wang Hao. Because she was so pretty, when Wang Hao went back to sleep, he fantasized about being with her, and even wasted a pack of tissues for her. It's a pity that the former Banhua would turn into a zombie so soon after the outbreak of the apocalypse. Although Lu Chanxian's hair is disheveled, his skin and figure are still the same as before, and his cheeks are only a little less bloody, and they haven't rotted. However, she is a zombie after all, and it is absolutely impossible for Wang Hao to have any thoughts about zombies. Boom! Wang Hao swung the stick in his hand and knocked the female zombie in front of him to the ground. Afterwards, Wang Hao continued to search on the second floor. Why is there still tape behind the glass of this door? Wang Hao stopped in front of a door. There is a small square glass on the door of the female dormitory, which is the observation port for the dormitory ant to check the situation of each dormitory at night. Normally, no one would dare to block this piece of glass, because once discovered, they would be punished by all the dormitory ants. Therefore, Wang Hao guessed that this small glass was probably blocked by someone after the end of the world. Is anyone there? If so, open the door. Wang Hao stood in front of the door and shouted softly. Tear! At this time, the tape on the door glass was torn off, and a delicate and beautiful girl's face appeared there. The girl saw Wang Hao standing outside alone, and there were no zombies around, so she immediately opened the door and said, "Come in, it's dangerous outside." C4 Li Mengyao C4 School Bell Li Mengyao, it's so beautiful. Wang Hao looked at the girl with a graceful figure, wearing a short white skirt and showing two big white legs, his eyes almost straightened. He didn't expect that he was so lucky to meet a girl who was more beautiful than Su Xin. At this moment, Wang Hao felt that the prehistoric power in his body that had been silent for many years was about to explode. "What are you still doing? Aren't you afraid of zombies?" With a look of excitement and nervousness on her face, the girl stretched out her tender white hand and pulled Wang Hao, who was still looking at her, into the dormitory. Boom! Pulling Wang Hao in, the girl closed the door in a panic. She is not Wang Hao, she has the ability not to be bitten by zombies. In the past few days, she has seen several girls who tried to escape were killed by zombies because they couldn't bear the hunger. That's why she was so nervous when she opened the door. She was afraid that when she opened the door, she would attract zombies and be bitten by them. However, Wang Hao looked extremely calm, staring at the girl in front of him. Long black shawl hair, big eyes, clear and bright eyes, curved willow eyebrows, fair skin, thin lips. This girl is really beautiful. What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? Stared at by Wang Hao's wolf-like eyes, the girl asked nervously. "You are so beautiful, I want you to be my woman." Wang Hao looked at the girl in front of him and said bluntly, before the end of the world broke out, he would never have the guts to say this to the girl in front of him. Because, the girl standing in front of him is a beautiful schoolgirl who is regarded as a goddess by countless boys, even if there are several tall, rich and handsome men who pursue her. But in the past, he was weak and ordinary looking, and Li Mengyao would never look at him more. But it's different now, he has a powerful system, and he no longer has to hide his thoughts from the woman he likes. "Are you kidding? I'm starving to death, you tell me this?" Li Mengyao looked at Wang Hao in a daze and said, obviously a little confused. "I'm not joking with you. I really want you to be my woman. I want to take care of you. I will go outside to find food for you. I will do my best to protect you," Wang Hao said with burning eyes. "It's absolutely impossible." Li Mengyao resolutely refused, and in her heart, even if she wanted to find a man to rely on, it must at least be a handsome man with super ability. But Wang Hao was too far from the standard in her mind. "Why? Is it because I'm not handsome? Or do you think I can't take care of you?" Wang Hao asked. "What's the use of saying this? Now there are zombies outside. I haven't eaten for 2 days. I'm almost starving to death." Li Mengyao walked to the bed and sat down after finishing speaking. She didn't believe that Wang Hao had the ability to go out to find food, and he was probably killed by zombies as soon as he walked out of the dormitory door. Wang Hao didn't know what Li Mengyao was thinking, and said with a smile, "So you've been hungry for 2 days, so why don't you say it earlier?" Wang Hao took off his backpack, took out a ham sausage and a bottle of mineral water, and said, "What do you think this is?" "Ah, you have something to eat, give it to me." When Li Mengyao saw the ham sausage and mineral water, she no longer cared about her arrogance like a white swan in the past, and stretched out her white hands like a beggar. She was really hungry. "Do you want to eat? Then I'll give you." Wang Hao also didn't play tricks on Li Mengyao, and sent her the ham sausage and mineral water in his hand. Li Mengyao had been hungry for too long, and she didn't care about her image, so she tore open the packaging bag and started to eat in big mouthfuls. The look of gobbling it up was the same as when Wang Hao ate instant noodles all night in the entertainment industry. Soon, she finished eating the ham sausage and drank half a bottle of mineral water. In the past 2 days, she was hungry and thirsty, and she could hardly hold on any longer. At this moment, she looked at Wang Hao nervously and asked, "Is there any more?" Naturally, Wang Hao knew that a piece of sausage must not be enough to eat, so he reached out and patted his backpack, saying, "As long as you are my woman, these foods are all yours." "You, why are you like this? I'm starving to death, can't you save me?" Li Mengyao asked angrily. "Sorry, I risked my life to get my food. If you are not my woman, then why should I give you food?" Wang Hao asked with a flat face. Facing Wang Hao, Li Mengyao didn't know what to say. Indeed, in this world where food is more precious than gold, why would others give her the food that can save her life? Who would give up his life to give her the chance to live? "Okay, I won't force you. If you don't want to, then pretend I didn't say it," Wang Hao said, and reached out and grabbed the doorknob. If Li Mengyao doesn't agree to be his own woman, then there's no need for him to waste time on her. After all, with such a powerful system, where can you not find beautiful women? I'm afraid it's not impossible to find a celebrity to be his wife. Don't go. Li Mengyao didn't want Wang Hao to leave. In the past few days when the apocalypse broke out, she had suffered enough from loneliness and fear. Now that she finally met someone, how could she let him go away so easily? Besides, how many days can she survive here without food? Therefore, Li Mengyao had to say that she reached out and grabbed Wang Hao's wrist. Have you agreed to be my woman? Wang Hao asked excitedly, feeling the tenderness of Li Mengyao's skin. You let me think again, I'm so hungry right now, don't force me. Li Mengyao said. I won't force you, but I don't have the patience to wait for you. If you haven't considered it well, then continue to think about it. I'll go first. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed the doorknob again. Don't go, I promise you. A look of struggle appeared on Li Mengyao's face, and at this moment, her stomach was getting more and more hungry. In the end, a tear shed from the corner of her eye, she stretched out her hand in front of Wang Hao and said, Give me food, I am willing to be your woman. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao was very excited. He opened the backpack, took out all the ham, biscuits, and drinks inside, and said, All these are for you. Li Mengyao was so hungry that she picked up the ham sausage and unwrapped it to eat. After eating several sticks, she felt comfortable in her stomach. Can we start now? Wang Hao asked impatiently. Li Mengyao was taken aback when she heard this, and after a while, she nodded softly, yes. Wang Hao has been single for so many years, but he has never met a woman. Seeing Li Mengyao nodding at this moment, he couldn't hold back anymore. C5 Find a pharmacy. C5 Finding a pharmacy. Half an hour later. Oh. Wang Hao looked at Li Mengyao, who was crying softly. His eyes widened, and he asked in surprise, why is this your first time? Didn't you say that your boyfriend is a tall, rich and handsome guy who drives a BMW? I've been treated like this by you, and you still doubt me so much. The guy who drives the BMW is my brother. I don't want to talk to you anymore. When Li Mengyao heard this, she became so angry that she wished she could stab a few holes in front of Wang Hao with a knife. When Wang Hao heard this, he became more and more excited. He didn't expect that he was so lucky that he got the first time from the beautiful school belle Li Mengyao. If this had been left in the past, it would have caused a sensation on the entire campus. So that's the case, I understand. But then again, you don't suffer. Although I'm not handsome, it's my first time. You don't suffer. Wang Hao said with a smile. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Woo. Li Mengyao turned her back to Wang Hao and continued to cry. Wang Hao didn't speak and put his arms around her, thinking about the process just now. His heart became excited again. The more Wang Hao thought about it, the more excited he became. After a while, he had that thought again. Li Mengyao was very surprised, but she hesitated for a while, but finally did not resist. Wang Hao took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket and smoked it with his back against the wall. A cigarette afterwards is better than a living god, the ancients never deceived me. He looked at the sleeping woman next to him, feeling very satisfied. He had confessed his love 3 times, but no girl agreed to be his girlfriend, but now, he has developed such a relationship with a beautiful schoolgirl, which is really embarrassing. And all of this was brought to him by this system. It's a great feeling to have a strong system, it's just, goo at this time, Wang Hao's stomach growled. I have to eat something, and I will go to the streets outside to see if there are any tonics I can take. For the sake of future happiness, we must not relax at all. Wang Hao feels that he still has potential. Now that his body is so thin, he can last for so long. If he exercises his body again, he will not be even stronger than he is now. Therefore, he decided not only to take more tonics, but also to exercise more in the future. Wang Hao opened the backpack, took out some ham sausages and biscuits, and tore open the package to eat. What are you doing? At this time, Li Mengyao woke up. I'm eating, you must be hungrier than me? Wang Hao took out biscuits and chocolates, and Shachima sent them to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao had been hungry for a long time, and now she couldn't care about her image, so she unwrapped the food package and started to eat in big mouthfuls. Although the food was not very elegant, Wang Hao watched it with gusto. Finally understand what is beautiful and delicious. It feels so good to watch beautiful women eat. After Wang Hao finished drinking a bottle of Nutrition Express, he said, I'm going out for a while. Where are you going? Li Mengyao asked nervously. She was afraid that Wang Hao would get her body and leave her behind. The food I brought is running out. I need to go out and find some more food. Wang Hao said with a smile. Ah, you want to go out? But there are many zombies outside, it's too dangerous. Li Mengyao became a little worried. That can't be helped. The food will always be eaten. If we can't venture out to find food, both of us will die. Wang Hao said. But, okay, stop talking. Since you are my woman, I will always take care of you. Wang Hao said. Then when are you going to go out? Li Mengyao asked. Later, now, let's do it again, Wang Hao said, reaching out to grab the quilt. Are you okay? Come again? Hey, don't be afraid, I will be gentle this time. As Wang Hao said, he pulled the quilt aside and threw himself on it. Half an hour later, Wang Hao walked out of the dormitory door with an empty backpack on his back. At this moment, several zombies came to the corridor of the dormitory, but Wang Hao did not kill them. Wang Hao felt that these zombies didn't bite him, and they could serve as his security guards. It would be a pity to kill them. When he came to the downstairs of the dormitory, Wang Hao went straight to the school gate when he saw the darkness and more zombies. Wang Hao picked up a baton in the security room and took it with him. Although this thing can't kill zombies by electricity, it is made of metal after all, and can be used to directly hit the zombie's head. Therefore, after Wang Hao walked out of the school gate, he turned into a zombie, walked around with a baton and started killing. However, Wang Hao stopped in front of a utility pole on the side of the street. He saw an electric car fall under the utility pole, and there was a headless body next to it. Although the transformation into a zombie has great strength, it is still very inconvenient to carry so many things. With an electric car, you can carry goods. Thinking of this, Wang Hao transformed back into a human body and helped the electric car on the ground up. He saw that the key was still inserted in the electric car, so he rode on it and turned on the power. There is still electricity. It should be able to run a certain distance. Wang Hao rode an electric bike, shuttled among more zombies, and soon came to the door of a Chinese medicine store. He stopped the electric car and entered the pharmacy. When Wang Hao saw the deer antler, bullwhip, and ginseng, he packed them all into his backpack, and then he found some cold medicine, antibiotic hormones, vitamins, and other medicines. However, when he reached the door of the pharmacy, he stopped again. This thing should be useful, right? It's the end of the world. If you let a woman conceive a child, it will be a troublesome thing. After hesitating for a while, Wang Hao reached out and grabbed the boxes of Dulé on the counter. He walked out of the pharmacy, threw his backpack on the pedal of the electric car, and set off again. He also wanted to see where there was a place that sold knives. Whether it was a wooden stick or a baton, the efficiency of killing zombies was too low. C6 Control Zombies. C6 Manipulating Zombies. Wang Hao rode his electric bike around the street and stopped at the door of a grocery store. At this moment, the shuttered door of the grocery store was still closed, and there were black bloodstains on it. Wang Hao stretched out his hand and slowly pushed the shutter door up, and saw that the goods inside were arranged in a mess. It seemed that when the end of the world broke out, there was a lot of chaos inside. But Wang Hao was very lucky, and found a woodcutter like the one used in the countryside without much effort. This hatchet knife is not bad, it's sharp enough, it's perfect for chopping zombies now. Wang Hao looked very satisfied with the chopping knife in his hand. The 20 centimeters long wooden handle was just right in his hand, and the 30 centimeters long blade was slightly curved at the top, like an eagle's beak, which was enough to cut a zombie's head like a watermelon. Open. And at this time, because the rolling shutter door was pulled up, zombies were slowly approaching. Strange, don't these zombies not bite me? Why do they look like they found food? A trace of doubt appeared in Wang Hao's heart, but he was more cautious, and immediately changed into a zombie, and walked towards those zombies. Now that I have a hatchet, I just want to try it with these zombies. Wang Hao picked up the machete and slashed at the zombie who was rushing forward. Boom! In an instant, the zombie's head was chopped off and exploded, blood mixed with brains splashed everywhere. However, to Wang Hao's surprise, a blood-red ball appeared above the zombie's body, floating in the air and slowly spinning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a zombie egg. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Wang Hao looked at the blood-red zombie egg in front of him, and was a little surprised. It turned out that it was a zombie egg. I don't know how to use this thing. Although Wang Hao was curious, he didn't pick up the zombie egg, but picked up the hatchet again and killed the zombie behind him. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen zombies fell on the ground, and after killing them, he harvested another zombie egg. 2 zombie eggs exploded. It seems that the probability of this thing exploding is still very high. Wang Hao picked up the zombie bomb and began to try how to use it. After a while, Wang Hao felt that it was almost done, and threw out a zombie egg. Boom! The instant the zombie egg hit the ground, there was an explosion, and then, a zombie that was almost the same as those on the street appeared. The zombie roared a few times in place, and then began to wander aimlessly. Is this the function of zombie egg explosion? It looks like it turns into a zombie. Wait, what is this? Wang Hao suddenly discovered that an icon called Zombie 1 appeared in his mind, followed by the word control. Control Zombie 1. Wang Hao shouted in his heart. In an instant, Wang Hao felt his eyes go dark, and then, the scene in front of him changed, and he came to the street, standing among those zombies. What's going on here? Why did I appear here? No. I just got the vision of that zombie. Wang Hao looked down at his feet and completely different arms, and suddenly realized that controlling zombies to explode eggs turned out to be such an effect. That's right, this zombie bomb blast is too powerful, it's like a BT. Wang Hao was very excited. With this ability, he can use zombie eggs to complete many risky things, which is equivalent to saving several lives for himself. Remove control. Wang Hao shouted again in his heart. So, the screen in front of him switched and he returned to the grocery store again. It's against the sky. It's against the sky. No, I have to give this ability a try. Wang Hao closed the door of the grocery store, and after hiding, he shouted, "Control zombie number 1. The screen in front of him switched, and he came to the street again. Try how far this zombie can go. Wang Hao controlled zombie number 1 and walked towards the opposite side of the grocery store where he was, going farther and farther. When he walked more than 30 steps, he found that zombie number 1 was slowly getting out of control, and had begun to wander aimlessly. It seems that this is the limit of the control distance. Wang Hao understood the distance, and controlled the zombie to return the same way. As the zombie walked back, it became easier and easier to control, and eventually it was like its own body. However, at this moment, a miserable woman's cry suddenly came from above his head. Boom! Afterwards, Wang Hao saw a black-haired woman lying on the ground. Her head was bleeding on the spot, and she seemed to be dying. The woman had no clothes on, and there were many obvious scars on her back, as if she had experienced some kind of torture. What the hell is going on here? Was she pushed down? Wang Hao looked up and saw a gym next to him. The windows on the 3rd floor were still open, and a man with a fierce face was lying there, and then he spit and closed the window. This woman must have been defiled by that guy, and then pushed down, right? It's only been a few days since the end of the world broke out, and they dare to kill people. Wang Hao sighed in his heart. He didn't want such dangerous people to exist in the area he was in. It just so happened that he controlled zombie number 1 and walked towards the gym immediately. The glass door of the gym was broken, so I walked in without pushing, but the road leading to the 2nd floor was blocked by countless large boxes filled with protein powder. It is still possible to block ordinary zombies, but Wang Hao easily crossed over. This gym is very large, and there are all kinds of fitness equipment in it. Wang Hao is thinking about whether he should come here to exercise at that time. After all, if he didn't transform into a zombie, his original body would still be very thin. There are so many beauties in the last days, if they don't have a good body, I'm afraid they won't be blessed by then. Soon, Wang Hao climbed up the stairs to the 3rd floor. And here, he heard voices coming from inside. Maybe the zombie's hearing is very good, he can hear the voice inside clearly. At this moment, there was a man cursing, as if he was reprimanding someone. Did you see? I saved you, and I can kill you. As long as you dare to resist me, I can push you downstairs at any time. Brother Chang. I will definitely listen to you, please don't kill me, I will always listen to you. A woman begged for mercy in a low voice. You have a good mouth, then come on, let me see your performance, the man said with a smile, his words were full of evil. See 7 unconventional zombies. See 7 zombies that don't follow the routine. Boom! Wang Hao didn't continue to listen, and directly slammed into the closed door. Crack! With the sound of a broken chain, the door in front of him was knocked open by Wang Hao. Well, then, Wang Hao stared at the weird picture inside and was stunned for a second. I saw a strong man lying on the fitness equipment practicing sit-ups, and a woman with long black hair was kneeling in front of him. At this moment, the man originally had his eyes closed, but the moment he heard the movement, he opened his eyes and looked towards the door. In an instant, the 4 eyes met, and the moment the eyes were confirmed, the man's face turned pale and bloodless, and his lips trembled. Zombies are coming, ah! Zombies! The woman who was lowering her head trembled suddenly when she heard the man's voice. She raised her head and saw the zombie at the door. Then, a sharp female cry broke the silence. And Wang Hao also came back to his senses, and immediately roared and rushed towards the man lying on the fitness equipment. The woman cried out in fright, and turned around to run away. But the man reacted very quickly. He lifted his trousers with one hand and grabbed the woman's hair with the other, and threw it towards Wang Hao. The woman exclaimed, and fell in front of Wang Hao involuntarily. The man originally planned to use the woman to delay time and take the opportunity to escape, but he didn't expect that Wang Hao didn't follow the routine, and even avoided the woman and rushed towards him. I grasped the man, broke out in a cold sweat and panicked. He wanted to run, but accidentally loosened his pants, tripping him to the ground. No, don't eat me, Don't, in the face of zombies, no one can remain rational, and almost all of them are scared to pee. The man put his hands on the ground in fright and kept backing away. And after the woman fell to the ground, she was trembling all over. She couldn't stand up at all. Come look this way, come. However, at this moment, a man shouted from the side, as if trying to attract Wang Hao's attention. Wang Hao looked up and saw a man who was also very strong running over quickly holding an iron rod. At this time, if he bit the man who fell on the ground, he would definitely be beaten to the head with an iron rod by the man behind him. Therefore, Wang Hao temporarily gave up on the man who fell on the ground, and directly turned his head towards the man with the iron rod in his hand. Go to hell! The strong man held an iron rod in his hand and pulled it directly towards Wang Hao's head. But he never expected that Wang Hao suddenly leaned forward and rushed forward. The man never expected that the zombie would dodge the attack, and was thrown to the ground by Wang Hao's arms. With a scream, Wang Hao bit off the man's throat, and then got up. The strength of the zombies is too great, and the mouth is like a beast, it can even bite the bones. If human beings have no weapons, it is too difficult to defeat the zombies with bare hands. What's going on? Why are the zombies so powerful? At this moment, the man who originally pinned his hopes on his companion, thinking that he could kill Wang Hao, is now completely confused. He had killed many zombies before, but he had never seen such an unusual zombie like Wang Hao. What made him even more puzzled was that the zombie in front of him killed his companion, stood up again, and approached him. There was still blood oozing out of the zombie's mouth. Seeing the terrifying figure getting closer and closer, the man relied on his strong survival instincts to calm down and picked up a wrench from the ground. He knew that there was only one chance to survive. As long as the zombie dared to pounce, he would use the wrench in his hand to blow the zombie's head. However, Wang Hao saw this man's actions, but he sneered in his heart. Even if an ordinary person is holding a wrench or an iron rod, it is very dangerous to face ordinary zombies, let alone a zombie with wisdom. Come on, come here, immediately stick your head over here. The man's voice was trembling, but the wrench in his hand was held very tightly, just waiting for the moment when the zombie in front of him fell down and exploded the zombie's head. Roaring, Wang Hao slowly approached the man and finally came to him. And at this time, the man was ready. As long as the zombie in front of him bowed his head, he would aim at the head and smash it. He believed that with a wrench, he could definitely blow the zombie's head off. However, what the man didn't expect was that the zombie in front of him didn't fall down, but kicked over. Made fight before the man had time to think about how to deal with this situation, he clenched the wrench in his hand and smashed it at the zombie's leg. Crack! Just hearing a sound, the zombie's leg bones broke instantly. Although the zombie's leg bones were broken, the zombie's attack did not stop. As the man screamed, his throat was also bitten off by the zombie. Is this dead? Wang Hao looked at the two big men who were so cold, and was shocked. He didn't expect that controlling zombies to kill people was so simple and rude, and there was no sense of fear. If it was a human being, it would be very difficult for him to kill two living people. But the zombies are different, he just changed the attack method. As for biting, these completely rely on the instinct of the zombies. Don't. At this moment, Wang Hao raised his head to look at the woman who fell on the ground, and saw that her feet were already wet a lot. Obviously, she was scared to pee. This woman looks very pitiful, but Wang Hao can't help her, because he is now in a zombie body. If he gets close to a woman, it will only make her more frightened. Therefore, in order not to scare the woman too much, Wang Hao bit the man's arm with his mouth and dragged him towards the gym. However, he dragged and climbed 2 steps, the picture in front of him suddenly went black, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already returned to the grocery store. Wang Hao didn't know what would happen to that woman next, but he couldn't care less. In this last days, there are too many people who need help. He is not the Holy Mother and cannot help everyone. Although the woman just now was quite beautiful, he didn't want to be too troublesome about this matter. After all, to save her, one must find a way to house her, protect her, and give her food, all of which are not easy. Now, he just had a schoolgirl like Li Mengyao, so he didn't want to rush to find a woman. However, Wang Hao still plans to go to the gym when he has time. After all, those protein powders and fitness equipment are still very attractive to him. Boom! However, at this moment, Wang Hao suddenly heard a slight sound above the grocery store. C8 grocery store girl, C8 the girl at the grocery store, is there someone up there? Is it a human or a zombie? Wang Hao looked at the wooden boards above his head. He knew that ordinary shops had no place to sleep, so smart shopkeepers would use wooden boards to separate the shops and create a room on top. However, after a dong-dong sounded above the head, there was no movement again. However, after Wang Hao became a zombie, his hearing was very different. Now that he listened carefully, he could hear subtle breathing sounds above. It turns out that people are hiding on it? Wang Hao was curious, found a flashlight in the grocery store, and walked up the wooden ladder. At the end of the wooden ladder was a thick curtain, and at this time, Wang Hao also transformed back into a human body. Wang Hao opened the door curtain, shined the light of the flashlight inside, and saw a girl in a loose shirt huddled in the corner. At this moment, the girl was staring at him with those black eyes, and in the girl's hand was a hammer. Wang Hao believed that as long as he dared to approach, the girl would probably hit him on the head with a hammer. Maybe it was because the girl hadn't seen the sun for a long time, her face was a little pale, and her hair was a little messy because she hadn't taken care of it for a long time. However, no matter what, Wang Hao can tell that this girl is very beautiful, with jet black hair, a pretty bridge of nose, and cheeks like porcelain dolls. What a beautiful loli. Wang Hao was amazed in his heart, and then asked, "Are you the daughter of the owner of this store?" The girl stared at Wang Hao and nodded slightly. "What about your parents?" Wang Hao asked. The girl didn't speak, but looked at Wang Hao vigilantly, hesitated for a moment before pointing out the door. "Then you haven't eaten for a long time?" Wang Hao asked. The girl shook her head, reached out and grabbed the plastic bag next to her, and said, "I still have dry food here." Wang Hao knows that dry food is a kind of baked pasta. As long as the climate is dry, it can be stored for more than half a month. However, a 12 or 13-year-old girl ate this every day, and Wang Hao still couldn't bear it. "You are growing your body, how can you eat this?" Wang Hao took out 2 ham sausages from his pocket and sent them to the girl. "I can't take it. Mom and Dad said that you can't just take things from strangers." The girl shook her head and said, "Your parents have been away for so many days. If they come back and find you starved to death, they will definitely be very sad," Wang Hao said. The girl thought for a while, then stretched out her hand to take the ham sausage, and then, she unwrapped the package and started to devour it. Soon, the girl finished eating the 2 ham sausages and smashed her mouth, still wanting more. "That's right, it's been so many days since the apocalypse broke out, and I should be tired of eating dry food every day, which has no taste at all. Now that she has the opportunity to taste ham sausage, it is like eating delicacies from mountains and seas for her." "Okay, wait here, I'll get you something to eat." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he closed the rolling door and left the shop. He found a store and packed all the biscuits, ham sausage, chocolate, sauerkraut, bread, and drinks into his backpack. Returning to the grocery store again, Wang Hao gave some of the ham sausage, chocolate, bread, and drinks to the girl. "These are all for you, I will come to see you when I have time." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he closed the shutter door and left the grocery store. Seeing Wang Hao leave, the girl scratched her head in doubt, and muttered, "This big brother is not bad, he gave me so much food, he seems to be a good man." Wang Hao left the grocery store and returned to school on his electric scooter. He parked the car downstairs in the girls' dormitory, and then, he put on his backpack and carried the food upstairs. When he came to the 3rd floor, Wang Hao saw 2 female zombies beating on the door of the dormitory where Li Mengyao was. "Let's kill them, or these zombies can easily rush in when the door is opened." Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, then picked up the machete and killed the 2 zombies. Wang Hao took a breath, but his body was still too thin. It was still a bit difficult to go upstairs with so many things and kill 2 zombies. Then, Wang Hao knocked on the door and shouted, "Honey, I'm back." Li Mengyao was lying on the bed covering her head with the quilt, because the sound of zombies knocking on the door outside was too scary, but after hearing Wang Hao's voice, she jumped out of bed without putting on her shoes. "Come on," and Li Mengyao opened the door, pulled Wang Hao in, then closed the door, staring and asked, "There are so many zombies outside, are you in danger?" Wang Hao looked at Li Mengyao's nervous appearance, and asked with a smile, "I can't come back when I encounter danger, but are you scared by the zombies outside?" "Well, not long after you left, they somehow found my room and started beating on the door. I was almost scared to death," Li Mengyao said aggrieved. "Those zombies have good noses. Next time I go out, I'd better close the door of the girls' dormitory, so that no zombies will come in." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he put his backpack on the ground and walked towards the bathroom. When he walked to the door of the bathroom, he looked back at Li Mengyao and said, "I went out for a while, I'm sweating all over, I have to take a shower, can you come in and rub my back?" "Ah, is that good?" Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed when she heard this. "You are my woman now, that is, my wife. Is there anything wrong with you taking a bath for me?" Wang Hao asked. "All right then." Li Mengyao reluctantly nodded. "Well, remember to change your clothes. It's best to wear black stockings with long legs." "I like it." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he took off his clothes and went into the bathroom. "This guy, why is he so lewd?" Li Mengyao pouted, although she felt embarrassed to dress like that, but in order to satisfy Wang Hao, she found a pair of black socks and put them on. You won't do that kind of thing again, right? Li Mangyao was speechless. Honey, don't worry, this is the last time today, Wang Hao said with a smile. She didn't understand Wang Hao. She didn't know why he liked to do this kind of thing. She had done it 3 times before, and now she was doing it again. She really didn't understand the benefits of doing this kind of thing. However, seeing Wang Hao's greedy eyes constantly sizing her up and loving her legs, I still felt an inexplicable joy in my heart. C9 envy, jealousy, hate. C9 envy, jealousy, hate. When he woke up the next day, Wang Hao was woken up. He got up and went to the balcony, only to see a boy downstairs surrounded by zombies. This boy is none other than the horse soldier who was with Li Dong and Su Chao before, but I don't know why he ran out so early in the morning. Fortunately, he was surrounded by zombies and could no longer escape. However, the horse soldiers held the wooden sticks in their hands and wanted to fight hard. Shouting in his mouth, the stick in his hand exploded the heads of zombies one after another. Wang Hao was very surprised. He didn't expect that the horse soldiers were so strong that they defeated more than a dozen zombies by themselves. However, he was only one person after all. Facing the siege of zombies, he gradually became inactive. Finally, with a scream, a zombie rushed over from behind and bit him directly on the neck, blood spurting out. So, next, more zombies rushed at him and soon overwhelmed him. However, Wang Hao frowned, because he found that Ma Bing's last eyes were full of resentment, and he kept staring in the direction of the 3rd floor of the boys' dormitory. Following his gaze, Wang Hao saw a figure swaying behind a window on the 3rd floor. That is, Wang Hao found that the person standing behind the window was Li Dong. Li Dong stared at the horse soldiers who died tragically downstairs, curled his mouth, and cursed in a low voice, waste that can only be fed to zombies. Telling you to go out to find food is not to send you to death. He is really useless. Because all the food found in the boys' dormitory was almost gone, Li Dong sent horse soldiers out to look for food, but the horse soldiers were too timid to go out. As a last resort, he had to take away his woman and threatened him, if the horse soldiers could not retrieve the food, they would take his woman. As a last resort, the horse soldiers had to bravely go out to find food, but they did not expect to be surrounded by zombies. Forget it, it's because you are useless. You can't blame me for not being loyal enough. Today, your woman is mine. Li Dong thought that after the death of Ma Bing, his woman would belong to him completely, so he was not very angry. After all, he was only a student before, and he could only watch that kind of thing in movies, but now, having the opportunity to do that kind of thing with 2 girls can be regarded as fulfilling his dream. However, just when Li Dong was about to turn around, he suddenly felt a gaze. He intuitively looked towards the female dormitory opposite, and instantly saw Wang Hao standing on a balcony on the 3rd floor of the female dormitory. Wang Hao. He's still alive. I didn't expect him to be alive, and he hid in the girls' dormitory. How did this guy do it? The shock that Li Dong received in his heart is not small. Looking at the horse soldiers, he encountered zombies as soon as he left the dormitory, and was bitten into scum. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was not injured at all, and fortunately hid in the girls' dormitory inn. Moreover, judging by his complexion, he didn't seem to be hungry at all. Wang Hao, do you still have food? Li Dong asked loudly. Snort. Wang Hao snorted softly, turned around, took a pack of biscuits and 2 ham sausages from the table, went to the balcony, and shook Li Dong a few times from afar. Li Dong saw that the ham sausage was drooling, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, Wang Hao, can you give me some food? As long as you want, I can give you the horse soldier's woman. Li Dong felt that giving a hanging silk like Wang Hao to any woman would be enough to make him fall in love. However, Li Dong didn't expect that Wang Hao shook his head, then unwrapped the biscuit package, and ate it in big mouthfuls. Seeing those biscuit crumbs falling from the corner of his mouth to the ground, Li Dong's eyes were red. This is simply a waste of food, such a shortage of food, and such a waste. This has to make Li Dong suspect that the female dormitory where Wang Hao lives has a lot of food. That's right. Girls like to eat snacks the most. There is definitely a lot of food in the girls' dormitory. If I can get those foods, I should be able to last for a long time. When Li Dong thought of this, a fierce light appeared in his eyes, and he looked at Wang Hao and said loudly, You wait for me, I will kill you. Then come here. Wang Hao said indifferently, and then turned back to the room. Wang Hao, who were you talking to just now? Li Mengyao also woke up at this time, stretched her waist, and asked with some doubts. Li Dong. Wang Hao said. Ah, it's Li Dong? That's Li Dong from the school's basketball team? Li Mengyao asked in surprise. Li Dongchang was tall and powerful, and he was also very handsome. Many girls liked him. Yes. Wang Hao did not deny it. Oh, What did he tell you? Li Mengyao asked. He wants our food, Wang Hao said. Ah? He has no food over there, so do you want to give him food? Li Mengyao asked worriedly. If you want to give him food, go, but remember, when you are surrounded by zombies, I will not save you. Wang Hao said coldly, it is better to make some things clear earlier, otherwise, this girl will get herself into trouble sooner or later. Li Mengyao thought of seeing so many girls being bitten by zombies these days and finally being eaten alive, and she felt a burst of fear in her heart. Then you don't plan to help him? Li Mengyao asked after being silent for a while. Help him? Do you think I will help him? Why? You definitely don't know that I was kicked out of the boys' dormitory by him. Not only will I not help him now, but I will also find a way to kill him. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he ignored Li Mengyao, picked up a bottle of mineral water on the table, opened it and drank it. Although Li Mengyao is beautiful and has a great figure, if she cannot accept what she has done, then he can only give up on her after finding a suitable woman. He will not find a woman who is completely useless but will cause him trouble, not even the school bell. After all, it is the end of the world, and there is a shortage of many things, but there is no shortage of beautiful women. Although Li Mengyao is a schoolgirl, but the outside world is big, even if she finds a female celebrity as a wife, it is not impossible. Eat something by yourself, I'll go out first. Wang Hao watched Li Mengyao remain silent, put on his backpack, picked up the machete on the ground and left the room. After Wang Hao left, Li Mengyao opened a bottle of Nutrition Express, drank it slowly, and walked to the balcony. On the third floor of the boys' dormitory opposite, Li Dong saw Li Mengyao appearing on the balcony. His eyes suddenly became jealous. Li Mengyao, the school bell. Li Mengyao, that bastard. Wang Hao was in the same room with Li Mengyao. Could it be, my goddess, was given by that bastard? C10 Dream Goddess. C10 The Dream Goddess. Li Mengyao's name is so great that almost all the boys in the school know that she is one of the 3 school beauties in the school. Even some male teachers look at Li Mengyao with ambiguous eyes, let alone look at the island country every day. Li Dong of the educational film. Li Dong listed Li Mengyao as the goddess of his dreams very early on, daydreaming about doing the things boys like to do with her all day long. However, no matter how many dreams you have, how can you really get the feeling? Therefore, when Li Dong saw Li Mengyao and Wang Hao appearing in the same room, he couldn't calm down. He decided that even if he died, he would go to the girls' dormitory. No matter what, he would take Li Mengyao and see what she looked like under him. However, at this moment, Li Dong discovered that Li Mengyao still had a kind of expectation in his eyes. What's going on? Could it be that she was forced by Wang Hao? And she doesn't like Wang Hao at all? So, is she expecting me to go and rescue her? In fact, Li Mengyao did have this idea. Wang Hao looks too ordinary, compared with Li Dong, the difference is not a star and a half. If she could be with Li Dong, even in the last days, she would feel more at ease. However, the two looked at each other, but they didn't speak from the beginning to the end. Naturally, Wang Hao didn't know what was happening in the room. However, even if he knew, it didn't matter. Li Mengyao doesn't like him, he doesn't have to doubt that. He looks ordinary. Even if he did that kind of thing with Li Mengyao, it's just because Li Mengyao has no food. It doesn't mean she likes him. However, Wang Hao believes that as long as Li Mengyao finally finds out that he is the only one who can lead her to live in this last world, she will definitely follow him. Now, even if she has some ideas, it's just that she doesn't know what she can do in the last days. Turn into a zombie. Wang Hao shouted loudly, and instantly turned into a zombie. Immediately afterwards, he rushed towards the direction of the teaching building. There were many students who were locked in the classroom during class, which happened to be convenient for him to kill zombies. Boom! Wang Hao kicked open the classroom door and rushed in with a machete. The zombies didn't react when they saw Wang Hao, and they still wandered around the classroom in a daze. Poof! Wang Hao clenched the machete in his hand, rushed in and slashed wildly. In a few minutes, more than 30 zombies fell to the ground. Looking at the experience bar in his mind, Wang Hao picked up the machete and went to the next classroom. After more than an hour, Wang Hao stopped. After killing more than 400 zombies, the machete was finally useless. Snapped! Wang Hao dropped the machete, opened his backpack and looked. That's right, 21 zombies exploded. Wang Hao has already experienced the power of zombie egg explosion, so he is in a particularly good mood now. With so many zombie egg explosions, he is no longer afraid of anyone. Moreover, with these zombies exploding eggs, there is no pressure to deal with Li Dong. However, Wang Hao didn't want to kill Li Dong so quickly, it would be too cheap for him. I will let you die slowly in despair, this is my revenge on you. Wang Hao put away his backpack and returned to the girls' dormitory. I'm back. The door of the girls' dormitory room was facing the balcony, so when Wang Hao opened the door, he saw Li Mengyao lying on the balcony. On the opposite balcony, Li Dong was also there. Wang Hao, you're back. Li Mengyao turned around in a panic when she saw Wang Hao. What are you doing? Wang Hao asked. It's too stuffy in the room. I'll blow the air on the balcony. Li Mengyao said uncomfortably, holding the corner of her nightgown with one hand. Really? Then let's go and have a hair dryer together. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Wang Hao's mouth. He wanted me to be Wu Daolong, and he underestimated me too much. What are you doing? It's not good for people to see. Li Mengyao said coyly, and she was a little coquettish. Wang Hao reached out and took her arm and dragged her to the balcony. On the other side, Li Dong's eyes turned red again. He looked at Li Mengyao lying on the balcony fence, and Wang Hao standing behind him, and his whole body was about to collapse. I really should have killed you back then, otherwise, Li Mengyao would have been mine. Li Dong roared angrily in his heart, his face flushed red. Boom, unable to bear the appearance of the goddess being possessed by others in front of him any longer, he closed the window forcefully. Is this unbearable? Seeing Li Dong angry but unable to help himself, Wang Hao felt relieved for a while. Half an hour later, Li Mengyao grabbed the railing and knelt down tiredly. Panting, she turned her head to look at Wang Hao, and asked a little aggrieved, why did you do this? What do you take me for? Am I a tool for you to show off? What's wrong? Is it uncomfortable for your male god to see you being possessed by me? Wang Hao asked. Li Mengyao was exposed to the thoughts in her heart. She had nothing to say. She was silent for a while, and then said, you angered him, what good is it for you? His body is much stronger than yours. So what? Do you think he will kill me? Wang Hao asked amusedly. Li Mengyao panted and stopped talking. Okay, who told you to be the school belle? And I'm Diaosi, I can understand that you look down on me. But, I want to tell you, it's useless for you to look up to Li Dong. It's the end of the world, he's handsome, I can't let you live. I hope you will recognize the reality as soon as possible. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he took a roll of toilet paper and threw it in front of Li Mengyao. He's not handsome. If you can find food outside, so can he. Li Mengyao tore off some tissues and said, well, since you've said that, I'll kill him. If he can't even deal with me, let alone protect you. Wang Hao put on his pants, put on his backpack and left the room again. Originally, he planned to slowly make Li Dong feel hopeless and play him to death, but now, he didn't intend to procrastinate. The outside world is very big. If you get rid of Li Dong and those people early, and then raise the zombie level to level 3, he will go outside to find a more suitable place to live. The dormitory rooms in the school are too small to live in. Wang Hao went downstairs, worried that others would discover his abilities, so he directly transformed into a zombie. When he came downstairs to the boys' dormitory, he smashed a window glass with his fist, and threw a zombie egg into it. The zombie egg exploded in an instant, transformed into a zombie, and began to wander aimlessly. C11 feeling hopeless, C11 feeling desperate, control zombie number 1. Wang Hao looked at the zombies that appeared in the room, and shouted softly. Call. In an instant, his eyes went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in the boys' dormitory. Yes, this ability is really awesome. Although Wang Hao has used the ability of zombies to explode eggs once, he will still be shocked by this magical ability every time he uses it. As long as this ability is used well, most people will become passive in the face of his sneak attack. Wang Hao controlled the zombie, and gently opened the door of the dormitory in front of him. There was no one in the aisle, and no movement could be heard. Wang Hao walked around on the first floor, but found no one. He was about to go to the second floor, but he heard a woman's voice coming from the dormitory supervisor's duty room at the gate of the dormitory. The time is really tight, it can't be that guy Su Chao? Wang Hao felt very upset when he thought of Su Chao's disgusting face when he left that day. Soon, Wang Hao walked to the door of the dormitory supervisor's duty room. Sure enough, through the glass, Wang Hao saw Su Chao hugging a girl, lying on the table inside. Good guy, you've had a pretty comfortable life these past few days, but your good days are coming to an end. Wang Hao stretched out his hand and pushed open the glass door, striding in. Although Su Chao heard the movement, he had no intention of stopping. These days, he has long been used to the feeling of being stared at by others when he is doing it. However, the girl was a little shy, and turned her head to look behind her. However, what appeared in her eyes was a terrifying zombie with red skin all over. The girl was terrified and couldn't help screaming. Su Chao was startled by the girl's cry, but he reacted quickly, knowing that something terrifying must have appeared behind him, otherwise the girl wouldn't have the expression of seeing a ghost. Su Chao didn't have time to turn around, and rolled out to the side. He rolled to the ground and turned his head regardless of the pain. In an instant, he trembled all over, and he saw a zombie rushing towards the place where he was just now. That girl was very unlucky. She was thrown on her body by zombies, and the delicate skin on her back was scratched by sharp nails. Ah, the girl was startled and frightened, and made a more tragic sound. But the zombie didn't continue to bite the girl, but turned around and attacked Su Chao. What's the matter with this zombie? Su Chao was a little confused, but instinctively reached out and grabbed the table legs on the ground, stood up, and yanked towards the zombie's head. Snapped, however, with a sound, the zombie grabbed the table leg in Su Chao's hand. How is this possible? When will zombies resist attacks? Su Chao originally hoped to blow the zombie's head with the stick in his hand, but at this moment, he was completely frightened. Amidst the roar of the zombie, it stretched out its other hand, and instantly grabbed Su Chao's neck. Crack with a soft sound, like a chicken whose neck had been twisted, Su Chao fell to the ground with a weak breath. The girl next to her was lying on the ground limply along the table, and there was an unpleasant smell of urine on the ground. Wang Hao ignored her, reached out and found a bunch of keys in Su Chao's pants, then stood up and walked out of the dormitory supervisor's duty room. This zombie won't eat me? At this moment, the girl was lying on the ground. Although she was too scared to stand up, her mind was clear. When she saw Wang Hao walk out of the duty room, she even felt a little lucky. However, when she saw that the zombie opened the door of the dormitory with the key, her eyes widened again. She couldn't imagine that a zombie would know how to open the door of the dormitory, which was completely beyond her comprehension. Soon, the zombies outside the door of the dormitory smelled the smell inside and began to rush in. The first to bear the brunt were naturally the two people in the dormitory supervisor's duty room. When the screams sounded again, Wang Hao had already reached the stairs on the second floor. Boom, and as soon as he reached the second floor, he heard a door closing. It seems that there are people on the second floor. Wang Hao followed the voice and quickly stopped in front of a room door. There is a small glass on the door, you can see the situation inside. Wang Hao saw a person lying on the bed inside, wrapped in a quilt, so he couldn't tell who it was. However, Wang Hao could tell that she should be a woman. Could it be that bitch Su Xin? Wang Hao guessed, and then, he began to slam the door hard. However, although he has great strength, the door of the dormitory is made of iron, so he couldn't break it open in a short time. At this time, Wang Hao remembered the key of the dormitory teacher. He remembered that the dormitory teacher had all the keys to the room, and as long as he got that key, he could open the door in front of him. But Wang Hao didn't rush to find the key, but looked at the other room again. He wanted to determine where the rest of the people were hiding, and then make plans. The second floor was searched, but no other people were found. Wang Hao walked towards the third floor again. Coming to the third floor, Wang Hao quickly discovered the room where Li Dong was hiding. And in that room, besides Li Dong, there was another girl who was occupied by Ma Bing before. You've already slept with 2 girls. Li Dong's work is not in vain. But today, your good days are coming to an end. Wang Hao thought to himself, and took a few symbolic pats on the door. Hoo-hoo! At this moment, Li Dong looked at the terrifying zombies outside the door, and his breathing quickened. No matter what, he couldn't imagine how the zombies would suddenly break into the boys' dormitory. After all, the door was locked with a lock. Unless the door was opened artificially, otherwise the zombies would never break in. However, he never imagined that all this was just a small means for Wang Hao. What should we do? Zombies broke in? What should we do? Lu Chunying looked at the zombies outside the door, feeling terrified, and could only pin her hopes on Li Dong. However, there is nothing Li Dong can do right now. If he had a way, he wouldn't have been hiding in the boys' dormitory and dared not go out. It's over, weary over. Li Dong was in despair. He knew that as long as zombies broke into the dormitory building, he would have to hide in this dormitory and linger on. Although he hid most of the food he found in this dormitory, the food was no longer enough to support him for 2 days. Without food, he will starve to death sooner or later. I have signed a contract, and I will speed up the update starting today. It will be even better with the support of recommendation tickets and rewards, and the author will be more motivated. C12 give you a knife, C12 give you a knife, Zombies quickly occupied the entire boys' dormitory building, but at this time, Wang Hao was not in a hurry. If he rushed in and killed Li Dong, it would have made his death too easy. Therefore, Wang Hao changed his mind again. He decided not to kill Li Dong for the time being, just let him hide in the dormitory and feel hopeless slowly. Anyway, there are zombies everywhere in the dormitory building, and there are at least more than 100 zombies that broke in this moment. If after a while, the number of zombies pouring in will only be more and not less, so he is not worried at all that Li Dong will have a way to escape. Therefore, Wang Hao went downstairs directly and went to the duty room of the dormitory teacher. It didn't take much time for Wang Hao to find all the keys on the first, second, and third floors. The keys for these 3 floors are opened separately, and the keys for each floor are strung together with a wire. The keys on the first floor were useless to Wang Hao, so he only took the keys on the second and third floors. When he came to the second floor, he found the door of Su Xian's room. Wang Hao took out the key and was about to open the door. However, he hesitated again. If I go in like this, Su Xian won't be scared to commit suicide, right? Then there's no way to torture her. This bitch despised me so much before, but I can't let her die so easily. When Wang Hao thought of this, he threw the key on the ground and then cancelled the control. The time for the zombies to burst eggs is only 10 minutes, and there is nothing that can be done if you continue to control it. And he is also very satisfied with the current situation, at least, all the situations are under his control. However, Wang Hao was not in a hurry to enter the boys' dormitory. Going in now, he would either use the body of the zombie to subdue Su Xian, or he could only face Su Xian with his own body, and this would definitely be dangerous. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Wang Hao decided to let Su Xian starve for 2 days first, and when she was too hungry, he could bring her some food to let her lower her dignity in front of him. At that time, I can torture her as much as I want, and I will get rid of her when I get tired of playing. Now I have time, go outside to find another weapon, and check if there is any suitable place to live. Wang Hao regained his human form and left the school on an electric scooter. He found a supermarket and packed all the ham sausage, biscuits, fermented bean curd, treasure porridge, and Nutrition Express into his backpack. Then, he went to the grocery store where he was before. After Wang Hao entered the grocery store, he closed the shutter door and turned on the flashlight. Soon, Wang Hao found 2 machetes again, and took 3 kitchen knives by the way. These things are very good for chopping zombies, much faster than smashing them with fists. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a sound above the head. Wang Hao took the flashlight and shone at the top of the stairs, and saw the girl holding a hammer in her hand and staring at him with dark eyes. You should have finished the food I gave you yesterday, right? Wang Hao asked. Yeah. The girl nodded. Here, I brought you some food today. Wang Hao went up the stairs, opened the backpack, and dumped the contents in front of the girl. The girl lowered her head and fell silent suddenly. What's wrong with you? Wang Hao was curious and asked with some doubts. I just don't understand why Big Brother is so nice to me. The girl suddenly raised her head. Do you really want to know? Wang Hao asked. I want to know. The girl looked directly at Wang Hao. Then I'll tell you. Wang Hao said bluntly, I suspect that your parents have been killed by monsters outside, otherwise, they would never leave you here alone. And I don't want to see you so hungry, so I brought you food. Hearing this, the girl fell silent again. After a while, she said, so the Big Brother thinks the same way. It seems that my parents are really gone. Lingling is so sad. Whoa. Well, Wang Hao looked at the girl who looked sad but didn't shed a tear, always felt a little weird. Are you crying? Wang Hao couldn't help asking. The girl stretched out her hand to wipe her eyes that did not shed a single tear, nodded, and said, the Yin family has never cried since they were young, but the Yin family is really sad. Whoa, so you don't cry? Wang Hao became more and more curious. How could someone not cry? Could it be that there is something wrong with the eyes, that is really pitiful? Whoa. Okay, don't be sad. Whether your parents are still there or not, Big Brother will take care of you in the future. Wang Hao stretched out his hand and gently stroked the girl's soft hair, comforting him in a low voice. Although he was not a good person, when he faced such a little girl, he still couldn't bear to leave her alone. Brother, you are really a good person. A good person will definitely be rewarded. The girl said. Maybe, Wang Hao doesn't think he is a good person, but he will not refute what the girl said. Okay, I still have something to do, I'll see you another day. Wang Hao stood up and was about to leave. However, when he was about to walk out of the store, he seemed to think of something, turned around suddenly, looked at the girl and asked, It's the second time I've seen you today, and I still don't know your name? My name is Xia Lingling. How about you, Big Brother? Xia Lingling asked. My name is Wang Hao. Oh. Xia Lingling nodded, and then asked again, Big Brother always comes looking for a knife. I happen to have a knife here. I wonder if Big Brother wants it. What kind of knife? Although Wang Hao didn't think the grocery store had any good knives, he was still interested and wanted to know what kind of knife Xia Lingling would bring out. Brother, wait. Xia Lingling ran into the attic, rummaged inside for a while, and then came out with a knife in her arms. This is hidden by my father, big brother, do you like it? Ha! Wang Hao looked at the long knife in Xia Lingling's hand, and his expression became richer, because he found that it was an antique tang knife made of composite steel. Although it is not an ancient knife, the tang knife made by modern Baotou steel technology has a strong blade that can cut through armor, and at the same time, the blade is tough and durable, almost the overlord level among cold weapons. Big brother, don't you like it? Xia Lingling asked. No, I just think this knife is too expensive. Wang Hao said. Big brother, as long as you like it, you can take it. You are so kind to me, so I will give you this knife. Otherwise, I will feel very sorry. Xia Lingling saw that Wang Hao liked the knife, so she sent the knife directly to Wang Hao. C13 another team, C13 another team, okay then, I'll take this knife. Wang Hao looked at Xia Lingling's serious expression, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out to take the somewhat heavy tang saber. If it was before the end of the world, he would definitely not accept such a precious tang knife casually. However, now is the end of the world, if he still struggles with these things, it will be too serious. Wang Hao pulled out the tang knife in his hand from the knife barrel, and looked at the blade emitting a cold light, feeling very satisfied. Afterwards, he looked at Xia Lingling and asked, do you want to leave here with me? I think so. Xia Lingling said. You wait here first, I'll look for a house, and I'll pick you up when I find it. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he took the tang knife in his hand and left the grocery department. As soon as he left the grocery department, Wang Hao couldn't wait to pull out the tang knife in his hand. This tang knife looks very good, how about chopping zombies? There happened to be zombies wandering aimlessly around, so Wang Hao directly raised the tang knife in his hand and charged forward. It was as smooth as cutting a watermelon, and the neck of the zombie in front of him was cut off by Wang Hao. Boom! The zombie's head fell to the ground, but it continued to roar. Seeing the experience gained, Wang Hao didn't continue to kill, but instead attacked another target. Since you can gain experience by cutting off the neck, there is no need to cut off the head. Puff puff! Wang Hao rushed into the group of zombies, slashing left and right. With each cut, a zombie fell to the ground with its head separated. Looking back at the zombies lying all over the ground, Wang Hao felt that he was simply cheating. On the ground, hundreds of zombies were still roaring with their mouths open. The scene was extremely strange. I don't know how much experience is needed to upgrade. Wang Hao looked away, looked at the information in his mind, and found that there had been a huge change. Name, Wang Hao. Status, zombie status, can be transformed into human status. Grade, level 2, 8640/10,000, defense, 610 attack power, 660 speed, 320. The attributes of ordinary people are 100, talent, bloodthirsty killing humans or zombies to evolve. Each level will get a new talent. Zombie egg explosion, after using it, it will become a controllable zombie, which exists for 10 minutes. Upgrading the level can prolong the existence time of zombie egg explosion. That's right, the attribute has reached 6 times that of ordinary people, and the distance from the third level is only more than 1,000 experience points. Wang Hao was very satisfied when he saw the change in attributes, and then he clenched the tang knife in his hand again and continued to kill zombies. He wanted to break through to level 3 in one go. Because new talents will be obtained after leveling up, he especially wants to know what talents the zombies will get at the third level. After Wang Hao cut off the head of one zombie, he kicked it away and attacked the other zombie again. So, the killing on the street started again. However, just when Wang Hao killed more than 30 zombies, there was a burst of crazy music in the distance from the street. Wang Hao stopped, frowned, and looked towards the end of the street. After the outbreak of the end of the world, zombies are everywhere. As long as you are a person, you know that you can't make a loud noise, otherwise the zombies will be attracted. But now, someone was deliberately making noise, which shocked Wang Hao. As the sound of DJ car music was getting closer, Wang Hao hid in a nearby clothing store with a tang knife. Not long after, a modified Hummer off-road vehicle entered the street. The surroundings of the Hummer are all covered with steel, and iron spikes are welded on the steel. The whole car was like a giant steel beast. Once those zombies approached, the spikes on it would pierce their heads and cut off their bodies. These spikes are only 10 centimeters long. Although they can pierce the zombie's head and body, they cannot let the zombie hang on it, which shows that these people are very smart. Although there were many zombies on the street, they were completely crushed like ants in front of this modified Hummer. Soon, chased by a group of zombies, the Hummer disappeared down the street. And just 10 seconds after the Hummer left, 2 similarly modified Hummers followed. It's just that although the steel protective ring is also welded on this Hummer, it doesn't have those spikes on it. Laughed. The cars stopped in front of a convenience store, and then, the doors opened, and 5 people jumped out of the cars. 3 men and 2 women. One of the yellow-haired men shouted in a low voice, "Hurry up, the zombies will come over soon." The others didn't speak, and rushed into the convenience store directly. They didn't pick and choose. As long as it was food, they stuffed it into the bag, such as biscuits, ham sausage, sauerkraut, instant noodles, various snacks, cigarettes, and liquor, all of which were put into the backpack. In less than 3 minutes, the entire convenience store was emptied. "Get in the car quickly," Huang Mao shouted again. The others remained silent, opened the car door and rushed inside. Oops, however, at this time, a woman let out a scream. "What's going on?" Huang Mao asked. "My feet." The woman sat down on the ground in pain, and she found that a zombie's head was biting her ankle. It turned out that Wang Hao had just cut off the heads of those zombies, but those zombies did not die. This woman was unlucky, so she was bitten on her ankle, and blood burst out immediately. "Brother Chang, I was bitten by a zombie, help me." The woman looked at the yellow-haired man pleadingly. "How did this happen?" "Damn it!" Huang Mao turned his head and found that the ground was full of zombie heads that had been chopped off and fell to the ground. He couldn't help cursing, then walked up to the woman and said, "You were bitten by a zombie, you know we can't save you, I'm sorry." "Brother Chang, I don't want to die, you must save me." The woman wanted to hug the yellow-haired man's leg, but the yellow-haired man avoided it. "Stop talking nonsense, for the sake of how comfortable you made me last night, I will let you die easier." After Huang Mao finished speaking, he looked around and saw that there were no zombies coming, so he pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it directly into the woman's neck. Well, the woman looked at the yellow-haired man in disbelief, her body tilted, and she fell to the ground. She never imagined that the man who had sweetly talked to her last night and said that he would protect her would kill her so ruthlessly at this time. The yellow-haired man pulled out his dagger, wiped the blade on the woman's clothes, and pinned it back to his waist. Then, he jumped into the car, started the engine directly, and drove away quickly. These people are very unusual. Wang Hao frowned. If he met these people, he might be in some trouble. If it was a heated conflict, even if he was hit by this Humvee, even if he turned into a zombie, he would probably encounter accidents. In order to avoid encountering them, I have to take the initiative. Wang Hao thought in his heart, he didn't want to be targeted by these cold-blooded and cruel people. It would be a pity if he was discovered by the school belle Li Mengyao. C-14 The scheming Li Dong. C-14 The scheming Li Dong. Just as Wang Hao was about to leave the clothing store, the modified Humvee that looked like a giant steel beast drove back again. The car drove to the entrance of the convenience store and stopped after seeing the woman's body on the ground. Wang Hao thought that the people in that car would at least get out of the car to take a look at the woman, but what he didn't expect was that the Hummer just stopped for less than 5 seconds before driving away again. Moreover, the car was run directly over the woman's body, which made people feel horrible. What a cold-blooded and cruel gang. Wang Hao thought that killing someone by himself was cruel enough, but compared with these people, his actions were simply considered kind. No. These people are too dangerous. I must find a way to get rid of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will always be a disaster to stay. Wang Hao rode an electric bike, followed the direction the Hummer left, and chased after it. He felt that the places where those people lived could not be very far away, and they must be in the nearby neighborhoods. If they live far away, they can find food in supermarkets and convenience stores near them without having to travel so far. However, after Wang Hao chased along the road for a while, he couldn't see the shadows of those cars anymore. The speed of the electric car is still too slow. It is difficult to catch up with those Hummers. However, after all, Wang Hao has lived in this city for a long time, so he looked at the road in front of him and deduced 2 possibilities. First, these people are in a nearby community, but that possibility is very small. Because the sound of the car will attract many zombies from the nearby community, it will be more difficult for them to return to the community. Therefore, Wang Hao deduced the second possibility. He felt that these people might have gone to the villa area on the top of the mountain in the outskirts. When Wang Hao thought of the villa area, his heart moved. There are only a dozen or so villas in that villa area, and each one is worth tens of millions. Therefore, it is simply too difficult for ordinary rich people who have nothing to do with them to buy a house in it. Therefore, it is not just money that can buy a house in that villa area. Now that there are beauties, the only thing missing is a villa. It would be great to live in a villa. Wang Hao looked at the battery of the electric car, and finally turned around. He wanted to wait until night to come over to have a look, as his whereabouts during the day could be easily spotted. And at night, not only can you not easily find your whereabouts, but you can also find where those people live more easily through the lights. Thinking of this, Wang Hao rode his electric scooter to find some food at a convenience store, and then rushed back. At this moment, in a certain dormitory on the third floor of the school's male dormitory. Why is this happening? How did the zombies get in? Looking at the zombies wandering in the corridor through the glass, Li Dong almost collapsed. Originally, he wanted to let the horse soldiers find some food, and then see if he could find some more beautiful girls to play with. But now, not only did the horse soldiers fail to find food, but they lost their lives. And he was surrounded in the dormitory by zombies that appeared from nowhere. At this time, he has no way to escape, and can only wait for rescue in the dormitory, or die. Li Dong hardly had any hope. If there was rescue, it would have come a long time ago. It is impossible to wait until now. Therefore, he felt that besides jumping off the building, he could only wait to starve to death. No. I can't die. I want to live. I want to kill that guy across from me, and I want to get Li Mengyao, the school belle. Li Dong stared at the female dormitory opposite. He couldn't forget the scene of Wang Hao with Li Mengyao on the balcony over there. Li Dong, what should we do now? In the dormitory, Ma Bing's woman looked at Li Dong and asked anxiously, "What else can I do? Besides jumping off the building, is there any other choice?" Li Dong asked, "Jump off the building? No. I don't want to jump off the building. Even if I don't fall to my death, it will attract the zombies around me and eat me." The girl shook her head in fear and said, "Attract zombies?" Hearing these words, a thought suddenly popped up in Li Dong's mind, and his expression when he looked at the girl in front of him also changed strangely. "What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like this?" the girl asked suspiciously. "I thought of a way to escape," Li Dong said. "What way?" the girl asked curiously. "Look at the sheets here. We can tear the sheets, tie them up and hang them down on the balcony, so we can go downstairs," Li Dong said. "Hey, that's a good idea." The girl admired, then frowned again, and said, "But there are also some zombies downstairs. What are we afraid of? Besides going downstairs, do we have a way?" Li Dong asked. "Yeah, we have no choice." The girl sighed. "Then why hesitate?" After Li Dong finished speaking, he pulled off the sheet on a bed, took out a dagger and cut it. The girls were not idle and started to help. After half an hour, they made a rope more than 20 meters long out of sheets. Li Dong tied the bed sheet to the balcony pillar, and slowly put the other end down. Yes, it looks solid, so it should be fine. Li Dong looked at the bed sheet that had fallen to the ground, and said with satisfaction, "Li Dong, you are really great, much better than the cavalry soldiers." The girl said, "Which aspect are you referring to?" Li Dong asked with a smirk. "Damn it, what time is it? You're still so dishonest," the girl said with flushed cheeks. Haha. Li Dong saw the girl's twitching, aroused his anger, reached out and hugged the girl's waist, and pushed her down on the bed. 5 minutes later, Li Dong put on his pants, looked at the girl and said, "Time is running out, let's act early. To be on the safe side, I will go first, and you will follow closely behind." "Well, I see." The girl threw away the used toilet paper, quickly got dressed, and followed Li Dong to the balcony. Li Dong put the dagger in his waist, grabbed the bedsheet and slid down. When he slid to the second floor, he asked the girl to grab the bedsheet and come down. Although the girl felt that it was dangerous for two people to grab the bedsheet, she trusted Li Dong so much that she grabbed the bedsheet and slid down. Soon, the two grabbed the sheets and slid to a height of 5 meters from the ground. At this moment, more than a dozen zombies downstairs have smelled the smell and gathered below, just waiting for them to fall. "Li Dong, what should we do now? There are so many zombies surrounded below, we can't go down," the girl asked a little at a loss. "Why can't I go down? Wouldn't it be better to just jump down?" Facing the dozen or so screaming zombies, Li Dong showed no fear, but was very confident. "Li Dong, what do you mean?" the girl asked suspiciously. "You'll understand right away." Li Dong grinned a cruel smile, pulled out the dagger from behind with his right hand, and stabbed the girl's ankle directly. The girl let out a cry of pain, her hands involuntarily let go of the bedsheet, and fell towards the ground. The zombies who had been hungry for a long time seemed to be stimulated, and they all screamed excitedly. C-15 Mad Li Dong C-15 The crazy Li Dong Boom. The girl fell to the ground and let out a miserable cry. Those zombies who had been waiting below rushed towards her in an instant. Although the girl's leg was stabbed by Li Dong and the blood kept flowing out, she still endured the pain and wanted to escape. However, the wound on her leg was so serious that she couldn't even stand up. Therefore, the girl crawled forward for less than 2 meters, when the group of zombies pounced on her and began to bite her. The girl kept screaming, and her voice soon became weaker. Seeing this scene, Li Dong was unmoved, but a triumphant smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As those zombies went to bite the girls, there were not many zombies around. The opportunity has come. Li Dong jumped to the ground and ran directly towards the girls' dormitory building. However, what he didn't expect was that as soon as he rushed into the gate of the girls' dormitory, a zombie rushed out from behind the gate. No, Li Dong instinctively reached out to block it, but the zombie bit his elbow. Tear in an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the flesh was bitten off. Li Dong was in despair. He knew that if he was bitten by a zombie, he would die. Go to hell! Li Dong drew out his dagger, stabbed the zombie in the head, and killed the zombie directly. Damn, how can I be so unlucky? I will suffer here. Li Dong looked at the zombies lying on the ground, but he couldn't feel happy at all. Instead, he staggered, feeling that life was meaningless. I'm going to become a zombie soon, I'm finished. Li Dong's heart was full of despair, and he stood there in a daze. He originally planned to kill Wang Hao and occupy Li Mengyao, the school bell. Now, even if he killed Wang Hao and occupied Li Mengyao, he could only occupy it for a while. Thinking of this, he felt a little resentful. No, they can live well. Why should I become a zombie? I don't accept it. Li Dong roared and climbed up the stairs. He decided that even if he wanted to become a zombie, he would have to pull a backup. Relying on memory, Li Dong quickly climbed up to the 3rd floor. Bang 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 bang, Li Dong came to a door and knocked on it. Soon, the door opened, and it was Li Mengyao who opened the door. Why are you here? Are you taking me out of here? Li Mengyao was surprised. Stop dreaming, I've been bitten by zombies now, where else can I take you? As Li Dong said, he reached out and took out the dagger, aiming it at Li Mengyao's front. What? You were bitten by a zombie? Li Mengyao backed away in fright. That's right, I was bitten by a zombie, and I'm about to die. So, before I turn into a zombie, I want to get your body. Li Dong said. No. You've been bitten by a zombie, so you can't touch me anymore. Li Mengyao said, and stepped back. You said you won't let me touch it, so I won't touch it? How could Li Dong listen to Li Mengyao? If he hadn't been wanted by the zombies, he might still be able to talk to Li Mengyao slowly. But now, he has been bitten by zombies, time is running out, and there is no chance to get Li Mengyao's body after the ink marks. Li Dong looked at Li Mengyao's beautiful face, his eyes were full of light like a hungry wolf. He was extremely excited now, he is about to get her, how can he not be excited? If you can get her before you die, you can be satisfied. Li Dong, calm down, don't be impulsive, maybe you can still be saved. Li Mengyao looked at Li Dong's bloody arm, feeling terrified in her heart. I don't want calm, I want excitement. Li Dong stepped forward, grabbed Li Mengyao's shoulder with his hand, and pushed her against the wall. Li Dong, you were not like this before, calm down. The most important thing now is to stop the bleeding on your arm. Li Mengyao said. Stop talking nonsense, just be good and don't move, or I will kill you. Li Dong threw away the dagger, and stretched out his hands to press Li Mengyao's arm. Let me go, Li Mengyao begged. Li Dong snorted coldly, and said, You are willing to let that kid do it, but you won't let me do it, are you looking down on me? Thinking that Li Mengyao, the school belle that countless people dreamed of, was possessed by Wang Hao, his heart ached. It's a pity that Wang Haoren is not here, otherwise he could be killed before he died, so that he can feel more comfortable. However, although Wang Hao is not here, it is not bad to be able to get Li Mengyao before he dies. Thinking of this, he bowed his head and kissed Li Mengyao. Don't, Li Mengyao struggled with all her might, turned her head to one side, and did not let him kiss her. Originally, he still had a good impression of Li Dong, but he didn't expect Li Dong to be such a person. Before dying, not only did he want to force himself, he was afraid that he would kill her after the matter was over. Moreover, he felt that Li Dong was more shameless than Wang Hao, at least Wang Hao hadn't used force on her. Snap Li Dong didn't succeed, he was so angry that he slapped Li Mengyao directly on the face, cursing, If you dare to resist again, believe it or not, I will smash your face to pieces. Li Mengyao didn't care at all, and still refused to give in. Oh, you still have a temper? But I like it, the more tempered you are, the more I will feel you after a while. As Li Dong said, he grabbed Li Mengyao's arm and pushed her down on the bed. You madman, get the hell out of here. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Li Mengyao tried her best to resist, but her clothes were still torn, revealing her tender white arms. Li Dong couldn't take Li Mengyao down for a short time, so he gave up taking off her clothes first, and started pulling out his belt instead. Wait for me, you bitch, and I'll let you know how good I am right away. Li Dong looked at Li Mengyao, who was breathing heavily because of the struggle, and was very excited. But Li Mengyao was full of sadness in her heart, hugged her hands together, curled up on the bed, and cried helplessly and desperately in the face of the powerful Li Dong. Although Li Dong hasn't taken advantage of her yet, how can she, a woman, resist Li Dong's next move? Li Mengyao was in despair. Ha? What's going on? When Wang Hao returned to school, he saw a bedsheet hanging from the third floor downstairs in the boys' dormitory, and there was a woman's body bitten by zombies on the ground, and his brows frowned immediately. That guy, using a woman as bait, escaped by himself. Looking at all this, Wang Hao felt a little uneasy, and quickly ran towards the girls' dormitory. C16 Who is the weak chicken? C16 Who is the weak chicken? As soon as Wang Hao ran into the girls' dormitory, he saw the female zombie lying on the ground at the door. Too bad, Li Dong really entered the girls' dormitory. Wang Hao's heart sank, and he quickly ran towards the third floor. When he came to the door was indeed open. I saw Li Mengyao lying on the bed crying softly, while Li Dong's trousers had faded to his ankles, and he was about to take off his underwear at this moment. You motherfucker, I'll kill you. Wang Hao pulled out the tang knife, rushed in and slashed directly on Li Dong's back. Li Dong fell to the ground in pain, and let out a roar like a pig being slaughtered. Wang Hao, you are finally back. Li Mengyao sat up and quickly hid behind Wang Hao. Honey, did he do anything to you? Wang Hao asked. It's a good thing you came back early, otherwise, I would have been, woo. Li Mengyao began to cry as she spoke. Don't worry, I'm back now, and I won't let anyone hurt you again. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he stared at Li Dong who was lying on the ground and screamed, and asked sharply, Li Dong, you obviously have a chance to escape, why do you still come here? Wang Hao, Li Dong gritted his teeth, endured the pain, raised his head, looked at Wang Hao and said with some resentment, you dousey actually got the school beauty Li Mengyao. I really didn't expect it. If I knew it earlier, I should have killed you. Maybe then, Li Mengyao's first time would be mine. What's the use of talking nonsense? Li Mengyao is my woman now, if you touch her, I'll kill you. Wang Hao stepped forward, raised the tang knife and slashed down again. However, Li Dong let out a roar, rolled around on the ground, and hid. Then, he actually gritted his teeth and supported his body to stand up. You, what's the matter with you? Wang Hao's eyes widened. Hey, you can't think of it? You weak chicken is too weak to cut me down. After Li Dong finished speaking, he clenched his fists and approached Wang Hao. Oomph, your life is tough, but it's okay, at worst, I'll give you 2 more knives. Wang Hao said coldly. Come on, don't I know how much you weigh? I have practiced martial arts, and you, a weak chicken, can't beat me at all. After Li Dong finished speaking, he approached Wang Hao again. Wang Hao slashed at him again, but Li Dong reacted too quickly and rolled along the ground, dodging Wang Hao's attack. Afterwards, he swept his legs and directly knocked Wang Hao to the ground. Boom! The moment Wang Hao fell to the ground, the knife in his hand flew out, and his head hit the ground, making a buzzing sound. Wang Hao, you weak chicken really gave me a big surprise. I thought I would regret it, but now I kill you and sleep with Li Mengyao, and I will die without regret. Ha ha ha. Li Dong looked at Wang Hao who was lying on the ground, and became extremely excited. He seemed to have seen Wang Hao's body in the picture of Li Mengyao being pressed under him. Thinking of this, Li Dong reached out and picked up the tang dao on the ground, and slowly raised it up. Don't be killed, Li Mengyao pleaded full of fear. Ha, I'm dying, you begged me not to kill him, isn't that a joke? Li Dong said with a smile, I not only want to kill him, but also put his body beside the bed, watch me do it to you. You lunatic, change your mind. Li Mengyao scolded. You can scold him whatever you want, wait until I kill him, and then I will deal with you. Li Dong licked his tongue. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and then he looked at Wang Hao. At this time, Wang Hao suddenly got up and rushed towards the door. Oh, are you going to run away? Just you weak chicken, can you run faster than me, the 100-meter champion? Li Dong let out a disdainful laugh, picked up the tang knife in his hand, and chased towards Wang Hao. However, the moment he chased out the door, he saw a terrifying monster over 2 meters in size standing at the corner of the door, and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Aren't you going to kill me? Now! Without waiting for Li Dong to speak, Wang Hao stretched out his right hand with sharp nails and pinched Li Dong's neck. Crack like crushing a cucumber, Li Dong's throat was crushed by Wang Hao's transformed zombie. Boom let go of his hand, Li Dong's body fell heavily on the ground, the sound of cluck was still coming out of his mouth, and blood gushed out along the broken throat. However, Li Dong's eyes were still open. He didn't understand how Wang Hao could disappear for no reason, yet such a terrifying monster appeared. However, when Wang Hao transformed back into a human body, a look of shock and fear appeared in his eyes instantly. Giggle, cluck, Li Dong raised his hand and pointed at Wang Hao, but he couldn't speak, only blood froth in his mouth. I can't think of it? Just because you want to kill me? Do you understand now? In my eyes, you are the real weak chicken. Also, I put all the zombies in the boys' dormitory. Blame you for driving me out of the boys' dormitory, this is all my revenge on you. Wang Hao squatted down, looked down at Li Dong, and said in a low voice. Giggle, cluck, a trace of remorse and despair appeared in Li Dong's eyes, and finally, the eyes gradually lost their last trace of vitality. Wang Hao picked up Tang Dao, stood up, walked into the room, and closed the door by the way. In the room, Li Mengyao stared at Wang Hao blankly, and asked after a long time, is Li Dong dead? That's right, I killed him. Wang Hao nodded. Ha? He was killed by you? Although Li Mengyao was shocked, it was hard to imagine that Wang Hao killed Li Dong, but since Wang Hao came back alive, it meant that Li Dong was really killed. No matter what happened outside just now, in short, the result is very good now. Thank you, you clearly knew the danger and came to save me. As Li Mengyao said, tears flowed out again, and she reached out and hugged Wang Hao. Wife, what are you talking about? Since you are my woman, I will not let others bully you. Wang Hao said, let go of Li Mengyao, and began to undress. You? What are you going to do? I'm still moved by what you have done. You won't want to do that again, will you? Li Mengyao asked in surprise. What nonsense are you talking about? The back of my head is broken, how can I have the heart to do that kind of thing? Wang Hao took out a box of Yunnan Baiyao from the table and said, I at least need to take a bath and apply some medicine. After I'm done, I'll do that kind of thing with you again? Damn it, you're so dishonest. Li Mengyao said with flushed cheeks, but she was a little happy in her heart. C17 Determination to become stronger. C17 The determination to become stronger. When Wang Hao was about to walk into the bathroom, he stopped, looked back at Li Mengyao and said, come in and help me take a shower. Remember to change into the black skirt and white stockings you wore in the chicken eating game. I like you wearing it like this. Ah? Li Mengyao felt a little embarrassed, but thinking that she had been with Wang Hao so many times, it didn't matter. Soon, Li Mengyao changed into a black short skirt and white long-leg socks according to Wang Hao's request and walked towards the bathroom. When he walked into the bathroom, Wang Hao was taking a shower. Then, he took out a cigarette, lit it and smoked. Looking at Li Mengyao, who was asleep because of exhaustion, Wang Hao began to recall what happened before. He felt that his strength was too weak. If it wasn't for the ability to transform into a zombie, even Li Dong could easily kill him. Therefore, Wang Hao felt that it was time for him to improve his strength. Not only to improve the level of zombies, but also to improve the physical fitness of human beings. But for now, rest well. Wang Hao stubbed out the cigarette but in his hand, fell on the bed, and slowly fell asleep holding Li Mengyao's soft body. At night, Li Mengyao woke up from hunger. She opened her eyes and was about to find something to eat when she heard a heavy panting. Li Mengyao turned her head and saw Wang Hao lying on the bed next to him, doing push-ups. 36, 37, 38, Wang Hao gritted his teeth and persisted, sweat dripping from his body. What's wrong with you? You started exercising suddenly? Li Mengyao asked in surprise. Wang Hao took a breath and continued to persevere. 48, 49, 50, done. Wang Hao climbed up after completing 50. But he didn't stop, but squatted down again and started doing squats. 1, 2, 3, Wang Hao. Isn't your exercise too messy and difficult? Anyway, you should do it step by step. If you exercise like this, it will hurt your body. Li Mengyao said worriedly. However, Wang Hao didn't listen to Li Mengyao's words at all, and still insisted. Finally, when he insisted on doing 30 squats, he stopped. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. My body is almost useless. Wang Hao sighed. Originally he wanted to do 50 push-ups and 50 squats, but his body was so weak that he couldn't finish it according to the plan. Forget it, go to the gym and get some protein powder when you have time, and practice hard when you come back. Wang Hao walked to the table, picked up a bottle of mineral water, took 2 gulps, and then opened a ham sausage and ate it. Wang Hao, can you tell me, why do you work so hard to keep fit? Li Mengyao asked curiously. Didn't you already see it? If I hadn't used some means, I would have been almost killed by Li Dong. So, how do you think my weak body can protect you if I face bullying from others? Wang Hao asked. It turns out that you wanted to work hard to become stronger in order to protect me. Li Mengyao was a little moved. She felt that there was a boy who was willing to make changes for her own sake, which was simply too romantic. That's right, in order to protect you, I must become stronger. Wang Hao said, since Li Mengyao thinks so, let her think so. However, Wang Hao knew in his heart that his real purpose of exercising was actually for himself. Because, in the future, he will meet more stronger opponents and more beautiful women, so improving his body is something he must face next, and it cannot be avoided. No matter how powerful he is as a zombie, he still has to face some people with his human body. Such as women. If you don't have a strong body, then facing a beautiful woman, you can only look at the ocean and sigh, what a pity. And men. In his long post-apocalyptic era, it is impossible for him to always transform into zombies to defeat men. If those men attacked him, and he didn't want to reveal his secrets in front of those women, he can only rely on his strong body to defeat those men. While this possibility is slim, it's not entirely impossible. Therefore, improving his physical fitness and being prepared to face all unknown possibilities has become what he must do. I'm going out at night. You should be safe alone. Don't open the door to anyone except me, and don't make any noise. Winehouse stood up, took a piece of paper, and pasted it on the glass of the door. In this way, no matter who is standing outside, they cannot see whether there are people in the room. Ah, are you going out again? Li Mengyao was a little scared. She will be scared when Wang Hao comes back, and she will still be scared when Wang Hao leaves. When Wang Hao came back, she was afraid that Wang Hao would start bullying her again. When Wang Hao left, she was afraid that she would have to face the night of fear alone again. Wang Hao looked at Li Mengyao and nodded, and said, I'm going to find something. If nothing happens, I'll be back soon. Then you have to pay attention to safety alone, remember to come back early, without you, I can't sleep alone. Li Mengyao said pitifully. No. Wang Hao put on his clothes, put on his backpack, took Tang Dao and a flashlight, opened the door and went out. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was already dark. Downstairs, there were zombies everywhere, but these zombies were not interested in seeing Wang Hao at all, and ignored him at all. After leaving the community on an electric bike, Wang Hao came to the street. When he came to the door of the gym by bicycle, he stopped, because he discovered that there was still a glimmer of light upstairs. Strange? Is that woman still alive? Wang Hao remembered that time he used zombies to explode eggs, killed the 2 bad guys in the gym, and left behind the humiliated woman. Originally, he thought that this woman might not be able to bear the fear and eventually die, but he didn't expect that the current situation looks like she is still alive. This woman is very strong. Wang Hao sighed in his heart, and left on his electric scooter. He wanted to go to the Hilltop Villa area first to confirm where the rich second generations were, and then carry protein in powder when he came back. C18 Hilltop Villa, C18 the Hilltop Villa. On the road at night, there are zombies wandering everywhere. Wang Hao rode an electric bike through the crowd of zombies. Half an hour later, Wang Hao arrived at the foot of a mountain on an electric bike. Here, zombies have become less and less, wandering in 2s and 3s, it is difficult to pose a threat to humans. Wang Hao looked at the battery of the electric car and found that it was more than half, so he found a place to stop the electric car. He decided to exercise his body by the way, put Tang Dao behind his back, took some food and mineral water, and ran towards the mountain. Wang Hao's health was indeed poor, and he became out of breath after running for a while. After continuing to run for a few hundred meters, his legs became heavier and heavier as if they had been filled with lead water. Can't stop, absolutely can't stop. If you want to exercise, you must break through yourself. Wang Hao knows that excessive exercise will damage the body's muscles, but at the same time he also knows that only when muscles are injured can new muscles grow. Wang Hao's breathing became more and more difficult, and finally, when he was about to approach the top of the mountain, he stopped. Cuckoo, cluck. Wang Hao opened a bottle of mineral water, drank a few mouthfuls, and took out a ham sausage and ate it. After a long time, he regained some strength. At this time, he did not continue running. Not far ahead, there is already a bright light. Wang Hao followed the road and soon came to the top of the mountain. In front of him, a luxurious villa area appeared in front of him. Wang Hao looked at the scene in front of him and was stunned for a long time. These villas are all uniform white, surrounded by a circle of fences, like a European medieval manor. This is where the rich live, it's so luxurious. While Wang Hao was amazed, he also decided to find a villa here to settle down. The villa that was once unimaginable and impossible to live in, now finally has the opportunity to experience it. Just at this time, there was a burst of music coming from the villa area ahead. What kind of music is played at the National People's Congress at night? It's really arrogant. Fortunately, there are not many zombies here. Otherwise, I don't know how they died. Wang Hao followed the voice and approached the villa area ahead. Soon, Wang Hao saw a group of zombies surrounding the gate of a villa yard. These zombies grabbed the door and tried to push it open. However, the iron gate is very strong, and the few zombies are not enough to destroy the iron gate. And in that yard, there were 3 modified Land Rover cars parked, and the music Wang Hao heard came from one of the Land Rover cars. Wang Hao also noticed that the Land Rover playing music was shaking slightly. These guys really enjoy life. Wang Hao withdrew his gaze and looked at the fence of the villa. He found that these fences had been wrapped around with spiked wire. If ordinary people want to turn in, they will easily be scratched by these spikes. Wang Hao went around for the villa, and hid behind the fence again to observe the movement inside the villa. Not long after, the door of the villa opened, and a young man with dyed yellow hair came out surrounded by a group of people. He came to the Land Rover with music playing, slammed on the door, and shouted, "I told you to be vigilant, what the hell are you doing? Do you want to die?" Crack! The car door opened, and a short-haired man came out slowly with his pants in his hands, and said with a smile, "Brother Hu, how safe is our place? Who would come to trouble us? Besides, with so many of us, who would dare to provoke us?" Snapped! Without further ado, Li Hu slapped the short-haired man on the face, leaving a 5-finger print on his face, and then said coldly, "Now is the era of individual cannibalism. Who can guarantee that we will not be targeted? If someone wants to attack us and let our guard down like you, then we will not know how we will die." "Brother Hu, I understand." The short-haired young man nodded and stopped talking. "Okay, be careful in the future, don't let me find out again. If you let me see you relaxing your guard for women again, then don't blame me for driving you out of here." Li Hu said. "Brother Hu, I got it. Next time I won't hide in the car even if I play with women. I will stay outside the car and always pay attention to the movement outside the door," the short-haired young man said. Snort! Li Hu snorted coldly, pointed at the zombie at the door, and said, "You go and deal with those zombies." "Okay, Brother Tiger." "Brother Hu, go back and rest, we will leave this place to us." Several men around smiled flatteringly. Li Hu nodded, then turned and entered the door. The rest of these people immediately took steel bars and machetes and walked towards the iron gate. They were very courageous. They opened the iron gate, slashed and smashed at the zombies, and quickly cleaned up all the zombies. These people are very skilled and seem to do this kind of thing often. Wang Hao noticed the attitude of those people towards Li Hu, and guessed that Li Hu should be the boss of these people. These people are quite capable, so we have to find a way to deal with them. Wang Hao frowned. Crack! At this moment, in the yard, the short-haired man waited for everyone to leave, then opened the Land Rover door again, and then reached out and pulled out an iron chain from inside the car. Soon, a woman was pulled out like a dog, with a hoop around her neck and a chain attached to it. "Come here, lie down obediently," the short-haired man shouted sharply. The woman trembled all over, quickly bent down, and lay on the front of the car. "Hey, you have to shout louder for me later." The short-haired young man came behind the woman and said with a smile, licking his tongue. The woman responded, and lay quietly on the front of the car. Looking at what happened in the yard, Wang Hao was secretly stunned. These people are so perverted, they don't treat people as human beings at all. If they find out about Li Mengyao, they will end up worse than this woman. Wang Hao decided that she and he would never let Li Mengyao face such danger. It's just that Wang Hao still doesn't know how many people there are in this villa and what weapons they have, so he didn't do anything for the time being. As he continued to observe, Wang Hao found that some of these people would come to the yard to guard every moment. It seems that we need to wait for a suitable opportunity. Otherwise, if we rush in like this, they will definitely be on guard, and I'm afraid there will be some trouble at that time. Wang Hao left the villa area. He planned to go back and bring more food and mineral water, and then guard here. When these people go out to find food next time, he will take the opportunity to capture here. C-19 don't want to be the bad guy. C-19 After Wang Hao went down the mountain, he rode his electric bike back to the street. He found a convenience store and stuffed his backpack with food and drinks. Their food shouldn't last long, and they will definitely go down the mountain in the next 2 days. Will I have a chance then? Wang Hao thought to himself, looking at the various foods in front of him. So, he decided to get up tomorrow morning and go to the hilltop villa area. After making up his mind, Wang Hao rode his electric bike and headed towards the gym. Hey, is there still light at this late hour? When Wang Hao came to the entrance of the gym, he saw that there was still light on the second floor. He was very puzzled, not knowing what the woman was doing. However, although Wang Hao was puzzled, he didn't intend to go up and have a look. No matter what that woman was doing, it seemed to have nothing to do with him. On the streets, countless zombies wandered aimlessly. The door of the gym was open, and some zombies also wandered in. Wang Hao pushed away these zombies, walked into the gym, and took out a bag of protein powder from the warehouse inside. Such a bag should be enough for a few days, right? Wang Hao put the protein powder on the electric car and planned to go back. But at this moment, there were bursts of women's panting from upstairs. Wang Hao frowned instantly. The two men in the gym have been killed by himself, and now there are still women making that sound, which can only mean that there are men here again. For strange men, Wang Hao is full of wariness. After all, the end of the world will magnify the nature of men. For women and food, they kill and rob for it, which is nothing at all. Wang Hao didn't want to passively wait for trouble to come to his door, he wanted to take the initiative. Zombies explode. Wang Hao took out a zombie egg and threw it out. Boom! With a soft sound, a zombie appeared in front of Wang Hao and began to wander aimlessly. Wang Hao found a safe and hidden place and began to control the zombies. As the screen in front of him switched, Wang Hao's consciousness entered the body of the zombie. He immediately walked towards the second floor of the gym. The time for zombies to explode eggs is very short and cannot be wasted. Hearing the woman's cry in his ears, Wang Hao climbed over an obstacle along the stairs and came to the second floor. The door on the second floor was closed, so it was not clear what was going on inside. Wang Hao stretched out his hand and pushed gently. The door was closed tightly and could not be easily pushed open. However, the duration of zombie egg explosion is limited, and Wang Hao didn't want to procrastinate. Boom! So, he took a step back and bumped it with his shoulder. The door shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. The screams of the women in the house also stopped abruptly at this time. Wang Hao ignored these changes, continued to take a step back, and bumped into it forcefully. Boom! The door shook violently again, more obviously than before. Wang Hao's confidence increased greatly, and he hit repeatedly. Bang! Finally, with a loud noise, the door was knocked open by Wang Hao. Because of the excessive force, Wang Hao suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. However, at this moment, Wang Hao saw that there was no one else in the room except the two women. It's a zombie! The two women in the room uttered horrified screams and retreated one after another. Wang Hao got up and looked at the two women in front of him, a little dazed. One of these two women, he had seen before, was the woman who had been used as a plaything by those two men before. As for the other woman, Wang Hao had never seen it before. He didn't know whether this woman had just come here or had been hiding in the gym before. She was wearing a black uniform, with gold-rimmed glasses, and there seemed to be a bit of majesty between her brows. It should be the teacher, right? It's strange, why haven't I seen it before? Wang Hao looked at the woman in front of him with some doubts in his heart. Zombie, how did this zombie get in? You must have made that noise too loudly, so it attracted the zombies in. The woman in black uniform said. Oh, it's all my fault, but I can't control myself. Those men torture me every day, and now I'm not used to it without their torture. Another woman said. What's the use of saying that, now that the zombies have broken in? Hurry up and find a way to kill him, the woman in black said tremblingly. Stop joking, how could I kill the zombies? Didn't you say you killed zombies before? Asked the woman in black. I lied to you. After that zombie rushed in and killed the two men, he died inexplicably. I didn't kill him at all, the woman said. What should we do now? Waiting to die? The woman in black asked with a pale face. She was still young and had infinite possibilities, so she didn't want to die. Looking at the terrified expressions of the two women in front of him, Wang Hao felt helpless. He didn't know whether he should kill them or turn around and leave. If they turned around and left, the two women would definitely be confused. At that time, would they suspect that someone was manipulating the zombies? Wang Hao didn't know the answer, and he didn't want to encounter these troublesome things. However, she also didn't want to kill these two women with her own hands. Strange, why doesn't this zombie bite us? At this moment, the two women had already begun to suspect. Forget it, your life and death are up to God. Wang Hao withdrew his consciousness, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already returned downstairs. If those two women could kill the zombies, it meant that they deserved their lives. A few seconds later, there was a scream from upstairs. Wang Hao closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and walked towards the door of the gym. However, when he was about to reach the door, he stopped. Is it too inhuman for me to do this? Wang Hao suddenly questioned what he did, and felt that he seemed to be on the same path as those inhuman animals. Although Wang Hao felt that he was not a good person, he also felt that he was not a bad person. But now, what is the difference between what he does and what a bad guy does? I can't go on like this, that will definitely lose my humanity. This is not what I want. Wang Hao suddenly turned around and walked upstairs. When he came to the door on the second floor, he saw that the zombie had already thrown a woman down, and the ground was covered with blood and intestines. Beside him, the woman in black uniform sat limply on the ground. Her eyes were full of fear looking at the zombie, with a pale expression as if she was waiting for death. What I'm doing now should be like a devil. Wang Hao looked at the poor woman, sighed, pulled out the Tang Dao behind his back, held it in his hand, and rushed in quickly. C20 be my woman, C20 be my woman. Crack. Wang Hao rushed in and directly chopped off the zombie's head with the tang knife in his hand. Those who didn't know thought that Wang Hao's speed was too fast for the zombies to react. But Wang Hao knew in his heart that it was because the zombies didn't treat him as food at all, so they didn't respond to his approach. The woman in the black uniform was stunned. She never expected that a hero would descend from the sky to save her from danger when she was most desperate. She stared at Wang Hao, her heart was beating fast, and she still didn't recover from the shock just now. Are you okay? Instead, Wang Hao spoke first. I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. The woman looked at Wang Hao gratefully, with crystal tears rolling down her eyes. She said, without you, I would be bitten to death by zombies. Is that so? Wang Hao looked a little embarrassed. The woman didn't notice anything, and then asked, my name is Su Simin, what's your benefactor's name? My name is Wang Hao. Wang Hao, thank you, you are my savior. Su Simin said with red eyes. Wang Hao felt quite ashamed. He put the zombies in by himself, and now he killed them again. How could he accept others' gratitude? Okay, don't be so polite, since you are fine, then I will go. Wang Hao said. Where are you going? I still have a lot of food here, enough for the two of us to live for a long time. Su Simin said. Do you want me to stay? Wang Hao looked at Su Simin. This woman has white skin, long black hair, big eyes, and red lips. She is also an eye-catching beauty. Well, I'm scared here alone, so I want you to stay. Su Simin said softly. It's not impossible to stay, but in what capacity should I stay? Wang Hao asked, but his eyes turned to Su Simin's tender long legs. Then what do you want to do? Su Simin felt a little scared when Wang Hao stared at her. I want you to be my woman, so that I can stay and protect you. Wang Hao said. Impossible. Su Simin shook his head and said, I have a boyfriend, so I can never be your woman. I want to leave my body to my boyfriend. Since this is the case, there is nothing to say. Just because I save you doesn't mean I have to stay and protect you. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the door of the room. Su Simin stared blankly at Wang Hao walking away slowly, wanted to call him to stop, but didn't know how to speak. After the end of the world broke out, there were also men who forced her, but she held a dagger and would rather commit suicide than give in, so no man got her body. But now, when she really faced the terrifying zombies, she was still a little shaken. It's just that Wang Hao looks too ordinary, which doesn't match the tall, rich and handsome in her mind. Hey! If he doesn't look so slack, maybe I will agree. Su Simin sighed, watching Wang Hao's back gradually leave, and finally chose to remain silent. Even in the last days, she was unwilling to force herself. Wang Hao left the gym on his electric bike and went straight back to school. Although Su Simin looks good, she is not even a star behind Su Xian, let alone a beauty like Li Mengyao. There is no shortage of women in the last days. Wang Hao doesn't want to waste so much time on a woman. Back in the girls' dormitory, Wang Hao saw several zombies appearing in the corridor of the dormitory. Wang Hao ignored these zombies and walked directly to the third floor. There were also zombies wandering around on the third floor. Wang Hao stepped forward, picked up the tang knife and quickly hacked these zombies to death. Crack opening the door of the dormitory, Wang Hao saw that Li Mengyao had sat up. Wang Hao, are you back? Li Mengyao asked excitedly. The room was so dark that she couldn't see clearly. It's me. Wang Hao closed the door and lit the candles on the table. Wang Hao, it's really you. I'm so worried about you after you've been away for so long. Li Mengyao didn't care about putting on her shoes, so she jumped off the bed and hugged Wang Hao. Honey, don't worry, I'll be fine. If I die outside so easily, I won't be worthy of being your man. Wang Hao was hugged by Li Mengyao from behind, smelling the fragrance from her body. He was quite moved. In Wang Hao's heart, he has always been very lonely, and now someone finally starts to worry about him, which feels good. Stop talking nonsense, you'll be fine. Li Mengyao took off Wang Hao's backpack, helped him sit on the bed, and continued. Wang Hao ate some biscuits, drank a bottle of mineral water, and started exercising again. When Li Mengyao woke up, it was past 9 o'clock. But she was so hungry that she had to get up. Li Mengyao opened her sleepy eyes and saw that Wang Hao was exercising again, and his whole body was sweating, so he was very puzzled. Why aren't you tired at all? You got up so early? Wang Hao stopped and said with a smile, I'm also very strange. Why do I think this matter can't be seen in us? What are you talking about? You don't know that you love me. Li Mengyao said angrily. Understood, I happen to have something to do, and I have to go out for a while, maybe I have to leave for a few days. Wang Hao said. Ah? Where are you going? Li Mengyao asked in surprise. This time I'm going to do a big event. If there are no accidents, I will take you to live in a villa. Wang Hao said with a smile. Villa? Really? Li Mengyao's eyes widened. Of course, how could I lie to you? After Wang Hao finished speaking, he went to the bathroom. Half an hour later, Wang Hao took a shower and left. C21 aristocratic woman. C21 The noble woman Wang Hao came to the outskirts of the villa on the top of the mountain, found a place and squatted up. He has to wait for the right opportunity before doing it. It's just that he waited for a day, and these people didn't drive out to find food. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Wang Hao didn't bring much food. Cuckoo. Stomach has started growling. Wang Hao looked at the other surrounding villas. There are so many villas here, and I don't know what's going on inside. It was already dark now, and even if those people were looking for food, it was impossible for them to go out at night. Therefore, Wang Hao temporarily gave up and continued to squat, and walked towards other villas far away from the target. Swish, swish. Walking on the green lawn, there was a burst of light noise. Soon, Wang Hao came to another villa. This villa is also fenced, and there is a red sports car parked in the yard, which looks a lot like a Ferrari. Wang Hao became interested. He had seen the introduction of this kind of sports car before, and the general value was around several million. In the past, he could only imagine the feeling of riding a sports car, but now, he can really own it. Transform into a zombie. Wang Hao shouted softly. After transforming into a zombie, his jumping ability increased by more than 5 times, and he jumped over the fence with ease. Afterwards, Wang Hao returned to his human body. Is this a supercar? Wang Hao looked at the luxury car that was close at hand, and his heart beat a little fast. Although this luxury car was already covered with a thick layer of dust, it did not affect the shock in his heart at all. Although Wang Hao can't drive, he couldn't help but sit in the driver's seat and feel it. Sitting in a comfortable seat, it feels really good to put a pair of cross-legged feet on the steering wheel. It's just that Wang Hao can't drive, otherwise he would have to try driving a luxury car. Li Mengyao seems to know how to drive, I'll ask her to teach me when the time comes. Wang Hao made up his mind and jumped out of the car. Then, he walked towards the door of the villa. The door was unlocked, so Wang Hao stretched out his hand and pushed it open. Ha! Stepping on the red carpet, Wang Hao walked into the living room of the villa and looked around. He felt that this villa was completely different from what he had imagined. Although the place was huge, it always felt too spacious. There are no decorations in the entire hall, and the surrounding walls are full of oil paintings that cannot be seen. Wang Hao walked around the first floor, and after finding nothing, he walked towards the second floor. Why do you feel that no one lives in this villa? Wang Hao frowned. Although there were several houses on the second floor, these houses were empty. When he came to the third floor, Wang Hao finally saw something covered by a white cloth. He reached out and lifted the white cloth, and saw that it was covered with a piano. It seems that an artist lived here before. Wang Hao felt that it was impossible to find anything, so he planned to leave. However, at this moment, he found a faint light shining through the crack in the door of a house. At first Wang Hao thought his eyes were dazzled, but he took a closer look and found that there was really a light projected from the crack in the door. There are still people living here. Wang Hao was startled, and then he slowed down and approached the house. In the room, a woman in a long black dress exuding an aristocratic atmosphere was half lying on the leather sofa. In front of her was a white European-style table with several bottles of opened red wine on it. Facing the dark sky outside the window, the woman stretched out her tender white fingers to pick up a glass of red wine on the table, and gently poured it into her mouth. 6 months ago, his father died of cancer. So, she dismissed all the servants, sold all the things in the villa, and prepared to live abroad. However, fate made a huge joke with her. Just when she returned to the villa and was about to leave with a few things, the apocalypse broke out. She was in despair, but there was no way to leave the villa. There are many zombies outside, leaving the villa is only a dead end. For the past half-month, she has never eaten anything other than drinking red wine every day. Now, she didn't have much strength in her body, and she even struggled to stand up, but she was just waiting for death to come slowly. However, she is not afraid of such a death, and even hopes that it will come soon. Following her father since she was a child, her heart has also been infected by art, and she has completely different ideas from ordinary people. She didn't want the way she died was to be bitten to pieces by zombies, that would be too disgusting. She hopes that her death method can be more beautiful, just like Hemingway's pistol suicide, or drinking a cup of poison to die beautifully, or enjoying the process of death slowly coming. The woman watched the red wine on the table run out and slowly stood up. His father also likes to drink, so he put a lot of famous foreign wines in the basement. For the past half month, she has relied on these red wines to survive. Crack. The woman stretched out her hand and slowly opened the door and walked out of the room. However, just as she walked out of the room, she saw a strange man standing in front of her. Apparently, her villa has been invaded. However, the expression on the woman's face didn't change a bit, as if the person in front of her was air, walking directly in front of her. Wang Hao's expression became weird, and he became interested in this woman. He glanced into the room a few times, and after realizing that there was no one else, he chased after the woman. Just now, he had searched the entire villa to make sure that there was no one else in the villa. Wang Hao was at the stairway, reaching out and hugging the woman's waist from behind. The woman stopped, without struggling, without any resistance. In fact, she didn't even have the strength to resist. "What do you want to do?" the woman asked. "You are so beautiful, what do you think?" Wang Hao asked with a smile. This woman has snow-white skin and exudes the temperament of an aristocratic woman, which he particularly wants to have. Such Bai Fu Mei, he used to be impossible to get even in his dreams, but now he has the opportunity, how can he let it go? Snort. The woman snorted softly and said, You men without artistic pursuits are always obsessed with women's bodies, it's too superficial. I don't know what is art or not. I just ask you, are you willing? Wang Hao asked. I am a person with artistic pursuits, and my body is just a vehicle for my art. You can do whatever you want to me. But, I hope you can promise me that you can kill me after satisfying your needs. The woman looked indifferent said. C22 Every rich man is not easy. C22 Every rich man is not simple. You want me to kill you? Why? Wang Hao asked. I'm already desperate for life, you're helping me by killing me, the woman said. Is that so? Then what if I don't promise you? Wang Hao asked curiously. Then please leave my room after you finish what you want to do. What if I don't leave? Wang Hao asked with interest. Please don't be a person who makes me feel sick. A trace of displeasure appeared on the woman's face. Well, I agree to your request, I will kill you. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he picked up the woman by the waist and walked into the room. He put the woman on the bed and began to undress her. The woman didn't make any resistance, just lying there, motionless. Half an hour later, Wang Hao sat on the edge of the bed and smoked a cigarette. He suddenly realized that a woman just lying there motionless was no fun at all. If it weren't for the unique attractiveness of this woman, he might lose interest. Now, can you kill me? The woman lay quietly on the bed and asked softly. Her expression was particularly calm, as if the process just now had no effect on her at all. I won't kill you now, Wang Hao said. Why? Don't you count what you say? The woman was a little surprised. Of course I mean what I say, but I didn't say to kill you now. You are so beautiful, when I have had enough fun, I will kill you. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he threw away the cigarette and climbed onto the bed again. You are such a boring man. If the two of you don't have soul mingling, it would be very boring to do that kind of thing. After the woman finished speaking, she looked up at the sky and ignored Wang Hao. Ha ha. Although I don't understand what you said, I think it makes sense. Wang Hao said with a smile, turning the woman's body over, with her back facing him. He took out his backpack, opened a bottle of Nutrition Express and drank it. After consuming so much physical strength, I must replenish some energy. Hurry up and kill me, right? It's a good deed, said the woman. I'm not a good person, why do I do good things? After Wang Hao finished speaking, he put on his clothes, took out some drinks and food from his backpack, and put them on the table. I'm leaving, and I hope you're alive when I come next time. The woman was lying on the bed, not responding to Wang Hao's words. You woman, you are so cold. Wang Hao hugged the woman's snow-white neck, lowered his head and kissed her on the mouth, put on his backpack, opened the door, and left. The woman sat up from the bed after Wang Hao left. Wang Hao left the villa and went to another villa. Thinking back to the process of being with Bai Fu Mei in the villa just now, I still feel wonderful. He felt that if he could conquer that Bai Fu Mei and let her be his own woman, it would be a great sense of accomplishment. The colder and more noble that woman was, the more he wanted to conquer. If only she could have my child, that would be great. In that way, it was just too much fun. Wang Hao thought happily, and broke into another villa. This villa is completely different from the villa where Bai Fu Mei lives. As soon as I entered the living room, I was shocked by the exquisite decoration inside. In the 5-meter-long aquarium, hundreds of unnamed but expensive fish are still swimming happily. The more Wang Hao knew about these fish, the price of each fish would not be less than 1,000 yuan. And that huge TV, worth at least $1 million. But what Wang Hao didn't know was that any piece of wooden furniture here was worth more than a few million, and those vases were worth tens of millions. Clearly, this is a home for the super rich. It's just that Wang Hao was very curious, will such a rich man survive after the outbreak of the apocalypse? After quickly checking the first floor, he walked towards the second floor. TSK. Was this person amazing before? When Wang Hao came to the second floor, even if he didn't know how to collect, he could tell how terrifying the things here would be. All the rooms on the entire second floor are filled with all kinds of precious paintings, as well as various ancient bronzes and ancient vases. However, apart from shock, there was no other feeling. Wang Hao quickly recovered his calm state of mind. He came here mainly to search for food, not to see these worthless works of art. Continue to the third floor. Boom boom boom. As soon as he walked up to the third floor, Wang Hao heard a sound of hitting a wooden board. Wang Hao immediately became cautious and approached the place where the sound came from. Finally, he locked his eyes on a room with the door ajar. Wang Hao stretched out his hand and slowly pushed open the door in front of him, and then saw a strange picture. In the room, there was a person hanging in the air. Wang Hao shined a flashlight on this person's face and found that it was a zombie. Is this turning into a zombie after committing suicide? Wang Hao was puzzled. The man was wearing a black suit, which seemed to have been specially arranged. Maybe he made a lot of preparations before committing suicide, wanting to make his own death more dignified. Wang Hao checked the room with a flashlight, and saw a black pistol on the table with a magazine next to it. Under the black pistol, there is a piece of paper. Wang Hao glanced at it, probably meaning that after the end of the world broke out, her daughter turned into a biting monster, bit his wife to death, and bit his arm, and he was finally locked in the basement. He could feel that his brain was becoming more and more unclear, and he was very desperate. He was afraid that he would become a man-eating monster, so he chose to commit suicide. But he had killed many people, but now he didn't have the courage to shoot himself, so he chose to hang himself. This person should be a legendary boss, right? A lifetime is considered good, but it's just bad luck. His wife is infected with the zombie virus. Otherwise, with this pistol, he might be able to last for a long time. Wang Hao picked up the pistol, and it was heavy and comfortable to hold in his hand. Although I have never played with a real gun, I have played with a toy pistol. The basic principles of the two guns are still very similar, but the safety of the toy gun is a decoration, and the real gun is different. You cannot fire the gun without opening the safety. Wang Hao put the safety on the pistol and put it in his backpack. He originally wanted to try the pistol now, but he was worried that he would startle the enemy and prepare the gang, so he gave up for the time being. C-23 action begins. C-23 The action begins because no food was found. Wang Hao went downstairs without hesitation. However, when he reached the first floor, Wang Hao suddenly became interested. He had seen the environment in the villa before, but he didn't know anything about the situation in the basement. With an idea in mind, Wang Hao walked towards the entrance to the basement. After searching the two villas, Wang Hao already knew where the entrance to the basement was. He came to a door, stretched out his hand and twisted the doorknob. Immediately there was a staircase leading to the bottom, which was deep and full of coldness. As soon as he walked down the stairs, Wang Hao heard the howling of zombies. The basement was in a mess, and the things that were originally placed inside rolled down everywhere. Broken wine bottles, vinegar jars, exuding a pungent smell, and torn rice bags, all kinds of stored grain, oil and rice are here. It turns out that this is a place to store food. The shady and cool environment is indeed suitable for storing wine. Because the ventilation is well done, food is not easy to mold here. It's a really good place. Wang Hao looked around, and finally, he looked at the screaming female zombie. He looked at the girl zombie in front of him, but felt a little strange in his heart. This girl had indeed turned into a zombie, screaming non-stop, but she looked like a real person except for some blood on her body, even more delicate than human skin. The girl zombie wandered randomly in the basement without direction, screaming non-stop. Wang Hao stared at her for a while, then walked in front of her, reached out and grabbed her clothes and tore them apart. A few minutes later, Wang Hao left the basement. He discovered just now that although the girl's behavior is no different from that of a zombie, her body has not mutated. Whether it looks or feels, it is exactly the same as a human being, full of soft elasticity. It's just that Wang Hao's mind is quite normal. Even though he knew that the body of the girl zombie is the same as that of a human, he didn't have any other thoughts. If you mess with a girl zombie, it's just too perverted. By the way, why didn't I check her information? Just as Wang Hao walked out of the basement, he suddenly remembered that he still had the ability to check the attributes of zombies. With an idea, Wang Hao returned to the basement decisively. Regarding the special change of the girl zombie, he really wanted to find out what was going on. Returning to the basement again, Wang Hao looked at the information about the girl zombie that appeared in his mind. Mutated zombie, level 1, 100 experience points can be obtained by killing it. Defense, 88 attack power, 60 speed, 103 talent, bloodthirsty rage. After tasting blood, it will enter a short berserk period, and all attributes will be increased by 10 times. Wang Hao was shocked when he saw the information about the girl zombie. He didn't expect this kind of zombie to get such a powerful attribute boost after bloodthirsty, even stronger than after he turned into a zombie. Keep her for now, maybe it will come in handy. Wang Hao felt that if he met a more powerful gang, he would transport the girl zombie there and let her help him lead the battle. A zombie that has entered the berserk stage and its attributes have increased tenfold is not too scary at all. Ordinary zombies are easy to kill, but zombies whose defense power has been increased by 10 times may not be so easy to kill, right? Without guns, such mutated zombies would be unstoppable. It was after 12 o'clock in the evening when we left the basement. Wang Hao went to the third villa. Apart from 3 moving zombies, there is nothing strange about this villa. And he was lucky enough to find enough edible food here. After eating and drinking, Wang Hao found a bedroom and lay down on the bed to rest. In Nuada's villa, there are 3 zombies guarding him. It couldn't be safer. When I woke up the next day, there was just a glimmer of light in the sky. Although there were zombies guarding the room, it was not a place he was familiar with after all, so it was impossible to feel at ease. Therefore, Wang Hao didn't sleep well and woke up very early. He went to the bathroom to wash up, ate some food, and left the villa. Wang Hao found a place close to the target villa, and lay down in front of the window on the 3rd floor to observe secretly. He smoked a cigarette, occasionally took a sip of Nutrition Express, and waited patiently. Time is long, but Wang Hao has plenty of time. Finally, when the sun was brightest at noon, Wang Hao saw that those people were moving. He saw 2 men push out the oil drum and some tools from the garage, and began to check and refuel the vehicle. Not long after, a few more people came out of the villa. 3 men and 2 women, a man and a woman sat in the modified Hummer in the front, and 2 men and a woman sat in the rear Hummer. 2 people in the yard stabbed the zombie outside the iron gate with weapons, and then opened the iron gate. Afterwards, the modified Humvee that looked like an armored monster drove out first, followed by the Humvee behind it after a while. The people in the yard waited for the 2 cars to leave, and quickly closed the iron gate. Next, they began gathering yard tools and wheeling the oil drums back into the garage. The opportunity is here. When Wang Hao saw the 3 men and 2 women leaving, he had already gone downstairs with his bag on his back and Tang Dao in hand. When they came outside the villa, the 2 people were still in the garage. Wang Hao immediately turned into a zombie and jumped over the fence. After entering the garage, Wang Hao took his steps lightly and slowly approached the garage. Ha ha! Li Hu has finally left, the 2 of us can go to Zhang Qianqian to relax. At this time, the 2 men in the garage came out talking and laughing. The next moment, they saw Wang Hao. What is this? When the 2 men saw Wang Hao's transformation into a zombie, their faces turned pale with fright. However, facing the zombies, they immediately turned around and ran towards the garage relying on instinct. There are all kinds of steel tools in the garage, even in the face of zombies, they can kill with 1 blow. Wang Hao didn't give them a chance, and caught up with them from behind in 2 steps. He clenched the tang knife in his hand and cut off a person's head. The other person was kicked to the ground by him and grabbed his neck with his hands. The man was terrified and trembling, shaking endlessly. Wang Hao ignored him and wrote a few words on the ground with his sharp nails stained with blood. Then he turned the man's head to the ground. The man's eyes widened when he saw the words written on the ground. I saw it written on the ground. How many people do you have? A lot of extras are needed, regardless of gender. The survival time of the extras is uncertain, so keep those you want. C-24 capture the villa. C-24 capture the villa. Zombies can write? What's going on? The man's eyes widened, and he looked at Wang Hao incredulously. His heart was extremely shocked. What happened in front of him was beyond his understanding of zombies. Well, Wang Hao loosened the man's neck slightly, and pointed the tang knife held in his other hand at his throat. The meaning is obvious: if you don't tell the truth, you will kill him. After the initial shock, the man gradually recovered and asked, if I say so, will you forgive me? Wang Hao let out a roar, and pressed the tang dao in his hand down a little. In an instant, blood oozed from the man's neck. Don't! I said. I said. The man didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore, and said, "We have a total of 10 people here. In addition to the 5 people who left, there are 3 more people in the villa." Well, Wang Hao pondered for a while. There were only 3 people left in the villa, so it would be much easier to deal with. After Wang Hao killed the man, he stood up and walked towards the door of the villa. Gently pushing open the door of the villa, Wang Hao looked at the scene inside, a little dazed. He had already seen several villas, but the villa in front of him still shocked him a little. Huge crystal chandeliers, expensive-looking carpets, and million-dollar TV sets all show the extraordinary identities of the people who live here. This place is nice. Wang Hao looked around and began to search. He checked on the first floor, found no one, and walked towards the second floor. There are several rooms on the second floor, including a computer room that can be turned on, a gym where you can exercise, and a KTV where you can sing and dance. In short, there are many entertainment venues here. I went from south to north, and I went from white to black. I want people to see me, but not know who I am. At this moment, someone is singing the song Fake Monk in the KTV. The door was ajar, and Wang Hao could see 2 men drinking wine and singing. Wang Hao stretched out his hand and gently pushed open the door. The 2 people in the room turned their heads suspiciously, and saw Wang Hao, who had turned into a zombie. At this moment, it was as if the air had become still. Although the music was still going on, the 2 of them had never heard of it, and stared straight at Wang Hao. They have never faced zombies so close, let alone without any precautions. Now, they don't have any fighting weapons in their hands, and the only door they can escape is blocked by Wang Hao. Zombies, what should we do now? The faces of these 2 people were pale, and their words were a little awkward. What else can I do? Run, one of them shouted loudly, stretched out his hand and pushed the other towards Wang Hao. He wanted to sacrifice his companions to gain a chance of survival. Unfortunately, Wang Hao is not a real zombie. Wang Hao reached out and grabbed the neck of the rushing man, lifted him up and fell towards the floor. Boom! The man's head was directly smashed by Wang Hao, and he died of exhaustion. How did this happen? The man who originally wanted to take the opportunity to escape was dumbfounded. The zombie in front of him is not only smart, but also so strong. Facing such a zombie, he has no chance to escape. Don't kill me, don't kill me, the man stepped back, begging for mercy with trembling lips. Wang Hao ignored his begging for mercy, rushed into the room, and kicked his jaw. On the spot, the man's jaw was dislocated, and he flew backwards. Boom! The man fell to the ground, rolled his eyes and slowly died. After quickly disposing of the 2 men, Wang Hao closed the door of the KTV room and retreated. Now, there is only 1 person left in the villa. If there is no accident, it should be the Zhang Qianqian that the 2 car repairers said. Wang Hao recovered his human body, and walked towards the 3rd floor with the tang knife. Facing a woman, he didn't need to turn into a zombie. When he came to the 3rd floor, Wang Hao immediately looked around. There are many rooms here, each of which looks like a bedroom. Some bedrooms are messy with the kind of underwear and hoods that many women wear underneath, and it doesn't look like it belongs to a woman. These guys, are there still 3 of them together? Wang Hao guessed in his heart. There are still used condoms in the trash can. There are at least dozens of them, which shows how corrupt these people's daily lives are. Wang Hao checked one by one, and finally, after checking all the rooms, he stopped at a room with a note on the outside of the door. There was a line written on the note, "Do not bother me except for meals." It seems that she is still a woman with a temper. Wang Hao reached out and grabbed the doorknob, and with a slight twist, the door opened. Pushing open the door, Wang Hao saw a woman sitting in front of the computer, shaking her head with headphones on. The woman was listening to music, so she didn't notice Wang Hao walking in at all. She didn't turn around until Wang Hao reached out and patted her on the shoulder. "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you?" When the woman saw Wang Hao standing behind her, a trace of doubt appeared in her eyes. Wang Hao said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, I just think your villa is more luxurious, so I just want to live here." "Impossible. Li Hu, A Chow, and the others won't agree," the woman shook her head and said. "That's okay, I just need to kill them," Wang Hao said calmly. When the woman heard these words, a trace of fear appeared on her face, and she asked, "No, A Chow and the others are downstairs, why didn't they stop you?" "I don't know who Chow you are talking about, anyway, I have already killed 4 people," Wang Hao said. They have been killed by you?" The woman was shocked in her heart. He knew Ah Chow's strength. As long as he had a knife in his hand, he could easily deal with the siege of 5 or 6 zombies. What's more, the other 3 people are not weak, otherwise they would not be able to live in the last days for so long. Therefore, he felt that if what Wang Hao said was true, it would be simply too terrifying. The woman took a deep look at Wang Hao, and then retracted her gaze. In her heart, she had already tacitly accepted that Wang Hao was a super strong man with terrifying strength. "When will the 5 people you left come back?" Wang Hao asked. "I don't know. They went out to look for food and never took me with them," the woman said. "Then what weapons do they have on them?" "They usually go out with machetes, axes, and the like," the woman whispered. "Are you sure you didn't lie to me?" Wang Hao stretched out his hand to pinch the woman's white chin, and pointed her face at him. C25 Zombies of unknown origin. C25 The unknown zombie. The woman and Wang Hao looked at each other, and their eyes became a little erratic. She hesitated for a while, then said, "Li Hu and a Biao both have guns." When Wang Hao heard this, he began to ponder in his heart. If one person has a gun, he can still find a way to deal with it, but if 2 people have guns, it will be a bit difficult. Except for the 2 of them who have guns, what about the others? Wang Hao asked. "I can guarantee that, except for Li Hu and a Biao, no one else has a gun," the woman said with certainty. "I hope what you said is true, otherwise, I will be the first to kill you." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he took the woman and walked downstairs. The 2 of them came to the KTV on the 2nd floor. When the woman saw the 2 men lying on the ground in the KTV, her face turned pale with fright. After the end of the world broke out for so long, she has been hiding in the villa and never left. "I have never seen the horrible zombies in the last days, nor have I seen what the dead look like. Now, seeing the companion who was with him day and night dying in front of him, don't mention how terrifying it is." "Hide the bodies of these 2 with me," Wang Hao said. I dare not," the woman trembled. "Then do you want to die?" Wang Hao took out the pistol and opened the safety. "Gun, you actually have a gun." A look of shock appeared in the woman's eyes. "Stop talking nonsense, just do as I say," Wang Hao said. "Well, got it. I'll do it right away." Although the woman was afraid in her heart, she was even more afraid of death. Soon, with the help of the woman, the 2 corpses were dragged into a more secluded room. After cleaning up the blood, Wang Hao took the woman downstairs again. Seeing the 2 corpses in the warehouse again, the woman was no longer as frightened as before. But she was still overwhelmed by Wang Hao's terrifying strength. It was horrific for one man to kill 4 strong men without the use of a firearm. "Do you have the key to the warehouse?" Wang Hao asked. "I haven't," the woman replied. "Since there are none, then get rid of these 2 corpses as well," Wang Hao said. The woman nodded, and dragged the corpse towards a hidden place in the garage. It has been half an hour since the corpses were disposed of. Wang Hao checked the time, and took the woman back to the villa. "Go to the 3rd floor and enter the room where the woman was before. For a while, you listen to me. As long as things go well, I won't kill you," Wang Hao said. "Don't worry, I will definitely listen to you," the woman said in fear. Wang Hao found a rope, tied her to a chair, and covered her eyes with a black cloth. The woman was puzzled, but she didn't dare to ask more questions. Not long after, Wang Hao heard a sound coming from downstairs in the villa. He ran to the window and looked down. "I saw a modified Hummer parked outside the gate of the villa. The Hummer kept honking, but no one opened the door. Maid, where did everyone go?" The people in the car couldn't wait any longer, so they had to get out of the car to clean up the zombies around the gate, and open the gate. Soon, 2 Hummers parked in the courtyard of the villa one by one. "Brother Hu, where do you think Au and the others have gone? Why didn't they even look at the door?" asked the woman beside Li Hu. Snort Li Hu didn't speak, but his face became ugly. It was hard for others to say anything, so they followed Li Hu into the villa. There was no one on the 1st floor or the 2nd floor. But when they came to the 3rd floor, they heard a blushing and heart-beating sound coming from Zhang Qianqian's room. "Damn it, the 4 of them have gone to find Zhang Qianqian, why don't they play around?" Li Hu was furious in an instant. "Yeah, we took the risk to find food, they are good, they will enjoy it." A Biao followed. The faces of the other people were also very ugly, and they felt that those people were playing too much. "You guys, don't stop me for a while. If I don't give them some strength today, Au and the others, will I still be the boss in my eyes?" As Li Hu said, he walked towards the door of Zhang Qianqian's room first. The others were about to follow when they heard the sound of something breaking from downstairs. "Come on, there is movement down there, let's go and have a look, the boss will be sensible, don't worry here." As a Biao said, he quickly walked downstairs. On the 2nd floor, in a certain room, the voices of zombies kept coming out. "What's going on? Why are there zombies here?" A Biao's expression turned ugly, and he slowly approached the room. On the 3rd floor, Li Hu kicked Zhang Qianqian's door open with one kick. However, what caught my eye was the picture of Zhang Qianxian being tied to a chair with her eyes covered with a black cloth. What happened? Li Hu was a little dazed. He thought he would see the scene of 5 people fighting, but he didn't expect that it would be the scene of Zhang Qianxian being tied up. At this moment, a long-hidden zombie jumped out of the room and bit Li Hu's shoulder with his mouth open. Li Hu screamed in pain, reached out and drew the gun from his pocket. However, the zombie's attack was too fast, and the second bite landed on his neck. Li Hu just took out his pistol and shot the zombie in the head. Boom! The gunshot rang out, and the zombie fell to the ground. But Li Hu clutched his neck, struggled a few times, and fell to the ground uncontrollably. Zhang Qianxian was blindfolded and couldn't see anything, but she knew in her heart that someone should have been killed just now. How she wished in her heart that the person who was killed was the intruder. However, the reality is cruel. The door of the room opposite Zhang Qianxian opened at this time. Wang Hao came out with a smile on his face, and he came to Li Hu's side. It's not easy. You even have a pistol. If you're not prepared, you won't be able to deal with it. Wang Hao picked up the pistol on the ground and put it away with a little satisfaction. Then, he untied the black cloth in front of Zhang Qianxian. Zhang Qianxian opened her eyes and saw Li Hu lying on the ground, and her heart was filled with despair. Her only hope was also dashed. You'd better not shout, or he will be your end, Wang Hao said coldly. Well, I definitely won't shout. Zhang Qianxian nodded with tears in her eyes. Very good. Wang Hao reached out and pinched Zhang Qianxian's collagen-filled face, then turned and walked towards the door. As soon as he reached the door, Wang Hao heard the sound of someone walking up the stairs. Without hesitation, Wang Hao took out a zombie egg and threw it directly down the stairs. In an instant, as the zombie exploded and transformed into a zombie, a woman screamed in fright. And Wang Hao didn't mean to hide. He took a pistol and approached the stairs. C26 This woman can't stay. C26 Wang Hao came to the stairs and glanced down secretly. At this time, a woman was thrown to the ground by the zombies, and her neck was bitten off. What's going on? Where did the zombies come from in our villa? The other 3 backed away in fright. One of the men held a gun in his hand and pointed at the zombie lying on the ground that was biting. Boom! With a gunshot, the zombie's head was directly blown off. Wang Hao retracted his head when he saw this. This man has a gun. If he goes out directly, it will increase a lot of danger. Forget it, I have zombies exploding eggs, I'm afraid of a bird. Wang Hao took out 5 zombie eggs and threw them down the stairs. And he hid in a house, and then began to control a zombie. The screen in front of me switched, and it appeared on the stairs. The other 4 zombies stood with him. At the bottom of the stairs, 2 men and a woman were staring at the stairs dumbfounded. They never imagined that there would be so many zombies for no reason. These zombies smelled the smell of humans, and instantly became crazy, rushing down the stairs. Hide quickly, there are too many zombies. A Biao yelled loudly with a pistol in his hand, and the other 2 hurried towards the gymnasium inside. Boom! With a gunshot, a Biao quickly retreated while firing. It's just that in a panic, he took several shots to blow the head of a zombie. Seeing that the zombies were getting closer and closer to him, a Biao had no choice but to turn around and run to the gym. I want to run, I am afraid it's too late. Wang Hao rushed up, stretched out his arms to hug a Biao, and bit him on the neck. A Biao let out a heart-piercing roar and fell to the ground. Wang Hao ignored him and continued to rush towards the 2 people in front. At this time, the man and woman had already arrived at the entrance of the gym. It's just that the man ran fast, and the woman fell behind. Come on in, the man shouted loudly, but when he saw that Wang Hao had appeared behind the woman, he decisively closed the door. No, don't close the door. Desperate, the woman reached out and knocked on the door. But the door was tightly closed, and there was no sign of opening it. Hearing the roar of the zombie behind her, the woman knelt down and sat slumped on the ground. Wang Hao looked at the helpless woman, but didn't do anything. Because at this time, the other 2 zombies who were still alive rushed over. They rushed over, grabbed the woman, and began to bite. Hearing the woman's screams, Wang Hao began to observe the gym in front of him. The door to the gym is closed and there is no way to get in. However, Wang Hao looked at the handle on the door, and subconsciously grabbed it and twisted it. Crack! To his surprise, the door opened. What's going on? In the gym, the man sitting on the ground with his back against the door was stunned. He just heard the scream of the woman outside the door, and thought that the woman would not push the door again. After relaxing his vigilance, he no longer blocked the door. In his opinion, doorknobs can only be used by people, and zombies would never think of twisting the doorknob. But what happened now made his heart almost burst. The man stood up quickly, trying to close the door again. However, Wang Hao didn't give him a chance at all. Boom, he slammed the door open, stretched out his hand and grabbed the dumbfounded man. This man knew that he had no chance of winning against zombies. Wang Hao scratched the man's neck casually. Why? The man stretched out his hand to cover his bleeding neck, stared at his eyes, and fell to the ground powerlessly. Until he died, he didn't know how these zombies entered the villa. At this time, Wang Hao heard the roar of zombies coming from a door behind him. Strange, how come there are zombies here? Wang Hao opened the door and saw 2 zombies inside. These 2 zombies are the 2 people who sang in the KTV before, and now they have turned into zombies. Wang Hao looked at the 2 zombies in front of him, found a rope, tied the 2 zombies and the 2 zombies transformed with zombie eggs, and pulled them downstairs. He took the zombies outside the villa, and then he untied the rope. There are very few zombies around the villa, it would be a pity to kill them. At that time, he still thought about learning how to drive, and transporting a batch of zombies to leave outside the villa for patrolling. Soon, it's time for zombies to explode eggs. Wang Hao's consciousness returned to his body again. He found Zhang Qianqian and untied her from the rope. Have you killed them all? Zhang Qianqian asked tremblingly. That's right, I killed them all. Wang Hao said. Then will you kill me? Zhang Qianqian asked. That depends on your performance. As long as you perform well, I won't kill you. Wang Hao said. I see. Zhang Qianqian nodded, and dragged Li Hu's body downstairs without caring about her fear. This woman is quite smart. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction, but he didn't intend to save her life. After all, he killed all of Zhang Qianqian's partners, how could this woman not hate herself? If one day he relaxes his vigilance, will Zhang Qianqian secretly stab him with a knife? He didn't dare to bet on these. In the last days, there is no shortage of women. Although Zhang Qianqian was indeed very beautiful, her long white legs and the roundness in front of her body all attracted him and inspired his restless thoughts. However, he is not a man whose thinking is controlled by evil thoughts. If you want to have many beauties in the last days, first of all, you have to ensure that you can always live. If you die, all that will be meaningless. Wang Hao came to the 2nd floor and put away the gun in Biao's hand. Finally, after an hour, Zhang Qianqian dragged all the bodies to the grass downstairs. Find a handful of iron catalpas, dig a hole here, and bury them all. Wang Hao walked around the yard and pointed to a place. But, I'm very tired now. Zhang Qianqian looked at Wang Hao with big watery eyes and said aggrievely. When Li Hu was here, he was always reluctant to let her do all kinds of tiring work. But now, not only do all kinds of tiring work under Wang Hao, but also don't get a good face, the difference is simply too big. However, Zhang Qianqian believes that with her good looks, she can definitely slowly conquer Wang Hao. Okay, it's getting late, so let's go back and have something to eat first. Wang Hao also felt hungry, so he went back to the villa with Zhang Qianqian. Under the leadership of Zhang Qianqian, Wang Hao found food. As the saying goes, when you are full and think about lust, after Wang Hao had a full meal, he began to look at Zhang Qianqian who was eating in front of him. In other words, would it be unacceptable for the protagonist to be cruel? C27 Dig your own grave. C27 Digging your own grave. Zhang Qianqian ate very carefully. She tore the bread in her hand into pieces and slowly put them into the rosy mouth. If he didn't know that Zhang Qianqian had already had sex with many men here, Wang Hao might have regarded him as a cute girl next door. What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like this? Zhang Qianqi blinked her eyes and asked suspiciously. It's nothing, go take a shower, I'll wait for you in the room. Wang Hao said. Zhang Qianqian was slightly taken aback, a little confused. However, when she saw Wang Hao take out the condom from his backpack, a smug expression immediately appeared on her face. This stinky dick, you must have never seen a beauty like me, you can't control yourself now, can you? Zhang Qianqian stared at Wang Hao, having such thoughts in her heart, and then said, then you wait for me, I will wash it clean. Zhang Qianqian finished eating the bread in her hand in 2 or 3 bites, then ran to the room, changed into her pajamas, and went to the bathroom. She expected that an ordinary-looking man like Wang Hao had never seen a beauty like her, so as long as she used some tricks, Wang Hao would be so infatuated with her that he couldn't extricate himself. Not long after, Zhang Qianqian came to the room where Wang Hao was after taking a shower. Have you washed it? Wang Hao asked. I washed it clean. If you don't believe me, smell it. Zhang Qianqian said coquettishly. Okay, come here and lie down here. Wang Hao pointed to the big cotton bed. So direct? Zhang Qianqian was a little depressed, she still had a lot of moves, so she couldn't please Wang Hao. Then what do you think I should do? Wang Hao asked with a flat face. Okay, why don't people listen to you? Zhang Shanshan pursed her mouth and fell down reluctantly, but felt aggrieved in her heart. This method made her feel that she was a machine used by others to vent her anger, which was very insulting to her personality. Regardless of what Zhang Shanshan thought, Wang Hao reached out to get the box of condoms that had already been opened beside the bed. 1 hour later. Go to rest next door. Wang Hao said, looking at Zhang Shanshan, who was flushing. Ah? Don't you need me to accompany you at night? Zhang Shanshan was a little dazed. She felt that she couldn't guess Wang Hao's thoughts at all. I will call you when I need it, Wang Hao said with a cold face. Oh well. Zhang Shanshan responded and left with her pajamas in her arms. Snort. After watching Zhang Shanshan leave, Wang Hao groaned softly. He doesn't plan to sleep with Zhang Shanshan. The night is full of dreams. Who knows if this woman will do anything to him while he is asleep? That night, Wang Hao called Zhang Shanshan 3 times. But after every tossing, she would be called back to her room. Zhang Shanshan was very depressed about this, but there was nothing she could do. Moreover, what confuses her is that Wang Hao always makes her lie on the stomach, never faces him, and never even kisses her mouth. Even when she offered to help him with her mouth, Wang Hao gave her a glare. This man is really strange. He doesn't understand women at all. This way is simply too domineering. Zhang Shanshan guessed so in her heart, and began to worry about her life with Wang Hao. The next morning, Wang Hao woke up Zhang Shanshan. After the two of them ate and drank enough, they went downstairs. Dig a hole here and bury them all. Wang Hao pointed to a piece of grass and said, Oh, you tossed me 4 times last night, and I'm still a little sore all over. Can't you feel sorry for me? Zhang Shanshan asked aggrievedly. Okay, this is the last time. If you do this well, I will let you have a good rest, Wang Hao said with a smile. That's what you said, don't lie to me, Zhang Shanshan said with her mouth curled up. Her appearance was quite cute. It's a pity that Wang Hao didn't like her when he knew that she had sex with the men in the villa, and even had a carnival with 3 of them in the room. Wang Hao saw Zhang Shanshan digging a hole, so he went upstairs. Anyway, there were zombies outside the villa, so he was not afraid that Zhang Shanshan would escape outside. He found all the house keys in the villa, as well as 3 car keys. Then, he began to clean the blood on the ground. When it was all done, the villa looked clean again. By this time, it was almost noon. When he came downstairs, Wang Hao saw that Zhang Shanshan had already dug a half-meter deep hole. Wang Hao took a visual inspection and felt that the earth pit was enough to bury everyone. It's not that he wants to dig graves, he just needs to be able to bury these people in the soil. Okay, there's no need to dig. Throw these corpses into the pit and have something to eat. Wang Hao took out some food and mineral water. Ah, I can finally rest. Zhang Shanshan put down the hoe and took a deep breath. The work she did this day was more tiring than all the work she had done in the previous half of her body. Zhang Shanshan pushed all the corpses on the grass into the pit and walked towards Wang Hao. She took the mineral water in Wang Hao's hand, took a few sips, and started eating. After doing so much work, I was already very hungry, and I no longer cared about the image of a lady in the past, so I started eating. Is it ready to eat now? Wang Hao asked. Yes. Zhang Shanshan nodded obediently. Now that you've eaten, you can take a good rest, Wang Hao said. Zhang Shanshan nodded again. However, she did not realize that Wang Hao had already pulled out a black pistol. Boom! With a gunshot, Zhang Shanshan fell into the pit with confusion in her eyes. She didn't know until she died that she was digging her own grave after being busy for a long time, and Wang Hao was just using her from the beginning to the end. Sorry, I really can't trust you. Although Wang Hao killed Zhang Shanshan, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Killing people is not a happy thing. He was not a really cruel person, that's why he killed Zhang Shanshan with a pistol. If he didn't want her to die happily, he could have killed her with a dagger. Turn into a zombie. Wang Hao let out a roar and turned into a zombie. Now, his strength and speed have greatly increased, and he picked up the iron catalpa and quickly buried all the corpses in the pit. Finally, he pushed the excess soil out of the door, found turf, and covered the ground in the yard. Okay, everything seems to be back to its original state, and Li Mengyao shouldn't be able to see anything. Wang Hao looked at everything in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, he left the villa with a tang knife and pistol in his bag and walked down the mountain. After returning to school, Wang Hao was not in a hurry to go to the girls' dormitory, but stopped at the door of the boys' dormitory. Su Xian must be starving, right? Going to her at this time will definitely listen to me, Wang Hao thought in his heart, and the image of Su Xian despising himself in the past appeared in his mind. C28 See Su Xian again. C28 Meeting Su Xian again. Wang Hao took the tang knife and entered the boys' dormitory. In the hallway of the boys' dormitory, zombies roamed everywhere. Wang Hao pushed away the zombies and walked upstairs. With so many zombies, even if Su Xian wanted to escape, he had no chance. If she dared to go down from the balcony like Li Dong did, it would be possible to escape. However, Wang Hao absolutely did not believe that Su Xian had that courage. When he came to the second floor, Wang Hao took out the tang knife and began to chop and kill. He needed to make some noise for Su Xian to hear. The number of zombies on the second floor is much less than that on the first floor, only a few dozen. Wang Hao hacked and killed for a long time before cleaning up. Then, he opened the doors of several rooms next to him, pulled out the table from inside, and blocked the stairs. In this way, the zombies were isolated from the outside and could not enter the aisle on the second floor. The zombies roared, but they didn't push the table. They didn't smell human breath, so they rarely went crazy. Wang Hao took a deep breath. He was exhausted from the fierce operation just now. He is still too weak without turning into a zombie. However, Wang Hao felt that the current self seemed to be so much better than the previous few days. Thinking of this, Wang Hao looked at the introduction of character attributes in his mind. Name, Wang Hao state, humanoid state, can be transformed into a zombie state. Grade, level 2, 8650/10,000, defense, 50 attack power, 50 speed, 60, the attributes of ordinary people are 100. Talent, bloodthirsty killing humans or zombies to evolve, each level will get a new talent. Zombie explosion egg, after use, it will become a controllable zombie, which lasts for 10 minutes. Upgrading the level can prolong the existence time of zombie explosion egg after use. Not bad, the human attribute has improved compared to before. Wang Hao was quite satisfied. Although his attributes hadn't improved much, his training had at least worked. Continue to keep exercising, and you will gradually reach the standard of normal people. It's just a pity for Wang Hao. Human attributes will not change because of the level of zombies, and they can only rely on their own hard work. However, these had little effect on him. No matter what danger you encounter, you can solve it as long as you transform into a zombie. Thinking of this, Wang Hao walked towards the room where Su Xian was. Inside the room, Su Xian stood behind the door with a haggard face, looking outside through the glass on the door. Originally, she was lying on the bed, but when she heard the sound of someone hacking and killing zombies, she struggled to get up. Ever since the zombies took over the boys' dormitory, she has been afraid to leave the room. There are zombies outside, leaving the house is tantamount to death. And there wasn't much food in the room, and she only lasted for half a day before she ran out of food. Now, she has been hungry for 2 whole days. Finally, Su Xian saw someone walking from the aisle. Wang Hao? Why is it him? Su Xian was stunned. She thought it would be Li Dong or another man who came to kill the zombies. But she was wrong, that person turned out to be Wang Hao. He was kicked out of the boys' dormitory that day. Shouldn't he be eaten by zombies? Why did he come back alive? Su Xian was extremely puzzled. Wang Hao's expulsion from the boys' dormitory had a lot to do with her, so if he begged him to save himself at this time, would he agree? Forget it. I'm almost starving to death, he can't just leave him alone, right? He's still a classmate anyway. Thinking of this, Su Xian reached out and opened the door. Wang Hao was about to call the door when he saw a girl in black pajamas open the door and appear in front of him. There was a flash of embarrassment in the girl's eyes, and then she showed a surprised expression, and said, Wang Hao, why are you back? Come on, there are zombies outside, come in and hide. It's okay, I killed all the zombies. Wang Hao looked at Su Xian's face, and found that she had not had a good time these 2 days, and felt inexplicably happy. Su Xian looked out the door and found that all the zombies on the second floor had indeed disappeared. On the ground, there were many zombies. You killed so many zombies? A shocked expression appeared on Su Xian's face. She didn't expect that Wang Hao still had such strength, and she instantly regretted her previous attitude towards Wang Hao. It's just a trifle. Wang Hao didn't care, and then asked, pretending to be puzzled, what happened these days? Why are there zombies everywhere in the corridor? I just saw Li Dong's body. Li Dong is dead? Hearing this, Su Xian was startled and disappointed, shook his head and said, I don't know, a lot of zombies rushed in that day, luckily I closed the door, otherwise I wouldn't be alive now. Su Xian no longer had a strong support, and she lost her previous arrogance when speaking. Oh, let me tell you the truth, I actually came back to take revenge. It's a pity that Li Dong and the others are all dead, and I have no place to take revenge. Wang Hao said. Are you here for revenge? Su Xian's face turned pale in an instant, his eyes were full of horror, and he asked a little uneasily, "Then are you going to kill me?" "Don't worry, you are a woman, I won't kill women, besides, we are classmates after all, now you are left alone, how could I kill you?" Wang Hao said with a smile. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and a smile appeared on his face. "That's not true. The end of the world has broken out. I'm afraid there are not many people outside who have died long ago. If you dare to venture back alone, you must have not found a companion? From now on, the two of us will be together." As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed Wang Hao's arm, dragging him into the room. Perhaps because he was afraid of the zombies outside, he quickly closed the door. Su Xian was always a little embarrassed facing Wang Hao. After closing the door, he didn't know what to say. It was Wang Hao who opened his mouth and said, "Your complexion is very bad. Have you not eaten for a long time?" "Well, I've been hungry for 2 days, and I didn't even drink a drop of water, so I almost passed out." As Su Xian said, she shed tears of grievance. Well, Wang Hao felt a little unnatural. The current Su Xian was no longer the same as the Su Xian of the previous 2 days, not only spoke softly, but also did not have the savage personality of the past. On the contrary, he looked a little more lovable. However, Wang Hao will not be deceived by her appearance. He will never forget the matter of framing himself for peeking at her in the toilet that day, and getting Li Dong to kick him out of the dormitory that day. If it wasn't for the awakening of the Zombie King's evolution system, he would have already become the ration of zombies, so why would he appear here now? "Su Xian, no matter how likable you are, I will never let you go. I will get tired of playing with you, and I will kill you again." Wang Hao thought so in his heart, but there was a distressed look on his face. He reached out and took off the backpack, and said, "You must be starving. I happen to have some food here, so hurry up and eat." "Wang Hao, thank you." Su Xian was so moved that he reached out to take the food sent by Wang Hao, tore open the packaging bag regardless of his appearance, and started to gobble it up. "How to improve my writing skills? I feel that the written words cannot satisfy me. Ask for a recommendation ticket to reward in comfort. C29 a surprise. C29 a surprise. Wang Hao looked at Su Xian gobbling it up, but a smile appeared in his eyes. He believed that with such a small amount of food, Su Xian would never be able to eat enough. Sure enough, after Su Xian finished eating the biscuits and a ham sausage, he looked at Wang Hao again. "With such a little food, I can't eat enough at all, and it seems to stimulate my stomach, making me feel even hungrier. I'm not full yet, do you have any more?" Su Xian asked cautiously. "Of course, there are ham sausages, canned pig's trotters, mineral water, everything," Wang Hao said proudly. "Then give me something to eat, I've been starving for the past 2 days." Su Xian stretched out her white hand. "I can give it to you, but you have to give me a suitable reason. Why don't I keep the food for myself, but give it to you?" Wang Hao didn't intend to give her these foods for nothing. Now, the value of food is so important, how can it be wasted? "You, what do you mean? I don't understand?" Su Xian asked suspiciously. "You are the class flower of our class, why don't you understand?" Wang Hao stared at Su Xian's long white and tender legs, and looked up and down. You don't want that, do you?" A surprised expression appeared on Su Xian's face. "You're still pretty smart, how are you? Are you willing?" Wang Hao asked. Su Xian glanced at Wang Hao's appearance and hesitated. Wang Hao has always been the Diaosi she despises, but now she can force herself with food, which makes her feel a little hard to accept. But now she is really too hungry. If she doesn't agree, what can she do? "Do you continue to be hungry? How is that possible? People will starve to death. I promise to be your girlfriend, okay?" Su Xian hesitated and asked tentatively. "Maid," Wang Hao suddenly felt upset, "you woman is too hypocritical. Do you still think I'm hanging silk? At the beginning when Li Dong asked you to be his girlfriend, didn't you take the initiative? Now I give you something to eat, and you are still hesitant? Who am I?" Wang Hao thought to himself, his face became ugly, he snorted coldly, and said, "I don't care about girlfriends? If you don't want to, just say so, and I'll leave now." Wang Hao didn't bother to pay attention to Su Xian anymore, turned around, and planned to leave. He felt that if Su Xian could bargain with him, it must be because he was not hungry enough, and he had to be hungry for 2 more days. "Don't go." Seeing Wang Hao turning around to leave, Su Xian felt anxious, almost cried out, and quickly grabbed Wang Hao's hand. "What? Are you willing to accept me now?" Wang Hao asked. "I am willing." Su Xian's eye circles were a little red, and she nodded agreeably. "Okay, these are for you." Wang Hao opened his backpack, took out ham sausage, canned pork, and Nutrition Express, and put them all on the table. When Su Xian saw these foods, he reached out and grabbed them and ate them. Wang Hao took it out of his backpack, put it on the table, and began to wait patiently. Now that Su Xian agreed, she would naturally not regret it. Can we start now? Wang Hao asked when he saw that Su Xian was full. Su Xian nodded with a flushed face. Wang Hao stepped forward, grabbed Su Xian's clothes with his hand, and tore them apart. Su Xian, on the other hand, closed her eyes. Half an hour later. What's the matter with you? Why are you still crying? Wang Hao looked at Su Xian, whose eyes were red from crying, and there were 10,000 idiots running around in his heart. He felt that Su Xian must be crying sadly because she was unwilling to accept herself. However, Su Xian wiped his tears with his hand and said, "How do I know?" Well, isn't that right? Wang Hao looked down, a strange look appeared on his face, and then, he felt very happy. Damn Li Dong, don't you look awesome? You're a coward. Ha! Wang Hao was ecstatic in his heart, and the unhappiness of being bullied by Li Dong before was swept away. Facing Li Dong at first, he still had some low self-esteem, but now, he only has confidence in his heart. Afterwards, the way Wang Hao looked at Su Xian was also different. Li Dong, didn't you say that I am a waste? Now, I know that you are the real waste. Wang Hao was really happy when he thought that Su Xian was not obtained by Li Dong, but his body was obtained by himself. Li Dong, what do you think you are better than me? In terms of strength, I am stronger than you now, and in terms of women, the woman I am looking for is more beautiful than the one you are looking for, and the woman you are looking for, how incompetent are you? But it's okay. Ha! The more Wang Hao thought about it, the happier he became, and he looked at Su Xian again. Su Xian and Wang Hao looked at each other, then became a little nervous, and asked in a low voice, "What are you going to do?" "No. I'm not a pervert. I just feel sorry for Li Dong." Wang Hao said. "What do you mean by that?" Su Xian was a little puzzled. "Okay, take a good rest, these foods are enough for you to last for 2 days. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he began to put on his clothes. "What do you mean? Are you leaving?" Su Xian's eyes widened. "Well, I'm going to find some food," Wang Hao said. "Then you. How long have you been out?" Su Xian asked. "It's hard to say, it may take a while, it may take a long time, or it may take longer, it depends on luck," Wang Hao said casually. Oh. Su Xian didn't know what Wang Hao had experienced outside, so when he heard this, he believed it. "Then be careful." Su Xian said worriedly that if something happened to Wang Hao, she would starve again. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he carried his bag, opened the door and left. He originally wanted to, but that would at least take a long time, and he couldn't wait. If so, there is no need to wait, but he wants to keep Su Xian to play slowly, so there is no need to do that. Besides, Li Mengyao is the schoolgirl, with her white and tender legs and proud figure, she is much prettier than Su Xian. There is a school beauty staring at him in the room, there is really no reason for him to stay here longer. Seeing Wang Hao leave, Su Xian took off the pajamas that covered her body. She tore some paper from the bed, slowly got up, and walked to the bathroom. But at this moment, Su Xian suddenly had doubts in his heart. It's so strange how this Wang Hao is different from Li Dong. C30 zombies don't bite. C30 zombies don't bite. When Wang Hao returned to the girls' dormitory, Li Mengyao was lying on the balcony looking downstairs in a daze. "Honey, what are you looking at?" Wang Hao closed the door casually and asked with some doubts. "I'm waiting for you." Li Mengyao turned around and saw that it was Wang Hao. She was overjoyed and ran towards him. The night after Wang Hao left, her life was not easy. At night, the zombies outside kept roaring. She was so frightened that she couldn't fall asleep. After finally surviving until dawn, he began to worry about Wang Hao's safety, and also couldn't fall asleep. Now, finally wait until Wang Hao comes back. Li Mengyao came to Wang Hao, saw that there were bloodstains on his body, and couldn't help asking worriedly, "Are you injured? Why is there blood on your body?" "I was bitten by a zombie," Wang Hao said. "Ah? How could this be?" When Li Mengyao heard this, it was as if the sky had fallen, and she was completely taken aback. Wang Hao is her only support now. If he is bitten by a zombie, she will not have to live. "Ha ha! I lied to you. These are the blood of zombies, I will not be injured, don't you believe me?" Looking at Li Mengyao's face, Wang Hao couldn't help laughing. "Ah? So you're lying to me? You're so annoying." Li Mengyao stretched out her pink fist and was about to beat Wang Hao. "Hey, I'm your husband. If you beat me to death, you will become a widow." As Wang Hao said, he grabbed Li Mengyao's tender white wrist and pushed her against the wall. "You, what are you doing?" Li Mengyao couldn't break free, and asked with some embarrassment. "I haven't seen you for a long time, and I want to be with you again." Wang Hao stared at Li Mengyao's eyes, smelled the fragrance of her body, and slowly approached her. "Oh, no, not today. Please, let me go." Li Mengyao turned her head away, preventing Wang Hao from kissing her mouth. "What's wrong with you?" Wang Hao asked suspiciously. I'm here today." Li Mengyao blushed and said with some embarrassment. "What is that? Can you explain clearly?" Wang Hao was a little puzzled. "Oh, you really don't understand, girls? It's that, Li Mengyao stretched out her hand to cover her lower abdomen, and said with a coy expression. "Oh, I see, it's, right?" Wang Hao suddenly realized. "Understood, then don't let me go." Li Mengyao snorted tenderly and turned her head away. Hey, Wang Hao let go of Li Mengyao, and stretched out his hand to help her sit on the edge of the bed. He knew that girls generally couldn't do that kind of thing during their menstrual period, and they would have a bad temper and feel very uncomfortable. "Then you sit and rest for a while. I'll go outside to find some brown sugar. By the way, I'll see if I can get some hot water. I heard that the girl is here. Drinking some brown sugar water will help. I didn't expect you to be very careful." Li Mengyao was a little surprised that Wang Hao could say such a thing. In her impression, boys are very careless and don't care about girls' affairs at all. "Ha, you are my wife, I don't care about you, who cares about you?" After Wang Hao finished speaking, he was about to leave. "Hey, don't worry, you just came back. Why don't you sit with me for a while before leaving?" Li Mengyao said. "Oh well." Wang Hao sat beside Li Mengyao and put his arms around her slender waist. "Aren't you looking for a villa? How are you doing now?" Li Mengyao asked. "Ha ha. Look at my memory, I just wanted to tell you about this when I came back, and I forgot about it." Wang Hao stood up, pointed in one direction, and said, "The villa has been found. It's on the hill in the outskirts. The 3-story villa has a fence outside, and the inside is very luxurious. It has a study room, a computer room, KTV, and a gym." "Really? That's great." Li Mengyao was very happy. These days, she has been hiding in this small house, and she can't stand it anymore. If it weren't for Wang Hao's appearance, it would be difficult for her to persevere. Now that Wang Hao has found a suitable villa to live in, she is naturally happy. "Then when shall we move there?" Li Mengyao asked. "You are not feeling well today, and you missed the best time. It seems that it will only be at noon tomorrow," Wang Hao said. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and as time went by, the number of zombies outside gradually increased. At this time, if you want to take Li Mengyao to the villa, it is tantamount to giving free food to the zombies. Every day at noon when the sun is brightest, the zombies are the fewest. Only then is it suitable to go out. Oh well. Li Mengyao knew that going to the villa would definitely not be an easy task, so she was not in a hurry. "By the way, when you go out later, can you bring me a pack of ants' towels?" Li Mengyao asked with a blushing face. Wang Hao didn't answer, but said with a straight face, "Call my husband." Li Mengyao was slightly taken aback, and then called out, "Husband?" "That's right. I'm your husband and you are my wife. Is it necessary to be so polite to me? Just tell me what you want. I'll definitely bring it back for you." As Wang Hao said, he reached out and took Li Mengyao's white and tender hand. "Husband." Li Mengyao was a little moved. She originally looked down on Wang Hao, but now, she found more and more that she couldn't do without Wang Hao. "Okay, you stay safe alone, I'm leaving." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he stood up, opened the door and left. Li Mengyao looked at Wang Hao's leaving figure, pouted her lips, and said with some amusement, "Obviously you need to pay attention to safety. What danger can I be in the room?" When Wang Hao came to the street, he walked towards a convenience store. Entering the convenience store, Wang Hao quickly found several packages of the most expensive ants' towels. "Then, I found a pack of high-quality brown sugar and some energy-enhancing food, and stuffed them all into my backpack." However, just as Wang Hao was packing food, he suddenly heard strange footsteps approaching the convenience store. Wang Hao was used to the footsteps of zombies, and he knew that zombies staggered when they walked, with one step light and one step heavy, irregular. But now, the footsteps he heard were obviously different from zombies. "Humans, what's going on? Does anyone dare to walk outside in broad daylight?" Although Wang Hao was shocked, he still bent down and hid behind the shelves where daily necessities were placed. Soon, 2 invisible men wearing helmets walked into the convenience store. I saw that the 2 of them were wearing a bloodstained coat, and there was a pungent rancid smell of blood from all over their bodies. And those zombies wandering outside the door didn't seem to be interested in the smell on them, so they didn't even attack them. C31 promoted to level 3, C31 upgrading to level 3. What's going on? Why don't the zombies attack them? Is it because there is blood on the clothes they wear? Wang Hao hid behind the shelf and was shocked to see the two men who walked into the convenience store safe and sound. Originally, having the ability not to be bitten by zombies was almost the biggest difference between him and ordinary people, but now, others seem to have this ability. Although this may have something to do with the clothes they wear, in any case, his advantage in the last days has been reduced. However, Wang Hao did not attack them. Although he really wanted to ask the reason why these two people were not bitten by zombies, he was also curious whether there was any team behind these two people. After the two packed some food in the convenience store, they left in a hurry. Wang Hao waited for a few seconds before following. As soon as he walked out of the convenience store, Wang Hao turned into a zombie. He shuttled through the crowd of zombies, keeping a distance of about 10 meters from the two people in front of him. Soon, Wang Hao saw the two people turn a corner and enter a remote path. There are not many zombies in this alley, so Wang Hao didn't dare to get too close to them. Finally, when the distance between the two people was far away, Wang Hao entered the alley. After passing through the alley, Wang Hao found that the two people had disappeared. Ha! Where did it go? Wang Hao was puzzled for a while and looked around. Soon, he discovered that there was a police station not far from him. The courtyard of the police station was surrounded by Tai Shanlan, and there were several police cars parked inside. Did they enter the police station? Wang Hao guessed this way, because the police station was the closest to him, and the ones further away were no longer suitable for avoiding. Only the police station is the most suitable place to hide from zombies nearby. It's definitely right here. Those people came out of the police station. Through observation, Wang Hao found that there were obviously more zombies dead at the entrance of the police station than in other places, which meant that the zombies at the entrance of the police station had affected the people inside. He approached the gate of the police station and found that there was an iron chain on the gate and a brand new lock on it. Wang Hao left the gate, followed the iron fence outside the yard, and approached the house inside. At this time, a faint voice came from the house inside. Turning into a zombie will greatly increase your hearing, but you can't hear what the people inside are saying. Still, that's enough. There are people in the police station, so they must have guns. Such people are too dangerous for Wang Hao. He had to guard against these people, and the best way was to kill them. Knowing the location, Wang Hao left temporarily. He wanted to wait to come back at night to see if he had a chance to clean up these people. Just taking advantage of the time, kill more than 100 more zombies, and quickly raise the zombie level to level 3. After leaving the police station, Wang Hao saw a pink scooter lying on the side of the street. Next to the motorcycle was a torn and inhuman corpse, and there were messy things lying on the ground. It is conceivable what the owner of the motorcycle encountered at the beginning. Wang Hao found the motorcycle key on the ground, tried the motorcycle, and found that it was not broken. He rode a motorcycle to a restaurant. After entering, he saw that the gas stove was still working, so he boiled some water. Li Mengyao's aunt is here, so it's good to drink some brown sugar water. Wang Hao filled a bottle of brown sugar water before returning to the girls' dormitory. Honey, you're back. Seeing the brown sugar water in Wang Hao's hand, Li Mengyao admired and worried about Wang Hao. He couldn't imagine, with so many zombies outside, why Wang Hao could still do things that ordinary people couldn't. Therefore, Li Mengyao was very moved. She felt that Wang Hao was willing to risk his life to go outside just to give her a cup of brown sugar water. This is the brown sugar water I cooked for you, drink it quickly. Wang Hao walked up to Li Mengyao and directly sent her the brown sugar water in his hand. My husband, thank you. Li Mengyao said. You're welcome, if you are in good health, I will be in a good mood too. Wang Hao stretched out his hand and pinched Li Mengyao's face, and said softly. Yeah. I see. Li Mengyao nodded, opened the water glass, and drank slowly. Feeling the warm water glass in her hand, her heart felt warm. She felt that being able to meet Wang Hao was the luckiest thing for her in the last days. Wang Hao didn't stay in the room for long, so he made excuses and left. It's almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon now, and it's not far from dark. After Wang Hao went downstairs, he walked towards the teaching building. Here, in every classroom, there are dozens of zombies. Wang Hao kicked open the door of a classroom, and rushed in with a tang knife. In an instant, the classroom was full of heads and blood flowed like a river. Ding! Finally, after half an hour, a mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 3. The attack power, defense power, and speed have all been improved. In addition, you have a chance to draw talent. May I ask the host if you want to draw it now? Draw it now. Wang Hao said expectantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for extracting the talent skill Zombie Commander. Zombie Leader? How to use this skill? Wang Hao asked suspiciously. Zombie Commander. After releasing this skill, the host can command all the zombies within a radius of 50 meters and direct their actions. My god, how powerful is it? Commanding all the zombies within a radius of 50 meters, this is going to be against the sky. Wang Hao is very satisfied with the natural ability he has drawn. After releasing the ability, it is equivalent to owning a legion. Moreover, they are still not afraid of death, and their combat effectiveness is still beyond the charts. If this encounters an ordinary human group, it will be a slap in the face, completely crushing the invincible rhythm. When Wang Hao thought of this, he was very excited. Then, he looked at the information in his mind, and it had changed dramatically. Name, Wang Hao. Status, Zombie status, can be transformed into human status. Level 3, 0/1000000. Defense, 630 attack power, 680 speed, 380 talent, bloodthirsty killing humans or zombies to evolve. Each level will get a new talent. Zombie Egg Explosion. After use, it will become a controllable zombie, which lasts for 20 minutes. Upgrading the level can prolong the existence time of Zombie Egg Explosion. Zombie Commander. After releasing this skill, the host can command all the zombies within a radius of 50 meters and direct their actions. Wang Hao was very excited when he saw the improvement of attributes. The attributes of ordinary human beings are only 100, but his attributes have reached 6 times that of ordinary people. This is simply too scary. This difference is not as simple as 1 person and 6 people, it is the difference between heaven and earth. With his current strength, it is not a problem to completely kill ordinary people in seconds. C32 Talent Leader, C32 Talent Commander. Now, let me try this new talent skill. Wang Hao's heart moved, and he was about to try how to release this ability, when a miraculous scene appeared. He suddenly felt that his vision began to float up, just like when playing games, he gained a magical vision of God. Wang Hao's vision rose to the top of the teaching building, and then stopped. Isn't this innate skill too strong? Wang Hao discovered that not only did he gain the vision of God, but he was also able to move freely. That is to say, he can see anything within a radius of 50 meters from his own place as the center. However, there is also a disadvantage of obtaining the vision of God, that is, 50 meters away becomes a vast expanse of whiteness, and nothing can be seen. It was a spherical sky, covering a radius of 50 meters where he was. This made Wang Hao think of the feeling of being at Drug Circle in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, which is quite interesting. After he determined the distance his vision could move, he began to try to move his vision. Wang Hao's vision passed through the gray roof wall and entered a classroom. He continued to control his vision to move downwards, passed through 3 classroom walls, and came to the first floor. Then, he started to move sideways again, and all the classrooms appeared in his field of vision. Soon, Wang Hao became familiar with the moving method of vision. Next, he began to try to lead the zombies in these classrooms. Commanding the zombies is simpler than moving the field of vision. As long as the mind moves, these zombies will act according to Wang Hao's will. You hit me against the wall. Wang Hao issued an order, and immediately a zombie ran towards the wall without hesitation. Boom! The zombie slammed its head against the wall, smashing its head. Wang Hao was very excited. The zombies really obeyed his command unconditionally. And he unexpectedly discovered that the zombies killed by command talent will also give him experience. In this way, Wang Hao became happier. Originally, he thought that more and more zombies need to be killed to upgrade, and it would be more difficult to upgrade, but now it seems that it is easier than before. Thinking of this, Wang Hao made all the zombies in a class slam into the wall. Boom boom! With the sound of hitting the wall, Wang Hao saw his experience bar increase visible to the naked eye. 1 million experience points are required to upgrade to level 4, and 100,000 zombies must be killed to be able to upgrade. But now, in less than 10 minutes, Wang Hao killed more than 2,000 zombies through his leadership ability, and gained 20,000 experience points. Ha ha! This experience is increasing too fast. I'm afraid I will be able to rise to level 4 in a few days. Wang Hao retracted his vision and walked out of the classroom in front of him. There were more than 2,000 zombies in this building, all of which were killed by him, and it would be a waste of time to keep them there. Wang Hao planned to change places and continue killing zombies. In addition to the school, there are also many zombies in those communities. However, when Wang Hao was about to leave school, he thought of Su Xian again. When he came to the downstairs of the boys' dormitory, Wang Hao was about to release the talent leader again, and took a peek at what Su Xian was doing. However, this time, it was not released, and Wang Hao was puzzled by this. The time interval between each release of the talent commander needs to be 1 hour, and the host can use it again after 1 hour. A mechanical system voice suddenly appeared in my mind. Damn it, is it such a trick? Wang Hao thought that this ability could be used indefinitely, but he didn't expect that there would be a cooling time. But if you think about it, if you can use it infinitely, then he will really be invincible. It seems that this ability cannot be used casually. It would be embarrassing if the skill cooling time is reached when it is just needed. Wang Hao quickly accepted the fact that the talent leader has a cooling time, and decided not to use this ability randomly in the future. However, thinking that it would take another hour for the leadership ability to be used, he was not in a hurry to leave the school. Wang Hao entered the boys' dormitory and knocked on the door of Su Xian's room. Su Xian is resting on the bed at the moment. However, when she heard the knock on the door, she immediately sat up. Wang Hao threw the glass above the door. Su Xian saw that the person standing outside was Wang Hao, and a look of surprise appeared on his face, so he hurriedly walked over. Crack the door opened, Su Xian pulled Wang Hao in, and then said with some excitement, "You are amazing. There are so many zombies outside, but you are still safe and sound. I really don't know how you did it. Of course it's based on strength." Wang Hao said casually, then looked at Su Xian's legs, and asked suspiciously, "Why can't you walk easily? Could it be that you are too hungry to walk? You still say, it's all your fault." Su Xian said resentfully. So that's the case, but isn't your reaction too big?" Wang Hao remembered that Li Mengyao didn't seem to have such a big reaction as Su Xian, although she was not as serious as humility at the time. "What do you mean? I just turned 19, and I'm not an old woman." Su Xian pouted. "That's what you said." Wang Hao thought that although Li Mengyao was the same, she was a senior, and her body was naturally better developed than Su Xian, who was of the same age, so she was not as obvious as Su Xian. However, thinking of Su Xian being so young, Wang Hao felt an inexplicable fire in his heart. So, Wang Hao stretched out his hand to hold Su Xian's arm, and said apologetically, "It's really wrong you." When Su Xian heard this, he looked at Wang Hao with a surprised expression, and asked, "Would you at least let me rest for a few days?" "What are you resting for? Trust me." As Wang Hao said, he dragged Su Xian. He can treat Li Mengyao gently, but it's the opposite with Su Xian. This girl hurt him too much before, he would not repay her with kindness and treat her with tenderness. "Wang Hao, please, don't do that, let me have a good rest, please." Su Xian panicked and begged for mercy. Wang Hao didn't listen to her at all, stretched out his hand and pushed her down violently. "Thank you, book friend, for your 1888 reward support, thank you. C33 police thugs, C33 police mob." Half an hour later. "Whoa, you lied to me, you. Su Xian wrapped her body in a quilt, huddled at the foot of the bed, and kept crying. Her eyes were a little red. "What did I lie to you? Don't you have any other feelings?" Wang Hao sat by the bed, smoking a cigarette, and asked leisurely. He was so happy in his heart, seeing Su Xian crying in pain, the pleasure was indescribable. Why did Su Xian treat him so much before and wanted to force himself to die? What he is doing now is just the beginning of his revenge on Su Xian. However, when Su Xian heard what Wang Hao said, he said with some doubts, "It's really different this time." "How does it feel?" Wang Hao asked. "Hard to say." Su Xian frowned and said, "Anyway, I'll forget it. Ha ha." "It seems that Li Dong didn't do it before," Wang Hao said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Su Xian was puzzled. "You are such a fool, you don't understand anything." Wang Hao once thought that a vicious girl like Su Xian should know everything, but he didn't expect that she didn't know anything about it, which surprised him a bit. Su Xian was dubious about Wang Hao's words. Although she was a little curious, she didn't look forward to it. She was more concerned about whether she could survive. "By the way, didn't you say you were going to look for food? Did you encounter danger? Why did you come back empty-handed?" Su Xian asked suspiciously. "It's not dangerous, but there is no food around, so I will go to a farther place to find food in a while." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he looked at the time. It had been almost an hour, and he began to put on his clothes. "Are you leaving now?" Su Xian's eyes widened. She felt that Wang Hao had just returned, and no matter what, he had to rest for a while. "Without food, we will all die. There is no hesitation in this kind of thing." Wang Hao put on his clothes, put on his backpack, took the tang knife, opened the door and went out. Su Xian's face changed instantly when he saw the door closed, and complained, "This Wang Hao must be taking out my anger. He is simply a liar." As he spoke, tears fell, and he sighed, "But I can't help it. I'm just a girl. What can I do with him? If I don't listen to him, I won't be able to live." The more Su Xian thought about it, the more angry he became, and finally made a decision, that is, to compromise first, and then leave Wang Hao when he has the opportunity. After Wang Hao left the school, he walked towards the street. He came to a convenience store, found the food on the shelf, and started eating and drinking. He specializes in ham sausage, chocolate, and canned beef, which are high-calorie foods. After all, Su Xian is an unexplored girl, so it took a lot of effort to do it and consumed a lot of physical energy. Not long after, Wang Hao ate and drank enough, brought some food, and left the convenience store. At this time, the sky had become a little dark. Wang Hao felt that the time was almost up, so he walked towards the police station. After crossing a street and entering a small alley, finally, the police station appeared in front of him again. At this moment, in the courtyard of the police station, there was a figure shaking. In order to avoid being discovered by those people, Wang Hao turned into a zombie and continued to approach the police station. He came outside the courtyard wall of the police station, found a hidden place and stopped. With a thought in his mind, Wang Hao's vision began to float slowly. His vision stopped above the 3-story roof of the police station, where he could just overlook the front and backyards of the entire police station. Wang Hao saw that in the yard at this moment, a muscular man was holding tools and standing in front of the police car with the front hood opened. He should be inspecting and repairing the police car. He glanced at it, and then began to look down towards the ground. Wang Hao's vision floated in from the gate this time according to human habits. At the door of the police station, there was a table. A middle-aged man with a full face was lying on the table. There were several bottles of beer and a plate of unfinished pickles in front of him. Wang Hao guessed that this should be a vigilant person. If there is any change outside the gate, he will notify the people inside. The vision continued to drift inward, entering a house next to each other. The house was a mess, and it no longer looked like it used to be an office. There were several middle-aged men without clothes lying on the bed inside. Snoring, at this moment, they are sleeping soundly. The lives of these people seem to be very bad. Nothing can be seen on the table in the room, but there are many finished packaging bags lying on the ground. Then, Wang Hao didn't find any guns and weapons. Except for a few iron rods and machetes, there were no other weapons on the ground. Next, Wang Hao looked at several houses one by one, and found that they were all in the same situation. Wang Hao was very surprised. These people didn't look like policemen, but thugs, but since they have the ability to occupy the police station, why don't they have guns? With doubts in his heart, Wang Hao's vision drifted down the stairs to the second floor. As soon as Wang Hao's vision drifted to the second floor, he heard a strange sound. The voice was all too familiar. They actually have women, and they are still in the mood to do that kind of thing. It's a good day. Wang Hao was amazed in his heart, and then his vision floated into a house. Sure enough, the scene in front of him was as he expected, extremely shameful. It was a fat middle-aged man and a young and beautiful woman. Wang Hao looked at it for a while, and his vision drifted away again. He didn't come here to watch this kind of thing, he came to kill these people. Wang Hao's vision drifted to the table in the room, and he found a black police pistol on it, with a clip and a few bullets placed outside beside it. These people really have guns. Although Wang Hao also owned guns, he was still slightly shocked after seeing these police pistols. C-34 Zombie Army C-34 Zombie Army. Wang Hao was shocked that these people obviously didn't look like policemen, but why they had pistols and occupied the police station. It stands to reason that the police have guns, and even if the end of the world breaks out, they can use the pistols and the advantages of the police station to survive for the time being. But the situation in front of him is very obvious. The police are gone, only these thugs who drink and eat all day long are left. In fact, what Wang Hao didn't know was that these people had committed crimes before and were detained in the police station. After the end of the world broke out, many zombies rushed into the police station, killing and wounding many policemen. Seeing that the situation was out of control, the police released the prisoners and asked them to help. Finally, the zombies were cleaned up, but the streets outside were full of zombies, and the police had nothing to do. They closed the gate of the police station and waited for rescue with the prisoners in the police station. However, after several days of waiting, there was still no rescue. Seeing that there was no rescue, everyone began to despair. The prisoners secretly made a decision to attack the few police officers at night and take away their guns. They imprisoned all these police officers, leaving only one female police officer. The original thugs had no evil thoughts. But in the next few days, after they saw the changes in the outside world, the dark side of human nature was finally completely released. They used the policewoman as a tool to release their emotions, and threatened her that if she wanted to die, they would kill the policeman in the detention room. Therefore, the policewoman had no choice but to endure and survive. Of course, Wang Hao didn't know all of this. He just discovered by accident that the middle-aged men living on the second floor all had pistols, and they seemed to have different identities from those on the first floor. What shocked him even more was that in the detention room, he found several decomposed police corpses. Wang Hao found that these policemen were all handcuffed, and their bodies were so emaciated that they seemed to be starved to death. Although Wang Hao didn't know what happened here, he could probably guess some clues. The thugs must have used some kind of ruse to take the police's pistols, put them in the holding cell, and take over the police station. Maybe the process will be different from what he guessed, but the end result is the same. Wang Hao absolutely didn't believe that these people were good people. Recalling the woman's expression of extreme reluctance just now, she must have been forced by these people. Tonight is your end. Wang Hao decided to use these people to test the power of the innate command. Outside the police station, countless zombies were wandering aimlessly, occasionally roaring. Their number ranged from a few hundred, scattered in all directions around the police station. However, at a certain moment, they seemed to have received some kind of order, and suddenly became quiet collectively, and began to approach the gate of the police station. These zombies stopped roaring and became extremely quiet, except for the sound of footsteps. There was no other sound. Like a river, they converged in front of the courtyard wall next to the gate of the police station and stopped. Then, the zombies in front stood still, and the zombies in the back continued to move forward. The zombies behind were blocked by the zombies in front, and climbed towards them. Wang Hao continued to give instructions to these zombies, making them form a human wall like those shown in those zombie movies. Although the scene in front of me couldn't be compared with the vast scenes in those zombie movies, it was shocking enough. Soon, the zombies in front formed a sloping ladder, and the hundreds of zombies in the back slowly climbed up the wall along the ladder. Poof, these zombies jumped off the wall fearlessly like dumplings. Because the wall was too high, many of the zombies who jumped down first broke their leg bones and fell to the ground. However, even with broken leg bones, they still crawled towards the house inside the police station. As more and more zombies were lying on the bottom of the wall, the zombies who jumped down from behind were safer. They stepped on the zombies in front, rolled around and stood up. What's going on? At this moment, the strong man who was repairing the police car heard the movement and turned his head. The next moment, he opened his mouth wide, his eyes widened, and his voice seemed to be hoarse. He saw the most terrifying scene in his life. Countless zombies jumped down from the wall. On the ground, dozens of zombies with broken legs had already crawled along the ground to a place close to him. It's over, the world is really over, the man murmured. Facing so many zombies entering the police station, he knew that no one could survive. However, the instinct of life made him immediately put down the tools in his hand, open the car door and hide in. Beep, beep, then, the car horn sounded. The man couldn't shout loudly, so he could only keep honking the car horn, trying to notify the people inside. However, the people in the police station didn't know what he meant. Those who should sleep are still sleeping, and those who should sleep women are still working hard. Everyone is busy with what they are doing. The police station's fortress-like environment made them firmly believe that no zombies could enter. But now, they never imagined that in this last days, there would be such a mysterious power that could command zombies and do things they could not imagine. Boom! The glass of the police car in the yard was smashed, and at the same time, the door of the police station was pushed open by the zombies. The middle-aged man who was sleeping on the table just opened his eyes when he heard the movement and saw several zombies rushing towards him. He only had time to utter a cry before being thrown to the ground by the zombies, biting him. In an instant, the blood spread along the ground, and the pungent smell floated in all directions. What noise? What's going on outside? Finally, some thugs were awakened by the shouts outside. There is a situation. Go out and have a look. Some thugs took up weapons and opened the door. Roar! But as soon as the door of their room was opened, a group of zombies exuding a rancid smell rushed in. Zombies! Zombies are coming! Finally, these thugs reacted and uttered horrified and desperate cries. Soon, the thugs in the entire police station were alarmed. However, none of them knew how many zombies had come in outside. Those thugs who didn't know the situation picked up their weapons and prepared to fight back, but what greeted them was an army of zombies that completely crushed them. Wang Hao already knew that the number of thugs was more than 50, while the number of zombies was more than 700 or 800. This is a completely one-sided battle, and the thugs have no chance of winning. C-35 nowhere to escape. C-35 On the first floor of the police station, countless zombies squeezed in, and those thugs who opened the door to fight were instantly swallowed up by the torrent of zombies. They were torn into pieces and eaten directly by the zombies. The thugs who originally wanted to open the door quickly closed the door after hearing the movement outside. However, there are too many zombies. Even if they close the door, it can only delay the time of death. Boom boom! The strength of the zombies was too great, far exceeding that of ordinary people, and the wooden door quickly shattered under the impact of the zombies. No. I don't want to die. I haven't lived enough. Why did this happen? Am I going to die today? The thugs looked at the door that was about to shatter, and their hearts were filled with despair. Soon, as the door was knocked open by zombies, the thugs inside were once again overwhelmed. In just a few minutes, the entire first floor was completely overrun by zombies, leaving no one alive. On the second floor, the situation was not much better. Although many of the doors on the second floor were made of iron, they were still unbearable under the impact of the zombies, and the door locks gradually twisted and broke. Boom boom! Suddenly, bursts of gunfire sounded. Several zombies at the front fell down immediately. However, before the zombies completely fell down, the zombies behind had rushed up one after another. Damn, why are there so many zombies? There's not enough bullets. In a certain room, a fat man cursed. Seeing that the door had been completely knocked open, he fled to the balcony as a last resort. The advantage of the second floor over the first floor is that there is a balcony and you can jump out, while the doors and windows on the first floor are all blocked by safety nets. Madi, it's so high, I'm going to break my leg if I jump. The fat man glanced at the distance of more than 5 meters from the ground, and he was a little scared. However, the zombies had already rushed into the room, and he didn't have time to think about it, so he gritted his teeth and jumped down. He thought that the lawn downstairs might allow him to land safely. Crack, however, the fact is cruel, his leg was broken directly. "Ah, me leg," the fat man cried out in pain, wanting to call his companions for help. However, the thugs standing on the balcony nearby did not respond. At this time, no one can care about anyone else, they only think about how to keep themselves alive. Dudeteo, climb over quickly, I will try to save you. Suddenly, the man with glasses standing on the balcony on the other side shouted at Dudeteo, who broke his leg. "Jia Xiaoyong, you can't tell it usually, but I never thought that a friend in adversity can see the truth." Dudeteo hurriedly endured the pain and crawled towards the bottom of the balcony on the other side. However, when he was very close to the bottom of the balcony over there, he found that Zhao Xiaoyong, who was standing on the balcony, jumped off directly. I grasped Dudeteo's eyeballs were all round. He never thought that Zhao Xiaoyong would treat him as a human cushion. Before he could utter a scream, Dudeteo was trampled to death by Zhao Xiaoyong. This stupid pig is still useful. Zhao Xiaoyong had Dudeteo as a human mat, but he got up and ran towards the backyard with only a slight injury. At this time, several thugs on the balcony jumped down, most of them broke their legs, and only a few got up with minor injuries. Without exception, they all ran towards the backyard of the police station, trying to escape through the back door. Boom! However, at this moment, the door of the backyard of the police station was suddenly knocked open. Amidst the roars of countless zombies, they rushed in. "It's over, we are dead," the last hope of the thugs was completely annihilated. Boom boom! Gunshots rang out continuously, and finally, they froze at a certain moment. They were all swallowed by zombies. However, in a certain room on the second floor of the police station, something happened that Wang Hao couldn't understand. When he used his talent to lead, he could gain the vision of God, and he happened to see this scene. I saw the fat thug in the room. It was hard for Wang Hao to understand why this fat thug didn't want to find a way to escape, but he was still doing this kind of thing. It was precisely because of his inner curiosity that Wang Hao did not let the zombies break through the door, but only sent 2 or 3 zombies to symbolically hit the door. He wanted to understand what this thug was thinking, and whether he still had a backhand, so he was calm and fearless. Finally, after a few minutes, the policewoman spoke. She stared at the mob with staring eyes, and asked, "You are going to die soon, why don't you run away and do this kind of thing? What do you know? Where can I escape with my 180-pound body? Jump off a building? I'm afraid I'll fall to my death." The fat man wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, and then said, "I may really be going to die, but even if I am going to die, I will die on a woman's belly. This is my last wish. If I die like this, I will not live in vain. Humph, you dirty bastard, when the zombies come in, you will die miserably." The policewoman cursed. "Hey! I don't care so much, at least you will die with me." The fat man let out a maniacal laugh. This guy, you still have this idea, so I can't let you get what you want." Wang Hao felt weird for a while, and soon he had his own ideas and issued new instructions. After receiving the new order, the zombies became agitated again and slammed into the door. Boom! With a loud bang, the door was knocked open. Seeing this scene, the fat man on the bed was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder were torn apart, but with his strong will, he quickly reacted. He wanted to shoot himself at this last moment and bid farewell to the world. However, the moment the zombies rushed over, they didn't bite him, but directly pulled him off the bed. "No, don't, I'm not done yet, don't stop me." Fatty was so desperate that he took out a pistol and wanted to kill the zombies who blocked him. However, Wang Hao had expected it. Seeing that the zombie gate pulled him off the bed, they all lay on top of him, holding him tightly. Some zombies even bit off his arms, making him unable to hold a gun anymore. "No," the fat man roared, a look of deep despair appeared on his face. He didn't expect that he was going to die, but he hadn't finished what he wanted to do. "Ha ha! I like to see your expression that you want but can't." Seeing the fat man falling into despair and yelling non-stop, Wang Hao was overjoyed. The feeling of being in control of someone else's destiny is great. Thank you Qingshan Commoner for your support, thank you. C36 What is I facing? C36 What kind of existence am I facing? My hand hurts. The fat man was lying on the ground, screaming in pain, trying to struggle to stand up. However, with more than a dozen zombies pounced on him, it became difficult for him to even breathe, so how could he break free? What's going on here? The moment the woman saw the zombie rushing in, she was full of fear, but a few seconds later, her thoughts changed drastically. She found that these zombies seemed to come to save her. Because after these zombies pressed the fat man to the ground, none of the zombies attacked him. This kind of thing is against common sense, but it really happened. The woman stared at the scene in front of her, not knowing what to do next. It's all so weird, so bizarre. And at this moment, the zombies outside the door suddenly roared and retreated to both sides, making way for them. When the woman heard the movement, she stared at the square door. Finally, amidst the howling of the zombies, a zombie staggered in. This zombie looked no different from other zombies, but what happened in front of her was very obvious and told her that the identity of this zombie was very unusual. Could it be that this zombie is intelligent and can command other zombies? The woman had such a shocking thought. The zombie slowly walked in front of her and then stared straight at her. The woman was terrified. The zombie's face was hideous. There were maggots wriggling in the carrion on the face, and the smell was so disgusting. However, she didn't dare to show a half-disgusted expression. Only when she faced the unknown and powerful terrifying existence did she realize how weak she was. In her opinion, this zombie is definitely intelligent, and must be the most powerful king among these zombies. Are you here to kill me?" the woman asked in a trembling voice, trying to suppress the fear in her heart. The zombie was silent for a while, then shook his head slightly. Seeing the statement of the zombie in front of her, the woman breathed a sigh of relief, and asked again, "Then why did you come to see me?" The zombie pointed to the fat man who was crushed by many zombies on the ground, and then pointed to the pistol on the table next to him. "You want me to kill him? Right?" the policewoman asked. The zombie let out a roar and nodded slightly. The woman was very excited and said, "Thank you, although I don't know what you think, but I am very grateful that you gave me the opportunity to kill this beast with my own hands." The zombie waved his hand, meaning you're welcome. Knowing that this zombie is intelligent, the woman gradually became less surprised by his performance. She turned her head to look at the pistol on the table again, took a deep breath, and walked over. Don't, you can't kill me." Seeing this situation, the fat man was terrified, turned his head to look at the special zombie, and begged for mercy. "Zombie father, please, don't kill me, I can serve you. Don't you want to eat people? I can be a dog for you, I can help you find humans, please, give me once opportunity. I will definitely behave well, and I will let you know what true loyalty is." However, this zombie turned a deaf ear to Fatty's words and ignored him at all. Crack, at this moment, the woman had picked up the pistol, loaded the magazine, and pulled the safety catch. She came to the fat man who was being crushed by many zombies, bent down, and slowly brought the muzzle close to the fat man's forehead. "No, don't, you can't kill me, I've been so good to you, I've given you everything to eat and drink, you can't kill me." The fat man peed in fright, trembling all over, begging for mercy road. "Snort," the woman snorted coldly, and said, "You gave me delicious food and drink, and you are not just to possess me? You bastard, today, God finally let you, a villain, get the punishment you deserve. Now, shut up, speak up and die." "No. I am a human being just like you. We are the same kind. Are you going to kill your own kind?" the fat man asked desperately with his eyes wide open. "Stop talking, in my eyes, you are a beast." The woman didn't say anything more, and pulled the trigger in her hand. Boom! With a gunshot, the fat man's forehead was directly pierced by the bullet. Blood splashed out in an instant, staining a large area of the ground red. The woman stood up after shooting, and staggered backwards, leaning against the wall. Although she killed the person she hated to the bone, after that, her heart was blank. Now, there are zombies all around, and there is no one alive. She put her head in her hands and slowly squatted down along the wall. Well, the zombie next to him let out a slight roar when he saw this scene. Master Zombie, can I ask you one thing? The woman suddenly raised her head. Well, the zombie responded. I want to go and see my colleagues. They were locked up by these bad guys. I want to see if they are still alive, the woman asked. Hearing this, the zombie reached out and pointed to the door. Thanks. The woman stood up and walked towards the door. And the mysterious zombie followed behind her, keeping a distance. Outside the door, all the zombies did not attack the woman, but gave way. The woman was shocked, but she was more worried about the policemen who were detained, so she left very quickly. Finally, she came to the detention room. The door of the detention room was open, and she walked in directly. The woman saw the policemen lying on the ground, skinny and starved. Without exception, these policemen were all silent and seemed to have been dead for many days. Liars, those liars. The woman thought that in order to prevent those thugs from killing these policemen, she made a compromise, but what she got in exchange was teasing. Those thugs had no intention of letting these policemen live at all. She just made a sacrifice in vain. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid, I would trust those beasts. The woman felt deeply remorseful for this, and she reached out to grab her hair and fell into a breakdown again. Now, she is completely desperate. The thugs are dead, and her former colleagues are also dead. She suddenly has no idea of living. She turned around slowly, faced the zombie in front of her, and said, I don't know what you are. Do you have the same thinking as us humans? I don't even know what I'm facing, but now, I don't have any hatred for you. I just ask you, give me a good time, because I can't live anymore. After finishing speaking, the woman raised her snow-white and tender neck, waiting for death to come. Thanks for the support of Jacquien Gang Dandan, thank you. C37 Talking Zombie C37 The Talking Zombie Bang 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 Bang. Although the policewoman raised her snow-white and tender neck, waiting for death to come, her heartbeat accelerated even more involuntarily. In fact, she didn't want to die, but she also didn't want to live and face this cold and cruel world. Therefore, in the end, she could only choose to die to end all this. However, after waiting for a long time, she found that the zombie in front of her still hadn't made a move. Don't you want to kill me? The policewoman opened her eyes, a little puzzled. The zombie opened its mouth and seemed to want to speak, but let out a deep roar. However, after trying several times, the zombie made a somewhat heavy sound, and it really spoke. I don't kill you, said the zombie. The policewoman was shocked when she heard this. She didn't expect that the zombie in front of her was not only full of wisdom, but also able to speak. Although the pronunciation was very vague, she could still hear what it said. I will not kill you. The zombie repeated the sentence again, then turned around, pointed out the door, and said, Death is easy, but living is difficult. If you are full of despair in this world, then just wait for nothing. 5 minutes later, all the zombies will attack you. Life or die, your choice. What do you mean? Didn't I already choose? I want to die. The female policeman said loudly, but there was a trace of panic on her face. However, the zombie stopped talking and walked directly towards the door of the room. Poof, poof. Listening to the footsteps of the zombie walking towards the door step by step, the policewoman was in a state of confusion. What she wanted was a happy death, not a death full of pain after being bitten by zombies. At this time, she suddenly thought of the words said by the zombie, if you are full of despair about this world, then just wait for nothing. Despair. Am I really desperate for this world? My parents, my relatives, I don't know if they are alive? Am I really going to die? The policewoman recalled what the zombie had said, and began to question it. Finally, after the zombie left completely, the zombies outside who were originally quiet suddenly started to riot, making frightening roars. Accompanied by the roars of zombies, there were waves of footsteps outside the detention room. The policewoman knew that there were zombies coming. So fast? The policewoman originally wanted to die, but when he faced the terrifying zombies, he felt his desire to live again. She doesn't want to die, she wants to live, but if the outside world is full of zombies, living in fear every day, and facing the threat of death all day, living like that is too tiring. So she is very conflicted in her heart, whether to die now, or to live but face the threat of death every day and be tormented in her heart. This is a question. However, she has no time to think about it now. Now, life and death are only between her thoughts. Several zombies were about to rush to the door of the detention room. No, when the policewoman saw that the zombie was about to approach the gate of the detention room, she suddenly burst out with strength, rushed over, and closed the door of the detention room forcefully. Boom boom boom. Immediately afterwards, there was a violent banging sound on the door. Who, the female policeman kept breathing, pushing against the door of the house hard, preventing the zombies from pushing the door open. Although she hadn't made a good choice yet, her life instinct made her unwilling to die like this. Only now did she discover that when she really faced death, deep down in her heart she wanted to live so much. I want to live, I really want to live, I don't want to die, I can't live up to my life like this. The policewoman leaned her back against the door, feeling a little agitated, tears streaming down her cheeks. But he still gritted his teeth and persisted, pushing hard against the door. People are still afraid of death after all, huh? At some point, Wang Hao entered the police station and came outside the detention room. He watched the 3 zombies keep hitting the door of the detention room, and although the door shook violently, it was never knocked open, so he knew how much this woman wanted to live. Wang Hao felt that this policewoman didn't really want to die that much. On the contrary, she was more willing to live than the living. That's why he wanted to test whether the policewoman was really ready to face death. No matter how she died, it didn't matter. If a person really wants to die, he won't be picky about the way of death. Even if he jumps into the fire, he won't frown. Obviously, this policewoman is not the kind of person who really wants to die. Forget it, just let me help you once. In the future, whether you can live or not depends on yourself. Wang Hao took the tang knife and walked over. He walked over and slashed at the neck of a zombie. Ah! The zombie let out a howl, and blood shot out from its neck in an instant. Then, the zombie slowly fell to the ground. Soon, the 3 zombies were easily chopped down to the ground by Wang Hao. Is there anyone in there? Wang Hao pretended not to know, and asked tentatively. When the policewoman heard the questioning outside, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Faced with the zombies constantly hitting the door, she actually had no hope of surviving. But I didn't expect that at this time, someone would appear and seem to kill those zombies. To her, it was like a dream. Is there no one inside? If not, then I'm leaving. Wang Hao said, turned around and pretended to leave. Crack! But at this time, the door suddenly opened. A beautiful woman in off-white pajamas with a snow-white neck appeared. It was the policewoman. How do you know I'm here? The policewoman stared at Wang Hao and asked in a low voice. When she saw that Wang Hao was just a boy who looked like a student, although she relaxed her vigilance a little, she was still a little puzzled. I was just passing by here, and when I heard movement in the police station, I came in to take a look. Unexpectedly, there were actually people there. Wang Hao said, pretending not to know. Ah, so that's the case, thank you so much. When the policewoman heard this, she no longer had any doubts in her heart. Thank you, the end times broke out, and there are not many people who survived. Those of us who survived should help each other. This time I save you, next time maybe you will save me. Ha, Wang Hao said softly, the smile on his face was so harmless to humans and animals. Although this policewoman has already been slept with, she is really pretty, and there are not many policewomen in the first place. Now that he has encountered it, he can't just miss it. Anyway, I have many boxes of condoms. I am not afraid of the consequences. Thanks to Zhatian Gangdandan, Half Crazed and Half Drunk Eye for their support. C38 Policewoman's request. C38 The policewoman's request. You're such a nice guy. The policewoman said with some emotion that Wang Hao made her feel the only warmth in this last days, and I believe there are still many good people. She believed that the reason why those thugs were able to do inhumane bad things was because they were not good people in the first place, so they would act recklessly after the end of the world broke out. Ordinary people, no matter what, would not do those things. The appearance of Wang Hao made her more convinced of her thoughts. Haha, Wang Hao was issued a good person card and couldn't help laughing. What's wrong with you? Why are you laughing? The policewoman asked suspiciously. You are the first to praise me like this, I am very happy. Wang Hao said. So this is The policewoman nodded, then pointed out the door and asked, there are so many zombies outside, how did you get in? Zombies? Wang Hao frowned and said, there are not many zombies outside. There are not many zombies? How is it possible? The policewoman stared round her eyes and opened her mouth wide, looking a little surprised. Why am I lying to you? Usually there are quite a lot of zombies, but tonight I didn't see a few zombies in this area, so I dared to go to the street. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to come out even if I was brave enough. It's an adventure. Wang Hao said. Is that true? Isn't that weird? I saw a lot of zombies before. The policewoman was very puzzled by this kind of thing, and began to wonder if the mysterious zombie had left the area with all the zombies. But why did that zombie do this? Is it to give yourself a way out? This is outrageous. But the fact is that it has to make her feel puzzled. No way? If you see a lot of zombies, why can't I see them? Wang Hao asked, pretending not to believe. What I said is true. Those zombies invaded the police station and killed all the thugs who occupied the police station. The policewoman said with a serious expression. Really? Then why didn't the zombie kill you? Wang Hao asked suspiciously. I don't know. There is a leader among those zombies. It didn't kill me, so I survived. The policewoman recalled what happened before, and she felt a little unreal. Ha ha. What you said is outrageous. I have seen many zombies, but I have never seen one with wisdom. I think you may be hallucinating because you are too nervous these days. Wang Hao said with a smile. Well, I knew you wouldn't believe me if I told it, and I wouldn't believe it if someone else told me, because it's too incredible. The policewoman sighed, knowing that Wang Hao couldn't believe it, so she didn't say anything else. Okay, it doesn't matter whether what you said is true or not. But I don't think that has anything to do with you. Now you should think about how to live. Wang Hao said. In fact, he transformed the intelligent zombie with zombie eggs, so how could he not believe what the policewoman said? As for the zombies under his command, he naturally found a hidden place to deal with them. He also gained a lot of experience because of this. However, in order not to show his flaws, he could only choose not to believe what the policewoman said, or else he would easily become suspicious when the policewoman came to her senses. One thing more is worse than one thing less, so Wang Hao pretended not to believe it. You're right, those things really have nothing to do with me. The policewoman nodded, then looked at Wang Hao and asked, What are you going to do now? I just came out to look for some food, and now I have found the food. So, I plan to find a place to rest. Wang Hao said. Oh, where did you live before? The policewoman asked. She has no place to go now, so she just wants to see where Wang Hao lives, whether there is a gang, and whether she can live there too. However, Wang Hao's answer disappointed her a little. I don't have a fixed place to live. After the end of the world broke out, I have been changing places. Wang Hao said. Then what do you mean, you live alone? The policewoman was a little disappointed. Well, after the end of the world broke out, all the students in our school died, and only I survived. These days, I survived on my own strength. Wang Hao said. When the policewoman heard this, her eyes lit up. She stared at Wang Hao, then looked at the three zombies lying on the ground, and asked in surprise, You are really good alone. If I survived, it is absolutely impossible. How did you do it? It's actually nothing. Don't look at these zombies as scary, but as long as you discover their habits and weaknesses, there are still many ways to deal with them. It's just that most people don't understand them. Wang Hao said casually. The policewoman listened to Wang Hao's casual explanation, but she didn't think it was really as simple as Wang Hao said. On the contrary, she felt that Wang Hao was even more remarkable. Therefore, she thought that since Wang Hao was so powerful, could she live with him and slowly find her family? By the way, since this is a police station, there must be guns, right? Wang Hao asked, and then explained, Now that the apocalypse is breaking out, can you find me some guns? After all, it is still very dangerous to go out to find food, and it is easy to be bitten if you encounter too many zombies. Pistol? It is strictly forbidden for ordinary people to carry it. The policewoman said. Wang Hao felt a little speechless. But the policewoman then said, However, since it is the end of the world, the previous laws naturally don't count. But, I want you to agree to my request. What request? Tell me. Wang Hao asked suspiciously. I want you to take me out of here, is that okay? The policewoman asked. Such a trivial matter, of course it's okay. Wang Hao said with a smile, he was just wishing for it. Originally, he was thinking of an excuse to live with her, but now the policewoman took the initiative to ask him, just as he wanted. Then it's done, you must not leave me behind. The policewoman said solemnly. I said it's okay, so it must be okay. Wang Hao said with certainty. Then you come upstairs with me. After the policewoman finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the door. Wang Hao hurriedly followed. He could search for guns by himself, but with the help of the policewoman, it would undoubtedly be easier. Moreover, in addition to pistols, there are body armor, handcuffs, electric batons, strong flashlights, radio communicators and other things in the police station. If he searched for those things by himself, it would not only take time, but also a lot of effort. Therefore, the role that this policewoman can play now is particularly important. C39 Harvest in the police station. C39 The harvest in the police station. Wang Hao followed the policewoman to the third floor and entered a room full of files. Those thugs thought it was just a place for crime files, so they didn't look carefully inside. As the policewoman spoke, she walked into the room and came to a row of filing cabinets. She reached out and pushed the filing cabinet open, revealing a sliding door on the wall behind. Well, Wang Hao's eyes widened. He didn't expect that there was another mechanism here. The policewoman reached out and pulled out a wooden box, then opened it. Inside the wooden box were several pieces of police body armor, as well as several police multifunctional belts, bright lights, radio communicators, handcuffs, and the like. Are all the police station's things stored here? Wouldn't it be inconvenient to use them normally? Wang Hao asked suspiciously. No law. The female policeman shook her head and said softly, the things stored here are spares for critical moments. The pistols and bulletproof vests in the warehouse were taken away by those thugs. Now those pistols have been emptied of bullets by them. It's useless. Although there are only 3 guns here, there are 100 spare bullets, which is enough for you. There are also these radio communicators, and the spare batteries are all new. Maybe we can contact other people. The policewoman reached out and picked up a black radio communicator, shaking it. This thing looks similar to the walkie-talkies used by security guards, but with more power and signal travel farther. When Wang Hao saw this thing, he was not interested in it, and he didn't want to contact other people. However, it would be great if it could be used to communicate with Li Mengyao. It's just that the things here are spares, so the number is not many, and there are only 3 of each thing. I'll take one of these things, leave one for Li Mengyao, and one more, it's enough. Wang Hao looked at the things in front of him and began to plan in his heart, but he didn't include the policewoman. The role of the policewoman is to help him find these police supplies, and then satisfy the fantasies he once had about the policewoman. In fact, if he could find a policewoman who hadn't been touched by a man, he would never talk to her. Some things are not as perfect as expected. Maybe if I miss this policewoman, I won't see other policewomen in the future. Therefore, the opportunity is rare, so don't miss it for nothing. Since you don't want to have a baby with her anyway, there is no need to be so particular about it. Wang Hao picked up a 9mm revolver, only to feel that it was heavy, and it was quite different from the pistols he snatched from those rich second generations before. This is a real pistol, those imitation pistols are still incomparable. Wang Hao compared the feel of the 2 guns in his heart, and then sent the pistol to the policewoman. Demonstrate it, I have never used this kind of gun before. Wang Hao said. Well, then you look after it. The policewoman took the pistol and quickly installed the bullet in it. After Wang Hao memorized the method of loading bullets in this pistol, he also loaded the other pistol with bullets. Immediately afterwards, Wang Hao pointed the pistol at the window glass and pulled the trigger. Boom! With a gunshot, the window glass was shattered by bullets. The policewoman was taken aback and asked in a panic, "Why did you shoot? Are you afraid of attracting zombies?" "Ha ha. I can't help it, I haven't used a gun yet." Wang Hao said with a smile. He was very happy. This police pistol feels good in the hand, and its accuracy is also very high. Even a novice like him who has never used a pistol a few times can easily hit the target. Okay, if you see what you want, you can take it yourself. I'm going to change clothes, so let's leave quickly. If the zombies come, it will be difficult to leave. After the policewoman finished speaking, she took a pistol, loaded it with bullets, and walked out of the room. The apocalypse broke out, and without a pistol at your side, there is nothing you can do if you encounter danger. Wang Hao looked at the back of the policewoman leaving, but thought in his heart, the zombies are coming, I'm not afraid. Although he thought so in his heart, he still acted quickly. Wang Hao packed all 3 radio communicators into his backpack. It is not a good thing to keep this thing, and it is not a good thing for him to be used by others to contact his teammates. Then, Wang Hao put on a body armor and a police multifunctional belt. The belt can be hung with a radio communicator, handcuffs, and a pistol. It has many functions. Apart from wearing a bulletproof vest, Wang Hao didn't take the other 2. There were too many things, and he couldn't take them all at once. He can only equip himself with a set of weapons first, and leave the rest here for the time being, and come back to get them when he has time in 2 days. Soon, Wang Hao finished packing, closed the wooden box again, and stuffed things up. In the corridor, Wang Hao saw the policewoman who had already put on the police uniform, and found that after she put on the police uniform, her demeanor changed immediately. Putting on the majestic police uniform and black boots, against the background of her snow-white skin, the policewoman looks heroic and even more beautiful. It's really good. It seems that I didn't save her in vain. Wang Hao's heart was aroused for a while, but he tried hard to suppress it. It's not yet time, and if he gets rough, the policewoman still has a gun, so he may not be able to take her down. Are you ready? Seeing Wang Hao approaching, the policewoman asked softly. Let's go. Wang Hao nodded and walked downstairs first. The policewoman took out her pistol and followed behind Wang Hao. After the end of the world broke out, she had never gone out alone. Wang Hao came downstairs, stopped, and said, don't make any noise, let me listen carefully. The policewoman nodded slightly, her breathing slowed down. Although Wang Hao is young, in her eyes, he is a veteran who can make a living in the last days, so she feels that there is nothing wrong with listening to Wang Hao. Okay, we can go. After a while, Wang Hao waved his hand and said. He had just cast his talent command, and used God's vision to observe the surrounding situation, and found that there were only a few zombies wandering on the street. It was almost impossible for these zombies to injure the policewoman in front of him. Wang Hao opened the gate of the police station and walked out first. However, the policewoman stopped suddenly and her face turned pale. She pointed to a zombie slowly approaching on the street, stared at her eyes, and said in horror, "Zombies. Zombies are coming." Well, Wang Hao sighed, pulled out the tang knife in his hand, and said, "Don't panic, it's best not to shoot, I can kill this amount of zombies with a knife. But, there are more over there." The policewoman stretched out her hand and pointed to a place 50 meters away, where a zombie was also approaching. "Thank you for your loving support. C40 Showman C40 stop talking, okay? It's the end of the world, how can there be no zombies outside? And that zombie is so far away from us, what are you afraid of?" As Wang Hao said, he reached out and grabbed the policewoman's wrist, dragging her forward. The policewoman instinctively wanted to retreat, but in the end she let Wang Hao hold her hand and walked out of the gate of the police station. Now she has no other choice but to believe in Wang Hao. Any other choice, the final outcome is nothing more than a death. It is better to follow Wang Hao, maybe you can live. Howling, a zombie opened its foul-smelling mouth and came to a distance of 5 meters from them. The policewoman's heartbeat accelerated to the limit, and she was ready to shoot at any time. However, Wang Hao didn't respond, he didn't even raise the knife in his hand. Is this guy really sure? He won't be bitten by a zombie the moment he leaves the police station, right? The policewoman became a little worried. Although she knew that Wang Hao had killed many zombies before, she had never seen it with her own eyes after all, so at this time she inevitably became suspicious. At this moment, the zombie howled and came to Wang Hao. At this time, the policewoman's heart was already in her throat, and she couldn't help raising her pistol. However, at this moment, Wang Hao raised the tang knife in his hand, and suddenly slashed out. Puff without warning, Wang Hao slashed out with the knife, directly across the zombie's neck. Although it didn't completely cut off the zombie's neck, its head could no longer be supported, and it fell on the neck. Boom! Then, the out-of-control zombie fell to the ground, struggling with its hands indiscriminately. Although the zombie's actions are hardly controlled by the brain, it does not mean that it can continue to catch people without a brain. The zombie fell to the ground, howling incessantly, half of his neck was cut off, his body lost his balance, and he couldn't stand up anymore. The policewoman looked at the zombies on the ground, her eyeballs almost popped out, and the only thing left in her heart was the shock of Wang Hao. She was completely overwhelmed by Wang Hao's courage, and no longer doubted Wang Hao's ability. It is simply too powerful for a person to be so calm in the face of zombies, and to be able to kill zombies at the most critical moment. "Let's go." Wang Hao looked at the dazed policewoman and said softly. The policewoman came back to her senses and immediately followed Wang Hao to continue walking. And then, he admired Wang Hao even more. From her point of view, Wang Hao seemed to be desperate for his life, and he didn't show any nervousness at all towards the zombies that rushed over. Every time he slashed and killed a zombie, he was at a very close distance, and with only one knife, he was calmer than those heroes in martial arts TV. Finally, Wang Hao took the policewoman's hand and came to the door of a hotel called 007. "Let's rest here tonight," Wang Hao said. "Well, it's all right here, there are zombies coming," the policewoman said nervously. Wang Hao glanced at a few zombies slowly wandering over in the distance, turned his head and walked towards the hotel gate. When he came to the hotel, he hacked to death 2 female zombies who were supposed to be Miss Menning before, and Wang Hao walked up the stairs. When the end of the world broke out, many people should have lived in the hotel. In those rooms on the 2nd floor, there were many roars of zombies. It's just that the more you go up, the fewer people live there, and the fewer rooms with the roar of zombies. When they reached the 6th floor, there was no sound of zombies roaring at all. They chose a room near the innermost, opened the door and walked in. This turned out to be a luxurious presidential suite, with a large space inside, with a TV, computer, fitness equipment, and a table where many people can eat around. Most importantly, there is a round and large bed inside, which is very suitable for lying on it and rolling around at will. Wang Hao guessed that these beds must be used by those bosses for 3 hours. It's too wasteful to use such a big bed just for sleeping. It is definitely a place for the big boss to call a few women to use after he has booked the presidential suite. Wang Hao looked around, and he was very satisfied with such a place. At this time, the policewoman looked at Wang Hao with an unnatural expression and asked, "Now, can you let go of my hand?" When Wang Hao heard this, he was taken aback for a moment, only to realize that he was holding the soft hand of the policewoman in his hand. However, Wang Hao didn't let go of the policewoman's hand immediately, and still held it. Why don't you let go?" The policewoman was a little puzzled, and at the same time felt more and more unnatural. Wang Hao was younger than him, and it made her feel weird to be holding his hand. Wang Hao pretended to be a little nervous and said, "I think your hands are so soft. I've never touched a woman's hand before." "What do you mean by that?" the policewoman asked. "If you don't mind, let me hold it for a while," Wang Hao said. What do you mean? I'm not a casual woman." The policewoman frowned, feeling a little angry in her heart. After being forced by the thugs, he became less and less fond of men. But Wang Hao didn't know, but he thought in his heart, "You have been slept by the thugs so many times, and you don't want me to touch your hand, isn't it too much? Do you think I'm not handsome enough?" Although he thought so in his heart, he said on his mouth, "I know, you are definitely not a casual woman, but now that the end of the world is breaking out, and I don't know if I can survive tomorrow, so I'm afraid that I won't have the chance to meet women again in this life." Having said that, Wang Hao's grip on the policewoman's wrist became tighter. You take it easy, don't do this, it hurts, speak slowly if you have anything to say, I'm not an unreasonable woman." The policewoman felt Wang Hao's strong and powerful hand, and her heart felt like being hit by a deer. The lifeless heart that had been trampled by the thugs began to move. She had joined the police station for only 2 years and had never dated a boyfriend, and she was full of visions for the future. However, who knew that after the end of the world broke out, she would be treated as a plaything by those thugs and trampled on at will. In those days, her heart suffered a devastating blow, and she no longer had a good impression of men, but now, Wang Hao's words made her heart beat for a certain moment. He felt that he might still have fantasies about the opposite sex, but these days, those who were trampled by the thugs fell into a deep sleep and now, it seems to have been awakened by Wang Hao. It's just, is it really good for a boy who is several years younger than her to just hold her hand and touch it casually? She knew that boys of this age already had fantasies about that aspect. What would she do if Wang Hao suddenly wanted to do that kind of thing to her? She is already a woman who has been trampled countless times by thugs, and it may be the first time in Wang Hao's life. Is this fair to him? The policewoman's heart suddenly became irritable, and then she suddenly pulled her hand back. C41 New Environment. C42 New Environment. After Wang Hao left the hotel, he did not go back to school directly, but went to a nearby community. In the community, countless zombies are wandering randomly. Wang Hao took out the tang knife and rushed towards the zombies. Boom! As soon as he rushed into the crowd of zombies, Wang Hao began to slash and kill frantically. The zombies had their heads chopped off one by one and fell to the ground one after another. After only chopping for a while, Wang Hao was exhausted. He walked into a convenience store in the community, found food and drinks and satiated himself. After eating and drinking enough, he raised his knife and ran towards the zombies again. Although the efficiency of killing zombies in this way is very slow, Wang Hao not only wants to improve his level, he also wants to exercise his body. No matter how much he raised the level of the zombie, his body remained unchanged. Only by exercising constantly could his body become stronger. Wang Hao would stop for an hour to eat and rest for a while. When the physical strength is almost recovered, he will pick up the tang knife again and rush towards the zombies. It wasn't until almost noon that Wang Hao put away the tang dao and left the community. With his hard work this morning, he killed more than 1,000 zombies, and the harvest was quite good. At least, all the zombies that can be seen on the bright side of this community were killed by him. Back on the street again, Wang Hao found a scooter. The speed of the pedal motorcycle was very fast, and Wang Hao entered the school gate in less than 5 minutes. At this time, there were very few scattered zombies outside. Back in the girls' dormitory, Li Mengyao felt nervous when she saw the blood on Wang Hao's body. "You have a lot of blood on your body, what's wrong?" It's okay, these are the blood of zombies," Wang Hao said with a smile. "You scared me to death, I thought you were bitten by a zombie," Li Mengyao said worriedly. When Wang Hao heard this, his heart felt warm, and then he said, "Pack up your things and I'll take you out of here." "Can I leave now? There are a lot of zombies outside." Li Mengyao was a little scared. "Don't worry, with me here, I will never let you be bitten by zombies," Wang Hao said, looking very confident. "Okay then, I'll just clean it up." Li Mengyao believed Wang Hao and immediately started packing her things. She didn't have much to take away, and she packed it up in less than 20 minutes. "You follow me, no matter what happens, remember, don't shout loudly. Wang Hao said. I see. Li Mengyao nodded. Wang Hao took Li Mengyao's hand, opened the door and walked out. After going downstairs, seeing a few zombies at the door, they seemed to smell the smell and approached. Li Mengyao's face turned pale with fright, and she didn't dare to move forward. Don't be afraid, trust me. Wang Hao looked at Li Mengyao and nodded. Li Mengyao checked his eyes with him and followed him to continue walking. Seeing that the two zombies were approaching, Wang Hao took out the tang knife and slashed at them. Following two soft sounds, the necks of the two zombies were easily cut off by Wang Hao, and they lost their balance and fell to the ground. The two zombies fell to the ground, struggling wildly, still making low growls. Li Mengyao stared blankly, looking at Wang Hao as if looking at a god. If you don't leave the dormitory and venture outside, you really don't know how terrifying the zombies are outside, and you can't understand Wang Hao's strength. Such a terrifying zombie was like wheat in front of Wang Hao, whose heads were easily harvested. At this time, Li Mengyao understood more and more how lucky she was to be with Wang Hao, and she didn't want to leave Wang Hao even more. Don't be dazed, get in the car. Wang Hao got on the motorcycle first and shouted to Li Mengyao in a low voice. Oh. Li Mengyao came back to her senses, got on the motorcycle quickly, and sat behind Wang Hao. At this time, two zombies rushed over from behind. They stretched out their claws, only half a meter away from Li Mengyao's shoulder. Boom! Finally, Wang Hao started the motorcycle and shot forward, leaving the two zombies far behind. Along the way, there will always be wandering zombies approaching. However, the motorcycle was very fast, and before the zombies approached, it had already run farther away. Finally, more than half an hour later, Wang Hao came to the hill in the suburbs, approaching the villa area. What a beautiful villa! In this place, there were no zombies to be seen, and Li Mengyao's mood relaxed a lot. When you enter the villa, you will find it more beautiful inside, Wang Hao said with a smile. Soon, he parked the car at the entrance of the villa, opened the door and rode the motorcycle in. Come on, let me show you around our new home. Wang Hao put his backpack on his back, stretched out his hand to hold Li Mengyao's tender little hand, and walked towards the door of the villa. The villa has its own generator, and all the equipment in it is energized. After Wang Hao walked in, he turned on the ceiling light inside. The room instantly became brighter, and the scene inside was perfectly displayed in front of them. While Li Mengyao's mouth directly became an O shape, and her eyes were rounded. She has grown up so much, and has never seen such a luxurious villa. There are many glittering decorations inside, which are full of luxury. Li Mengyao thought that she could actually live in such a villa, and couldn't hide her inner joy anymore, and began to appreciate it to the fullest. Huge fish tanks, precious paintings, and elegant decorations, everything is so unique. Take a good look, this is our future home. Wang Hao took out a cigarette, followed Li Mengyao, who was happy like a deer, and smoked slowly. Li Mengyao didn't feel tired either. After visiting the first floor, she went to the second floor, exclaiming incessantly. Wang Hao waited patiently. He had the same expression when he entered this villa for the first time. This villa is really unusual. Finally, Li Mengyao finished shopping on the third floor, and finally listened to it. Husband, you are amazing. I didn't expect you to find such a luxurious villa. It really surprised me. Li Mengyao put her arms around Wang Hao's neck and said happily. Ha ha. Of course your husband is great. Now, with such a big villa, your mood should be much better every day, Wang Hao said with a smile. Li Mengyao nodded and said, that's for sure, living in such a small place in the dormitory, if I hadn't met you, I would have collapsed. However, as soon as Li Mengyao finished speaking, she let go of Wang Hao's neck with an ouch, took a step back, and said, I forgot that you still have blood on your body. Look, the clothes are all dirty, and I have to wash them again. What kind of clothes do you wash? Throw them away when they're dirty. There are a lot of clothes here. Let's go take a shower first, and I'll take you to change later. As Wang Hao said, he stretched out his hand and led Li Mengyao towards the bathroom. Thank you, bastard, for your support. I can't type that character. Is there a king on the top and an 8 on the bottom? What kind of character do you read? C-42 Mysterious Helicopter. C-43 The Mysterious Helicopter. Wang Hao, you are really a big villain, and you are getting worse and worse. In the bathroom, Li Mengyao couldn't help cursing. Ha ha. No way, who made you so beautiful, can you blame me? Wang Hao said with a smile, and then, the sound of water splashing rhythmically came from the bathroom. 1 hour later. The two of them came out in bathrobes. Wang Hao, didn't you say that there are beautiful clothes? Hurry up and let me have a look. Li Mengyao asked curiously. Call me husband again. Wang Hao said. Good husband, take me there. Li Mengyao stretched out her hand and grabbed Wang Hao's arm, and said shakingly, her voice became soft. Wang Hao was very happy in his heart, and the schoolgirl acted coquettishly, but it felt different. If he hadn't already had a close relationship with Li Mengyao, he might not be able to bear her cute acting like a baby now. Okay, husband, I'll take you to see the beautiful clothes. With a smile on his face, Wang Hao led Li Mengyao to the door of a pink room. Why? Don't you have a door key? Li Mengyao asked. Wang Hao shook his head and said, you will know when you open the door and have a look. What? So mysterious? Li Mengyao asked with her mouth raised, and then reached out and grabbed the doorknob and gently twisted it open. Squeak! As the door opened, the designer clothes hanging in midair appeared in front of my eyes. Oh my god, so many clothes. This one seems to belong to Anima, and this fur from an international famous brand, so many beautiful clothes that I can't wear them all in my life. Li Mengyao looked at the various clothes inside, only to feel the gorgeousness in front of her eyes, full of happiness. Even in her dreams, she never thought that she would have the opportunity to wear so many beautiful designer clothes. And all of this was brought to her by Wang Hao. Honey, all the clothes here will belong to you in the future. You can wear whatever you want, and you don't need to wash it if it gets dirty, just throw it away. Wang Hao said. Is that too extravagant and wasteful? Li Mengyao stared at Wang Hao and asked seriously. What are you afraid of? It's the end of the world, are you still afraid of having no clothes to wear? Wang Hao asked. Well, that's true. Even with so many clothes, one piece a day, I'm afraid they can be worn for several months. Li Mengyao felt that what Wang Hao said made sense. So, don't worry so much. Wang Hao said. No, Li Mengyao shook her head, but said, I can't help but worry. It's already dangerous for you to look for food outside. I can't ask you to help me find clothes. Even if I can't help you, at least I can't add more burden to you. Oh, you're starting to think for me now. Wang Hao was a little surprised. Of course, you are my husband now. Li Mengyao said, and put her arms around Wang Hao's arm. Okay, don't talk so much, go and try on the clothes, let me see which dress you look best in. As Wang Hao said, he pushed Li Mengyao into the room. No, it's not good for you to watch me change clothes, I'd better wait until I change them before I show you. A shy expression appeared on Li Mengyao's face. She does this every time, as long as she puts on her clothes, she will feel ashamed to show her body in front of Wang Hao after a while. Wang Hao was also used to this, so he didn't say anything more, and left with a smile. Just in time, he had time to see how much food was left in the storage room here. In several rooms on the third floor, Wang Hao checked and found that there was not much food to eat. He went to the basement again and only saw some foreign wine. It seems that tomorrow we will go out to look for food again. Wang Hao left the basement and began to think about it. Just thinking that I can't drive a car and only know how to ride a motorcycle gives me a headache. If you can drive, you can bring back more food every time you go out. Thinking of this, Wang Hao went upstairs. He wanted to ask if Li Mengyao knew how to drive, and if so, teach him. However, when Wang Hao was about to walk up the steps, he heard rumbling sounds coming from the sky. What's that sound? An airplane? Wang Hao quickly ran to the door of the villa, came to the yard, and looked up at the sky. In the air, a helicopter was slowly flying overhead, heading towards the south of the city. Because the distance was too high, Wang Hao couldn't see what logo was on the plane, whether it was a military helicopter. Soon, the helicopter became smaller and slowly disappeared from sight. In Wang Hao's heart, there was a burst of doubt. It's the end of the world now, and there are still helicopters appearing. Who are those who fly the planes? If it is a military aircraft, does that mean that the country is still there, or that the outside world is not in the last days, and it is sent by the country to rescue? If the helicopter is the private jet of those rich people, he is not worried. But if it is a military aircraft and the country is still there, does that mean that the country will wipe out zombies in the future and restore its former prosperity again? For some reason, Wang Hao felt a little confused. The end of the world broke out, which is a bad thing, and he thought so at the beginning. However, until he activated the system and gained the ability to stand in the last days, he didn't want to go back to the previous world. In the previous world, he was just a poor dick, no women would look at him, maybe he would spend his whole life very ordinary. But now, in this last days, he made the former impossible possible, and made the schoolgirl whom he could only look up to become his woman. In the future, maybe he will get more, so that those unattainable female stars, Miss Bai Fume, flight attendants, socialites, all become his women. However, if the country had the ability to quell the zombie riots, everything he could have obtained would probably be hopeless. No. I can't be passive like this. I won't do things that harm the country, but I can't go on like this until the country calms down the zombies. Wang Hao decided that he should speed up and expand his search and grasp of the surroundings. Just pretty women, he wouldn't waste his time with them. Since it is the end of the world, and since time is limited, he must set his sights higher, so as not to have no chance in the future and regret for life. After making up his mind, Wang Hao returned to the villa and found Li Mengyao. "Husband, do you think the dress I'm wearing looks good?" Li Mengyao saw Wang Hao approaching, and sold it in front of him. "It's beautiful, this dress really fits you." Wang Hao praised, and then asked, "By the way, wife, there is one thing I want to ask you, can you drive?" C43 secondary liquor, C40 for the second level liquor. "Why are you asking this?" Li Mengyao asked suspiciously. "I want to learn to drive." Wang Hao said, "Every time I go out, I can only ride an electric car or motorcycle. There are few things that can be carried, and there are many dangers, so I must learn to drive." "Oh, so that's the case." Li Mengyao nodded, and then said, "But I only took the driver's license test before, and I haven't driven for a long time." "It doesn't matter, as long as you tell me how to start the car and how to stop it, that's enough," Wang Hao said. "All right then." Li Mengyao agreed. Wang Hao hurriedly dragged Li Mengyao downstairs and asked her to introduce the various parts and functions of the car to him. Although Li Mengyao hasn't driven a car for a long time, she still hasn't forgotten the basic operation. Because it is the end of the world, Wang Hao doesn't have so many scruples because he is not afraid of the car being crashed. After a few tries, he was able to drive slowly. "You're a fast learner. It took me 3 months to learn how to drive," Li Mengyao said in surprise. "Really? But I don't think it's difficult. Why did you study it for so long?" Wang Hao asked, puzzled. Sigh. "It's a painful memory to say the least. Learning to drive is not just about being able to drive, you have to learn many things, and you have to take an exam at the end. Otherwise, you won't be able to get a driver's license," Li Mengyao said. "That's really troublesome." Wang Hao didn't have a driver's license test, so he couldn't understand Li Mengyao's feelings. And now, he has no time to understand these. "Okay, let's go back to the house first, I still have some things to explain to you," Wang Hao said, and opened the car door. "What's the matter with you?" Back in the room, Li Mengyao asked with some doubts. "I'm going out and I'm a little worried about you, so I think we can each take a radio communicator, and you can call me if you have anything to do." Wang Hao opened his backpack, took out 2 radio communicators, and started debugging. Squeak, squeak. Soon, there was a sound of electric current in the radio communicator, and occasionally there was a sharp sound. "Hey, can anyone hear? Hey, can anyone hear?" Suddenly, a weak man's questioning voice came from the radio communicator. "My husband, who is this?" Li Mengyao asked curiously. "I don't know, it should be the one who got into trouble with us," Wang Hao said. He originally wanted to hang up, but he became curious about the identity of this man. So, he reached out and pressed a green button to switch on the radio communicator. "Hey! I can hear you, where are you? Do you need any help?" Someone, really someone," an excited voice came from the radio communicator, and after a while, he said, "We are surrounded by zombies and are now hiding in a textile factory. We have been hiding for half a month, and the food is almost gone. So, we want to ask for help." "Oh, which textile factory are you in? How many people are there now?" Wang Hao asked. "We still have 15 people in that textile factory on Xuanwu Road," the other party said. "Okay, I see, you can wait at ease, I will come to deliver supplies to you right away," Wang Hao said. "Great, thank you. By the way, I haven't asked who you are yet," the other party asked. "Why are you asking this? Does it matter what I do?" After Wang Hao finished speaking, he hung up the call and continued to debug. He adjusted the 2 radio communicators to a channel with no noise, tried the call without any problem, and sent 1 radio communicator to Li Mengyao. "You take it, remember, press this when you use it, and press that when you hang up the call." Wang Hao pointed to the button above and introduced it to Li Mengyao. The radio communicator is not complicated, and there are only a few buttons on it. Li Mengyao quickly wrote it down, and tried to talk to Wang Hao several times. "Okay, now I'm leaving, if you need anything, just send me a message," Wang Hao said. "I see, then you pay attention to safety," Li Mengyao said. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." After Wang Hao went downstairs, he cleaned up the zombies near the gate, and then drove away. Li Mengyao quickly closed the door, turned around and entered the villa. Although there were not many zombies outside, even if he saw one, he would tremble with fright. After all, it was Wang Hao's first time driving, and his speed was very slow. It took him more than 10 minutes to get down the mountain. However, there was hardly a car on the road, so he was driving faster and faster. However, after entering the urban area, his speed slowed down again. The entire street is blocked by those crisscrossed vehicles, and it is not easy to pass quickly. Not long after, Wang Hao drove to Xuanwu Road and began to search along the road. Finally, after a few minutes, Wang Hao stopped the car. Black Flower Brewery? I've never heard of this name. Wang Hao opened the car door and got out. At this moment, outside the gate of the factory building, there are dozens of zombies surrounding them, reaching out and beating on the big iron gate. The big iron gate was slapped and made a series of bangs, as if it would be knocked open at any time. However, Wang Hao knew that it was just an illusion. This kind of big iron gate was very strong, and it was not so easy to be knocked open. What's more, the entire gate was tied with a thick and big iron chain, making it even more difficult to break open. It seems that there are indeed people living here. Wang Hao looked in through the gap on the big iron gate. In the yard of the factory building, no one can be seen, but the clothes hung by the people inside to dry on the wire can be seen. Those clothes are worn by men and women, and there are quite a few of them. Based on this, Wang Hao judged that the people in Ju's radio communicator should not have lied, and there might really be 15 people here. However, at this moment, Wang Hao suddenly felt a creepy feeling on his back, as if he was being targeted by a ferocious beast. What happened? Wang Hao was a little panicked by this feeling, and immediately turned around and looked behind him. The next moment, he saw a scary zombie crawling over from the green belt across the street. The zombie was glowing red all over, and a tongue half a meter long protruded from Kuda's mouth. Liquor? When Wang Hao saw this terrifying zombie, he was very surprised. He had encountered such a creature seen in Resident Evil. He knew that the liquor was very powerful, enough to beat a dozen ordinary zombies. C44 it climbs walls, C45 it will climb the wall. It's strange, isn't the liquor similar to zombies, won't attack each other? Why does it look like it wants to attack me? Wang Hao was puzzled, and then checked the information about the liquor in his mind. Liquor, level 2, 1000 experience points can be obtained by killing, defense, 158 attack power, 230 speed, 169. Wang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the information. The attributes of the liquors are indeed very powerful, several times stronger than ordinary zombies. However, there is still a big gap between this and his attributes after turning into a zombie. Wang Hao believes that if the liquors really want to attack him, then he can easily abuse the liquors. Hiss hiss, the liquor stuck out his long tongue and slowly crawled towards Wang Hao. And Wang Hao also transformed into a zombie, ready to fight. Now, he was here to investigate these humans, and he didn't want to fight the liquors. You can kill the liquors at any time, but these people are different. They are very smart. If they find out about the abnormality, they will probably hide in another place. In this apocalyptic world, the biggest enemy that threatens his life will always be the same kind, not zombies. As long as you are strong enough to deal with zombies, you can easily deal with them, but dealing with people is different. If you have enough strength but not enough brains, you will also fall into their hands. Hiss hiss, the liquor sticks out his tongue and head, lying on the ground and circles around Wang Hao, as if he is looking at whether he is a human or a zombie, whether he can eat or not. Finally, the liquor raised his head and sniffed Wang Hao for a while, then tentatively opened his mouth and bit down on Wang Hao's leg. Go to hell! Wang Hao let out a roar, and pressed his right hand firmly on the liquor's head, and 5 sharp knife-like nails directly penetrated the liquor's head. Boom! With a loud noise, the liquor's head was directly pierced by the sharp nails. The ground instantly became blurred, and black blood seeped out from the liquor's head, staining the ground with a diameter of more than 2 meters red. This guy is different from those zombies. He even wants to attack me. Could it find out that I'm a human? Wang Hao looked at the liquor lying on the ground, feeling a little puzzled. But fortunately, there is only such a liquor. If there are a few more, it will not be so easy to deal with. When Wang Hao was thinking this way, he saw 3 liquors crawling over in the green belt in the distance. My God, don't you play with me like this? Wang Hao felt that his luck was too bad, so he would come here for whatever he wanted. Puff puff puff, the 3 liquors crossed the green belt and crawled quickly on the road, their limbs making a light sound on the ground. Come on, even if you don't kill people today, I will kill you bastards. Wang Hao raised his hands. His 5 nails were like curved knives, a full 10 centimeters long, and a single swipe could cut the neck of an ordinary person. Hiss hiss, the 3 liquors rushed in front of Wang Hao together, then jumped up high and rushed towards his face. Wang Hao swung his right arm forward quickly, and 5 fingers bent like knives cut off the heads of the 2 liquors. Boom boom, the heads of the 2 liquors exploded directly, and the brain tissue and blood inside directly scattered out. The other liquor seemed to be able to feel Wang Hao's attack, and his body twisted in midair before avoiding Wang Hao's claws. Ha! Wang Hao was slightly surprised, checked the information of this liquor, and found that its attribute was half stronger than that of the previous liquor. However, despite this, it is still a secondary liquor, just faster. Little guy is talented, come on, let me see what else you can do. Wang Hao bent down, with his hands facing forward, ready to rush over and scratch the liquor's head. However, this liquor seemed to be able to feel that Wang Hao was stronger than it, so he stuck out his tongue, slowly backed up, and finally turned around and accelerated to escape. Wang Hao originally wanted to chase after him, but this guy was not only fast, but he could also cling to the wall and climb up along the wall, just like Spider-Man. Good guy, with this thing, it really depends on luck for ordinary humans to survive. Even though Wang Hao already had enough strength, he was still a little shocked by the ability of the liquor. Even if the thugs hiding in the police station encountered this kind of monster, they would basically have to finish it. Because the high wall that could have blocked the zombies was useless in front of these liquors, it was useless at all. The only good news for humans is that there don't seem to be many of these liquors. Wang Hao was wandering outside these days, and only today did he encounter 3 liquors, so he concluded that the number of liquors would definitely not be many. It's just that, as time goes by, more liquors may be born, and by that time, if humans have no good way to deal with them, they can only hide and pray. Wang Hao has no hope for the future of human beings. After the outbreak of the end of the world, there are only a few surviving students in their school, and there is almost no living person in the entire urban area. Under such circumstances, how can humans face the increasing number of zombies? Coupled with those unknown monsters, how difficult the future of mankind will become. It's just that, for him, it doesn't matter much. No matter how powerful he is, he can't change this apocalypse. Whether the end of the world erupts or ushers in a new world, he cannot do it alone. Wang Hao just wants to work hard to strengthen his strength during the time he is alive, and live the life he once imagined. Back in the car, Wang Hao turned on the radio communicator and adjusted to the previous channel again. Squeak, squeak. With the sound of electric current, Wang Hao pressed the green button. Hey, anyone? Please reply if anyone listens. After speaking, Wang Hao hung up the button. Squeak, squeak. There was another sound of electric current, and a voice came from over there. Hey, we can hear. When are you coming to save us? Wang Hao pressed the button and replied, I have arrived at the gate of the factory where you are. You will know when you come out and take a look. Ah, are you here now? But there are many zombies outside. Why don't you come over at noon? The other party asked in shock. That's right, I'm here, you guys come and open the door. I can take care of these zombies, so don't worry about it, Wang Hao said. Really? Then how many people did you bring? Hearing that Wang Hao was so confident that he could eliminate zombies, the other party thought he didn't come here alone. No, I'm alone now, Wang Hao said, and then hung up the radio communicator to let the other party slowly shock. C-45 situation in the factory. C-46 the situation in the plant Blackflower Brewery. Inside a factory building. Boss, someone sent a message, he said he was coming to save us. A young man with short black hair was holding a radio communicator in his hand, and walked quickly towards the few people sitting around the other side of the factory building. Really? Then when will he come to save us? A strong man put down the chess in his hand and stood up. His name is Zhang Yuliang, and he is the boss of these people. At this moment, several people beside him also stood up and looked at the short-haired young man curiously. Boss, that man said he has already arrived at the gate of our factory building. The short-haired young man said. So fast? Then how many people did he bring? Zhang Yuliang asked suspiciously. He said, he was the only one. The short-haired young man said softly with some hesitation. A person? How is that possible? Did he think he was a zombie father? Zhang Yuliang suddenly felt amused, and shook his head. From his point of view, it was obvious that the people on the radio communicator were making fun of them. Ha ha! What the boss said is right, who would be so stupid as to go out and wander around alone? Besides, what can he do to save us alone? Isn't this playing us? That's right, this kind of person doesn't need to talk to him at all, let's just play with us. The people around sat down while talking, ready to play chess again. At this time, the short-haired youth said, Boss, that person has already said that he has come to the gate of our factory building? Aren't we going to have a look? Li Bin, do what you have to do, what are you doing with those braggarts? Zhang Yuliang frowned. Boss, we don't have much food left. No matter what that person said is true or not, we should at least go and have a look. Are we going to wait to die in this factory? Li Bin asked helplessly. Zhang Yuliang became silent when he heard this, and after a while, he said, then make sure again to see if he is really at the gate of the factory building. After all, we will encounter many zombies from this factory building to the gate, and we cannot afford to lose it. Zhang Yuliang said. Oh well. Li Bin picked up the radio communicator and pressed the green button again. Hey, are you still there? We want to confirm again, are you really at the gate of the factory building? There are many zombies outside our factory building, it is difficult for us to go and confirm whether you are there. After finishing speaking, Li Bin hung up the call and waited anxiously. Squeak, squeak, soon, there was a sound of electric current in the radio communicator. Then, a man's voice appeared. My time is very limited, 10 minutes at most. If you keep moaning, then don't blame me for not waiting for you. This? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, completely confused by the other party's attitude. Hearing that tone, it doesn't seem like you're trying to lie to us. Someone said. I think so. Who would lie to us for no reason? Maybe that person really came to save us. Li Bin said. Boss, it's up to you to decide? We all listen to you. Someone asked. Zhang Yuliang narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a while, then looked at Li Bin, and said, if there is no one outside the door, then don't talk about eating tonight. Ah? Boss, why? Li Bin felt that he was wronged, he was provoking someone. Immediately afterwards, he began to feel a little worried, afraid that there was really no one outside the door. At this time, Zhang Yuliang pointed to several people and said, okay, De Pao, Ergo Z, and you guys, all bring me something, let's go to the gate to have a look. Soon, these people took all kinds of sharp steel pipes and wooden sticks, and followed Zhang Yuliang towards the door of the factory building. The door of this factory building is closed, and outside the door, occasionally a zombie will wander past. They are all employees of the Black Flower Brewery. When the apocalypse broke out, many employees turned into zombies. They were lucky and hid in this beer storage warehouse, relying on beer, wheat, and rice as raw materials to maintain their lives. Barely survived. At this moment, following the noise of these people, 6 women came out of a room in the warehouse, and looked blankly at the men who were about to leave. When they understood that these men were going to the gate, they immediately became worried. These days, they have been staying in the warehouse and have not been anywhere. But through the vents of the warehouse, they can still see the scene in the yard of the factory building. Those terrifying zombies were wandering around in the yard, and some survivors who had escaped from other factories would be thrown to the ground by the zombies, torn apart and bitten before they ran far. Therefore, they knew what danger they would encounter if they left this warehouse. Although they had left the warehouse several times for some reason, some of them were bitten by zombies several times. Now, their fear of zombies has long been engraved in their bones, and they dare not have a chance. Time is running out, let's go quickly. As long as everyone is careful, we are very likely to come back safely. Zhang Yuliang said. Boss, we know that there is not much food here. If we hide, we won't survive for a few days. Why don't we see if that person is at the gate? Yes, boss, let's go. There is no need to hesitate. If this continues, that person will really leave. Li Bin said. Okay, women stay here. If it's a man's, follow me. Zhang Yuliang glanced back at the women, gritted his teeth, and walked towards the warehouse door with a sharp steel pipe. Crack opening the warehouse door, he was relieved to see that there were no zombies outside. Everyone, move lightly and don't make any noise. Zhang Yuliang said in a low voice, and then, he clenched the steel pipe in his hand and led the way towards the gate of the factory building. As the boss of these people, he must lead by example and set an example. And his strength is indeed very strong. He is the only one among these people who left the warehouse more than 3 times and came back safely. Therefore, in the end he was able to become the boss of these people, and gained the right to be with the most beautiful woman. Now, he is very satisfied with what he has obtained. If not for the fact that there is not much food, he really does not want to leave the warehouse and venture outside. But there is no way. If there is no food, not only will it be difficult to maintain his status as the boss, he may even lose his life. Therefore, he had to risk his life for new resources. Just less than 50 meters away from the warehouse, a zombie rushed out from behind the factory building in front. Zombies. Zombies are coming. Someone was already panicking. C-46 New Hope, C-47 A New Hope, don't be afraid, it's just a zombie. As long as you treat it calmly, you can kill it without getting hurt. Zhang Yuliang tried his best to calm everyone's emotions, and first walked over to the zombies with a steel pipe. The speed of this zombie is not fast, perhaps because it has not eaten meat for a long time. The skin on its body is a little shriveled. At this moment, seeing someone coming, it naturally couldn't wait to have a full meal. Boss, be careful. Some people were worried when they saw Zhang Yuliang rushing so fast. However, what surprised them was that Zhang Yuliang stabbed the zombie through the mouth of the zombie with the steel pipe in his hand. The zombie, who was still screaming, burst out a cloud of plasma directly from the back of its head, and then it became limp. My god, the boss is indeed the boss, he is not afraid of zombies at all. Hey! I saw that the zombie's legs were weak, and I was almost scared to pee. The boss is really amazing. Everyone was shocked to see that Zhang Yuliang easily killed a zombie. Zhang Yuliang pulled out the steel pipe from the mouth of the zombie, looked back at the crowd, and said, "Have you seen it? Zombies are actually very weak. As long as you are like me, we can kill them." Encouraged by Zhang Yuliang, everyone became more courageous, not as afraid of zombies as before. They continued to move forward, and after a while, 2 more zombies slowly rushed over. "You guys, go deal with that zombie, Guzi, Depao, you two and I deal with this zombie." Zhang Yuliang forcibly calmed down and arranged for his personnel to come in an orderly manner. This time, everyone was not as flustered as before. A few people took the courage to pick up the sticks and steel pipes in their hands, and killed a zombie in a few strokes. And Zhang Yuliang, Depao, and Guzi also teamed up to bring down a zombie. Everyone saw that the zombies were killed by them so easily, and their fear of the zombies eased a lot again. "Boss, I feel that I am enough to deal with a zombie," someone said. "Well, you're right." Zhang Yuliang nodded, looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone has seen that the zombies are not as scary as we thought. As long as we calm down, we can completely deal with them. It's just that, for the sake of safety, we should all be careful, and we must not be careless. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble if we are bitten by a zombie." After speaking, Zhang Yuliang quickened his pace. They are completely worthwhile for 1 or 2 zombies, but if there are too many zombies, they will be difficult to deal with. If people were killed for this, his position as the boss would be shaken. Finally, after passing through several factories, they came to the gate of the factory. At this moment, outside the big iron gate of the factory building, there are zombies, at least a dozen or more. These zombies roared nonstop, and pushed hard against the big iron gate. The big iron gate was shaking and seemed to be pushed open at any moment, which looked extremely terrifying. "Boss, there are so many zombies, is there really anyone outside?" Guzi is a young man with yellow hair. At this time, he began to doubt what the person in the radio communicator said. "Li Bin, what do you think we should do now?" Zhang Yuliang looked back at Li Bin and asked with an ugly expression. If the man Li Bin contacted with the radio communicator lied to them, it meant that they were all being played. At that time, everyone would have no place to vent their anger, so they could only use Li Bin for surgery. "Boss, don't worry. The man said he was outside the gate of the factory building, not the gate. Maybe he came by car and is hiding in the car now," Li Bin said. "What you said makes sense." Hearing this, Zhang Yuliang looked through the zombies around the gate, and looked through the gap beside them, and he found a black Land Rover parked on the road outside. However, he didn't dare to shout, he could only look at Li Bin and said, "Then contact him quickly and tell him that we have arrived at the gate." "Okay." Li Bin didn't dare to hesitate, picked up the radio communicator, and started connecting. "Hey, brother, are you still there? We have reached the gate, where are you?" After that, he hung up the call and continued to wait. At this moment, everyone's hearts are on the strings, and they are looking forward to someone outside the door who can bring them food. Squeak, squeak, finally, with a burst of electricity, the man's voice appeared again. "Sorry, I just smoked a cigarette and didn't look inside the gate. Get ready to open the gate, I'll clean up the zombies at the gate right away." When everyone heard this, their expressions instantly became weird, as if they didn't believe what that person said. However, after the call was hung up, everyone looked at the gate in unison. Although they felt that it was unlikely that someone could kill so many zombies, they still expected a miracle to happen. It's all because they really need assistance too much. Without food, they can only wait to die. There is not even a car in the factory, and it is impossible to leave the brewery without a car. Puff, at this time, there was a slight sound of closing the door. Afterwards, a young man walked over from the Land Rover, and in his hand was holding a gleaming tang knife. "It's just so cool, it's like shooting TV." When someone saw Wang Hao's appearance, their eyes almost popped out. This kid looks like he hasn't graduated from high school, and his hair hasn't even grown. Can he really do it? Some people saw Wang Hao's appearance, and they not only had some doubts about his strength. Puff puff, however, as Wang Hao raised the tang knife in his hand and slashed at the zombies one after another, their eyes were only shocked in an instant. Wang Hao seemed desperate, and any zombies who dared to approach it were all chopped to the ground by him. Although the strength is not great, every knife is very precise, which can make the zombies lose their fighting power and can no longer get up and hurt people. In a short while, Wang Hao killed people's heads rolling, blood flowed into rivers, and cleaned up all the zombies surrounding the gate. It's you people who are asking for help, right? Wang Hao came outside the big iron gate, looked at the crowd and asked. But these people in front of him looked at him in a daze, and it took a long time before anyone came back to their senses. That's right, we are the ones asking for help. Can you give us food? We are almost out of food. Zhang Yuliang asked first. Of course there is food, but I haven't brought it with me now, but I have a way to get you food. Wang Hao said. Really? What way? Although Zhang Yuliang was a little disappointed that Wang Hao didn't bring food, he was still very interested in what he said next. If he can find enough food, he can continue to be the boss and continue his life of being admired and having beautiful women. C47 Unpredictable people. C48 Of course there is a solution, but don't you plan to let me in? Wang Hao spread his hands and made a helpless expression. Oh, I was so excited to see you that I forgot to open the door. Zhang Yuliang came to his senses, quickly laughed along with him, turned his head and shouted at the people behind him. Hurry up, open the door quickly, the little brother is here to save us. How can we let the little brother stand outside the door in such a dangerous place? After speaking, he looked at Wang Hao again and laughed. Soon, Guzi took out the key from the security room and opened the door. Wang Hao sat back in the car and drove the car into the gate. The people around rushed forward and quickly closed the door. Wang Hao didn't drive the car inside, but got off the car directly inside the gate. Go this way. Let's go inside the factory building. There are still many zombies wandering outside, Zhang Yuliang said, leading Wang Hao towards the warehouse. However, at this moment, someone let out an exclamation. Boss, there are zombies coming over there. Ah? Zhang Yuliang was startled and looked in the direction the man pointed, and sure enough, he saw 5 zombies wandering over quickly. At this time, someone shouted again, Boss, there are zombies coming over there too. I grass. After Zhang Yuliang followed the man's gaze to see the 3 zombies, he couldn't help but swear. There were zombies in 2 directions ahead, and they had to fight these zombies next. If there are only 2 or 3 zombies, they can deal with them completely, but when the number of zombies is almost the same as them, their winning rate will be greatly reduced. Once there is danger, it is very likely that more than half of the casualties will be caused. Boss, what should we do now? The people around asked anxiously. This, Zhang Yuliang was sweating on his brow, and he didn't know how to deal with it. However, Wang Hao let out a chuckle and said, All of you are older than me, are you too excited to meet zombies? Look at how frightened each of you is. Like a man? When the people around heard this, their old faces became hot, and they wanted to refute, but they thought of the strength Wang Hao had just shown, so they had to hold back. Little brother, I think you're very stupid in killing those zombies just now. Can you help us get rid of these zombies? Zhang Yuliang asked. It's a little meaning, I'm here to save you. Wang Hao didn't talk too much nonsense with these people, he took out the tang knife and walked towards the zombies. Seeing that Wang Hao was still so brave, everyone became more courageous and followed behind him. Soon, the first wave of zombies came in front of them. Puff Wang Hao rushed forward first, picked up the tang knife in his hand and cut off the neck of a zombie. As the zombie's head rolled down, Wang Hao rushed to the next target again. Puff Wang Hao cut off the necks of the 5 zombies in a blink of an eye, and their heads rolled to the ground. It's amazing, it's almost as if you're not afraid of death. Someone praised. Yeah, this strength, this courage, is simply too strong. When everyone saw Wang Hao chopping up zombies like chopping vegetables, their hearts were filled with enthusiasm, and they were not only full of respect for him. Some people even felt that if Wang Hao could become their member, it would not be so difficult to survive in the last days. And just when they came up with these thoughts, Wang Hao rushed to another wave of zombies again. With the same operation, these zombies were like wooden stakes in front of Wang Hao, and they had no chance to react, so they were cut off by him. Zhang Yuliang was stunned, envious and jealous of Wang Hao's strength, and hated himself for not having such strength and courage. He found that Wang Hao's method of chopping zombies was very ordinary, and even his strength and speed were not as good as his. However, he was so brave that he was not afraid of zombies at all, he would slash them with a knife without any hesitation or timidity. Finally, after encountering zombies several times, they returned safely to the warehouse. Crack. After closing the door, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then began to discuss Wang Hao's strength. Those women were very happy to see everyone coming back, but when they heard about Wang Hao's bravery, they became very interested in him. In the last days, everyone wants to survive, so women will pay more attention to those men who are strong and can fight out among zombies without getting hurt. Zhang Yuliang suddenly felt very uncomfortable when he found the attitude of those women towards Wang Hao, and this feeling even faintly suppressed his desire to find food. If he finds food, but the women follow him, then how can I be the boss? Zhang Yuliang became a little worried, but after careful consideration, he decided to let Wang Hao take them to find food first. As long as they found enough food and allowed them to own enough cars, there was no need for Wang Hao to stay here. When the time comes, it will be a breeze to drive him away or kill him. After all, in his opinion, Wang Hao was able to kill those zombies only because he was brave, and had little to do with his fighting ability. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuliang looked at Wang Hao and asked, "Little brother, didn't you say that you can help us find food? How do you do it?" "Yeah, we are about to run out of food, you have to help us." When everyone heard what Zhang Yuliang said, they looked at Wang Hao together. "Everyone, don't panic." Wang Hao calmed everyone's emotions, and said, "How about letting me understand your situation first, and then make a decision? Little brother, just tell me directly, what do you want to know?" Zhang Yuliang asked. "I want to know how many of you there are, how many can drive, and how many dare to fight zombies." Wang Hao asked in one breath. "This? I want to ask specifically." Zhang Yuliang turned his head to look at the crowd and began to ask questions. Soon, he knew that there were 3 people here who could drive. Counting him, there were 5 people who dared to fight zombies, and only 1 man was excluded due to physical reasons. In other words, there was 1 man present, and the rest of the men dared to follow Wang Hao out to fight zombies. Wang Hao understood the specific situation, looked at Zhang Yuliang and said, "How about this, you send 3 people out with me first, and I will take them to find a car. When I have a car, I will come back and pull you to find food together." "That's fine. That's it." Zhang Yuliang looked at the crowd, stretched out his hand and assigned 3 people who could drive to stand up. These 3 people were obviously a little scared, but they didn't shrink back, but came to Wang Hao and asked, "When are we leaving?" C48 Insidious Person C49 The insidious person. Wang Hao was a little surprised by the awareness of these people, but that's okay, since they have this awareness, there is no need for him to use any excuses. "Let's go now." Wang Hao looked at the 3 people in front of him and said softly, "If we can find 3 cars, we can take advantage of the darkness to carry food." "Well, you're right, let's go." These 3 people quite agreed with Wang Hao's words. Soon, Wang Hao left the warehouse with the 3 of them. The rest of the people stayed in the warehouse, waiting quietly. But at this time, Zhang Yuliang called Erguzi and Depao, and walked to the other side of the warehouse. "Boss, what do you want from us?" Cannon asked curiously. "Yes, boss, if you have anything to say, just say it, we will listen to you," Erguzi said. "It's rare that the 2 of you trust me so much, so I'll just say it straight." Zhang Yuliang looked around, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, "Have you noticed that there is something wrong with this little brother?" "Brother, what do you mean by that?" Depao frowned. "Don't you wonder why he helps us? If he can find food, why does he help us? Are you afraid that the food will not be eaten?" Zhang Yuliang asked. "Brother, what you said makes sense. He doesn't need to help us. But why should he help us?" Erguzi asked. "Hush! Keep your voice down so that other people don't hear you." Zhang Yuliang made a gesture of silence, and then said, "I will tell you directly, my guess." "Brother, tell me, the 2 of us will definitely not tell others." The 2 pricked up their ears and listened carefully. "Actually, I suspect that there are no more women in the outside world. That's why this little brother made excuses, saying that he came to help us find food. I think he will probably take us brothers out by then, shame on them. Then he came back by himself and possessed all our women." Zhang Yuliang speculated with certainty. After Erguzi and Depao listened, they gave each other a thumbs up, with expressions of admiration on their faces, and said, "Brother, you are indeed a big brother. Even if the 2 of us want to break our heads, we still can't figure out why that kid helped us. Big brother, you let us know the kid's conspiracy in a few words. You are really comparable to Zhuge Kongming." "Okay, don't talk about it, it's good for the 3 of us to know about this matter. If you tell others, you will inevitably miss the point," Zhang Yuliang said. "Brother, we know, but don't we do anything?" "No, how can we do nothing? Could it be that kid has our woman in vain?" A trace of confidence appeared on Zhang Yuliang's face, and then he said, "As long as we find the car and find the food, we will find a chance to kill that kid. Then, the 3 of us will have all the women." "Brother, what do you mean by that? Why do you say that the 3 of us possess all the women? What about the others?" Cannon asked. "Well," Zhang Yuliang sighed, and said, "You're talking about your brains, not me. Think about it, when the time comes, we have cars and women, so why are we sharing them with so many people? We can get by. Live in comfort and consume food slowly." "Brother, that's all right, I won't ask any more questions. Next, I will listen to you whatever you say." When the two heard that Zhang Yuliang planned to possess all the women with them, they were very excited, and they didn't care about anything else. They would do anything as long as it got them women and enough food. Okay, with your words, I feel relieved, Zhang Yuliang said with a smile. And at this time, Wang Hao had already driven the three people and left the Heihua Brewery. Little brother, how did you survive? There are so many zombies out there, how did you do it alone? Someone couldn't help asking curiously. Just get used to it slowly. To live alone, you must become brave. Only in this way can you survive, Wang Hao said. Really? There should be many people of this kind you mentioned, but why can't we see one? Some people didn't believe it. It's not very simple, because most of those brave people died, and I was one of them who survived, so it's hard to understand? Wang Hao asked back. That's right, so many people have encountered zombies, and those who can survive are naturally brave and capable people. The person who asked the question just now felt that his question just now was stupid. Not long after, Wang Hao stopped the car. Who of you go over and try this car to see if it can be driven? Wang Hao said, pointing to a BYD car next to the Land Rover. I go. The three hesitated for a moment, and one of them stood up. Very good, pay attention to safety, if there is anything wrong, just get back in the car, Wang Hao said. No. The man nodded, opened the door and got out of the car. He looked at the dangling zombies in the distance, didn't dare to waste time, opened the driver's door and sat in. Not long after, the car made an engine sound. Fine, drive and follow me. Wang Hao nodded at the people in the car, and drove forward first. He didn't go farther, but looked for vehicles nearby. Finally, after half an hour, all three cars were found. When they returned to the brewery, those who stayed behind suddenly boiled. In fact, when they own the vehicle, the meaning of Wang Hao's existence is no longer significant. Because at this time, they can drive out to find food by themselves, as long as they are careful, there is no problem at all. However, after all, Wang Hao helped them complete the first step, and it is impossible for these people to turn their faces so quickly. Little brother, you have been wandering outside for so long, you should know where there is food? Zhang Yuliang asked. Well, I know a supermarket that has a lot of food in it. However, it's a bit far away, and it's too late to go today. So, let's drive to a nearby convenience store to carry some food, Wang Hao said. It makes sense, then you guys go with the little brother. Zhang Yuliang appointed three people again. The three people stood beside Wang Hao without saying anything. Little brother, do you think this number is enough? Zhang Yuliang asked. That's enough, let's go now, Wang Hao said. Okay. These people responded, took up their weapons, and followed Wang Hao out of the warehouse gate. After Wang Hao drove away from the brewery, he went to the street to find a convenience store. However, in front of the convenience store, there were several zombies wandering around. These people were completely frightened and did not dare to get out of the car. C49 I'm not a good person, C50 I'm not a good person. Everyone drives around the entrance of the convenience store, and these zombies will be handed over to me. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he opened the car door and jumped out. The three cars turned around, surrounded the city in a semicircle, and blocked the convenience store door. Only in this way, the zombies outside can't get close to the convenience store. After Wang Hao jumped out of the car, he took out the tang knife and rushed towards the zombie at the door of the convenience store. He eliminated these zombies in 2s and 3s, and shouted at the people in the car, "Hurry up, I will warn you outside." Thank you, little brother. The people in the car were very grateful. Seeing that all the zombies had been wiped out, they opened the car door and jumped out. These people were worried that there were zombies approaching, so they moved very fast, and moved all the food that could be eaten in the convenience store in less than 10 minutes. At this time, several zombies approached. Wang Hao rushed up immediately, dealt with these zombies, and then shouted at everyone, "Okay, get in the car and leave, hurry up." These people responded, and as soon as they got into the car, the driver started the engine. Wang Hao's car was modified, and it drove at the front, directly hitting the zombies blocking the front. It wasn't long before they returned to the Black Flower Brewery again. The women who stayed in the factory saw the food they brought back, their eyes were blurred, it was like a dream, and it felt very unreal. Is this really a biscuit? And this sausage, oh my god. I thought I'd never eat it again, yeah, and mineral water, no more beer. I'm going to throw up. The women were very excited, and their attitude towards Wang Hao became more respectful. Ha ha. It's all thanks to this little brother. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have gotten so much food. Li Bin stood up. After he said these words, everyone also turned their eyes to Wang Hao. Don't worry, everyone. It's the end of the world. Those of us who survived should help each other to tide over the difficulties. Wang Hao said. Little brother, tell me? You have helped us so much, what do you want? As long as you say it, I will try my best to satisfy you. Zhang Yuliang asked, his eyes drifted to the woman behind him intentionally or unintentionally, signaling to Wang Hao. He wanted to test whether Wang Hao had any thoughts about these women. However, Wang Hao shook his head and said, I don't want anything, as long as everyone can live well, that's enough. Little brother, you are really a good person. You have helped us so much, but you don't want anything. Zhang Yuliang said with some regret, but he was even more suspicious of Wang Hao in his heart. I can't say that, I'm helping you, I'm helping myself. Although I know where there is food, I can only finish the move by myself. Therefore, it will be more efficient for everyone to act together. Wang Hao said. Little brother, do you mean that you want to live with us? Zhang Yuliang asked. Well, it's too dangerous to live alone. I want to live with everyone. It's just that we have too little food now, so we have to carry some food. Otherwise, if we are too late, others will carry it away. Wang Hao said. Ah? Are there many people outside? Zhang Yuliang asked in surprise. Yes, although there are not many people, the food is getting less and less, so we have to be ahead of them. Wang Hao said. Little brother, since this is the case, let's hurry up. Zhang Yuliang said. Well, tomorrow, everyone will start carrying food with me, and I will let everyone carry all the food places I know within one day. Wang Hao said. Okay, let's go to bed early and go out to work early tomorrow. Zhang Yuliang immediately got motivated and wanted to carry more food, and finally looked for a chance to kill Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao also had his own plans in mind. The reason why he helped these people find food was not to be a good person. He is not a nice guy. He just wanted to leave the villa for a while, and he was afraid that there would not be enough food left, and it would be too slow to carry the food by himself, so he thought of finding more people to help him carry the food for free. Now, these people are his fancy. As long as these people helped him carry enough food, it would be perfect to solve them at that time. Therefore, Wang Hao said at this time, I'll see where there is still food tonight, and I'll meet you tomorrow morning. Little brother, it's so dangerous outside, do you really want to leave? Zhang Yuliang was a little surprised. It's okay, my car has been modified, and zombies can't attack me at all. Wang Hao said. Oh, be careful then. When Zhang Yuliang thought of Wang Hao's modified Land Rover, he was also a little envious, and wanted to have the same modified car. Wang Hao bid farewell to everyone and left the Heihua Brewery. In the evening, he searched the vicinity, and after confirming that several large supermarkets still had a lot of things, he went home with peace of mind. However, when passing by a grocery store on the street, Wang Hao stopped the car. I don't know how Xia Lingling is doing. I haven't seen her for 2 days. Wang Hao took out the flashlight, opened the rolling door, and walked in. Big brother, you came to see me. On the second floor of the grocery store, the little girl came out of the cubicle when she heard the movement, and when she saw Wang Hao, a happy smile appeared on her face. Yes, I'm here to see you. Have you been hungry these 2 days? Wang Hao walked up the stairs, came to Xia Lingling, reached out and touched her head. Big brother, I still have a lot of dry food here. Although it's not tasty, you won't die of starvation if you eat it. Xia Lingling opened her black eyes and pouted her small mouth. Hey, those dry foods are not tasty, here you are, these are delicious. Wang Hao sighed, and took out some delicious biscuits and drinks from his backpack. It was in his backpack when he left the brewery. Thank you, big brother. Xia Lingling took the food, tore open the packaging bag and started to eat. Although he wasn't hungry, he still couldn't help swallowing when he saw the delicious food. She was already tired of the dry food. Eat slowly, when you are full, brother will take you home. Wang Hao said. Go home? Where do you go home? Xia Lingling drank half of her drink and raised her head to look at Wang Hao. Of course it's our home. It's a big house. I think you'll like it. Wang Hao said. Big brother, you really want to take me away, thank you. Xia Lingling laughed happily again. Although Wang Hao said before that he would take her away, she didn't really believe it, because she felt that she was just a burden and could only add trouble to others. But now, when she heard what Wang Hao said again, she no longer doubted it. C50 go to buy fume again. C51 Wang Hao waited until Xia Lingling was full, and took her out of the grocery store. Although there were zombies on the street, they couldn't get close to them, and they were chopped down by Wang Hao. Back in the car, Wang Hao started the car directly and drove back to the villa area. Big brother, you are really powerful. Those zombies are so scary, why aren't you afraid at all? Xia Lingling asked curiously. As long as you work hard, you will be as good as me in the future, so don't envy me. Wang Hao said casually. Really? Xiao Lingling asked incredulously, but she took it seriously. Of course, no one is born weak, and everyone has the opportunity to become strong through hard work. As long as you are strong enough, you won't be afraid of these zombies. Wang Hao said affirmatively. Oh, then I'll work hard, and strive to defeat the zombies as soon as possible, and be as brave as you, big brother. Xiao Lingling silently made up her mind, taking Wang Hao as her goal in the future. Back at the villa, Li Mengyao was quite surprised to see Wang Hao brought back a little girl, and asked, "Why did you come back a girl?" "My wife, she is very pitiful by herself, and her parents are not here, so I brought her back," Wang Hao explained. "Really? Is your heart still so kind?" Li Mengyao asked with some doubts. "Wife, what you said, when did I become unkind?" After Wang Hao finished speaking, he walked towards Xiao Lingling, showing a harmless smile. "Let's go, big brother will change you into beautiful clothes." "Wang Hao, what are you doing?" Li Mengyao's face darkened suddenly, feeling that Wang Hao was as nasty as she thought. "Honey, this kind of work is very tiring, so I'd better leave it to me," Wang Hao said, and stretched out his hand to pull Xiao Lingling to walk. Xiao Lingling didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this, and was even a little moved in her heart, feeling that Wang Hao really cared about her too much. "Wang Hao, you can't bully her," Li Mengyao said loudly. "Don't worry, I know what I can do and what I can't do, I know it in my heart." Wang Hao turned his head and showed a kind smile to Li Mengyao, then pulled Xiao Lingling away. This guy is really getting worse and worse, Li Mengyao thought to herself as she stared at the tightly closed door. However, she has no right or ability to interfere with what Wang Hao wants to do. After all, even himself, to put it bluntly, is just a woman obtained by Wang Hao through means. If she didn't have herself, Wang Hao could still find other women. Because of this, she didn't dare to really care about what Wang Hao wanted to do. Half an hour later, Wang Hao came out with Xiao Lingling. He helped Xiao Lingling find a retro-style black dress worn by Lolita, and asked her to wear it on her body. Unexpectedly, the lowly skirt found here fits Xiao Lingling perfectly. "Wang Hao, what do you think about her? Can you tell me?" Li Mengyao asked. "What can I think about her? I have a lot of thoughts about you." "Wang Hao, don't, children will learn to be bad when they see it." Li Mengyao was extremely embarrassed, being stared at made her feel uncomfortable. "What are you afraid of? It's the end of the world now. Some things, even if you want to avoid them, will always be discovered. It's better to let her know earlier." At this moment, Xiao Lingling stared at Wang Hao and Li Mengyao curiously, feeling extremely puzzled. What are big brother and big sister doing? Why do they look so weird? However, after looking at it for a while, she lost interest and turned around to start looking at this huge villa. She has grown so big, and she has never seen such a big house. Now that you have the opportunity to live in, you have to take a good look. An hour later, Wang Hao leaned against the bed and smoked. Beside him, Li Mengyao was resting limply. Wang Hao was so fierce just now that she was exhausted. Wang Hao exhaled a puff of green smoke, suddenly thought of something, and stood up. "Wife, you rest first, I'll go and see the fence in the yard. If there are zombies running in, it will be bad." "Well, be careful," Li Mengyao said weakly. Wang Hao turned around and left the room, just in time to see Xiao Lingling standing at the stairs. "How do you feel here?" Wang Hao asked. "This house is so beautiful, I like it very much," Xiao Lingling said. "Well, it's good if you like it. If you're tired, you'll go to sleep in your room. My brother still has things to do," Wang Hao said. "No." Xiao Lingling obediently responded, and entered the room. When she saw Li Mengyao sleeping, she was puzzled, wondering what Wang Hao had done to Li Mengyao to make her so sleepy. Xiao Lingling thought so. Naturally, Wang Hao didn't know what Xiao Lingling was thinking. He had already gone downstairs, brought some food and left the villa. "I don't know what happened to that Baifume." Wang Hao thought of the woman who lived alone in the villa and was indifferent to life and death. He really wanted to conquer that woman, and wanted that woman to be his own woman, which was particularly challenging for him. Not long after, Wang Hao came to a villa. He looked at the luxury sports car parked in the yard, and climbed over the fence. Enter the villa again and come to the third floor. Seeing the light coming out from under the crack of the door, Wang Hao became excited. This shows that the woman should still be alive. He took a deep breath, stretched out his hand and slowly pushed open the mysterious door. As the door opened, a woman leaning back against the seat and holding a heavy book appeared in front of her eyes. Snow-white skin, delicate face, still the unique aristocratic temperament, without any change. "I came to see you again, are you surprised or surprised?" Wang Hao asked. However, the woman just glanced sideways at Wang Hao, and then continued to read the book. "Ignore me? That's not okay. However, the woman did not resist his offensive behavior in the slightest. C51 The time is right. C52 1 hour later. Wang Hao stood up. Looking at the motionless woman lying on the bed, he couldn't help asking, "Why didn't you respond at all?" The woman looked at the ceiling without speaking. Wang Hao was very helpless with the woman's behavior, and felt that she was like a wooden figure. However, this woman was so attractive to him that he didn't want to just give up on her. "I'll go back first. I'll keep these foods for you. Eat some when you're hungry." Wang Hao took out his backpack, took out the food inside and put it on the table. However, he found that the food he put here last time was still there. Although I felt a little worried, looking at the woman's body, it seemed that there was nothing serious about it. Well, Wang Hao sighed, closed the door and left. If a woman doesn't want to eat and chooses to starve to death, then he has nothing to do. In the room, the woman sat up slowly after Wang Hao left. From the beginning to the end, he didn't look at the food Wang Hao left on the table. When Wang Hao returned to the villa, he rested early. The next morning, Wang Hao woke up very early. After eating some food, he bid farewell to Li Mengyao and Xia Lingling. Driving to the Black Flower Brewery, the people in those factories also got up early. "Little brother, you came very early." Zhang Yuanliang greeted him with a smile. "Ha, you guys also woke up very early," Wang Hao said with a smile, and then asked, "Is everyone ready? Today we are going to have a good job." "Little brother, what do you mean?" Zhang Yuanliang was a little puzzled. "I checked many nearby places last night and found 3 large supermarkets. Let's work harder today and clear those 3 supermarkets," Wang Hao said. "Really? That's really great. With these things, we may have enough for a year's life," Zhang Yuanliang said excitedly. "That's not necessarily true. I'm afraid several years will be enough," Li Bin said. "Well, yes, as long as we can clear those 3 supermarkets, our future life will be very nourishing," Wang Hao said. When everyone heard this, they were very excited, and they all became motivated and wanted to set off quickly. "Little brother, let's act quickly. The resources in the last days can't be regenerated. We have to be ahead of the victim," someone said. "Okay, now that everyone is ready, let's go." Wang Hao nodded, and drove the car with everyone first, leaving the factory building. "Brother, this kid seems to know a lot of food places." Guzi and Depao approached Zhang Yuanliang and said, "Well, this kid is still useful now, let's keep him first, and I will tell you when the time is right." After Zhang Yuanliang finished speaking, he led the 2 of them out of the factory. These people followed Wang Hao and drove to the street. On the way, Wang Hao specially asked them to change to a large truck. With a large truck, more food can be pulled. Under the leadership of Wang Hao, they came to a large supermarket. At the entrance of the supermarket, more than a dozen zombies were wandering casually. When they heard a car approaching, they approached. "These zombies are handed over to me. You go in and carry things, and I will guard the gate." Wang Hao jumped out of the car and rushed towards the dozens of zombies at the entrance of the supermarket with a tang knife. Puff puff, Wang Hao rushed into the group of zombies like a lunatic, and Tang Dao slashed at random. In less than a minute, more than a dozen zombies all fell to the ground. "Get off!" Zhang Yuanliang let out a low cry, and jumped out of the car first. Everyone quickly followed him into the gate of the supermarket, and quickly moved the food inside. Wang Hao, on the other hand, continued to guard outside the gate of the supermarket, guarding against zombies. This supermarket is indeed very big, and there are many kinds of goods in it, and almost all the necessities of life are available. They drove 5 times before the supermarket was emptied, and by this time, it was almost noon. "Boss, let's rest for a while. I'm too tired. If this continues, I'm going to get tired," someone said to Zhang Yuanliang. "Little brother, what do you mean?" Zhang Yuanliang looked at Wang Hao. "There are still 2 supermarkets. If we can't finish moving today, maybe someone else will move them away tomorrow," Wang Hao said. "Understood." Zhang Yuanliang turned his head to look at the crowd, and said, "Everyone hold on, take a short rest for 10 minutes, and then continue to work. If you are hungry, just eat something casually, we are running out of time." "All right." Everyone can understand, gritted their teeth and continued to persevere. The second supermarket was also empty just before 5 p.m. The warehouse of the Black Flower Brewery has long been filled with various commodities. The women were overjoyed to see all kinds of food, clothes, and daily necessities brought back by the men. "You guys are really amazing, with so many things, enough to live for a year," a woman exclaimed in admiration. "Yeah, after carrying so many things, you should take a good rest." A woman came over with a towel to wipe the sweat of these men. However, these men immediately rejected them. There is also a supermarket. After we finish moving, we will have a good rest. They just rested for a few minutes, then followed Wang Hao to the third supermarket. When they came to the third supermarket, Wang Hao was the first to jump out of the car as usual and cleaned up the zombies. Afterwards, the men jumped out of the car and rushed towards the supermarket. It's just that it's getting dark at this time, and everything in the supermarket doesn't look so clear. Therefore, the difficulty for them to move things has also increased a lot. Guzi, Depao, come here. But at this time, Zhang Yuliang suddenly and mysteriously dragged the two capable men to a place in the supermarket away from other people. Brother, what can we do for you? The two asked. That's right, do you still remember what I told you before? Now is the opportunity. Zhang Yuliang said. Brother, what do you mean? That kid can be killed now. Depao's eyes widened. That's right, the two of you are trying to kill that kid. I'm going to prepare to drive. As soon as you two succeed, come over and meet me, and let's drive back. Zhang Yuanliang said. Brother, what about the others? Cannon asked. Silly, let's drive away, where else can they go? There are zombies outside this night, I don't believe they can come back alive. Zhang Yuanliang said solemnly. Brother, you're still taller. We'll listen to you. Let's go and kill that kid. After Depao finished speaking, he dragged Guzi to leave. Don't worry, Zhang Yuanliang stopped them. Brother, what else do you have to say? Depao asked. Remember, it's best to keep it hidden and not let others find it. Zhang Yuanliang said in a low voice. Hey, it's easy, don't worry, big brother. After Depao finished speaking, he dragged Guzi towards the entrance of the supermarket. C-52 Plan C-53 Wang Hao looked at a zombie approaching the supermarket, and various complicated thoughts came to his mind. He originally wanted to use these people, let them finish moving things, and then kill them. But now, he began to hesitate again. Wouldn't it be too vicious if I killed them after using them? However, if he didn't do that, it would undoubtedly be much more difficult for him to live a stable life in the last days. Therefore, it is difficult for him to have any other choice now. It's just that he can be more humane. For example, when they filled up a car, they decisively left the car and left them. Then these people can only close the supermarket door and hide inside. And the food in the supermarket can also keep them going for a while. However, just when Wang Hao was full of thoughts, Depao and Guzi came over. Little brother, you are amazing, you actually killed so many zombies. Depao exclaimed. These zombies are stupid, and you can do it too, Wang Hao said. Really? Then I'll try to find a zombie too? Cannon asked. Okay, as long as you have a knife, these zombies are no match for you. Wang Hao said. Ha ha. Can you lend me your knife, little brother? I see zombies coming over there. Cannon said casually, pointing in one direction. Oh well, after thinking about it, Wang Hao sent the Tang Dao in his hand to Depao. Thank you. Cannon took the knife and walked to the side. However, after taking 2 steps, he stopped, looked back at Wang Hao and said, Little brother, come here too. If I can't kill the zombie, you have to come. Otherwise, I will be bitten to death by the zombie. Yeah, you'd better go there with Depao. I'll watch over here, as long as there are zombies approaching, I'll call you. Guzi followed suit. That's fine. Wang Hao nodded, and followed the cannon towards the dark place ahead. However, Wang Hao kept a careful eye and kept a certain distance from the cannon. Because he never really trusted these people, he just used them as a tool to use. Therefore, he was also very worried whether these people would find out that something was wrong with him and take the lead in attacking. But at this time, Depao's actions made his worry more and more obvious. However, before the cannon started, he couldn't be sure whether these people had really discovered his thoughts. And at this time, in the darkness ahead, the roar of zombies happened to be heard. Little brother, come here, tell me quickly how to kill zombies. Cannon turned around and asked. It's very simple, don't be afraid, just hold the knife tightly and aim at the zombie's neck to chop it off. Wang Hao said. Is this how you hold a knife? Cannon saw that Wang Hao was not approaching him, so he took a step back and approached Wang Hao himself. Feeling something was wrong, Wang Hao took a step back, then nodded and said, You can hold it like this. Really? But I don't think this method is very good. Depao said, and approached Wang Hao. Wang Hao felt something was wrong, and retreated behind him again. However, when he retreated, there was a sneer behind him. Boy, you're pretty smart, did you find something? It was Guzi who came over, and in her hand was holding a thick steel pipe. Ha! What do you want to do? Seeing this scene, Wang Hao finally understood in his heart that these people seemed to have really discovered his intentions. What are we trying to do? Can't you see it? As Depao said, he picked up the Tang Dao and approached Wang Hao again. Hey, you have nowhere to run, just die obediently. We will tell others that you were killed by zombies. Erguzi said, picked up the steel pipe and aimed it at Wang Hao's head and smashed it. So that's the way it is. You two decided to kill me on your own initiative, and no one else knew about it. Wang Hao flashed to the side, looked at Erguzi and Depao and said, Boy, so what if you know? Tonight, you are dead. Erguzi and Depao flanked Wang Hao, and they were bound to kill him with one blow. However, at this moment, Wang Hao couldn't help laughing. Ha ha. I'm just stupid, and I still want to do things not to be too bad. Now, you let me understand that I'm far from being a bad person. Boy, don't talk nonsense, go to hell. The two ignored Wang Hao's words, thinking that he was frightened and stupid, and rushed towards him directly. At this moment, with one knife and one stick, Wang Hao was only half a meter away. Ordinary people, in this case, will undoubtedly die. However, at this moment, Wang Hao's body suddenly swelled up. Boom puff as the two voices sounded, the faces of Erguzi and Depao froze instantly. In front of them, a monster with a height of nearly 2 meters and a red body appeared. What's going on? What about the kid? It was the only thought in their minds. But Wang Hao ignored them at all, grabbed the heads of the two of them with his hand, and crushed them directly. Now, in his eyes, these people are no longer human beings, they are just some ants that hinder him. As for the ants, of course they just crushed them casually. Poor these two people, just a trace of fear emerged in their hearts, and before they had time to shout, they were ruthlessly killed by Wang Hao. Boom boom, throwing away the two corpses casually, Wang Hao recovered his human body again. He picked up Tang Dao and approached the supermarket. But Zhang Yuanliang, who was originally sitting in the driving seat, waiting for Depao and Erguzi to return, was dumbfounded at this time. He saw Wang Hao walking back alone, and looking at the knife in his hand, there was not a trace of blood on it. This not only made him wonder, he didn't understand what happened. If Erguzi and Depao were killed, it would be impossible for Wang Hao to return so peacefully. Therefore, Zhang Yuanliang didn't know how to deal with this result. Little brother, I saw Erguzi and Depao went there with you, where are they? Zhang Yuanliang couldn't help asking. We saw a woman over there, so they left me to find that woman. Wang Hao said casually. Women? There are women out there? Zhang Yuanliang was confused. Yeah, I also found it strange, so I advised the two of them to calm down, but instead of listening, they even took the risk to find that woman. Wang Hao said. These two useless guys. Thinking of the character of those two people, Zhang Yuanliang felt that it was really possible for the two of them to do such a thing. However, although he believed it in his heart, he said on his mouth, Little brother, this is too strange. Can you take me there to see which direction they went? It's so dangerous outside, I'm worried that something will happen to the two of them. Okay, then you come with me. Wang Hao nodded, and took Zhang Yuanliang to a place away from the supermarket. Since someone is anxious to find death, he doesn't mind sending him on the road earlier. Thank you for the decimal point, and God's reward and support, thank you. C-53 Zombie Raid, Part 1, C-54 Surrounded by Zombies, Part 1. After Wang Hao walked more than 10 steps, he stopped, pointed to the house in the distance, and said, the two of them went over there. Really? Why can't I hear anything? Zhang Yuanliang approached Wang Hao. Of course you can't hear them anymore. There are zombies outside. No matter how stupid the two of them are, they won't make any noise. Wang Hao said. Well, it makes sense. Zhang Yuan nodded his head, although his eyes were looking at the distance, one hand was touching behind him. There was a dagger pinned to his waistband, which he was going to use to sneak attack Wang Hao. However, at this moment, Wang Hao asked, the two of them just said something about you, so, do you think the same as them? What do you mean? Why can't I understand what you said? Zhang Yuanliang froze for a moment, and then a trace of panic appeared on his face. Don't you really understand? Just now you have been paying attention to the two of them. Don't you really know what they are looking for me for? Wang Hao asked. You, what do you mean? Where did the two of them go? Zhang Yuanliang frowned, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Forget it, I don't pretend to be with you. I have a showdown. I actually killed those two people just now. Wang Hao spread his hands and said directly. However, Zhang Yuanliang let out a chuckle and said, bragging, you can kill the two of them by yourself? Do you think that the two of them are made of dough? You don't believe me, I know, but you will believe it soon. Wang Hao said. Boy, are you trying to kill me? Zhang Yuanliang felt a little ridiculous. It's not that I want to, but I'm going to kill you. As Wang Hao said, he stopped avoiding and approached Zhang Yuanliang. Boy, it seems that you have seen through my scheme. At this moment, Zhang Yuanliang finally knew that his two brothers might really have been killed. However, he didn't panic, pulled out the dagger from behind, and said to Wang Hao confidently, "Boy, you are very smart, but you want to use those zombie-killing methods to deal with me, but it is not enough. I have practiced it back then, and I am not the same as them." Zhang Yuanliang twirled the dagger in his hand, and then approached Wang Hao. "Really? Then let me see what's the difference between you and them," Wang Hao asked softly, and then threw Tang Dao on the ground. "Boy, you are too arrogant, do you want to kill me empty-handed?" Zhang Yuanliang felt a trace of anger, clenched the knife in his hand and stabbed Wang Hao's body directly. Boom! However, at this moment, Wang Hao's body exploded instantly, turning into a zombie like a tyrant. The dagger in Zhang Yuanliang's hand stabbed Wang Hao's thick thigh, but it couldn't penetrate even a layer of skin. What is this? What's going on with you?" Zhang Yuanliang was stunned. How could a good person suddenly become a huge terrifying zombie, and he was still so strong? His skin was as indestructible as steel. Wang Hao let out a low growl, and the sharp claw of his right hand turned into an afterimage, and swiped past Zhang Yuanliang's terrified eyes. Pooh! With a soft sound, Zhang Yuanliang's neck was cut off, and blood shot out directly, staining a large area of the ground red. In the dark night, it is still so dazzling. Wang Hao regained his human form, picked up the tang knife that was thrown on the ground, and returned to the supermarket again. In the supermarket, those people were still moving the goods. When the truck was full, they realized that someone was missing. "Little brother, have you seen our boss?" Li Bin asked. "They said it was convenient to go. I advised them not to go farther away, but they didn't listen. Now that they haven't come back, something may have happened," Wang Hao said. "Then what should we do?" "Let's go find them," Li Bin said. "No, it's dark now, you go to them. What should you do if you encounter zombies?" Wang Hao asked. "However, it wouldn't be too good to leave them alone," Li Bin said. "It's nothing wrong. They don't listen to the little brothers themselves. If they encounter zombies, they will ask for it. If we are still little brothers, let's move the goods back quickly," someone said. "Yeah, it's getting dark, we can't take any more risks," others echoed. Li Bin saw that everyone had a unified opinion, so he couldn't say anything more. In fact, he still had some expectations in his heart. If Zhang Yuanliang died, he would have a chance to try the most beautiful of the 5 women. During this period of time, although Zhang Yuanliang relied on his strength to protect them, he also relied on his strength to occupy the most beautiful woman and only allowed everyone to have sex with the other 4 women. Therefore, Li Bin has long disliked Zhang Yuanliang. However, Zhang Yuanliang is powerful. If he dies, no one can protect everyone. Therefore, he had to endure what Zhang Yuanliang did. But now, it's different. With a stronger person like Wang Hao and so much food, without Zhang Yuanliang, it has no effect on them. Conversely, if Zhang Yuanliang died, there would be one less person to share food with, and everyone could live more comfortably. At the moment, there are not a few people who have this idea. Wang Hao saw their thinking, so he said, "Okay, it's getting dark, let's speed up quickly. Pull this car back, and another car, everyone can have a good rest." That's right, what the little brother said is very reasonable. Let's persevere for a while. After tonight, we will live a good life. These people are very excited when they think that they will have enough food in the future and each of them will get a woman. With this thought, they worked faster. They drove back to finish the delivery and returned to the supermarket without a break. When carrying the second load, they were faster than before. In less than an hour, the second truck was full. Ha ha! Now that the second car is full, we can finally go back and have a good rest, Li Bin said with a smile. However, at this moment, a large group of terrifying zombies suddenly rushed out of the surrounding area. Zombies? How did this happen? Where did these zombies come from? Where are the little brothers? Let him kill these zombies quickly. When these people saw the zombies, they panicked and looked for Wang Hao everywhere. In their view, as long as Wang Hao is around, although there are many zombies, it is not impossible to deal with them. It's just that Wang Hao seemed to have evaporated out of thin air suddenly, and he couldn't see it anymore. There were more and more zombies, so they ran into the supermarket as a last resort, trying to close the door to escape. However, there were also zombies pouring out of the supermarket. Thank God, Runny Glass, wine, 24K good sir, thank you for your rewards, I will work harder to code, C54 Crazy Woman, second, C55 The Crazy Woman, second, The surrounding zombies surged up like a tide, and these people fell into despair instantly. No, I don't want to die, little brother, come and save me, I don't want to die either. I want to play with women in the last days, live the life I want. I don't want to die, these people shouted in despair and looked around, but they didn't realize that Wang Hao was hiding in a hidden corner. It was he who used his talent to lead the siege over these zombies. Ah no, with the sound of screams, in less than 5 minutes, all the men were bitten to death by zombies. Oh, what a bunch of poor people. Wang Hao was still a little moved when he heard the screams of those people before they died. However, even though he couldn't bear it, he didn't intend to stop from the beginning to the end. Between good and evil, at this moment, he chose to be a bad person. After Wang Hao cleaned up these people, he didn't stay here, and drove directly back to the Heihua Brewery. Now, he has one last thing to do. Boom! Wang Hao drove directly into the gate of the Heihua Brewery, and drove the car in. And the zombies outside, without the iron gates to stop them, entered the factory building one after another. Wang Hao parked the car in front of the warehouse door, opened the door and jumped out. Bang bang bang, he had no keys and had to reach out and knock on the door. Soon, the door opened. A woman poked her head out and looked outside, only to find that Wang Hao was alone. Her eyes widened immediately. What's going on? Why are you the only one who came back? Well, Wang Hao sighed and walked into the door. Crack! The woman quickly closed the door, and asked again, little brother, tell me quickly, what's the matter? At this time, 4 other women also surrounded him. Looking at Wang Hao's expression, they knew something was wrong, and they were mentally prepared. Finally, Wang Hao spoke and said, when we were carrying the last load of goods, we were surrounded by zombies. They were all bitten to death by zombies, and I was the only one who managed to get out. Ha! They're all dead? The women were dumbfounded when they heard this. Although they had already prepared themselves, when Wang Hao said it himself, they still couldn't accept it. So many people, all of them died at once, how could this happen? Yeah, Li Bin, Zhao Yong, they are such good people, no matter how they disappear, they will disappear. The women sighed and shed tears. Although they are not relatives, they have lived together for a period of time, and many men have had skin-to-skin relationships with them, and their relationship has long been extraordinary. Now that they are dead, I am naturally very unhappy. What do we do now? Without them, how can we survive? A woman said in despair. Yeah, with them in the past, we could live happily every day, but now, apart from not being afraid of starving to death, we no longer have the joy of living. A woman sighed. However, there were also women who looked at Wang Hao and asked, little brother, how old are you now? Have you ever talked about a girlfriend? Well, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Wang Hao's face. This woman seemed to have thoughts about him. Lu Lily, what are you doing? He's still young, maybe he's still in high school, so be careful. Among these women, a woman with fair skin and the most outstanding appearance said. When Lu Lily heard this, she snorted softly and said, Zhao Shanshan, now that Zhang Yuanliang is dead, you should be careful when you talk to me. Zhao Shanshan wanted to say something, but swallowed it back halfway through. Originally, when Zhang Yuanliang was around, relying on her status as the eldest woman, others would listen to her to some extent, but now that Zhang Yuanliang was gone, there was no need for others to listen to what she said. She understands that in the last days, if one has no strength, one must find a backer, but now, her backer is gone. Snort! Seeing Zhao Shanshan's expression, Lu Lily was overjoyed. She quickly forgot about the death of the men, looked at Wang Hao again, and asked, little brother, why don't you talk? Have you ever talked about a girlfriend? I haven't talked about a girlfriend. What's wrong? Wang Hao asked in a low voice. Hee, so you are still a virgin, that's great. Sister, I'll give you money today, okay? Lu Lily said with a smile. What do you mean? Wang Hao asked in a dazed manner. You little brother, I really don't understand anything, but you don't have to worry, sister, I will teach you in a while, and I will make you feel comfortable and stop thinking about other things. As Lu Lily said, she reached out and grabbed Wang Hao's arm, trying to drag him to the inner room. Lu Lily let him go. However, at this time, the other women were dissatisfied and stopped her. When they saw Lu Lily doing that kind of thing to Wang Hao, they were naturally very upset. How could they let her do such a good thing alone? Now, there are no other men here, but only Wang Hao is left. Therefore, they all had ideas about Wang Hao. What do you mean? Lu Lily looked around at the other women and asked softly. Lu Lily, it's not good to eat alone. The sisters have lived together for so long, you have to think about it? A slightly fat woman asked. Yeah, you can't be so domineering, and you can't forget us if something good happens. Another woman said. Hey, you guys, I'm so impatient. I'm not afraid that we will go up together and scare my little brother. Lu Lily said. What are you afraid of? He owns us all by himself, and it's too late to be happy. The fat woman said. Okay then, let's go together. After Lu Lili finished speaking, she pulled Wang Hao towards the inner room, and the other three women followed, pushing and pulling Wang Hao's body. Zhao Shanshan couldn't stand it anymore, rushed over to stop them, and shouted, "You are crazy, he is still young, you can't bully him. Hey, do you still think you are the boss's woman? Get out of here and go." Lu Lili said. She stretched out her hand and pushed Zhao Shanshan away. "Zhao Shanshan, you'd better take a rest, this time, Zhang Yuanliang is gone, who is afraid of you," the fat woman said proudly. "But, whatever you do, you can't bully him. We have to be principled. We must know that there are some things we can do and some things we can't do. If you do this, it's not good for his health," Zhao Shanshan said. However, those women didn't care what Zhao Shanshan said, and they still dragged Wang Hao to drag him away. However, at this moment, Wang Hao suddenly threw away those women. These women didn't expect Wang Hao to resist, so they couldn't help being a little dazed. "You are really disgusting women, don't you only want to do that kind of thing in your mind? If that's the case, then go to hell." As Wang Hao said, he pulled out the tang knife from his waist and pointed at the stunned women. At this moment, even Zhao Shanshan's eyes widened, shocked by Wang Hao's actions. She could never have imagined that Wang Hao would make such a big reaction at this moment, which was really terrifying. C55 I won't kill you, first update, C56 I won't kill you, part 1, little brother, what are you doing? Put down the knife quickly, you can't kill people at will. When Zhao Shanshan saw that Wang Hao was going to use the knife, she hurriedly spoke out to dissuade him. Although she was not in harmony with Lu Lili and the others, she couldn't just watch Wang Hao kill them just like that. At this moment, those women were still in shock facing Wang Hao. They didn't expect that their actions just now would make Wang Hao think of killing them. "Little brother, you may have misunderstood. We don't want to hurt you. We just want to make you comfortable. If you don't want to, forget it. I didn't say it, okay?" Lu Lili said tremblingly all over, facing the sharp Tang Dao. She couldn't help but not be afraid. "Humph, it's useless to say anything now, you disgusting women, I won't let you live." Wang Hao snorted softly, picked up the tang knife and slashed at Lu Lili. "Oh, I'm going to kill someone. Help!" Seeing Wang Hao's posture, Lu Lili was almost scared to pee, and turned around to run. However, she was too close to Wang Hao, and she had no time to run, so Wang Hao overtook her. Hearing a sound, Wang Hao slashed directly on Lu Lili's back, knocking her down on the ground on the spot, struggling in pain. The blood soaked through her clothes in an instant, staining a large area of the ground where she lay red. A woman couldn't help screaming when she saw this scene. They just thought that Wang Hao just got angry and threatened them with a knife, but he would not really kill them. But now, in the blink of an eye, Lu Lili was knocked to the ground by Wang Hao, and she gradually became silent, which made them fearful. "Killed, he really killed," the women trembled all over, their faces were pale, and they looked at Wang Hao with horror in their eyes, and kept backing away. Zhao Shanshan was also shocked by Wang Hao's methods, her eyes were so frightened that she couldn't speak. Now, they don't know what Wang Hao will do, whether he will kill them all. However, no matter what Wang Hao did, they were powerless to resist. They are women, have never fought, let alone have weapons that can be used to fight. The only machetes and steel pipes were taken away by those men and left the warehouse. There were no more weapons here. Now, facing Wang Hao, they are no different from lambs waiting to be slaughtered. If Wang Hao wanted to kill them, they could only wait to die, or take out the warehouse, but they escaped from the warehouse, and there were zombies outside, but they still died in the end. So, at this time, they began to look forward to it. They wanted to hope that after Wang Hao killed Lu Lili, he would stop. However, how could Wang Hao stop? From the very beginning, he had no intention of letting these women live. His original plan was to use these men to carry supplies for him, and finally, to get rid of them. Only in this way, no one will know that the supplies are stored here, and he can come here to carry the supplies back when there is no food. "Which one of you will come next?" Wang Hao asked coldly. When the women heard this, their legs became weak, and they could no longer support their bodies, so they knelt down. "Little brother, please, don't kill us, okay? We offended you before, we sincerely apologize now, please forgive us, okay? As long as you don't kill me, I will do whatever you want me to do, okay?" the fat woman asked with tears in her eyes. "Me too, as long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do." The other two women also begged for mercy pitifully, regardless of face. Looking at their actions, Wang Hao didn't have any psychological fluctuations. If he had been himself, he might have spared them, but now it's impossible. Although the women he has seen are not many, they are very beautiful, and they are many times stronger than these women. And although he didn't kill many people, it was enough for him to not have any psychological burden on killing people. "It seems that none of you want to die, then I have no choice but to let me decide for you. Wang Hao stopped talking nonsense, picked up the tang knife, and slashed at the first woman kneeling in front of him. Ah, with a scream, the woman fell to the ground without moving. Life is so fragile sometimes, it will be annihilated in an instant. No, seeing this scene, the other two women almost popped their eyeballs and let out a cry of despair. However, just as they shouted, the knife in Wang Hao's hand greeted them. Wang Hao's speed was very fast, and he easily eliminated the two women with 2 consecutive stabs. Afterwards, he turned around and looked at Zhao Shanshan, who was standing stupidly 10 steps away. Aren't you going to run away? Wang Hao couldn't help asking. Zhao Shanshan is a woman after all. Besides her face turning pale and trembling thighs, she couldn't help but wet her pants. I want to escape, but I can't escape. There are zombies outside. No matter what I do, I will die. Zhang Shanshan said, suppressing the fear in her heart. You're smart enough to know your situation. Wang Hao sighed in admiration and then asked, before you die, do you have any wishes? I don't know. I'm so scared. I don't want to die. Do you have to kill me? Zhao Shanshan asked tremblingly. Not necessarily, but, since you are so afraid of death, I won't kill you. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he bent down, wiped Tang Dao on the women's clothes, and put them away. This woman just saw that she was being raped by other women, and even offered to help her, which made him have a good impression, so he couldn't bear to kill her in the end. Perhaps, keeping her here is also beneficial to him. After all, he stored his food here, and it would be bad if someone stole it. With this woman staying here, if something happens, he can be notified. Aren't you really going to kill me? You're not lying to me, are you? But at this time, Zhao Shanshan came back to her senses, thinking that she had heard wrong, and asked in disbelief. If I don't kill you, I won't kill you again. I don't need to lie to you. Besides, I think it's better to keep you than to kill you. Wang Hao said. What do you mean? Zhao Shanshan asked a little puzzled. Because I want you to help me guard here. Wang Hao came to Zhao Shanshan, took out a radio communicator from his backpack and sent it to her. You want me to guard here? Zhao Shanshan held the radio communicator in her hand, her eyes widened in surprise. That's right, as long as you help me guard this place, you can live forever. However, if you refuse me, or try to escape after I leave, then I will definitely kill you. As Wang Hao spoke, he took out a zombie egg and threw it on the ground. Thank you for your sweet smile, 13973 for your support. C56 Zombie Porter, second update, C57 Zombie Porter, second, boom. After the zombie egg hit the ground, it exploded instantly, turning into a terrifying zombie. The zombie roared and rushed towards Zhao Shanshan. Zhao Shanshan was terrified. He didn't expect that Wang Hao would turn into a zombie and attack her when he threw a ball casually. This was really terrifying. However, just as the zombie fell in front of her, it stopped. What's going on here? Zhao Shanshan stared dumbfounded at the motionless zombie. Her heart was beating wildly, and she looked at Wang Hao as if she was looking at a terrifying god and demon, becoming unbelievable. It's nothing, this is just a small trick of mine. I just want to tell you that I have countless ways to kill you at any time. But don't worry, as long as you don't betray me, I won't kill you. Wang Hao said softly, as if he really had countless ways to kill people. However, Zhao Shanshan obviously believed it, and Wang Hao was threatening her unknowingly. Because the zombie eggs that Wang Hao released casually had already broken her worldview, making her think that Wang Hao was really omnipotent and could kill her at any time. Okay, you stay here alone. Remember, if anyone approaches this warehouse, use the communicator to notify me. Wang Hao said. Well, I see. Zhao Shanshan nodded. Oh, by the way, these corpses are likely to become zombies, remember to dispose of them quickly. Otherwise, you will be bitten to death by them without my hands. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he controlled the zombie in front of Zhao Shanshan and walked out of the warehouse gate. After seeing Wang Hao and the zombies leave, Zhao Shanshan let out a sigh of relief, feeling lucky that she survived. However, when she looked at the 4 fallen corpses on the ground, her heart began to beat faster again. However, in order to survive, she had to overcome her inner fear and drag the corpses to the warehouse door. Although a person is very lonely here, as long as he can live, he is better than dead. When Wang Hao walked out of the warehouse, he saw many wandering zombies outside the factory building. Sure enough, he broke through the gate of the factory building, causing many zombies to rush in. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Wang Hao's mouth, and then he left the Black Flower Brewery in a large truck. The more zombies there are in the factory, the safer the goods he stores there. Coupled with the existence of Zhao Shanshan, it is even more impossible for the goods here to be discovered. Soon, Wang Hao drove back to the hilltop villa area. When he drove the car into the gate of the villa, both Li Mengyao and Xia Lingling were attracted. They were very surprised to see Wang Hao driving such a big car. "Big brother, the car you drive is so big, what's in it?" Xia Lingling couldn't help asking curiously. "Guess what's inside?" Wang Hao asked. "I don't know, big brother, just tell me." Xia Lingling asked mischievously, and Li Mengyao was also very curious. "Ha, of course it's delicious," Wang Hao said with a smile, and then opened the rear compartment door. Wow, when Xia Lingling saw all kinds of food piled up in the carriage, her surprised little mouth turned into an O shape. "Husband, how did you do it alone?" Although Li Mengyao was shocked, she was very puzzled as to how Wang Hao brought so many things back by himself. She felt that it would be very difficult for one person to load so many things into the truck without the help of others. "I stole it," Wang Hao said. "What? You stole it?" Li Mengyao was a little puzzled. "Today was very lucky. When I was wandering on the street, I saw a lot of people using trucks to carry goods from a supermarket, so I took advantage of their unpreparedness and secretly drove away their trucks." Wang Hao said that he didn't want to tell Li Mengyao and Xia Lingling the truth. That would make them fear him and treat him as a devil. "So that's the case, then you are too risky. If they find you, I really don't know what will happen to you," Li Mengyao said with some fear. "They found me and would kill me," Wang Hao said. "Really? Then don't do this kind of thing in the future, it's too dangerous," Li Mengyao persuaded. "Ha, you don't have to worry about this, I know it well." As Wang Hao said, he began to move the things on the truck down. The big truck is too conspicuous in the yard. If someone finds out, they will definitely suspect this villa. Therefore, he must unload the cargo as soon as possible and drive the large truck away. Li Mengyao and Xia Lingling were not idle either, they ran over to help together. It's just that one of them is a woman and the other is a girl, and Wang Hao himself is not strong enough, so the speed is very slow. "It wasn't until nearly 12 o'clock in the evening that I got off half of the load. And these goods are only stacked in the living room of the villa, and are not placed in the place where the goods are stored. I'm so tired, I don't even have the strength." Xia Lingling stretched out her hands to wipe off the sweat, and panted. Although Li Mengyao didn't speak, Wang Hao could tell that she was sweating on her forehead, and she must be exhausted. "Okay, let's rest, and the rest of the goods will be moved tomorrow morning." As Wang Hao said, he dragged the two of them into the villa and up to the third floor. After bathing and eating something, they rested together. Because of being too tired, Wang Hao didn't bother Li Mengyao tonight, and fell asleep directly. However, although Wang Hao was lying on the bed, he had a whim and tried his abilities. He had discovered before that zombies can also release zombie eggs and manipulate them without transforming into zombies. But now, he wants to try it out, whether he can also use his talent to command without changing his body. With a sound in his brain, Wang Hao suddenly found that his consciousness came out through his body, floated into the air, and directly rose to the sky above the villa. My God, is it so strong? Wang Hao's consciousness floated above the villa, looking down at everything around the villa. His heart was shocked. It would be really convenient for him if he could release these abilities without turning into a zombie. Wang Hao controlled the perspective of God, drifted to the room on the third floor, and saw himself lying between Li Mengyao and Xia Lingling. At this moment, he was on the bed with his eyes closed, and he couldn't see anything abnormal except for his normal breathing. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then controlled the God's perspective to go downstairs. There are so many zombie workers outside, we can't waste them. Thinking of this, Wang Hao led the few dozens of zombies around, opened the gate of the villa, and rushed in. Under his leadership, these zombies began to move the goods on the truck in an orderly manner. But Wang Hao didn't need to exert any effort to do all this, which made him very happy. C57 Seeing Su Xan for the last time, Part 1. C58 Seeing Su Xan for the last time, Part 1. Very sleepy. The next day, when the sun rose, Li Mengyao woke up. Ha! When Li Mengyao opened her eyes, she saw that there was no one around her. Wang Hao didn't know where she had gone, and even Xia Lingling was gone. Why aren't you here anymore? Li Mengyao looked at the time and found that it was past 9 o'clock. Oh, I overslept, they must have gone downstairs to move the goods. It was only then that she remembered that there were still a lot of goods in the car last night, and they hadn't been moved yet. However, when Li Mengyao put on her clothes and came downstairs, she found that Wang Hao was still missing. Moreover, even the goods stacked in the hall and the trucks parked outside were gone. At this moment, only Xia Lingling was standing at the door of the living room, looking at the people outside the door in a daze. Why are you alone? Where's Wang Hao? Li Mengyao asked suspiciously. Big brother, he drove away just now. Xia Lingling said. Ah, so when did the two of you get up to move things? Li Mengyao asked curiously. I don't know. When I woke up, the goods outside had already been moved. Xia Lingling shook her head and said, no way, he moved so much goods by himself? Li Mengyao was shocked, and felt ashamed when she thought that Wang Hao might get up in the middle of the night to move the goods. He must be exhausted by himself. It took 3 people several hours to move a little half of so many goods, but it was really not easy for him to rely on one person to move so much goods. Li Mengyao was very moved when she thought that Wang Hao would rather suffer herself than ask her for help, and she became more and more aware of Wang Hao's doting on her. However, if Wang Hao knew what Li Mengyao was thinking at the moment, he might find it funny. He did like Li Mengyao a little bit, but it wasn't that much pampering. Li Mengyao was just his crush before, but not his inseparable woman. If Li Mengyao was killed now, then he might feel a little regretful, but he would not shed a single tear, let alone hold her body and fall into grief. Li Mengyao is a schoolgirl-level beauty, but in his heart, from the beginning to the present, it is just a substitute that allows him to solve his needs and pass the boring time. He could always replace her with a more beautiful woman if he wanted to. It's just that Wang Hao hasn't found a suitable woman to replace Li Mengyao, and he doesn't feel the need to find a woman to replace her. He is quite satisfied with everything so far, and he doesn't feel that there is anything wrong. What he has to do now is to increase his strength, search for supplies and beautiful women, and develop his territory. Although he is very strong now, no zombies will bite him. However, the reason why most people struggle to survive in the last days is not only because of zombies, but more because of the lack of food and the despair of facing the future. Even if there are no zombies in the last days, how boring and hopeless it would be to live without food and beautiful women who can bring happiness. Therefore, it is impossible for Wang Hao to give up searching for materials and beautiful women, and blindly increase his strength. Living like that is too boring. To put it bluntly, he is not a machine, nor is he a king of killing. He is just a man with many needs like most men. The only difference is that he got a powerful system and changed some mentality in the last days. But now, Wang Hao intends to solve the needs, and vent the aggrieved and distress that was once hidden in his heart. He drove the car to the supermarket where the goods were moved yesterday and stopped. Then, he went into the underground parking lot next to the supermarket and exchanged for his modified Land Rover. This car is well modified and cannot be thrown away casually. Although those zombies wouldn't bite him, wandering around would stop him from driving. But this modified Land Rover can easily smash through and shred the zombies blocking in front. Boom boom along the way, Wang Hao smashed countless zombies and finally came to the former school. I haven't come to school for the past 2 days, and I don't know how Su Xian is doing. Wang Hao was really worried about her, afraid that she would starve to death. It would be a shame if that was the case. Although Su Xian had already been slept by her, what he wanted was not just doing this kind of thing. Su Xian once insulted herself so much, and even asked Li Dong to drive herself out of the boys' dormitory. It was too cheap for her just to sleep with her. What he wanted was to make Su Xian feel pain and regret everything she had done. Today, the opportunity came. He wanted to torture Su Xian well before finishing her off. Wang Hao parked the car downstairs in the dormitory, opened the door and walked out. The dormitory building has already been completely occupied by zombies. It's just that on the second floor, because he blocked the corridor entrance with tables and chairs, no zombies entered. Wang Hao came to the door of Su Xian's room again, reached out and knocked. The room was so quiet that Wang Hao almost thought that Su Xian was gone. However, after a while, there was a sudden movement in the room. Through the small square glass on the door, Wang Hao saw Su Xian with disheveled hair crawled off the bed, and then stood up and approached the door. You are finally back. Su Xian opened the door and almost cried when she saw Wang Hao. She had been hungry for 2 days, and her stomach was so uncomfortable that she couldn't hold it anymore. Now, Wang Hao finally came back, which made her very excited. Hurry up, give me something to eat, I'm starving to death. Su Xian reached out and grabbed Wang Hao's arm, pleading. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Wang Hao couldn't bear it. But thinking of Su Xian once letting Li Dong force him to leave the boys' dormitory to face the zombies, the unbearable feeling in his heart was completely overwhelmed by hatred. Snort! Wang Hao snorted softly and pushed Su Xian's hand away. At this moment, looking at Su Xian's miserable appearance, he no longer felt unbearable, but felt a little refreshed instead. Wang Hao, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you give me food? Su Xian asked, a little puzzled. You want food, isn't it too simple? Wang Hao asked coldly. Wang Hao, what do you mean? I am your woman now, and I have no resistance to anything you do to me. What else do you want from me before you give me food? Su Xian asked aggrievedly. Ha ha. You feel wronged, it's ridiculous. When you asked Li Dong to force me to leave the dormitory to face the zombies outside, did you feel a little wronged? Wang Hao asked. What are you talking about? When I did those things before, I had no other choice. At that time, there was no more food, and you were the weakest. Only if you left, we could live for a few more days. There's nothing wrong with that. Is it? Su Xian asked angrily. Wang Hao couldn't help but let out a sneer when he heard this. Thanks for Xiaoyao's reward and support, thank you. C58 between killing and killing, second change, C59 killing and killing in a moment, second update. What are you laughing at? Is there something wrong with what I said? Su Xian asked suspiciously. What you said is very reasonable. There were so many people at that time, and there was indeed not enough food. But, if you were thrown out without realizing it, wouldn't the others also be able to live a few more days? Why didn't you leave the dormitory by yourself? Wang Hao asked. How could I be so stupid? I'm not a fool, why did I leave the dormitory to seek death? Su Xian said. So you chose to let me die while you live? Wang Hao asked. Oh. I couldn't help it at that time. You look the weakest, so I can only choose you. As Su Xian said, she lowered her head. However, he was silent for a while, then raised his head again, looked straight into Wang Hao's eyes, and said, But what time is it now? Those are all things in the past, so don't worry about them. I promise you, I will treat you better in the future, treat you with sincerity, and will not do anything to hurt you again. Gone. Really? You are very smart now, and you want to treat me sincerely. But it's too late. Wang Hao sneered and said, From now on, if you want food, you must listen to me. I've always listened to you, otherwise I wouldn't have let you do that to me. When Su Xian heard this, she thought that Wang Hao would do some bad things to her at most and would not hurt her. Therefore, thinking of these things, her cheeks turned red. Yes, you are very obedient, but this is not enough, you must be more obedient than before. Wang Hao said. Tell me quickly, I will listen to you whatever you want me to do, as long as you give me something to eat. Su Xian asked anxiously. Her stomach was already overwhelmed with hunger, and she couldn't take it anymore. Okay, come on, as long as you make me feel comfortable, I'll give you something to eat. Wang Hao reached out and took out a ham sausage from his backpack, shaking it. When Su Xian saw the ham sausage, her eyes were straightened, and her saliva couldn't help but flow out. She was so hungry, that's why she lost her composure. However, Wang Hao took the ham sausage and didn't give it to her. Instead, he walked into the room and sat on the bed. What do you want me to do? Su Xian asked. Aren't you smart? Show me how smart you are. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he fell backwards and leaned his back against the bed rail. You don't think you want me to use my mouth? Su Xian was a little shocked, she had never done that kind of thing before. Humph, that's what you said, I didn't say anything. Wang Hao snorted softly, although he didn't say it clearly, he didn't deny it either. Wang Hao, you are really good or bad? You are worse than anyone I have ever met. No one has ever bullied me like this. You are the first. Crystal tears appeared in Su Xian's eyes, and his heart was even more so. I am so wronged. I didn't force you to do anything. If you don't want to, I'll leave now. Wang Hao looked at Su Xian sideways and said, with a very cold attitude. But Su Xian knew that if Wang Hao left, he might never come back. So, she had no choice but to endure the grievance in her heart, knelt on the ground, lowered her head and came to Wang Hao, reaching out to touch his belt. Half an hour later. Wang Hao reached out and touched Su Xian's head, pushing her away. Oh, Su Xian burst into tears, reaching out to wipe away the tears. You are sad, I know, but you are not sad in this world, you can solve everything. Wang Hao stared at Su Xian as if he was looking at a dead person, looking extremely cold. What do you want to say? Have I done something for you that I have never done before? What do you want me to do? Su Xian asked with tears in his eyes, and reached out to fetch a piece of paper from the bedside. Don't worry, although I'm not a good person anymore, I won't let you do any more excessive things. Wang Hao snatched the paper from Su Xian's hand, wiped it, and threw it on the ground. Why are you so over the top? Su Xian looked at Wang Hao angrily. Although she was very hungry, he felt that being insulted made her feel even more uncomfortable. Too much? Did I do too much to you? Is it more than what you did to me? Wang Hao let out a chuckle, and then said, You let Li Dong force me to die, which kind of thing is more excessive than what I did to you? Is dignity more precious than life? If that's the case, I would rather you trampled on my dignity back then. Su Xian lost his mind when he heard this, and seemed to think of something, suddenly looked up at Wang Hao, and asked, Are you trying to kill me? Even if you let me die, you won't give me any food? Oh, you're so smart, you actually figured it out so quickly? Wang Hao was a little surprised, then he sighed as if he had lost interest, and said, "That's really boring, I wanted to torture you, forget it, now that you know, I'll have a showdown with you." "That's right, I came today to kill you. I didn't intend to let you live until tomorrow." Wang Hao spread his hands and said bluntly, anyway, he was not afraid that Su Xian would still be able to resist him or run away at this time. Even Su Xian, who was full of food and drink, is not his opponent, let alone Su Xian, who has been hungry for 2 days. So you really still want to kill me?" When Su Xian heard Wang Hao's words, he seemed to lose all energy and spirit all of a sudden. He no longer had any strength to support his body, and he sat slumped on the ground. Wang Hao looked at her and didn't say anything, because he knew that Su Xian must be regretting what he had done to him at the moment. After a while, Wang Hao couldn't help but ask, "Since when did you realize that I was going to kill you?" Su Xian laughed at himself and said, "I felt this way the first time you appeared, but I deceived myself into thinking that you would accept me and forgive me regardless of the past. But my thinking is really stupid. I actually thought that the things I did would really make you forget." "Forget it, what's the use of talking so much, you kill me quickly. I am a vicious woman, I don't deserve to live at all, and living like this now, I have had enough. Instead of enduring the fear all the time, it is better to die happily than to live with hunger. Come on, kill me, this vicious woman." After Su Xian finished speaking, she closed her eyes, raised her snow-white jaw, and waited for death to come. She knew that since Wang Hao was able to run rampant in the zombie apocalypse, he would definitely not be a weak man who would feel sorry for her and would be reluctant to kill her. You are really a boring woman. I don't want to kill you after talking so much. But if you continue to live, I'm afraid I will feel very uncomfortable." As Wang Hao said, he pulled out the tang knife and brought the tip of the knife close to Su Xian's slightly wriggling throat. "If you cast a vote, 1 will be deducted if you kill, and 2 will be deducted if you don't kill, but the result is the same, Su Xian will die, but the method is different. See 59 infection, first update. See 60 infection pain. It really hurts. This is Su Xian's feeling at the moment. Of course, there is also endless fear and despair in the heart. She didn't expect that Wang Hao really wanted to kill her, and he didn't seem to intend to be soft, because at this moment Wang Hao has already hurt her. The cold Tang Dao pressed against her neck, causing a light bloodstain to appear on her neck. Suddenly, Su Xian opened his eyes. She looked directly at Wang Hao, raised her mouth and asked angrily, "Are you really going to kill me? Do you think I'm joking?" Wang Hao asked back. "However, although I asked Li Dong to force you to leave the dormitory, you did not die and survived. Therefore, I also gave you a chance. If I had directly asked Li Dong to kill you, how could you have survived today?" Su Xian asked. "So? You mean to let me kick you out of the dormitory?" Wang Hao stared at her with a slightly playful look and asked, if Su Xian meant this, then it's not impossible for him to do it. Witnessing Su Xian being chased and bitten by zombies may also be a kind of joy. "No, I'm different from you. I left the dormitory, so I can't survive." Su Xian shook his head when he heard this. "Then what do you mean? Do you want me to stab you to see if you can survive?" Wang Hao asked. "You might as well drive me out of the dormitory directly." Su Xian said angrily, knowing that it would be difficult for her to escape death. Her fear of Wang Hao was reduced a lot. She became unscrupulous, and even started to talk about conditions. "Then what do you want me to do?" Wang Hao asked with interest, but he wanted to know what else Su Xian had in mind. "You are a man, if you were kicked out of the dormitory, you can still run away, but I am a girl, if you drive me out, I have only one way to die in the face of zombies, so you must treat me fairly." Su Xian argued hard, trying to win a chance for himself, and then said, "You can keep me here. Only in this way, I have the possibility to die, but also to live. What do you think?" Wang Hao shook his head with a smile, and said softly, "I don't have that much time, and you can't get real fairness. However, I can give you a chance, but this chance is even slimmer than my original chance. Do you want to try it? No matter what the opportunity is, as long as it is possible to survive, I am willing to try." Su Xian said with some expectation. "Then turn around and turn your back on me." Wang Hao said. "You haven't said what you're going to do? Don't you want to do that to me from behind before killing me?" Su Xian has already seen through Wang Hao. This man has not only become cold-blooded and ruthless, but also very perverted. If she had to humiliate herself before dying, then she would rather choose to die directly. However, Wang Hao shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I won't do that kind of thing to you again before you die." "That's fine, as long as you don't do that kind of thing to me, don't kill me, or do anything else," Su Xian said. Wang Hao nodded and said, I said, of course I won't kill you, but you may feel a little pain. But, you can't turn around, otherwise, I will definitely kill you. I hope you keep your word. Although Su Xian was very puzzled about what Wang Hao was going to do to her, since Wang Hao didn't say anything, she had no choice but to ask. She stood up, and because she was hungry, she reached out and grabbed the bed rail, and turned her back to Wang Hao. I'm starting, you'd better close your eyes. Seeing that Su Xian was getting ready, Wang Hao stood behind her. Afterwards, Wang Hao whispered, transform into a zombie. In an instant, his body swelled up, turning into a 2-meter-tall horror zombie with a flushed body. Su Xian heard the movement behind her, but she didn't dare to turn her head. At this moment, Wang Hao lowered his head, opened his mouth, and approached Su Xian's tender neck. Originally, he wanted to kill Su Xian, but when Su Xian asked him for an opportunity, he suddenly thought of his ability to transform into a zombie. Wang Hao knew that after being bitten by a zombie, ordinary people would be infected with the zombie virus, and would mutate into a zombie within a few hours. And he really wanted to know if ordinary people would turn into zombies after being bitten by him. If it becomes a zombie, will it be an ordinary zombie or a mutant zombie? It was Wang Hao who had such an idea, so he thought of using Su Xian to do the experiment. Anyway, this woman herself planned to kill herself, and she was not afraid of being infected with the zombie virus and turning into a zombie. Su Xian let out a cry of pain suddenly, and couldn't help but want to turn around to see what Wang Hao was doing to her, and why the back of her neck hurt so much. However, Wang Hao grabbed her head as soon as he stretched out his hand, preventing her from turning her head. However, the more she couldn't turn her head around, the more panicked she became. Because she suddenly discovered that Wang Hao's hands seemed to have grown bigger, and he could directly hold her head in the palm of his hand. And the strength is amazing, no matter how hard she struggles, she can't get rid of Wang Hao's control. Wang Hao, what the hell are you doing? Tell me, didn't you say you won't kill me? What are you doing? Su Xian struggled and wanted to turn around. But her struggle, in front of Wang Hao who has transformed into a zombie, is like a little chicken, useless. Finally, at a certain moment, Su Xian finally broke free. Then, she turned around and saw Wang Hao looking at her with a harmless expression, as if he had done nothing to her just now. What did you do to me just now? Su Xian asked, and her hand subconsciously touched the skin on the back of her neck, and found a trace of blood on her hand. The slight pain from her neck told her that Wang Hao had just broken her neck. Don't worry, I just bit you. Wang Hao said. Why did you bite me? Su Xian asked suspiciously. Because I want to give you a chance to live. If you become a zombie, then you will consider yourself unlucky, but if you have nothing, then I will congratulate you. Because, you can live. Wang Hao said. What do you mean? You bit me, why might I turn into a zombie? Su Xian was even more puzzled. Don't ask so much, just wait and see, the result will come out soon. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he sat on the bed, took out a cigarette, lit it, and smoked. He predicted that if he carried the zombie virus after transforming into a zombie, then Su Xian would react soon and eventually mutate into a zombie. And if Su Xian was bitten by himself, but didn't mutate into a zombie, it meant that he, who turned into a zombie, didn't have the ability to infect. Thank you, Orange Meow. Silence is also a mistake. You smile very sweetly. Thank you for your support. C60 really fragrant. Second update. C61 10 minutes later. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Su Xian's forehead, his breathing began to speed up, and his entire face turned red. She became a little flustered, reached out and touched her cheek, and then looked at Wang Hao in surprise. What did you do to me just now? Why do I feel that it's getting harder to breathe and my body is getting hotter? So fast? Wang Hao was slightly surprised, turned his head to look at Su Xian, and observed carefully. He suddenly noticed that Su Xian's complexion became particularly rosy, as if she was suffering from heat all over her body. Wang Hao, tell me quickly, what have you done to me? Su Xian became more and more anxious at this time. She could feel that something was wrong with her body. It seemed that, as Wang Hao said, she might turn into a zombie. Forget it, I'll tell you. In fact, I'm very likely to be carrying the zombie virus. Since Wang Haoju's Su Xian is going to become a zombie, there is no need to lie to her about some things. What? You actually have a zombie virus on your body? How could this be? Did you get bitten by a zombie? Su Xian asked. You can understand it that way. Wang Hao said. Although he was not bitten by a zombie, there is not much difference between him and a zombie now. He used his ability to transform into a zombie to kill people, and when he robbed resources, he was a zombie. Su Xian didn't understand what Wang Hao really meant, but thought that Wang Hao was bitten by a zombie, so he carried the zombie virus. So that's the case. It seems that you won't live long. Su Xian sighed faintly. At this moment, when she learned that Wang Hao, like her, was infected with the zombie virus, she felt much calmer. At least, she felt that she was not alone waiting for death, but turned into a zombie. Wang Hao didn't reply to Su Xian's sigh. He was just waiting to see how long it would take for Su Xian to mutate into a zombie. 20 minutes later. I'm so uncomfortable. I'm in so much pain. There seems to be a fire burning in my body. Why are you still fine? Didn't you say you were bitten by a zombie? Su Xian lay on the bed, stretched out her hand to pinch her neck, and her whole face became more and more red. How can you be exactly the same as me? I have been living with the zombie virus for several days. How can you compare with me? Wang Hao said coldly. Why did this happen? What did you go through? Su Xian stared at Wang Hao, trying to find the answer from Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao didn't respond to her gaze. Finally, the pain on Su Xian's body became more and more severe, her breathing accelerated to a terrifying level, and her entire face turned blood red. Wang Hao's eyes widened at this time. He found that there seemed to be blood oozing from Su Xian's face, and more than that, there was blood oozing from her neck and her whole body. Isn't there blood in the zombie's body? What's going on with her? Wang Hao frowned. He was shocked by Su Xian's abnormality. At this moment, Su Xian raised her neck, like a pregnant woman giving birth, and let out a heart-piercing roar. The next moment, her body became completely stiff, and her breathing completely stopped. At this time, she was lying on the bed covered in blood, like a bloody person. Wang Hao came to the bed and looked at Su Xian, who was motionless, with a thoughtful look on his face. Is this the end? Is this death too terrifying? Wang Hao looked at Su Xian, whose body was wrapped in plasma, and said a little speechlessly. He originally thought that there were only two outcomes: either he would lose his breath and die, or he would mutate into a zombie. Who knew it would be such a result? Although he died, the death was too miserable. Hey, this is the retribution you deserve. Wang Hao sighed, turned around, and walked towards the door of the room. Crack, however, when he walked to the door of the room and was about to turn around and walk towards the entrance of the corridor, there was a soft sound in the room. The sound of a silkworm chrysalis bursting sounded very soft, but it was so obvious in this silent room. Wang Hao turned around and glanced at the blood man lying on the bed. At this moment, the plasma on Su Xian's body was like solidified cement, with cracks appearing on it. Soon, under the witness of Wang Hao, more and more cracks appeared on the plasma, and began to peel off layer by layer. Finally, at a certain moment, one of Su Xian's arms stretched out. It was an arm as tender and white as jade, which seemed to have no blood at all. It was so translucent and unbelievably white. Is this really a zombie? Why is it different from what you see on the street? Wang Hao's heart was full of doubts, but at this moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the first corpse slave. The corpse slave is 100% loyal to you and will completely obey the host's orders. Corpse slave? What is that? Wang Hao was startled when he heard the mechanical voice in his mind, and then he looked at Su Xian, who had already sat up. Is Su Xian a corpse slave? Wang Hao was dumbfounded. He never thought that his unintentional action would trigger a new function and obtain a corpse slave. Moreover, it was Su Xian who became his first corpse slave, which was simply amazing. Su Xian stood up, looked around in a daze, and then settled on Wang Hao. She walked up to Wang Hao step by step. With reverence in her eyes, she stared at Wang Hao respectfully and said, Master, I am your corpse slave. Do you have any orders? Well, Wang Hao looked at Su Xian, who was standing in front of him. Seeing Su Xian, who had almost changed drastically from before, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Isn't this too beautiful? It doesn't look like a zombie at all? Is this trying to make me think about zombies? But I have made up my mind that I will never do that kind of thing to zombies. Wang Hao stared at Su Xian. His heart was turbulent, and various thoughts came out. I made a decision that no matter how bastard I am, I can't do that kind of thing to zombies. Is the law of true fragrance going to be fulfilled on me? Wang Hao looked at Su Xian, who was full of elasticity, with white skin like jade, like a fairy coming down to earth, and finally stretched out a finger and poked it. Before the law of true fragrance comes true, he wants to try, is Su Xian's skin still full of elasticity like human skin? Finally, when Wang Hao's finger pierced into the white snow and was bounced back out again, his breathing slowed down. What do you think the protagonist will do? Will the law of true fragrance be fulfilled by the protagonist? Deduction 1 will, deduction 2 will not. However, I have already thought about the plot. C61 Unusual Corpse Slave, Part 1. C62 The Unusual Corpse Slave. My god, this is too flexible, isn't it? Wang Hao withdrew his fingers and stared at Su Xian in front of him in shock. He didn't expect that after Su Xian became a corpse slave, not only would her skin be whiter than before, but her skin would also be softer and more elastic to the touch. This made him suddenly feel like he had found a treasure, and he felt so happy. He looked at Su Xian, who was getting more and more beautiful, and couldn't help but want to do it. However, after all, Su Xian had just transformed into a corpse slave. Although most of the coagulated blood on his body had split off and fell off, there were still some residual blood stains on it. Therefore, even if Wang Hao has an idea, it is impossible to try it now. Will you obey my orders 100%? Wang Hao asked suddenly. Yes, the slave family will always obey your orders, master, until death. Su Xian said. Okay, then you change into this outfit and come home with me. Wang Hao picked out a suit of well-fitting dress from the closet in the room and threw it to Su Xian. I see, master. After Su Xian finished speaking, she took the clothes thrown by Wang Hao and put them on. Wang Hao watched Su Xian's movements, and found that except for obeying his own orders, she was no different from ordinary people in terms of tone of voice and posture. Soon, Su Xian changed into a white shirt and black skirt. Wang Hao looked at Su Xian's snow-white long legs and tender skin, nodded in satisfaction, put on his backpack, took her hand and walked out the door. It has to be said that after Su Xian became a corpse slave, Wang Hao's affection for her began to rise in a straight line. Wang Hao, who is she? Back at the villa, Li Mengyao saw Wang Hao pulling a woman, and her face was obviously a little ugly. Wang Hao just brought back Xia Lingling, and he spent much less time with her. Now she brought back a beautiful woman, which made her feel that her position in Wang Hao's heart was threatened. Honey, are you jealous? Wang Hao asked with a smile. Who will eat your jealousy? Li Mengyao snorted softly, and then said, I'm just worried about you. Don't bring everyone home. If you bring someone home with ulterior motives, it will cause big trouble. Really? So you are worried about me, so I can rest assured. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, her name is Su Xian. I found her by accident in a community. I saw that she was living a miserable life by herself, and she still had a little brain. Wang Hao pointed to her head, and gestured to Li Mengyao a few times. Ah! Then take her in quickly. Li Mengyao is also a sympathetic woman. Hearing Wang Hao say that Su Xian is so pitiful, she seems to have some problems in her head, so she no longer blames Wang Hao. My wife, you are still kind. Wang Hao said with a smile, stretched out his hand to hold Su Xian and walked upstairs. When they came to the third floor, Li Mengyao took out a lot of food, came to Su Xian, and said, you should be hungry, take these and eat. However, Su Xian ignored Li Mengyao at all, and didn't even look at her. Why is she like this? Li Mengyao looked at Wang Hao helplessly. She is afraid of strangers, and now I am the only one who can communicate with her normally. Wife, you should go and rest, and I will take care of her. Wang Hao said. But it's too hard for you to do this. Not only do you have to venture out to find food, but you also have to protect our safety. If you entrust these things to you, then how can I be ashamed? Li Mengyao said. It's okay, we have enough food now, and the zombies outside won't attack our villa for the time being. I have plenty of time. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he dragged Su Xian to another room. Alas, I really can't help leaving him so tired alone. Li Mengyao sighed and returned to her room. Wang Hao dragged Su Xian into another room. 10 minutes later, Wang Hao walked out with Su Xian. Do you remember what I just told you? Wang Hao looked at Su Xian and asked. Master, I remember. Su Xian nodded. Then let's start. Wang Hao said with a smile. Okay master, I'm ready. After Su Xian finished speaking, she waited quietly. It's such an obedient baby. Wang Hao's smile became rippling. 1 hour later. Wang Hao was so tired that he was covered in sweat. The corpse slave is indeed very unusual, his body is more compact, and the difference from ordinary women is simply too great, which made him spend a lot of effort. Master, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? At this time, Su Xian turned over and sat up, looked at Wang Hao with some doubts, and began to look carefully. I'm fine, my body is very good, there is nothing wrong with it. On the contrary, my body is still very comfortable. Wang Hao said. The master is fine, so the slave family can feel at ease. If the slave family hurts the master unintentionally, then the slave family has really made a big mistake. Su Xian lowered his head and said apologetically. Oh, you are just a corpse slave, I didn't expect to have so many thoughts, it's really rare. Wang Hao was surprised when he heard Su Xian say these words, and became more interested in the corpse slave. Master, although I am a corpse slave, I am no different from a human being. I also have my own ideas, but I will never disobey the master's order, let alone do anything to hurt the master. Su Xian said softly. I understand, that is to say, except that your body is not human, the rest of you are the same as human beings, right? Just like those loyal slaves in ancient times, is this the truth? Wang Hao asked curiously. Master, you are so smart. What you said is absolutely correct, and I praise you. Su Xian raised her white thumb as she spoke. Ah, you are so cute. If I didn't know that you are a corpse slave, I feel that my heart will be completely captured by you. Wang Hao said with a smile, stretched out his hand and picked up Su Xian's white and smooth chin, looking straight into her eyes. Thanks to the following book friends for their rewards: God, I Miss You When the Wind Is Broken, Tianji Old Summer, Mike, Ruthless and Follow Your Heart. Thank you for your support. C62 Dragon and Tiger, second update. C63 Dragon and Tiger Master, I will only obey your orders, and I will not extravagantly ask for any pampering from you. Su Xian looked directly into Wang Hao's eyes, and said with her mouth raised. Haha, Wang Hao laughed twice, stopped talking, and directly put his lips together. It was so much fun for him to have such a lovely corpse slave. If he didn't get tired of playing once, he was afraid that he would be reluctant to leave Su Xian. Therefore, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, and reached out to take the box next to him again. 1 hour later. No, really, I have to leave you for a while. If this continues, I will go into shock. Panting for breath, Wang Hao got up, quickly put on his clothes, and walked towards the door of the room. Master, what should I do then? Su Xian sat up and asked softly. Take a bath by yourself and stay in the room. I miss you, so I will come to see you. Wang Hao said. Understood, master. Su Xian nodded, jumped out of bed with bare feet, and walked towards the bathroom. After Wang Hao left the room, he didn't look for Li Mengyao, but went downstairs directly. He found that Su Xian seemed to have magical powers, which made him particularly obsessed, so he had to leave the villa temporarily. Because he is convinced that with his own virtue facing the current Su Xian, even if he is exhausted, he will not feel tired of playing. Outside the villa, several zombies were wandering around. It can't be done. In the last days, improving strength is the key. I can't be held back by women. Wang Hao got into the Land Rover and left the villa. He drove the car and entered a community directly. Wang Hao looked at the dense crowd of zombies around him, ate a few ham sausages, drank a bottle of iced black tea, picked up Tang Dao and got out of the car. The body is too angry, just use these zombies to vent the fire. You can also exercise your body, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Boom! Wang Hao took the Tang Dao and slashed at the zombie passing by him. In an instant, a bloody scene began to unfold in the community. On the ground, human heads rolled everywhere, and even the green lawns in the community were stained red with blood. In 2 hours, 500 zombies were chopped down to the ground by Wang Hao. Finally, Wang Hao felt tired. Calmly put down the tang knife, took out a cigarette, lit it and smoked. After smoking his cigarette beautifully, Wang Hao didn't intend to leave. There are still thousands of zombies here, so they can't stay here. Wang Hao found a hidden place to hide, and directly used his talent to command. In an instant, consciousness came out through the body and floated to a height of 50 meters. He looked down at the area within 50 meters, and began to lead the zombies to kill each other. At this time, he is like a god, controlling the life and death of all zombies within 50 meters. Because the distance is limited, every 10 minutes, Wang Hao will change a place and re-execute his talent to command. Although changing places is very frequent, the efficiency is dozens of times faster than him chopping with a tang knife. In less than an hour, more than 1,000 zombies were controlled by Wang Hao and killed each other. When Wang Hao was about to leave the community, the blood on the ground rained heavily, and even gathered into a lot of blood, which slowly rushed towards the sewer. The whole air was filled with the smell of rancid blood, making people feel like sticking out of Azura's hell. What's going on? What happened downstairs just now? Why did the zombies start killing each other? On the 16th floor of a building, a black-haired young man was lying on the balcony watching the scene downstairs, his eyes almost popping out. Really? Could it be that the zombies can't eat people and are hungry? In the room, another young man with yellow hair was smoking a cigarette and asked with some interest. It's possible. The black-haired young man was talking, but suddenly his tone quickened. He turned his head and waved to the yellow-haired young man, and said, "Brother, come and take a look, those zombies are dead, all of them are dead." Real or fake? Hearing this, the yellow-haired youth quickly stood up and walked towards the balcony. When he saw the scene downstairs, an unconcealable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly, even God is helping me, and doesn't want me to die like this. Brother Long spit out the cigarette but in his mouth, turned around and went back to the room, and said loudly, Avu, now our chance has come, let's go. If we don't do something in the last days, we will be too sorry for ourselves. As he spoke, he picked up a sharpened steel bar and put it on his backpack. During the outbreak of the apocalypse, relying on his strong mind and cruel means, he not only managed to grab food, but even used some people as ingredients. Finally, he survived past dawn before consuming all the edible stuff in the building. In his opinion, those zombies were able to kill each other before he was about to run out of food. It was God helping him and letting him leave this community. Brother, although the zombies in the community are gone, we don't know if the zombies outside are killing each other. Who said? I can't control that much. Let's go downstairs to find a car and leave here. We don't have much food, so we have to leave. Besides, don't you think it would be too boring if we just died like this? The yellow-haired youth asked. Brother, what do you mean? Do you want to do something else? Ahu asked. That's right, brother, I'm fed up with the restrained life. Now that the apocalypse has broken out, I want to experience a life that I couldn't live before. Such as killing people, abusing people, etc. Brother, haven't you already killed all the survivors in the entire building? Isn't that enough? Ahu asked with a little panic. Of course it's not enough. The total number of survivors in the whole building is less than 10. How can I be happy? Anyway, I have to kill a truck. The face of the yellow-haired youth came. There was a maniacal smile. Ahu was silent. He was able to survive until now only by relying on Guolong's means, so although he couldn't accept his words, he couldn't refute them. Soon, the two of them walked down the stairs. When they walked out of the building and smelled the blood outside, they felt bad. This taste is so exciting, I want to find someone to have fun now. Guolong closed his eyes, enjoying the rancid smell of blood. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw a young man standing there with a knife in his hand tens of meters away, seemingly in a daze. Brother, let him go, he should be just like us, who just came out of being trapped in the building. Ahu said. Hey, are you sympathizing with him? Guolong let out a sneer, so Ahu nodded, and then said, okay, good luck for that kid, I will let him go. But next time, I will definitely not let you go. As Guolong said, he raised the sharp steel bar in his hand, then turned his head and walked towards a Land Rover parked in the distance. Thanks to Eternal Qingxuan for the support. C63 Suicide C64 After Wang Hao killed the zombies in the community, he walked towards the Land Rover parked in the distance. However, at this moment, with a flash in front of his eyes, two people suddenly rushed up from behind him and came to his Land Rover one step ahead. Oops, it's not bad, it's been modified. Guolong reached out and patted the steel bars welded around the Land Rover and said in surprise. He didn't expect that after the end of the world broke out, there would be someone so smart that they could transform a Land Rover into an ironclad beast. Who are you? Wang Hao couldn't help frowning. Since he got the system, no one has ever acted so arrogantly in front of him. Boy, is this car yours? Guolong turned his head and asked Wang Hao casually. You haven't answered my question yet, Wang Hao said. Guolong was furious at the moment. This kid really doesn't know how to flatter him, and he actually spoke in such a tone to himself, it's really boring. He clenched the steel bar in his hand and was about to step forward to kill Wang Hao. However, Ahu grabbed his arm, shook his head and said, Brother, you promised me that you won't kill him. Ahu, this kid is so hateful that he didn't answer my question. Do you think I can let him live? Guolong asked. But brother, you were the one who asked first. Ahu said. Oh, why are you so serious? Forget it, brother, listen to you. Guolong felt unreasonable, so he didn't say anything, looked at Wang Hao again, and said, the two of us are survivors of this building. Now, you can tell me, is this car yours? Oh, so you are survivors. Wang Hao understood, and then asked, this car is mine, why are you asking this? Boy, your car is well modified. I like it very much. Bring the key. Guolong's tone seemed to have taken this Land Rover as his own. However, Wang Hao couldn't help laughing when he heard what he said, and said, if you want this car, you have to exchange it for something. Change? Are you joking? In our current situation, are you qualified to negotiate terms with me? If my brother hadn't told me not to kill you, I would have killed you a long time ago, and I still need to tell you so how much? Guolong raised the blood-stained steel bar in his hand and said in a threatening tone. So, I have to thank you for not killing me? Wang Hao became more and more interested in these two people in front of him. During this time, no one had dared to threaten him so openly. No thanks, just bring the key and get out. Guolong said bluntly, already thinking that Wang Hao had given up. I can give you the key, but you have to be able to take it away. Wang Hao reached out and took out the car key from his pocket, shaking it a few times. Boy, are you forcing me to do it? Then don't blame me for being rude. As Guolong said, he no longer worried about Ah Hu, and directly took out the steel bar and rushed towards Wang Hao. He decided that in order to teach this young man who dared to provoke him a painful lesson, at least let him lie on the ground and wait for death. Brother Din Ah Hu wanted to stop Guolong, but it was too late. He looked at Wang Hao again, and shouted, "Run, my brother was a thug, you are no match for him, run thugs?" Sounds scary. There was a trace of disdain on Wang Hao's face. Maybe for him in the past, thugs really made him feel scared. But now, the word thug is just a joke to him, it's not enough at all. Run away, what are you still doing? Ah Hu couldn't understand, his brother was crazy, so could this young man be crazy too? Boy, you are so courageous that you don't run away, then I will give you a happy ending, just let you be the beginning of my journey into the end of the world. With grinning laughter, Guolong had already arrived in front of Wang Hao, and then he raised the steel rod in his hand and swiped towards Wang Hao's head. He planned to kill Wang Hao directly and take the key in his hand. Boom! However, at this moment, Wang Hao's figure suddenly skyrocketed. When Guolong felt as if the steel rod in his hand had hit a rock, which made his arms a little numb, and he almost threw the steel rod out of his hand. How is this going? In the next moment, Guolong saw clearly what a horrible thing happened in front of him. The thin-looking young man just now disappeared, but replaced by a Tumterhai head that looked like a tyrant in an apocalyptic movie. The red skin that was tangled like steel, and the sharp and curved claws like knives, it looked like a monster from a nightmare had appeared directly in front of him. What is this? Where was that person just now? In the distance, who was also shocked by the terrifying scene in front of him, and stayed where he was. However, he quickly reacted and shouted at Guolong, "Brother, run, you can't beat him. Run, if you don't run, you will die, run." Guolong came to his senses in a daze, and wanted to run, but facing the terrifying zombies that were close at hand, would he still have time to escape? At this time, Wang Hao let out a roar, and swung his right hand to grab Guolong's head. Guolong had no time to dodge, so Wang Hao grabbed his head and lifted him up. No, do not want. Guolong struggled desperately, terrified and full of despair. He just decided to have a good time in the last days, but the reality is so cruel. The first person he met just downstairs was such a terrifying existence. It was unbelievable to him that a living person turned into a zombie, and still turned into such a powerful zombie. Why did this happen? My strength is so strong, why is the first opponent I met so invincible? Is God teasing me? Guolong was desperate. He knew that unless there was a miracle from heaven, otherwise, even if he had 10,000 lives, he would have to die here. However, miracles exist, but they don't happen all the time. But now, it was obvious that miracles did not exist for him. Wang Hao grabbed Guolong's head and lifted him in front of him. Then, the other hand oozed out and raised his middle finger in front of him, shaking it a few times. What an obvious contempt this is, but Guolong has no other thoughts except shock. At the moment of life and death, the face is long gone. Even if you are despised, what's the point? Life is gone, what's the point of everything else? At this moment, he regretted it in his heart. If life could be restarted, even if he was going to eat shit, he would definitely not pretend to be aggressive in front of this person. However, everything is impossible. In the next second, his head was squeezed in severe pain, as if it was about to burst. C64 Murderous Woman, second more. C65 The murderous woman. Boom! Finally, with a loud noise, Guolong's head was directly squeezed and exploded by Wang Hao. Blood splattered and scattered several meters away. The shocking scene happened so suddenly, and Ah Hu was completely unprepared. No, Ah Hu let out a heart-piercing roar, and immediately after that, tears the size of beans rolled out of his eyes. He used to think that his elder brother was powerful and no one would be his opponent. But the reality is always unexpected. Just now, the elder brother who wanted to enter the apocalypse and do something great, turned into a cold corpse in the blink of an eye. This sharp contrast caused him to collapse all of a sudden. Brother is dead, so dead, who was lying on the ground, staring at the somewhat dim sky with blank eyes. His mind became more and more blank. At this time, Wang Hao resumed his human form and came in front of Ah Hu. "Is he your real brother?" Wang Hao asked. Ah Hu stared at Wang Hao and nodded. His eyes were like looking at a monster, full of unknown horror. "So it's your own brother, no wonder you're so sad." Wang Hao suddenly realized, and then said, "However, it's not my fault. Whoever told your brother to die, it's not good to provoke anyone, but he came to provoke me. Therefore, his death is entirely the result of his own hard work." I know, Ah Hu nodded tremblingly, and then asked, "Are you going to kill me?" At this moment, facing Wang Hao, he suddenly found that the sadness in his heart disappeared instantly, and he was completely filled with the desire to survive. Only then did he realize that when a person is facing death, nothing else is important to him, only being alive is the most important thing. At this time, he didn't even want to ask Wang Hao what was going on, why he suddenly turned into a zombie. Now, he doesn't have any other thoughts in his mind, only a strong desire to live. You are a kind person. Just now your brother wanted to kill me, but you stopped him several times. Wang Hao said. Yes, I don't want my brother to kill innocent people. Ah Hu said, feeling a glimmer of hope in his heart. Oh, you are so kind. Wang Hao sighed, then changed his voice and said, however, how can a kind person like you survive in this cruel end of the world? You won't suddenly acquire a system, you won't have supernatural powers, and you won't have a strong heart and body, so? Countless zombies and those humans who are more cruel than zombies, how do you survive? Hu was at a loss for words when he heard these words. Let me give you a suggestion. Seeing that Hu couldn't continue, Wang Hao said, your brother is dead, and there is no one to protect you anymore. It is impossible for you to survive in the last days. So, I think, you should die with your brother. Can I just die? Hu was a little dazed. Well, I'm just giving you a suggestion. As for life and death, you choose yourself. If you want to die, I can help you so that you die without pain. Wang Hao said softly. Hu was silent, he wanted to live, but he didn't want to die, but as Wang Hao said, he has no ability, and it is impossible to survive in this last days. If there is no one to help him, he can only die, and the death will be miserable. Either being bitten to death by zombies, or hiding in a hidden place and starving to death. Such a result would be much happier than dying directly. After a while, Hu let out a sigh of relief, looked up at Wang Hao, and said, I figured it out, give me a good time, thank you. There's no need to thank you for this kind of thing. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he took out the dagger and brought the tip close to Hu's neck. A few minutes later, Wang Hao drove away in a Land Rover. Along the way, his mood was very complicated. Hu is a good person, such a person should not die. However, he still killed him. Although it was said that it was to help him and let him die without pain, in the final analysis, it was the result of his inner darkness. He didn't want Hu to live. Although such a person was a good person, if he was allowed to live, he would suddenly want to avenge his brother one day. At that time, he would have one more enemy. Although Wang Hao didn't realize that Hu would have the strength to kill him, but there are always many unexpected things in this world. He doesn't want to take risks, and he will find a way to eliminate everything that may threaten him. This is also the reason why he didn't want to recruit his younger brother to strengthen his power. He was worried that those men would have thoughts about his woman and would suddenly attack him while he was sleeping. These unstable factors made him have to give up the idea of recruiting younger brothers. Wang Hao decided that even if he wanted to strengthen his power, he would only find some women. Although women may not be safe, in his opinion, as long as they use some small means, they are easier to control than men. And just when Wang Hao had countless thoughts, there was a loud noise in the building next to the street. Then, a billow of black smoke emerged from the 5th floor of the building and rose. What happened? Wang Hao stopped the car, frowned and looked at the building next to the street. This is a very ordinary hotel, and I don't know what happened on the 5th floor to make such a big commotion. At this moment, with the sound of the explosion, the surrounding zombies also began to commotion. Countless zombies rushed over like a tide, and soon, the street was completely blocked. Crack without hesitation, Wang Hao directly opened the car door and got out of the car. With so many zombies, no matter how hard he stepped on the accelerator, he couldn't drive the car out. In addition, he is very interested in what happened in this hotel, so he doesn't plan to go back for the time being. Wang Hao followed countless howling zombies and entered the hotel gate. Zombies were everywhere in the hotel, and Wang Hao spent a lot of effort to push these zombies away and squeeze into the stairs. But here, there are very few zombies, only a dozen or so scattered. The zombies had no target, they were just attracted by the sound. But now, there are no new sounds, but they don't know which direction they are approaching. Wang Hao walked up the stairs. As soon as he walked up the stairs on the 2nd floor, he heard footsteps above. Immediately afterwards, 3 women in black leather clothes and holding machetes appeared at the top of the stairs. The moment they walked down the stairs, they saw Wang Hao and met his eyes. They were obviously surprised by Wang Hao's appearance. And Wang Hao was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet 3 beautiful women with machetes in their hands who looked murderous here. See 65 new ideas, first update. See 66 new ideas, When Wang Hao stared at the three women upstairs who were in a daze, the zombies downstairs just rushed up. The zombies are coming, let's go, as Wang Hao said. He picked up the Tang Dao behind his back, turned around and cut down two zombies that were about to rush behind him. At this time, the three women also came back to their senses, and shouted at Wang Hao, "Come with us, there is a place upstairs." Wang Hao responded, and ran upstairs with the three women. Several zombies heard the movement and frantically chased after him. They came to the third floor and ran directly towards the nearest house. At this time, the zombies behind him also caught up. "Be careful of the zombies, they are coming after you." A woman turned her head and saw the zombie, and hurriedly shouted at Wang Hao. Wang Hao clenched the Tang Dao in his hand, turned around and slashed at the neck of a zombie. In an instant, the zombie's neck was sprayed with blood, and he fell to the ground. Amazing seeing Wang Hao being so brave, the three women's eyes widened. They didn't expect that Wang Hao would react so quickly and act so calmly. When being chased by a zombie, he could turn his head and slash the neck of the zombie very accurately. Although it seems simple, but in this case, very few people can do it. Wang Hao chopped down a zombie, and saw two zombies rushing towards him. He didn't fight anymore, turned around and rushed towards the three women. "Hide quickly!" Wang Hao shouted. A woman opened a door and yelled at the others, "Come here." Everyone rushed into the room and immediately closed the door. Outside the door, there was soon a howl of zombies, accompanied by the sound of zombies beating on the door. "Not good, zombies can smell us, let's cover the door with something." After one woman finished speaking, she moved the table with the other two women and pushed it towards the door. After it was over, I still felt that it was not enough, so I moved in sofas and cabinets, and then I breathed a sigh of relief. Then they sat on the edge of the bed. Some were out of breath. The close contact with the zombies just now made them terrified. If Wang Hao hadn't cut down those zombies and bought them some time, now, they would probably be chased by the zombies, and there would be no chance to hide. Wang Hao looked at the three women, pretending to be surprised, and sat on the ground against the wall. At this moment, they were silent with each other and did not speak. After a while, the movement outside slowly disappeared, except for the occasional roar of a zombie. "The zombies seem to have retreated?" a woman asked in surprise. "It seems to have really retreated. It's so strange that so many zombies left so quickly." Another woman also frowned. "Yeah, this is too abnormal. Zombies smell the smell of humans, and they will only gather more and more. How could they retreat?" The three women were particularly shocked by what happened outside the door. However, it did become very quiet outside the door, and there were not many zombies roaring. "Shall we take a look outside?" a woman asked. "Don't worry, let's wait," another woman said. So the three of them waited again. However, after watching for a while, their eyes all looked at Wang Hao in unison. "Who are you? Where do you come from? Are you with the guy upstairs?" a woman with long black hair asked. I just passed by." Wang Hao stood up, sighed, and said, "I was about to drive by here when I was startled by an explosion. Then, countless zombies rushed over from both sides of the street. As a last resort, I had to take a knife killed and came in, trying to find a place to hide. Unexpectedly, I returned to the three of you." "Oh, you're not with that guy upstairs." The woman breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this, and asked again, "Then do you have a gang? Group?" Wang Hao expressed some doubts about this word. "What? Don't you have a gang?" the long-haired woman asked. The other two women also looked at Wang Hao curiously, wanting to know his identity. "I don't have a gang, I have always developed alone," Wang Hao said. "Impossible, you can live for so long in the outside world by yourself?" The woman felt a little unbelievable. "I don't need to lie to you. What good does it do me to lie to you? I really wandered outside alone," Wang Hao said. "If what you said is true, then you are too strong." The woman looked at Wang Hao with a hint of doubt in her eyes. "Your behavior is the same as that of the people I met before, and they don't believe me," Wang Hao said. "Have you met other gangs before?" The woman became interested again. "It's not a gang, it's just a few people who hid, but they were all eaten by zombies," Wang Hao said. Then, looking at the woman in front of him, he asked, "What's going on with you? How did you make such a big commotion?" "We can't help it. Someone killed several members of our team and we chased him up. We didn't expect him to detonate the gas tank." Having said that, the woman's face drooped, she sighed, and said, "There were 8 of us who came together, and now there are only 3 of us left. Have those 5 people been killed?" Wang Hao's eyes widened. "Well, that damned lunatic, we kindly took him in, but we didn't expect him to do such a cruel thing to us, and now, 5 members of our team are buried with him, the woman said. When Wang Hao heard this, he probably understood it. He felt a lot, sighed, and said, I regret what happened to you, but now is the end of the world. If you want to develop well, you shouldn't take everyone in. If there is no distinction between green and red, there is a good chance that some bad people will come in. At that time, the only ones who suffer are you. We know now, but what's the use of knowing? The long-haired woman sighed and said, the 5 strongest men in our team were all killed. Now, except for our 3 women who are somewhat capable, how should the remaining old, weak, sick, and disabled live, go down? Well, Wang Hao was silent for a while, and then said, your team has no fighting power now, so, what do you think of me? You want to join our team? When the 3 women heard Wang Hao's words, they all raised their heads and looked at him curiously. No, I didn't mean that, I just wanted to say, can you join my team? A faint smile appeared on Wang Hao's face. Thanks to Zealer V for the artificial reward support. I can only say sorry for the question of people asking about rewards and updates, because now I have limited energy and it is difficult to add updates. However, if you have time, I will try my best to find a way to add more code words. C66 100 zombies, second update. C67 100 zombies your team? Don't you have a team? The long-haired woman asked suspiciously. It didn't exist before, but now as long as you join, there will be. Wang Hao said with a smile, and sincerely extended the invitation. Well, the 3 women looked a little embarrassed, and felt that Wang Hao's proposal was too strange. And what's the difference between them joining Wang Hao's team and Wang Hao joining their team? What? Don't you want to? Wang Hao asked. That's not the case. You only have 1 person, and we have a group of people. Even if the gang merges, you must join our gang and listen to us. How can so many of us join your gang and listen to your arrangements? Why? The woman was a little puzzled. Do you want to reason with me? That's too simple, because I am strong and can protect you. If you join my team, you will get a safe enough life. Wang Hao said. Strong? How strong can you be alone? Can you still beat the 3 of us? The long-haired woman asked with some disdain. Good men don't fight with women. I don't want to fight with you, but I can fight with zombies outside. Wang Hao said. Fight with zombies? Go outside and kill some zombies? The long-haired woman squinted at Wang Hao and asked a little funny. Although killing zombies is very dangerous, as long as she is vigilant enough and reacts quickly, she can kill a few zombies and get away unscathed. The other 2 women were also not optimistic about Wang Hao, and felt that he was at most a survivor with some tricks, and it was no big deal. However, at this time, Wang Hao said indifferently, if you just go out and kill a few zombies, what kind of skill is that? What is there to tell others? I will kill at least 100 of them when I go out. 100? When the woman heard this, her eyes almost popped out. They felt that Wang Hao was too good at bragging. He even said that he could go out and kill 100 zombies. He was even more bragging than the strongest man before their gang. It is precisely because they have experienced countless hardships and dangers in the last days that they are better able to understand the horror and madness of zombies. If they are not careful, they will be thrown down or bitten by zombies and become zombies. That's why, when Wang Hao said that he could kill 100 zombies, they all regarded Wang Hao as an idiot and a fool. The apocalypse has erupted for so long, how did you survive? Did you survive by bragging to scare away zombies? A woman sneered. Ha ha. I think he must have saved enough food before the outbreak of the end of the world, and he just ran out after eating all the food today. Another woman said. Wang Hao saw the expressions of the 3 women, but he was not angry at all. He understood that it was normal for these women to have such a reaction. If he hadn't owned a system and obtained a powerful system, he would not have believed what he said just now. After all, the difficulty for ordinary people to kill 100 zombies is simply hell level, and it is almost impossible to complete. I know, you won't believe what I say, but, if I do it, are you willing to join my team? Wang Hao asked. If you do it, then you are absolutely a god. It is an honor for us to join your team. However, I believe that you are crazy and want to go out to die, the long-haired woman said. Ha ha. Then let me say something, as long as you really sit down and kill 100 zombies, then I will not only recognize you as the boss, but also let you play with me for free. Another woman said. Ah, Yusen, do you want to play so big? Don't you still have a boyfriend? The other 2 women stared at Lin Yusen who was talking. What are you afraid of? Do you believe what he said? Lin Yusen asked with a smile. That's right. Then I'll play a bit bigger. Guanini felt that what Lin Yusen said made sense, so she said to Wang Hao, listen well, if you can really kill 100 zombies, then I will be your woman, a cow and a horse for you, and I am willing to do anything for you. Ah, you two are really messing around, Gu Shueman sighed, feeling that the two of them were crazier than Wang Hao. Sister, what are you afraid of? Even if we say that as long as he kills 100 zombies, it doesn't matter if he jumps off the building. Anyway, it's impossible for him to do it. Guan Nini said. Ah, crazy, he's crazy, you are crazy too, to say such a thing, Gu Shueman sighed and shook her head. Ha, at this time, Wang Hao stood up with a smile, looked at the three of them and said, then you are not allowed to go back on your word. As long as I do it, you will join my gang and fulfill your promise. Bragging, you really think you can kill 100 zombies? Guan Nini said with a sneer. He thought chopping zombies was as easy as chopping vegetables, so let him try it. Lin Yusen said. Alas, Gu Shueman just shook his head. Just wait, I'll kill 100 zombies right away for you to see. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he reached out and moved the table and sofa blocking the door of the house. Then, he reached out and grabbed the doorknob, ready to open the door. Hello. At this time, Gu Shueman couldn't bear it any longer, reached out to hold him, and asked, Are you crazy? Are you really going to kill zombies? Isn't it good to live? Thank you for your concern, but don't worry, I'm not going to seek death. After Wang Hao stared at Gu Shueman and finished speaking, he decisively opened the door and walked out in one step. Gu Shueman looked at Wang Hao's back as if he was going to die resolutely, feeling a little complicated and a little shocked. He vaguely felt that Wang Hao didn't seem to be joking, but how could ordinary people be able to kill 100 zombies? It was something that only gods could do. Boom! When Gu Shueman was full of thoughts, the killing at the stairs had already started. There, on the stairs that she couldn't see, there was a large group of zombies densely packed, dozens of them all fell on the stairs, and the dead zombies blocked the bottom of the stairs. These were all done by Wang Hao hiding in the house before and using his talent to lead. Only by doing so can the three women not be killed by the zombies. The fragile door can never stop hundreds of zombies from beating continuously, so Wang Hao used his talent to command and control the zombies to leave, and blocked the stairway with dozens of corpses to prevent new zombies from rushing up. Boom boom! Wang Hao rushed down from the pile of zombies and began to kill the zombies continuously. C67 I can't see it, first update, C68 Wang Hao rushed into the pile of zombies and kept killing them. Puff puff, the surrounding zombies were chopped down on the ground by him like chopping vegetables. In less than 10 minutes, the entire stairs were piled up with corpses of zombies. The stench of blood flowed down the stairs, staining the floor of the first floor red. Finally, half an hour later, Wang Hao dragged the blood-dripping Tang Dao and walked upstairs. In the room. Sister, you said that guy didn't really kill zombies, did he? Guan Nini asked. It should be, there are zombies outside, where else can he go besides beheading the zombies? Gu Shueman said. That's true. Guan Nini nodded, and then asked, Sister, do you think he can kill 100 zombies and come back? Snort! Gu Shueman snorted softly, and said, it would be a miracle if he could come back alive. Do you really expect him to kill 100 zombies? No. Guan Nini shook her head and said, didn't I brag just now that as long as he can kill 100 zombies, I will be his woman? Now I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a little weak. What's wrong? I don't believe he can really kill 100 zombies. Lin Yusen stood up at this time. She also boasted about Haikao just now. If Wang Hao kills 100 zombies, he can play her for free. Second sister, what if he really did it? Guan Nini asked. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There are so many zombies, they were not made of mud, how could they kill them at will? Lin Yusen shook her head. Second sister, I know it's impossible, I just said that if he really did it, would you let him play with you for free? Guan Nini asked. This, Lin Yusen was stunned. She said such words on the spur of the moment. Now think about it, if Wang Hao really killed 100 zombies, would she want to fulfill what she said? Well, at this time, Gu Shueman sighed, looked at the two of them and said, you guys talk too much. Although he can't kill 100 zombies. But you should pay attention to what you say. If someone does it, how will the two of you end up? Sister, what you said is right, we were impulsive just now. Guan Nini said. My sister's lesson is that I won't talk nonsense in the future. Lin Yusen followed up. It's good to know, now let's think about the next plan, Gu Shueman said. Chi, however, at this moment, there was a soft sound outside the door, as if something was being dragged on the ground. Crack! Finally, with a soft bang, the door opened. With a smell of blood rushing towards his face, Wang Hao appeared at the door of the room with a tang knife in his hand. Ah! You, why did you come back so soon? The three women were obviously taken aback when they saw Wang Hao walking out of a sea of blood. I've killed 100 zombies, so of course I'm coming back. Wang Hao said as a matter of course. What? You have killed 100 zombies? The three women were shocked when they heard Wang Hao's words, and their eyes almost popped out. They didn't believe that someone could kill 100 zombies in less than half an hour. That was simply too appalling. If you don't believe me, you can go and have a look with me. Wang Hao pointed to the direction of the stairs. No, impossible, you must be joking, right? Lin Yusen still didn't believe it. That's right, you must be lying to us, you just want to take possession of our bodies, right? Guanini said, but panicked in her heart. She was worried that if Wang Hao really did it, then she and her second sister Lin Yusen would become Wang Hao's women, and they would be killed by Wang Hao directly on this bed, which would be terrible. Although she said that she was willing to be Wang Hao's woman before, it was just her impulse. If she was really asked to be Wang Hao's woman, she would definitely not want it. After all, although Wang Hao's body has some muscles, he looks quite stylish, and his appearance is not bad, but the man she wants to be arrogant is not just at this level. At the very least, it has to be the tall, rich and handsome type who is tall, handsome, and well-spoken. Before the end of the world, the three of them were sisters with the best relationship. They lived in the upper class, so their vision was much higher than that of ordinary women. Although the apocalypse had already broken out, their horizons not only did not decrease, they were even higher than before. After all, they are very qualified, and they have also practiced various self-defense fighting techniques, so they naturally look down on ordinary men. You women didn't believe that I was able to kill 100 zombies before, but now I have killed 100 zombies for you to go out and have a look. It's fine if you don't look, why don't you believe me? Wang Hao said a little annoyed. He could see that the attitude of these women towards him was simply because he looked too slack, so even if he really killed 100 zombies, they still wanted to choose not to believe it. In the end, they still felt that he was not worthy of them and was not qualified to do that kind of thing with them. At this moment, apart from being annoyed, Wang Hao felt a little inferior. He has been working hard to exercise his body during this period of time, changing his thin hanging silk image, and now, his body is much stronger than before, and he looks taller and more handsome than before. But even so, there will still be women who look down on him. But at this time, Gu Xueman spoke and said, "It's not that we don't want to go out with you to have a look, but we have never seen someone who can kill 100 zombies, so we can only choose not to believe you. It's because you are short-sighted. Now that I have done it, you only need to go out and take a look, and you will believe that what I said is true. Is this difficult for you? Or are you afraid that I will really kill someone? 100 zombies will do that kind of thing to you? If this is the case, then I will tell you now. I will not do that kind of thing with any of you." Wang Hao squinted his eyes, took a breath, calmed down, and glanced at the faces of the three of them, and then said, "Because of you. I really can't even look down on you." Ah? The three women thought that Wang Hao would say all kinds of things and ask them to go out to see the zombies he killed, but they would never have thought that Wang Hao would say such things. You said you didn't like us? Are you kidding me? What a proud and arrogant Lin Yusen. No matter before or after the end of the world, all the men who met her flattered her, said all kinds of nice words to make her happy, wanted to win her heart, and her do that fish in water. But now, Wang Hao actually said that he didn't like the three of them and included her, which made her feel shocked and stunned. Thank God, if you are well, you will be fine. Shinjiajia, 136-27 for your support, thank you. C68 The Kind-Hearted Wang Hao, second update. C69 The Kind-Hearted Wang Hao, are you kidding? Do you think I'm joking with you? Wang Hao snorted coldly, his eyes swept across Lin Yusen's face, then Guanini's and Gu Xueman's faces one after another, and continued, "Don't think that all men will think that way about you if you are a bit pretty. After all, this is the end of the world, and there are too many women who are prettier and more temperamental than you. As long as you have the ability, what kind of woman can't get it? In the eyes of those truly powerful men, what is your beauty worth?" The three women couldn't answer Wang Hao's words. Because what Wang Hao said is correct, it is the end of the world. Although they are also very beautiful, they are also rare beauties in their gang. However, that was because there were not many women in their gang, and they were the most beautiful among them, so other men naturally wanted to say all kinds of good things to them to make them happy. If there is a former beauty star or a beautiful socialite in their gang, then they really won't be rare. But now, if Wang Hao in front of them is really a very powerful man, with his pretty good looks, what kind of woman do you want? How could he care about the three of them? Thinking of this, Gu Xueman, Guanini, and Lin Yusen couldn't help but look up at Wang Hao again, and began to look at him carefully. Because before, they saw that Wang Hao's image was average and his figure was not strong enough, so they didn't look at him directly. But now it's different. If this man really kills 100 zombies, then he will be the boss of their gang in the future. Is what you just said true? After a while, Gu Xuemon looked at Wang Hao and spoke. Which sentence? Wang Hao asked. You said you wouldn't do that to my two younger sisters? Is that true? Gu Xuemon asked. Of course it's true, unless the two of them beg me. Wang Hao said. Please, who do you think you are? Lin Yusen asked angrily, and Guanini also showed dissatisfaction on her face. Wang Hao's words not only despised them, but also insulted their dignity. Okay, let's stop arguing. Gu Xuemon reached out to stop them, then looked at Wang Hao and said, You said that. It's not that we're playing tricks. Well, I said it. Wang Hao nodded casually. Okay, now let's go outside with you to have a look. Gu Xuemon said. Finally willing to go out with me to have a look, it's really not easy. Wang Hao let out an exclamation, didn't say anything more, turned around and walked towards the stairs. When he came to the stairs, he stopped, waved to the three women behind him who kept a distance of tens of meters, and said, Don't worry, there are no living zombies here. Ha? Really? The three women breathed a sigh of relief and followed quickly. Then, they saw an astonishing scene on the stairs. I saw that the upstairs was almost full of corpses of zombies, and the corpses of zombies had piled up like a mountain, almost blocking the entire staircase. How did you do this? It's not like I haven't seen the strength of zombies before. Why is it so vulnerable in his hands like mud? Guanini's eyes widened. Lin Yusen looked at everything in front of her, trembling all over, and was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Only Gu Xuemon's reaction was quite normal, and he quickly came back to his senses, looked at Wang Hao, and asked, Are there really 100 zombies killed here? It's just a lot, at least 150. If you don't believe me, you can count them. Wang Hao said. Forget it, what's the point of counting this? If you didn't kill these zombies, then they are enough to kill a dozen of us. Gu Xuemon sighed. You know it very well, so now, what are you going to do? Wang Hao asked. Of course I joined your gang, it was agreed before. Gu Xuemon said. Then the two of them also agreed? Wang Hao glanced at Lin Yusen and Guanini. The three of us are together, and we must all join your gang. As Gu Xuemon said, he winked at Guanini. Guanini came to her senses, stretched out her hand to pull Lin Yusen, came to Wang Hao, and said, We are also willing to join your gang and regard you as the boss. Although Lin Yusen didn't say anything, she nodded and chose to acquiesce. But from the beginning to the end, her expression was very reluctant, a little reluctant. Naturally, Wang Hao could see it, but it had no effect on his decision-making. As long as these three women joined his gang, they would be in his pocket, and he could play with them at any time. Did the wings fly? Therefore, at this time, Wang Hao ignored Lin Yusen's expression regardless of the details. Okay, now you are the first batch of members of our gang. Wang Hao said with a smile. Boss, don't you want those members of our former gang? Gu Xuemon asked in surprise. Didn't you say that they are all old, weak, sick, and disabled? How many people are there? How many old people are there? And how many children are there? Wang Hao asked. A total of 9 people, 3 of them are old people, 5 of them are children under the age of 16, and 2 of them are girls of 14 or 15 years old. There is also one who had a fight with another gang and had his arm cut off a man. Gu Xuemon said. Oh, there are so many people. When Wang Hao heard that there were 2 14 or 15-year-old girls inside, he immediately became interested and asked, Then where are they all? Is it far from here? Oh, it's not far, it's in the Feifei Foot Therapy shop across the street. Gu Xuemon pointed in one direction and said. I see. Then you 3 go back to your room and wait. I'll go and see if they're still there. If they're all there, I'll pick them up and go to my place with you. Wang Hao said. Ah, are you going now? Not too good, don't you have to wait until noon tomorrow? Gu Xuemon asked suspiciously. From her point of view, it was already afternoon, and the number of zombies outside was at its peak. No need, I'm a kind-hearted person, and I like caring for the old, weak, sick, and disabled the most. Since you said there are still so many people, if I don't check their safety, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Wang Hao waved his hand, picked up the Tang Dao, stepped up the pile of zombies on the stairs, and strode downstairs. This, although Gu Xuemon already believed that Wang Hao had the ability to kill 100 zombies, but seeing him so boldly rushing directly from the pile of zombies, she was still shocked and opened her mouth wide. Beside her, Lin Yusen and Guanini were equally astonished, feeling more and more mysterious about Wang Hao's strength. Thank you Lum for your support, thank you, C69 Hero, first update. C70 Heroes, Wang Hao rushed out of the hotel, walked through countless zombie groups wandering on the street, and came to the door of Feifei Foot Therapy shop. At this moment, the door of Feifei Foot Therapy shop was closed, and there was a curtain inside, so it was impossible to see clearly what was going on inside. However, Wang Hao did not have the patience to investigate carefully. Turn into a zombie. Wang Hao shouted in a low voice, and instantly turned into a terrifying zombie with a height of nearly 2 meters. Although there are many zombies around, compared with him, they look so weak like his little brother. Because he was afraid of being discovered by others, Wang Hao found a place to find more places, and then he used his talent to lead. Call the next moment, his consciousness came out through his body and floated 50 meters into the air. Wang Hao didn't waste any time, directly controlled the god's perspective, and entered Fei Fei Foot Therapy Shop. On the first floor, there were only 2 people, one was a man with a broken arm, and the other was an old man in his 60s or 70s. They were sitting at the counter on the first floor, they should be warning. Wang Hao followed the stairs to the second floor, and then found the other 7 people in each room. The 2 young girls lived in one room, the 3 12 and 13-year-old boys lived in one room, and the 2 old men lived in one room, making a total of 3 rooms. Wang Hao remembered the room they were in, and then drifted his consciousness outside the building. Originally, the zombies outside were roaring and wandering aimlessly, but under Wang Hao's leadership, they quickly turned into a highly disciplined zombie army like an army. Amidst the howls of these 500 or so zombies, they rushed towards the door of Fei Fei Foot Therapy Shop. Crack crack, they stretched out their hands and slapped the tempered glass door, and the whole door, which was shaking in an instant, shook violently. The zombies are coming. The zombies are coming. In the pedicure shop, the 2 people who were sitting on the counter eating snacks and chatting suddenly sat up and stared at the door of the room. Boom, and at this moment, the glass door was pushed open by countless zombies, and it smashed directly on the ground and shattered. The glass that shattered into dross was scattered all over the ground, and the zombies who rushed to the front also fell directly on the ground. And the zombies behind didn't care about the zombies who fell on the ground in front, and rushed in directly from them. It's over, weary dying. When the man with the broken arm saw this scene, his eyes popped out, and his face became even paler without a trace of blood. He knew that with so many zombies pouring in, it would be difficult for them to escape even with wings, let alone old, weak, sick, and disabled. On the first floor, as the screams sounded, the old man and the man with a broken arm were thrown to the ground by the zombies, their throats were bitten off, and they turned into fast food for the zombies. Afterwards, countless zombies rushed to the second floor. What happened downstairs? On the second floor, a door opened. When the 2 old people heard the movement downstairs, they wanted to go downstairs to have a look. However, when they reached the stairs, they were dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are there so many zombies? Seeing countless zombies rushing up the stairs, the old man fell to the ground in fright. Grandma, what's wrong with you? When the children heard the movement, they gathered around. Don't come here. Go back, close the door, don't make a sound. Quickly, the other old man, who didn't fall down, immediately turned his head and repelled the children, and then, he opened his arms and came to the stairs. She wanted to stop these zombies by herself and buy time for the children to escape back to the room. However, how could her frail body stop these zombies who exerted their strength to the limit? In just a split second, not even a second, the old man was crushed to the ground by the tide of zombies that rushed up first, and was completely swallowed up. The zombies following behind stepped over the bodies of the zombies in front and rushed into the aisle on the second floor. As if they knew which room was occupied, they surrounded the door of a room and began to clash. Boom boom, the door of the room hit by the huge impact shook violently, and some zombies even smashed their heads with too much force. However, even so, these zombies still did not flinch, and continued to hit the door. Boom, finally, with a loud bang, the door was completely opened. Amidst the screams of the 3 boys inside, the zombies threw them to the ground and bit off their necks. Bright red blood spilled all over the floor, staining the floor, bed, and even the walls red. In another room, 2 girls cried out in fright when they heard the screams from outside. What should we do? They were all eaten by zombies, what should we do? Woohoo, I don't know, we have nowhere to go, we can only wait to die. The 2 girls hugged each other and cried together. If anyone saw it, they would not be able to hold back their tears. And at this moment, those zombies seemed to have discovered where they were and surrounded them. Boom boom, there was another violent banging on the door, accompanied by the frightening roar of the zombies. Hearing the terrifying movement outside the door, the 2 girls climbed onto the bed in fright, covered themselves with quilts, and trembled. Boom, finally, after the door shook again and again, the door was directly knocked open by crazy zombies. What's over, we're going to die. The 2 girls hugged each other, their bodies trembling even more. At this time, apart from despair, they no longer believe in the existence of any miracles. Facing zombies, they have no way out. At this moment, the roar of the zombies had come to them. It seemed that the next moment, the zombies would pull off the quilt, throw them on the bed, and tear them to pieces. However, at this moment, a boy's roar suddenly appeared outside. "Little zombie's grandpa is here, so hurry up and die." Then, there was a sound of a knife cutting into the flesh, and it seemed that the killing was particularly intense. In just a moment, the room was quiet again. The two girls were full of doubts. They didn't know what was going on outside, but their hearts started to get excited. They felt that they didn't need to die. Sure enough, with the sound of slight footsteps, the quilt covering them was pulled away. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Although he didn't look very handsome, a man who made them feel very warm appeared in front of them. This man is like a god sent from heaven to save them. He is so tall and handsome that they even feel that this man in front of them is countless times better than those idols they once worshipped. The male god. "This is the heroic male god in my heart." One of the girl's lips curled up, and she burst into tears again. "Thank you, Yemu Shangshui. If you are well, then it's okay. Silence is also a mistake." Broken Wings, at 126.com, AAA. I miss you when the wind is gone. Thank you all for your rewards. C70 Wei Guangzheng, second update. C71 Wei Guangzheng, second update. Why don't you talk? Are you injured? Wang Hao looked at the two huddled girls in front of him, with crystal clear tears rolling down the corners of their eyes, and couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. He was worried if those zombies just frightened them and made them stupid. Fortunately, the two girls came back to their senses quickly, stood up and threw themselves into his arms. "Big brother. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. Big brother, you saved us from the zombies. From now on, you will be our hero," the two girls said gratefully. Although the words they said were a bit secondary, they made Wang Hao feel deeply. Although, these zombies were all sent in by him, and these two girls were also deliberately let by him to stay. However, the feeling of being called a hero by two girls and throwing themselves into their arms is really great. He felt that if it was okay to be a hero like this, then he would be able to repeat the old trick many times in the future. He is the villain, and he is also the upright. Do all the good and all the bad. Although shameless, it is also magnanimous. Okay, don't be afraid, you two. As long as I'm here, you won't be in any danger anymore. Wang Hao put his arms around the tender necks of the two girls, and said softly, playing the image of a hero in the girls' minds. "Thank you, big brother, you are such a good person." The two girls raised their heads, looked at Wang Hao and said gratefully, "Haha, I'm not a good person, but I just can't bear to see you get hurt." Wang Hao said with a smile, "Big brother, you don't need to say anything. We think you are a good person, you are a good person." A girl said, "Okay, since you have said so, then I am a good person." Wang Hao did not refute. "Well, that's right," the girl said with a smile. Then, the two of them looked at the slashed zombies on the floor of the room. There were more than a dozen zombies lying on the floor of the room, and some of them were not completely dead, and their bodies were still wriggling slightly. However, because Wang Hao cut off their necks, they can no longer cause harm to people. "Big brother, did you kill all these zombies by yourself?" Seeing this scene, the two girls looked at Wang Hao again, their eyes full of shock. "That's right, I hacked them all to death," Wang Hao said casually, not paying attention. However, the two girls couldn't help being shocked and admired. "Big brother, you are really amazing. Yeah, so many zombies were killed by you, you are better than those people on TV." In an instant, the two girls regarded Wang Hao as their new idol and began to worship them. "Ha ha! What you said is too exaggerated. How can I be as good as those people on TV who are flying around the walls? It's just that the weakness of these zombies is too obvious, and you can do it in the future," Wang Hao said with a smile. "Big brother, then you take us in, we have nowhere to go anyway." "Yes, big brother, please tell us how to assassinate zombies, we are willing to learn from you." The two girls looked at Wang Hao with longing eyes and pleaded. "Okay, I see. I'm here now to take you out of here," Wang Hao said. "Ah." Hearing this, a hint of doubt appeared on the faces of the two girls. Wang Hao saw their doubts and asked, "Do you know Lin Yusen, Guanini, and Gu Xueman?" "Of course I know, those three sisters are very kind to us, and they are also very powerful, they can kill zombies." "Ha ha. It's good that you know. I'm here because I have something to do with them," Wang Hao said with a smile. "Ah, big brother, have you met those three sisters?" the girl asked in surprise. "Well, it's in the building opposite, because they also encountered zombies and were rescued by me. After that, I heard them talk about you. I was worried that zombies would come to invade your place, so I rushed over immediately." Having said that, Wang Hao sighed, and said with some regret, "Unfortunately, I was still one step late, and let your companions be killed by zombies in vain. If I could come here earlier, they would not have to die." Big brother, you don't have to blame yourself too much, and you can't predict foretelling. How can you know when the zombies will come back to attack us? If you can save the two of us, it's already very good. The two girls comforted. Hey, it's useless to say anything now, they are already dead, and there is no way to bring them back to life. Wang Hao sighed, shook his head, and blamed himself for being late. However, he quickly regained his mentality, recovered, looked at the two girls and said, let's go, stay here. Maybe how many zombies will come over. Now, I will take you to meet the three sisters first, and then we will leave together. Big brother, we all listen to you. We will do what you say. The two girls said. Well, let's go then. Wang Hao nodded, glanced casually around the room, but didn't find anything particularly valuable, so he led the two of them out of the room. The two girls walked out of the room and saw the zombies lying on the ground outside. Their eyes widened again. Puff, their feet stepped on the sticky blood, and there was a slight sound, which made them feel terrified and uneasy, and at the same time, they looked at Wang Hao more and more differently. Seemingly invisible, Wang Hao's height suddenly rose from the ground and became taller. Even his appearance surpassed those idol stars, and he became dazzling and dazzling. At this moment, Wang Hao's status in the girl's heart became extremely lofty, and his image became more and more upright. Ho-ho, on the street, there was still a bloody wind blowing by, but those terrifying zombies could not be seen. Wait here, I'll go up and tell the three of them to come down. When he came downstairs to the hotel, Wang Hao said to the two girls, Big brother, I'm afraid. The two girls held Wang Hao's hand, not daring to let go. Don't be afraid, there are no zombies here. Trust me, Wang Hao said. All right. Only then did the two girls let go of Wang Hao's hand with some anxiety. Don't run around, I'll bring them down soon. After Wang Hao gave an order, he walked quickly towards the hotel. Soon, he came to the door of the innermost room on the second floor. However, when standing at the door of the room, Wang Hao hesitated. He believed how heartbroken the three women would be if they were told that almost all members of their gang were dead. Forget it, although this kind of thing will shock them, they must be able to accept it. Thinking of this, Wang Hao reached out and knocked on the door, and then turned the doorknob. Thanks for the reward of wiping poison, thank you. C-71 returned to the villa area. First update, C-72 returning to the villa area, Part 1. Crack. After Wang Hao opened the door, the three women in the room looked at him with staring eyes. Have you been there yet? Gu Xuemon asked. I'm here, but some accidents happened over there. Wang Hao said. What accident? Gu Xuemon asked in shock. The eyes of the other two women also widened. Well, Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, and then said, when I went, the gate of Feifei Foot Therapy Shop where they were located had already been breached by zombies. Ah, how could this be? The three women couldn't help being a little dazed when they heard this. There are too many zombies on the street, and their location is not hidden, so they can be easily discovered. Wang Hao said. While Gu Xuemon sighed, tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, she shook her head and said, we really shouldn't have chased after that traitor rashly, otherwise, we wouldn't have let them encounter so many zombies for nothing. Sister, don't be sad, who knew that traitor would detonate the gas tank and create such a big explosion? If we had known earlier, we would definitely not have chased it out. Guan Nini comforted. Yeah, since they have been attacked by zombies, then we have nothing to miss, so let's go with him. Lin Yusen then said. Well, also, Gu Xuemon nodded, knowing that the disaster had already happened. No matter how much she cried, it was useless, and the tragedy could not be undone, so she had to wipe away her tears, looked at Wang Hao, and asked, then when will you take us away? Now, come with me. Wang Hao said. Ah, let's go now, so fast? Gu Xuemon was a little worried. What are you afraid of? There aren't many zombies outside. Besides, if the zombies are here, don't you still have me? Wang Hao turned around and walked towards the stairs after finishing speaking. Then let's go. As a last resort, Gu Xuemon took her two younger sisters and followed Wang Hao down the stairs. However, when they went down the stairs, walked out of the hotel, and saw the two girls, they couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Pang Peng, Ting Ting, why are you here? Gu Xuemon rushed over first, reaching out to hug the two girls. Lin Yusen and Guan Nini also rushed over, looking at the two girls in surprise. When they heard Wang Hao's words, they thought that if the zombies attacked the place where their gang was, no one would survive, but they didn't expect that the two girls survived. Pang Peng, Ting Ting, tell me quickly, how did you survive? How did you get here? Guan Nini responded quickly and asked. Yeah, how did you survive? Gu Xuemon came back to his senses and asked suspiciously. Big sister, we were about to be bitten by zombies, but this brother appeared. He killed those zombies and saved both of us, Peng Peng said. Ah, is that so? Gu Shueman was shocked when he heard this, looked up at Wang Hao, and asked, "You saved the two of them, why didn't you tell us? You didn't ask who else survived, and I was in a hurry, so I didn't tell you." Wang Hao said. "Oh, that's right," Gu Shueman nodded, and then said gratefully, "Thank you for saving them both." "Okay, don't say thank you, the zombies are coming soon, let's go." Wang Hao took out the car keys and walked quickly towards the modified Land Rover parked in the middle of the street. "What a big car, did you modify it yourself?" There were 5 women, big and small. After getting in the car, they began to look at this unique Land Rover. "I picked it up, I don't modify these cars," Wang Hao said casually, started the engine, and drove towards the villa on the top of the mountain. When he came to the hilltop villa area, the sky was completely dark. However, Wang Hao did not bring them back to his villa. Laugh in front of the first villa in front of the road, Wang Hao stopped the car. Outside the car, there were more than a dozen zombies wandering around at will. When they heard the sound of the car, they slowly surrounded them. "You, what are you doing parked here? Look, the zombies are going to surround us," Guanini said in a panic. "Yeah, why did you park your car here? Could this be where your gang is located?" Gu Shueman asked curiously. "That's right, I am the place where our gang is located, but I haven't been here yet, and I don't know if there are any zombies in it. So, I want to lead you to open up this new territory." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he pushed open the car door and walked out with Tang Dao. At this time, the dozen or so zombies outside were less than tens of meters away from the Land Rover. "It's too nonsense. Although there are few zombies here, there are so many of us, how can he protect us all by himself?" Guanini complained. "Okay, let's not say a few words, we just listen to him, I believe he will not do things he is not sure of," Gu Shueman said. "Hey! Although he is strong, it is inevitable that he will overturn." Guanini is still a little worried. "It's too early to say this now. He can kill 100 zombies. How can there be a dozen or so zombies here as his opponent? Let's just watch carefully," Gu Shueman said. "Okay." Guanini nodded. Inside the car, it was quiet again. Their eyes all looked out of the car, at Wang Hao, who was holding a Tang saber and had already killed those zombies. Boom boom. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Hao knocked down more than a dozen zombies to the ground. Then, he stepped forward again, entered the villa in front of him, and opened the gate of the villa. "That's amazing, we'll never do anything wrong if we follow him," Gu Shueman said. "Yes, Big Brother is very strong. I have never seen anyone stronger than him," the 2 girls said with some admiration. And then, Wang Hao returned to the car again. He drove the car into the villa yard, and quickly closed the gate of the villa yard. "Okay, take your weapons and come down." Wang Hao called the 3 women in the car down, looked at them and said, "Although you are willing to join my gang, and I will give you enough food, my gang will never raise useless people, so I will leave this villa to the 3 of you. If there are zombies in the if it's inside, I hope you can clean it up, these, can you do it?" The 3 women opened their mouths in shock when they heard Wang Hao's words. "Thanks to Shuanglang Shengtian, if you are well, you will be fine, I can't imitate you, a piece of paper. Thank you for your support, C72 test, second update, C73 test, second update, what? Don't you dare?" Wang Hao looked at the 3 women in front of him with a half smile, and asked in surprise. "That's not true, it's just that I can't figure it out." Gu Shueman shook her head and said, "It's already dark now, and the villa must be even darker. We don't know how many zombies are inside. In addition, we can't see the situation inside, so we can easily be bitten by zombies." As she spoke, she pointed to Wang Hao's chest and praised, "And you are powerful and have a lot of experience in killing zombies. If you enter the villa to kill zombies by yourself, you won't have much risk." "Yeah. Although the 3 of us have killed zombies, we are far behind you. Isn't your team short of people? There is no need for the 3 of us to take risks. If you just want to let us, we will improve our strength, and there will be more opportunities in the future." Guanini also agreed with Gu Shueman's statement. Although Lin Yusin didn't say anything, she didn't express her opinion, but judging by her expression, she seemed to agree with the 2 of them. However, Wang Hao sighed and said, "What you said is very reasonable, but you seem to have forgotten that I am your boss now, that is, your current head. So I need to solemnly declare that in the future, as long as I say something, you must implement it. If anyone doesn't listen to me, then I won't force you, the door is open, you can leave at any time, and I will never stop you." As Wang Hao said, he stretched out his finger and pointed in the direction of the gate of the villa. "You, why are you like this? We thought you were a reasonable and good person before, but we didn't expect you to be the kind of person who influences other people's thoughts with your own will. If you do this, you don't consider our life or death at all? Gu Shuemon said a little angrily. The original favor towards Wang Hao disappeared in an instant. It doesn't matter, what you think of me is your business, but, if you want to be in my gang, you have to follow my arrangement. Wang Hao said indifferently. Gu Shuemon's pretty face flushed with anger, but she was speechless. Okay, sister, don't tell him. It's not like we haven't chopped up zombies, isn't it just a villa? How many zombies can there be in it? The three of us, can we still be afraid of this? Guanini said. Is this your test for the three of us? Lin Yusen asked suddenly. Well, that's right. Wang Hao said. We can accept your test, but you must at least give us a flashlight. Lin Yusen said. No problem. Wang Hao returned to the car, took out a flashlight from his backpack, and mailed it to Lin Yusen. Thanks. A smile appeared on the corner of Lin Yusen's mouth. She turned around and looked at Gu Shuemon and Guanini, shook the flashlight in her hand, and said, now that the flashlight is available, let's be careful, it should be fine. In that case, let's try. Gu Shuemon took a deep look at Wang Hao, then turned around, and walked towards the door of the villa with Lin Yusen and Guanini. Wang Hao looked at the backs of the three of them leaving, and then turned back to the car. Big sister, will they be in danger? In the car, the two girls asked worriedly. Don't worry, we have to believe that they have the ability to handle this matter well, Wang Hao said. But, I'm still very worried. Although I have heard big sisters say that they hacked and killed zombies, I always feel that they are still far behind Big Brother's strength. A girl said, but Wang Hao didn't reply to her, just sat quietly. Big Brother, why don't you talk anymore? The girl was puzzled. It's just that Wang Hao sat quietly in the front driver's seat, but ignored her anymore. The girl didn't know why Wang Hao didn't answer her, but she didn't dare to ask again. However, she would never know that Wang Hao couldn't hear what she said at all now. Because, Wang Hao had already used his talent command, and his consciousness came out through his body. After he obtained the vision of God, he entered the villa and searched for the place where the zombies were located. Soon, Wang Hao found 7 zombies in various places in the villa. This should be the original owner of the villa, but for some reason, the whole family of 7 turned into zombies, not one missing. Wang Hao's current disposition naturally wouldn't be touched by what happened to them. He just felt that there were too many zombies and it was inconvenient to control. In the lobby on the first floor, the three of Gu Shuemon had already encountered the first zombie. The light in Lin Yusen's hand directly exposed the zombies in front of them, and also angered the zombies, causing them to rush over frantically. However, the speed of this kind of zombie is still too slow after all, only half of that of normal humans. Therefore, although the three of them were a little nervous, they were not flustered yet. Third sister, turn on the lights, this zombie is handed over to me. Gu Shuemon picked up the kitchen knife. Seeing that the zombie was about to rush in front of her, she immediately bent over and walked around behind the zombie, raised the kitchen knife and chopped it on the back of the zombie's neck. Crack with just a sound, the zombie's neck was cut off directly, and black blood seeped out from the severed wound in an instant. Sister, you are still amazing, without you, we too would not have the confidence to deal with zombies. Guanini said excitedly. Although she had killed zombies before, it was only through a sneak attack, and it was the result of a man walking by her side. If she were to face a zombie alone, she wouldn't be very sure. Hush! Keep your voice down, this villa is so big, there should be other zombies in it. Let's be careful, don't fall here. Gu Shuemon made a silent movement, clenched the kitchen knife in his hand, and continued to explore the inside of the villa. They didn't spare every room on the first floor, and checked them all. After confirming that everything was safe, they walked towards the second floor. Wang Hao used God's perspective to see all this, and couldn't help admiring in his heart. Not bad, these three women do have some skills. The first line of defense in the villa area, it should be no problem to leave it to them. It's just that the two of them listened too much to their elder sister's words, right? It seems a bit inconvenient for me to lead them in the future. Wang Hao felt a little uncomfortable when he thought of Lin Yusen and Guanini's almost obedient attitude towards Gu Shuemon. Forget it, isn't it just a woman? If it's gone, it will be gone. As long as the two of them can obediently listen to me in the future, it will be worth it for me to do so. Thinking of this, Wang Hao locked his sights on the three of them again, and followed them to the second floor. He planned to take advantage of the time when the three of them hacked and killed the zombies before thinking about whether to get rid of Gu Shuemon. C73 Fate Tricks People, Part 1, C74 Shu. When the three of them were walking up the stairs, Gu Shuemon suddenly reached out and grabbed the other two, and made a gesture of silence. Lin Yusen and Guanini didn't dare to show their anger, and turned to look at her with some doubts. There is movement from above, you stand behind me. Gu Shueman said. Lin Yusin and Guanini nodded and let Gu Shueman go ahead. Seeing this, Wang Hao's attitude towards Gu Shueman changed again. This Gu Shueman is very strong and vigilant. Without her, it would be difficult for Lin Yusin and Guanini to clean up the zombies in this villa. And he wanted these 3 women to stay here as guards and monitor the people coming up from the mountain, so he needed someone like Gu Shueman. So, Wang Hao decided to take another look, and if it really didn't work, he just kept Gu Shueman for now. After all, although these 3 women were beautiful, he wasn't very interested. If Gu Shueman kept it, it would make these 2 women not obey his orders so much, then it wouldn't be a big deal to him. At most, that is to give up doing those things with the 2 of them. And then, the 3 women killed 3 zombies in a row, all relying on Gu Shueman. Lin Yusin and Guanini didn't have a chance to do anything from the beginning to the end, but just followed behind. Lin Yusin didn't cut down a zombie until she reached the 3rd floor, and that was because Gu Shueman had already faced another zombie, so she didn't have time to consider the consequences behind her. We've killed 6 zombies, so there shouldn't be any zombies here? Guanini asked. It's too early to say this now, let's be careful. Gu Shueman said. Oh. Guanini nodded. And at this moment, there was a sudden howl of zombies somewhere on the 3rd floor. The voice immediately attracted the 3 of them, and they turned their attention to the innermost room on the 3rd floor. Where does the sound seem to come from? There are zombies, Guanini said with a trembling voice. Well, be careful, this may be the last zombie in this villa. As Gu Shueman said, she picked up the kitchen knife and walked to the room where the voice came from. Finally, she stopped at the door of a house and reached out to grab the doorknob. Elder sister, be careful, this is the last zombie, as long as we kill it, we have completed that guy's test. Guanini said. Gu Shueman did not speak, but took a deep breath, and then reached out and twisted the doorknob. Crack! In an instant, the door was pushed open. In the room, a zombie saw the light outside and ran out frantically. Gu Shueman sideways dodged the zombie, and then slashed at the back of the zombie's neck with a wave of her hand. Puff! In an instant, a stream of blood sprayed out from the back of the zombie's neck, and its body slowly fell to the ground. Ha ha! The zombies are dead, the zombies are dead, we have completed the test. Guanini ran over to look at the dead zombies, her face flushed, and she said excitedly. Third sister, be careful. However, at this moment, Gu Shueman suddenly rushed up and pushed Guanini away. Elder sister, Guanini was pushed by Gu Shueman and almost fell to the ground. Steadying her body, she was full of doubts, turned around, and was about to ask a question, but was stunned. Lin Yusin's eyes also widened at this time, and she looked at Gu Shueman in horror, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. At the door, a zombie jumped out of the room at some point and bit Gu Shueman's arm. The zombie tore off a large piece of flesh from Gu Shueman's arm and swallowed it. Gu Shueman let out a scream in pain, and fell to the ground because of the severe pain. No, Guanini reacted and let out a desperate roar. She didn't expect that she would be attacked by zombies just because of her carelessness, and even let Gu Shueman be bitten by zombies for her. Now, while she was full of remorse, she also became even more frightened. Because of Gu Shueman's injury, the two of them could only deal with this zombie. If they didn't take action again, Gu Shueman would most likely be bitten by the zombies again and injure his life. I kill you. Guanini took out the kitchen knife first, and rushed towards the zombie that was about to pounce on Gu Shueman. Be careful behind you. However, at this moment, Gu Shueman pointed behind Lin Yusin. The moment Lin Yusin turned her head, she saw a zombie less than half a meter away from her, and it only needed to open its mouth to bite her body. Because Gu Shueman was bitten by the zombies, she suddenly fell into panic, and lost her defense against her back. But she didn't want the room leak to happen in the night rain. After Gu Shueman was bitten by a zombie, another zombie appeared and attacked her. At this moment, Lin Yusin didn't even have time to react. She had already decided that she would be bitten by this zombie. Boom! But she found that when the zombie was about to fall on her body, her feet tilted and she fell to the ground. Lin Yusin was overwhelmed with joy and surprise. She clenched the kitchen knife in her hand and slashed at the zombie who had fallen to the ground and hadn't had time to get up. Puff! With a dull sound, the zombie's neck was cut off by her, and it lost its movement. Boom! At this moment, Guanini also used a knife to knock over the zombie that was pounced on Gu Shueman. Sister, how are you doing? After Guanini chopped down the zombie, she came to Gu Shueman and helped her up. Leave me alone, you two should hurry up and search other rooms. First make sure there are no zombies, Gu Shueman said, enduring the severe pain in her arms. Elder sister, Guanini said unbearably. Second sister, listen to eldest sister, she has already been bitten by a zombie. Lin Yusin remained calm and tried her best to control her emotions. She knew that Gu Shuemon was hopeless, and the two of them had to continue to live. Okay then, elder sister, hold on, we are sure there are no zombies, so we will try to save you. As Guanini said, she clenched the machete in her hand and Lin Yusin walked towards the remaining 2 rooms. Finally, after confirming that there were no more zombies in all the rooms, the two of them quickly helped Gu Shuemon to the bottom of the stairs. Although they knew that Gu Shuemon was probably hopeless, they still expected a miracle in their hearts. Hey! I wanted to kill you, but your performance made me not want to kill you anymore. But now, you have been bitten by a zombie yourself. What a trick of fate! Wang Hao looked at the 3 people supporting each other down the stairs, and couldn't help sighing. C-74 new attempt, second update. C-75 a new attempt. Wang Hao withdrew his vision of God, and his consciousness returned to his body again. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it up. Looking at the door of the villa, he waited patiently. Cough 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 behind him, the 2 girls sitting in the car were choking on the smoke. Wang Hao turned his head and glanced at the 2 girls, then said with a smile, "Excuse me, I'm going outside to smoke." After speaking, he opened the car door and was about to go out. "Big brother!" The girl called out to stop him. "What's wrong?" Wang Hao asked suspiciously. "Big brother, I was talking to you just now, why did you ignore me?" the girl asked. "Really? Maybe I didn't hear it? I just felt a little sleepy and fell asleep accidentally," Wang Hao said casually. When the 2 girls heard this, they immediately became considerate of Wang Hao. "It turns out that big brother fell asleep, that's right, you killed so many zombies today and saved us, it must be very hard." "I understand. The eldest brother must be too tired. He felt that he had no energy to kill zombies, so he had to let the eldest sisters go to the villa to kill zombies. Am I right?" The 2 girls speculated for a while, then looked at Wang Hao and asked. Well, Wang Hao was taken aback. He didn't expect that his decision to force the 3 women would be a helpless move in the hearts of the 2 girls, and because of this, they thought him a good person even more. This really surprised him. However, Wang Hao is not a person who can't turn his head, so he nodded immediately, and said with an embarrassed but polite smile, "You 2 clever ghosts, you really can't hide anything from you." "Ha ha! Big brother admits it. You really are a good brother with a kind heart." The 2 girls smiled happily, worshipping Wang Hao even more. Ha ha! Wang Hao also laughed. At this time, Lin Yusin and Guanini had already helped Gu Shuemon out of the villa. When they heard the laughter coming from the car, their expressions changed. When they approached the Land Rover, Wang Hao looked at them. "Look, the big sisters are here." After saying something to the 2 girls, Wang Hao stubbed out the cigarette but opened the car door and walked out with the 2 girls. "What's wrong with you guys?" Seeing Gu Shuemon's pale face, Wang Hao asked in surprise. Seeing the scene, the 2 girls were so frightened that they cried out loud. "Mphaya didn't force us to go to the villa to kill zombies. Now my sister is bitten by zombies. Are you satisfied?" Guanini asked angrily. "No. This is not the result I wanted. I thought you could return safely." Wang Hao shook his head and said in disbelief. "Okay, what's the use of talking about it now? My sister has been bitten by a zombie, what do you think should I do now?" Lin Yusin asked. She felt that now is not the time to attribute responsibility, those are meaningless, the important thing is how to deal with Gu Shuemon. People will become zombies after death. If it is not handled properly, it may lead to a catastrophe. Simi's sister was bitten by a zombie. This could have been avoided. "It's all your fault." Guanini still held a grudge against Wang Hao, complaining about his inaction. But at this time, the 2 girls were crying and said, "You misunderstood the big brother. In fact, he didn't want the big sisters to enter the killing zombies, but the big brother killed a lot of zombies today, too tired. No more, there is no way to kill zombies, so he had to let you go." Lin Yusin and Guanini couldn't help looking at Wang Hao when they heard this, and asked, "Is that so?" Well, watched by the 2, Wang Hao couldn't help sighing, and said with some self-blame, "It's all my fault. I thought you could do it, so I wanted to find a chance to close my eyes and rest for a while, but I didn't expect that your eldest sister would be hurt like this. If I had known this, I should have insisted on killing it by myself. There are zombies. Instead of making excuses, it is a test for you. So this is When Guanini and Lin Yusin heard Wang Hao's explanation, their resentment towards Wang Hao also suddenly decreased a lot. "Sister, did you hear what he said?" Lin Yusin asked. "I heard it, he didn't let the 3 of us enter the villa on purpose." Gu Shuemon said weakly, as if he had already died. "Oh, it's all my fault, I really shouldn't be careless." Guanini said regretfully. "Okay, stop blaming yourself, you didn't mean it, and he didn't mean to let the three of us enter the villa to take risks, so don't blame him in the future. My current result can only be said to be a fateful thing. Well, this end of the world. I have had enough. I can just take a good rest." As Gu Shueman spoke, her eyelids became heavy. Elder sister, don't leave us." Lin Yusin and Guanini looked at Gu Shueman, whose breathing was getting weaker and weaker, and who seemed to be about to lose her breath at any time, couldn't hold back their tears anymore, and burst out like water. Whoa! Seeing Gu Shueman's condition, the two girls cried again. At this time, Wang Hao stared at Gu Shueman, who was getting weaker and weaker, but hesitated. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said loudly, "Hurry up and enter the villa now, hurry up. Leave it to me. Your eldest sister may soon turn into a zombie. If you don't leave, it will be too late." Becoming a zombie? Guanini was stunned when she heard this. She was still very sad at first, but at this moment, she felt fear in her heart. Although Gu Shueman's departure would make her sad, it didn't make her so sad that she couldn't live anymore. But if Gu Shueman turned into a zombie, it was very likely that she would bite her. So, thinking of this, Guanini quickly pulled Lin Yusin up and said, "He's right. Eldest sister is about to become a zombie. We can't keep her anymore. Otherwise, we will die too. If elder sister can still speak, she definitely doesn't want us to be like her." But eldest sister, she hasn't lost her breath yet. Lin Yusin said, "Hurry up. It's almost time. Let's go quickly, and leave this place to him. He will give the elder sister a good time." Guanini said, then took Lin Yusin's arm and dragged her into the villa. And those two girls were also called away by Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked at Gu Shueman's pale and bloodless face, picked her up by the waist, and walked towards the gate of the villa courtyard. "Now, let me try. Can I turn a woman who has been bitten by a zombie into a corpse slave?" A faint smile appeared on the corner of Wang Hao's mouth. "Thank you. If you are well, then you will have it, Qingshan Commoner. I hope it will be the same as before." Quadaya, the rewards and support from the above-mentioned everyone. C75 Bloodthirsty Madness, first update, C76 As soon as Wang Hao walked out of the gate of the villa with Gu Shueman in his arms, several zombies roared and surrounded him. Turned into a zombie without the slightest hesitation, Wang Hao directly transformed into a terrifying zombie nearly 2 meters high. Boom boom, he casually pushed away the surrounding zombies, and strode towards another villa next to him. Wang Hao jumped directly over the fence of a villa. A dozen zombies were outside the fence, roaring non-stop, trying to bite Gu Shueman's body. It's just that the fence is quite strong, and they can't break through the fence in a short time. Wang Hao glanced at the zombies, then looked at Gu Shueman in his arms, and found that her breathing became weaker, almost inaudible. He didn't dare to delay any longer. He opened his mouth and bit down on Gu Shueman's tender white neck that was exposed. Gu Shueman took a deep breath, perhaps feeling the pain. She couldn't help opening her eyes. When she saw Wang Hao's terrifying figure, a look of despair appeared in her eyes instantly. Although her consciousness was a little fuzzy, she still couldn't bear Wang Hao's terrifying appearance after turning into a zombie. Because this is really scary and weird, completely different from those other zombies. However, at this moment, Gu Shueman had no energy to speak. She just opened her eyes and looked at Wang Hao for a while, then closed her eyes again. Wang Hao felt that she had lost her breath, so he gently placed her body on the ground and waited slowly. Because Gu Shueman and Su Xian's situation is different, Wang Hao didn't have much hope. If Gu Shueman turned into a zombie, he would not be surprised, nor would he feel sorry. After all, in this last days, life is not the rarest thing. Wang Hao returned to his human form, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it and smoked. When he finished smoking a cigarette, Gu Shueman's body finally showed some changes. Her body began to twitch, and there was no blood seeping out of her body. This seems a little different. Wang Hao frowned, moved closer to Gu Shueman, and looked carefully. He found that Gu Shueman's eyes were opened unexpectedly, and there was a strange blood red in the pupils. Puff! Immediately afterwards, Gu Shueman's limbs began to move slightly. What's going on? What's the difference? Why isn't there a system prompt? Seeing Gu Shueman's strange changes, Wang Hao quickly retreated vigilantly, and was even ready to transform into a zombie at any time. Finally, Gu Shueman stood up again. She looked around blankly, as if she had lost her memory. "Hey, are you okay?" Wang Hao asked. Gu Shueman froze for a moment, then the bewildered look in her eyes quickly receded, turning into a bloodthirsty and brutal look. Is this going to attack me?" Wang Hao was startled, and quickly turned into a zombie form. Sure enough, amidst Gu Shueman's roar, she approached Wang Hao. At this time, a piece of information about Gu Shueman suddenly appeared in Wang Hao's mind. Mutated Zombie, Level 2, 1000 experience points can be obtained by killing, defense, 158 attack power, 258 speed, 103 talent, bloodthirsty madness. After smelling the smell of blood, it will enter a short period of madness, and the body will undergo major changes. Mutated zombies? Second level ones? How could this happen? Wang Hao looked at the information about Gu Shueman and suddenly felt a headache. He was still thinking that whether Gu Shueman turned into a zombie or a corpse slave, it would have no effect on him. But now it's different. Gu Shueman has become a second-level mutant zombie, and also has a special talent. It's not that simple. Although there is still a big gap between the attributes of the second-level mutant zombie and Wang Hao, she has the talent of berserk transformation, so it will not be so easy for him to deal with Gu Shueman. At this moment, amidst Gu Shueman's roar, she rushed towards Wang Hao. It doesn't matter, let's subdue you first. Wang Hao stretched out his sharp nails and aimed at Gu Shueman, who was rushing towards him. When Gu Shueman rushed over, Wang Hao grabbed his head with his right hand and lifted him up. Gu Shueman kept struggling, still wanting to attack Wang Hao. Mutated zombies are really weird. Wang Hao stared at Gu Shueman, and found that her body was not significantly different from humans except for the blood-red eyes. Her skin still looked a little fair, not like a zombie at all. But Wang Hao believes that it is impossible for Gu Shueman to have exactly the same human body, otherwise, it is impossible to have such a strong explosive power. Gu Shueman kept stretching her arms and struggling, but at this moment, her fingernails grew rapidly, and in a short time, they became 5 centimeters long. Wang Hao didn't dare to delay any longer. He directly grabbed Gu Shueman's head and smashed her to the ground forcefully. Boom! With a loud noise, Gu Shueman lay on the ground, and bright red blood oozed from her body. Although the mutated zombies are very strong, they are still too weak in the face of a zombie like me. Wang Hao looked at the motionless Gu Shueman, shook his head slightly, stepped over her body, and planned to leave. However, at this moment, Gu Shueman's body moved again. When Wang Hao heard the movement, he couldn't help turning around and looking at her. Gu Shueman's changes were too weird, completely beyond his understanding of ordinary zombies. But it's not surprising when you think about it. After all, he has never fought any mutant zombies. Ordinary zombies have no resistance in front of him, which is why Wang Hao thinks that all zombies lower than his level are no big deal. But now, this second-level mutant zombie made him feel a little troublesome. He didn't die. You are really tenacious. Although Wang Hao was shocked, he turned around decisively and stepped on Gu Shueman's head. He wanted to stomp on Gu Shueman's head and kill her completely. This is the fastest and most effective way to kill zombies. Wang Hao believes that doing so must be right. Boom! With a loud noise, before Gu Shueman could stand up, her head was directly crushed by Wang Hao. Bright red blood was scattered all over the ground, and streams of blood gushed out from the broken neck, covering the entire area within 3 meters within a short time. This should be completely dead, right? Wang Hao snorted softly, turned around, and walked towards the edge of the fence. Thank you if you are safe and well. It's okay, Buddha said youth. I miss you when the wind is broken, Tokisaki Fanji, Kwareha. Thank you for your rewards and support. Also, the codeword status is very poor tonight, and I don't know if I can code the second C, and then, I can't wait to read the old book The Last Man on Earth. Finally, I wish everyone a happy new year. C76 Guanini's Thoughts, Part 2. C77 Guanini's thoughts whirring. However, just as Wang Hao took 2 steps, he heard another sound behind him. No way? Can't it be killed? Wang Hao turned around and looked at the corpse lying in a pool of blood again. However, when he saw the corpse whose head had been trampled off by him, his heart felt a little hairy. The blood within a 3-meter radius unexpectedly boiled, and the headless corpse lying in it melted. Then, with the blood boiling, a brand new humanoid creature slowly emerged from the blood. System? What's going on? Why can't the second-level mutant zombie die? Wang Hao asked. Level 2 zombies have bloodthirsty madness. Every time they are killed, they will get a new evolution and become stronger and stronger. Only when they are killed 3 times in a row will they die completely. A cold mechanical voice immediately appeared in his mind. Killed 3 times in a row? Is the level 2 mutated zombie so strong? Isn't the level 3 more mutated? Wang Hao is shocked. But at this time, the figure in the pool of blood has completely appeared, but its appearance is completely different from Gu Shueman's. It was a blood-red monster with 3 barbs growing on its back, and its claws were tens of centimeters long. The blood-red monster let out a roar, and rushed towards Wang Hao at a speed more than twice as fast as before. Wang Hao saw that the monster was approaching fiercely, but he didn't dodge it. He still clenched his right fist and rushed over. Although the speed of this monster is very fast, there is still an obvious gap compared with his speed. Boom! Wang Hao's punch directly hit the monster in front of him, sending it flying upside down 3 meters away, before hitting the ground. The monster roared and wanted to get up, but Wang Hao didn't give it a chance and rushed over again. Wang Hao rushed to the monster, reached out and grabbed the monster's head, directly twisted its neck, and threw it aside. But Wang Hao was not at ease, and grabbed the monster's 2 legs again, and tore its 2 legs apart with a pop. "It's time to die now, isn't it?" Wang Hao looked at the mutilated corpse that had fallen to the ground without any movement for a long time, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The talent of this second-level mutant zombie is too strong, thanks to its low attributes. If it is a third-level or even fourth-level mutant zombie with such a talent, it will be a disaster. With the current Wang Hao facing such a mutated zombie, he might have no choice but to run away. Therefore, Wang Hao decided that he must improve his strength as soon as possible and unlock more talents. "What happened? What did you do with my sister's body?" Back at the villa, Guanini immediately surrounded her and asked curiously. "What's the point of asking that? A woman who has turned into a zombie, what do you think I can do to her?" Wang Hao asked back. "I see, you must have completely destroyed her body?" Guanini asked. "I have to do some things like that, and you don't want to see her turn into a zombie, do you?" Wang Hao asked. "I know." Guanini nodded. "Okay, these things are already in the past. Since we are alive, we should consider what we should do as living people." Wang Hao walked around the villa, not only frowned, but looked at the corpses of the zombies lying on the ground, and asked in a cold voice, "Are you keeping these corpses for the new year?" "No, it's just that we looked scared and didn't dare to move," Guanini said in a low voice. "Are you scared too?" Wang Hao turned to look at Lin Yusen. Although Lin Yusen didn't want to admit it, she had to nod her head because she was really scared too. "Both of you are afraid, so who will remove these corpses? Give them to?" Wang Hao glanced at the 2 girls. "No, we don't think so," Guanini said. "Then you want me to come back and remove all the corpses by myself?" Wang Hao asked again. "No, we're really just scared," Guanini said, while Lin Yusen blushed because of shame. She is a woman with great self-esteem, but in the last days, her self-esteem has been hit again and again. "Scared? I know you are afraid. But, can you do nothing if you are afraid?" Wang Hao asked. Guanini was speechless. But Lin Yusen gritted her teeth, reached out and grabbed a zombie's ankle without saying a word, and dragged it downstairs. "Have you seen her performance? Do you want me to say anything else?" Wang Hao turned his head to look at Guanini. Facing Wang Hao's eyes, Guanini didn't dare to refute, so she bravely reached out and grabbed the zombie and dragged her downstairs. Wang Hao saw the 2 of them going downstairs, so he changed into a smiling face, looked at the 2 girls, and said, "You 2 stay here, big brother, see if the lights here can still be turned on." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he reached out and pressed a switch on the wall. Pata! With a sound, the overhead lights instantly turned on. "Wow!" the 2 girls exclaimed and looked around with their bright eyes. They were not only observing the environment in the villa, but also excited because they saw the lights again. It has been so long since the end of the world broke out, and they have never seen the lights. "Big brother, why are there lights here?" the 2 girls asked curiously. "Ha! This big house is different, because it has a device for storing electrical energy and solar panels that can generate electricity automatically," Wang Hao said with a smile. "So that's how it is. That's great. The house here is big and has lights. It's much better than where we lived before." Then you will live here for a long time in the future, don't get bored of living here," Wang Hao said. "No. We can live in such a big house, we are too late to be happy, how can we get bored?" The 2 girls shook their heads and said. Wang Hao just laughed, but said nothing more. But he began to plan in his heart, wait until the corpses are cleaned up, whether to go to the rich and beautiful woman tonight. After all, today he killed countless zombies and did a lot of things, so his body is still a little tired. However, just when Wang Hao thought so, Guanini suddenly walked towards Wang Hao. "What's the matter with you?" Wang Hao asked suspiciously. "Well, there is something I want to tell you." Guanini looked at Wang Hao's flushed face and said in a coy manner. Then, she glanced at Lin Yusen, who had gone downstairs, and walked towards the next house. "What is this woman trying to tell me? Why does she have a strange expression, as if she has some thoughts about me?" Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. "Thanks to Shuanglong Shengtian, I miss you when the wind is broken. If you are safe, then you will have it. For your support, the second update is finally coded out. C77 Interesting woman, thank you. If it's okay, then it's okay. C78 Interesting woman. Guanini came to the door of a room away from the stairs, turned her head and waved to Wang Hao. Wang Hao was curious, so he followed. When he came to the room, Wang Hao looked at Guanini and asked, "Is there anything you want from me?" "Oh, can't I come to you if I have nothing to do?" Guanini asked. "Come on, if you have nothing to do, go back to work," Wang Hao said, but he didn't have time to waste time with her. Although Guanini is a little fat, but she has a very high face value, which belongs to the type of natural obsequiousness. In addition, her skin is fair and her front is bulging, which is very harmful to ordinary men. If Wang Hao wanted to say that he had no interest in Guanini, he would not believe it. It's just that he knew that Guanini didn't seem to want to be like him to him, otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted so strongly after losing before. However, what Wang Hao didn't know was that Guanini really didn't like him, but it was different now. After Gu Xuemon's death, she knew that she could no longer rely on her, so she began to realize the importance of finding a backer. She really didn't have a good impression of Wang Hao, but in order to do less work and make her life more comfortable in the future, she could only find Wang Hao and make some deals with him. "Hey, you are such an elm-headed man, what can I do if I come to you?" Guanini said, her expression turned red. Although she had already planned to do the same with Wang Hao, it was her first time to trade such a thing, so she felt a little embarrassed. After Wang Hao stared at Guanini's expression for a while, he understood a little bit, couldn't help but widen his eyes, and asked tentatively, "You want to talk to me about something?" "Yes, you finally understand now?" Guanini asked with some surprise. "Understood, but what is the matter? You want to talk to me? Where do you need to go to talk?" Wang Hao asked. Didn't you say you understand? Do you need to ask so clearly about this kind of thing?" Guanini's face became more and more red, and she was about to bleed. "Okay, I'm not joking with you anymore, come on, I'll take you upstairs." Wang Hao waved his hand and walked towards the door. "Hey, do you really understand?" Guanini saw Wang Hao walking towards the door, and hurried to catch up. "You are so straightforward, if I still don't understand, then I am a fool?" Wang Hao said casually. "Oh, then I'm relieved." Guanini nodded and followed Wang Hao up the stairs. At this time, Lin Yusin just finished dragging a corpse and came to the second floor. Seeing Wang Hao and Guanini acting strangely, she couldn't help asking curiously, "Where are you going?" "We have some things to talk about, you should do your work first," Guanini said. "What's so mysterious?" Although Lin Yusin was curious, she didn't ask any more questions and continued to drag the corpse on the ground. Wang Hao took Guanini to a bedroom on the third floor, and closed the door behind him. "Go take a shower first, and I'll come in later," Wang Hao said. "Ah, what are you doing? Who do you think I am?" Guanini was surprised when she heard this. "Why? Don't you mean that?" Wang Hao was equally astonished. "Of course, I've never been like that with a man before, isn't it too casual for you to treat me like this?" Guanini asked shyly. "Then don't you want to talk to me about something?" "What exactly is it?" Wang Hao asked suspiciously. "What else can I do?" "Of course it's the same thing. It's just that I'm still a woman with a clean body, so I hope you can talk to me about your relationship first, and develop slowly step by step. In the end, everything will come naturally." As Guanini spoke, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed to the base of her ears because of embarrassment. "So you want to fall in love with me?" When Wang Hao realized it, he felt a little disappointed, so he said impatiently, "But I don't have time to fall in love, and it's too stupid to fall in love in the last days. What if we are separated from each other when we talk about it? So, if you want, we can get straight to the point. If you don't want to, then go back to work honestly." Why are you like this? Are all you men such perverts?" Guanini asked. "No, most men are not like me. The reason why I am like this is because I have been single for too long, and I have watched too many educational films about the island country and have no chance to practice, so now I have the opportunity to practice." Just some of the Yellow River flooded out of control. Wang Hao knows his situation very well, and he also believes that although he is very lustful now, after a long time and seeing more women, naturally he will not be so lustful. The reason why a person likes something is very likely because he wants it too much but has not been able to get it. If such things can be easily obtained, no matter how good they are, they will gradually get tired of them. However, Wang Hao believed that before he met a beautiful female celebrity, he would always be very interested in women and would never tire of it. Unless, one day he met those former beautiful female stars, such as Gulli Reba and Di Lanaza, and stayed with them for a long time. Only in this way, his interest in women will gradually decrease. And at that time, maybe he will like other things, such as killing, expanding his power, and enjoying the feeling of being the leader of the last days. It's just that at the moment, Wang Hao's interest in women is too great, and it is impossible to reduce it in a short time. While faced with a man like Wang Hao, Guanini suddenly felt a headache. But in order to live a good life, she had to struggle and hesitate about it. In the end, Guanini seemed to have made up her mind, gritted her teeth, looked at Wang Hao and said, "If I promise you, then you can't let me down? Don't worry, as long as you don't betray me, I will always treat you well," Wang Hao said. After hearing Wang Hao's assurance, Guanini finally withdrew her defensive line and said to Wang Hao, "Then don't follow me, I'll go to wash alone first. If you follow, I will yell loudly." "Well, I won't follow." Wang Hao knew that women would be very shy for the first time, so he didn't feel that he couldn't accept it, so he nodded and agreed. "Then I'm going to take a shower." After Guanini finished speaking, she walked quietly towards the bathroom, for fear that someone would overhear. "This woman is quite interesting." Wang Hao shook his head slightly and sighed. "Thanks to Sanjiang Ascension, I miss you when the wind is broken. If you are well, then you will have it. Quadehata v. I wish you the same as before." The halberd turned into sand, and the support of Qingshan Commoner. C78 footsteps outside the door. Second update. C79 The sound of footsteps outside the door clatter crash. Not long after, there was a sound of running water in the bathroom. Wang Hao, on the other hand, lay reclined on the bed, took out a cigarette, lit it, and smoked. But the waiting time was long, and in just 10 minutes, Wang Hao felt that more than 10 centuries had passed. Finally, when he finished smoking his 5th cigarette, the bathroom door opened. Poof! With the sound of slight footsteps, Guanini came out wearing a white bathrobe. She had just taken a bath, and her complexion became fairer, walking like Snow White. Half an hour later. Oh, Guanini sobbed softly, her body curled up even more. "Don't cry, crying makes me feel uncomfortable." Wang Hao comforted. "Humph. You bad man, you hurt me, I hate you," Guanini cried, turned around and turned her back to Wang Hao. "Oh, you are such a strange woman, don't you understand anything? This kind of thing is normal, every woman will experience it." Wang Hao said a little speechlessly, but he was very happy in his heart. Sure enough, Guanini did not lie to him, she is really a complete woman. Snort! Guanini snorted softly and said, "I won't believe you anymore, you are a very bad man." "Very bad? If you call me bad before you see how bad I am, then if I'm not bad, wouldn't you be scolding me for nothing?" Wang Hao stared and said, seeing Guanini just snorted, but did not refute. "Oh, what are you doing? Let me go, let me go." Guanini wanted to resist, but at the next moment, she suddenly stopped moving, and then she gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. More than an hour later. Wang Hao panted heavily, closed his eyes and rested. But there was a satisfied smile on his face. It seemed that everything he had just experienced made him very happy. But at this time, Guanini was also not much better, panting heavily, and there were several beads of crystal clear sweat on her cheeks. It's just that the way she looks at Wang Hao now is quite different from before, and there is more tenderness and affection in it. "How, will you be nice to me forever?" Guanini put her hand on Wang Hao's arm and asked softly. "I will," Wang Hao said. "Then am I your favorite woman?" Guanini asked again. "Favorite? I don't know what my favorite is, let alone what kind of woman will become my favorite," Wang Hao said. "Mfayu, I've been bullied like this by you, can't you say I'm your favorite?" Guanini said a little unhappy. "I don't want to lie to you, but if you want to hear something like this, let me tell you." Wang Hao reached out and held Guanini's cheek. "Forget it, I know you're lying to me, what's the point of saying that?" Guanini shook her head, with a look of disappointment in her eyes. "What's the matter? Are you unhappy? Then let me make you happy again?" Wang Hao asked tentatively. "Are you still coming? I'm exhausted now, but I don't have the strength to play with you," Guanini said with some fear. Ha. "I'm just asking casually, are you serious?" Wang Hao said with a smile. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard a slightly rapid breathing sound coming from outside the door. "Who's at the door?" Wang Hao asked loudly. No one answered him outside the door. "What are you doing? How could there be someone outside the door?" Guanini said. Wang Hao ignored her, stood up directly, jumped off the bed, and walked towards the door of the room. Tata. However, at this moment, there was a slight sound of footsteps outside the door, which spread further and further away, and soon disappeared. Wang Hao opened the door and looked at the empty door, frowning. Thanks for the support of the video game school bag, thank you. C79 Lin Yusen's Thoughts, Part 1. C80 Lin Yusen's Thoughts. Who could be eavesdropping outside? Wang Hao saw that the door was empty and there was no one there, so he closed the door again and returned to the room. Although he was curious, he could guess that it was Lin Yusen in all likelihood. Because apart from Lin Yusen, it is impossible for anyone in this villa to come here to eavesdrop on what he and Guanini are doing in the room. Didn't you say there is someone outside the door? Who is it? Guanini asked. It should be Lin Yusen, those two children are unlikely to eavesdrop. Wang Hao said. Could it be her? Guanini felt a little embarrassed. She had originally agreed with Lin Yusen that she would not do that kind of thing with Wang Hao. But now she is the first to do that kind of thing with Wang Hao. If Lin Yusen finds out about it, she will be embarrassed. Of course, besides her, who else do you think would be afraid of being discovered by us? Wang Hao asked. Hey, what should I do? She will definitely despise me. Guanini said. What are you afraid of? It's too late for her to envy you, so how can she despise you? Could it be that doing like me will make you lose face? Wang Hao asked. No, it's just that I told her that I won't be with you even if I'm beaten to death, but now I'm with you. Guanini's cheeks flushed even more. What's the point? Hasn't the law of true fragrance been verified long ago? Wang Hao asked with a smile. Well, you're right. Guanini felt a little better when she heard this. Okay, you can rest for a while. I still have something to do, so I'll go first. As Wang Hao said, he began to put on his clothes. Where are you going? Would you like to stay with me for a while? Guanini asked reluctantly. The outer wall is not strong enough. I need to check it. If zombies break in, we will be in danger. Wang Hao said. Zombies, then be careful. Guanini was particularly afraid of zombies, so naturally she didn't dare to keep Wang Hao. Wang Hao put on his clothes and walked out of the room. When he came downstairs, he saw that Lin Yusen had found the iron catalpa from nowhere and was digging a hole in the grass in the yard. And there, several corpses were placed there. The two girls were a little afraid of zombies, so they were far away from Lin Yusen. At this moment, Lin Yusen had already dug a 1-meter deep hole, and she was so tired that she was drenched in sweat. When she saw Wang Hao approaching, her expression immediately became a little unnatural, and then she lowered her head to cover up her expression. Big brother, are you here? Where did you go just now? Big sister is exhausted by herself. The two girls said. I just went to check around the villa, and found that it is safe inside, and there are no zombies anymore. Wang Hao said. There are no more zombies, that's great, we can finally live in it safely. The two girls said happily. Lin Yusen kept silent and continued to work. Looking at her performance, Wang Hao became more and more sure that Lin Yusen was the one who eavesdropped outside the door. However, there were two girls by his side, so he didn't say it outright. Okay, you put down your work and go to rest on the 3rd floor. I'll leave this place to me. Wang Hao said, and reached out to grab the iron catalpa in Lin Yusen's hand. Lin Yusen didn't say anything, left catalpa, walked over and pulled the two girls towards the villa. This woman has a personality? Could it be that the matter between me and Guanini made her feel uncomfortable? Wang Hao looked at Lin Yusen's leaving back and muttered in his heart. When he confirmed that Lin Yusen had entered the villa, he looked at the corpses. Wang Hao picked up the iron catalpa and dug a hole for a while, then jumped up and pushed the corpses down. Although he could turn into a zombie and solve this problem faster, she didn't want to do that. Because he wants to make his body stronger and more powerful through exercise. Soon, Wang Hao dug the pit and then pushed all the corpses into it. Then, he filled it with soil and covered it with turf. When he finished all this, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Wang Hao was very hungry, but the food he brought was running out. So, Wang Hao returned upstairs with the rest of the food. He found the room where Lin Yusen was, and walked in. In the room, Lin Yusen was the only one sitting on the bed in a daze, while the sound of water came from the bathroom. Why are you here alone? Where are the two of them? Wang Hao asked. Lin Yusen pointed to the bathroom and said, the two of them are taking a bath in it. Oh, that's right, then I'm relieved. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he took out his backpack, took out the little food left in it, and put it in front of Lin Yusen. What are you doing? Don't you save some food for yourself? Lin Yusen raised her head and asked suspiciously. There's only so much food left, it's not enough for all of us. So, please take care of the two of them, I'm going out now. Wang Hao said softly. Going out now? It's already late? Lin Yusen widened her eyes in shock. It's okay. I've been wandering in the last days for a long time, and I know how to avoid zombies, so I'll be fine. As long as you protect yourselves, I can rest assured. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he carried an empty backpack and walked towards the door. Lin Yusen looked at Wang Hao's back with complicated eyes, but in the end, she couldn't help but said, then you have to be careful, and you must come back safely. Thank you for caring about me. Wang Hao stopped, turned around, looked at Lin Yusin and said with a smile. Lin Yusin was stared at by Wang Hao, and immediately felt her cheeks burning hot, so she stretched out her hand to cover her face, and said in a low voice, I dozed off, and I hope you can come back when I wake up. Then I wish you a good night's sleep. Wang Hao smiled slightly, turned around, and left. Lin Yusin stared at Wang Hao's leaving back, pouted, and said to herself with some doubts, this man is really a strange person, why can't I guess him? However, when she thought of the voices Wang Hao and Guanini made in the room, she felt uncomfortable. No matter who he is or what abilities he has, he must be a scumbag. To sleep with a woman he is only known for less than a day is simply the best of scumbags. Thinking of this, Lin Yusin felt more and more uncomfortable, but in the end, for some reason, she became a little jealous of Guanini. She even wondered why she didn't have the courage to look for Wang Hao. With her more beautiful than Guanini, it would be easier to get Wang Hao. It's just that she can only think about all this in her heart. After all, she has always been a proud woman, and men have always pursued her. When did she take the initiative to pursue a man? Thanks to Bingkong, Kwade, haha, Tokazaki Fanji, haha, Light Memory, Baga MP3, Kunshi, thank you all for your support, and by the way, I recommend reading my old books that can't wait for the update The Last Man on Earth, C80 The Mysterious Xiao Lingling, thanks to Dream for the reward, now C81 The Mysterious Xiao Lingling, second update, When Wang Hao walked to the gate of the villa, he saw a group of zombies who kept screaming outside the gate of the villa. Although there were not many of these zombies, they kept shaking the iron gate, as if they were about to push the iron gate open. They should smell humans, right? Their noses are quite good. Wang Hao saw that there were a lot of zombies, so he didn't open the door, and turned over directly from above. He hacked half of the zombies outside the gate to death with a tang knife before leaving. When he returned to the villa where Li Mengyao was, it was already after 12 o'clock in the evening. When he came to the third floor, he found that the door was closed, and he didn't know if Li Mengyao was asleep. However, he found that the door of Xiao Lingling's room was open and there was still light inside. This girl, still not sleeping? Wang Hao was curious, so he walked over. Crack-click when he came to the door, he saw Xiao Lingling holding a lot of food before eating. Ham sausage, biscuits, shakima, canned beef, iced tea, pulse. There were a lot of food bags lying on the ground, and the large number made Wang Hao a little dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Xiao Lingling could eat so much food in just one day. Because of the food packaging bags thrown on the ground, even if Wang Hao ate for 3 days, he might not have so much. Ha! Brother, you are back, why don't you come in? Xiao Lingling was eating, but suddenly raised her head and looked at Wang Hao who was standing at the door. I'm back to see you. Wang Hao said with some embarrassment. Big brother, I haven't seen you for a day, and I miss you. Can you sleep with Lingling? Xiao Lingling asked mischievously. Of course, if you don't think I'm dirty. Wang Hao said, and walked into the room. Big brother, you are so kind to me, even if you are really dirty, Lingling will not dislike you. Lingling will always like you until you don't like Lingling anymore. As Xiao Lingling said, she put down the food, wiped the bread crumbs from the corner of her mouth with her hand, and walked towards Wang Hao. She rushed directly into Wang Hao's arms, and put her arms around Wang Hao's waist. Wang Hao stretched out his hand to touch her pitch-black hair, feeling moved in his heart, and said softly, Big brother will always like you, don't worry. Well, Big brother is the best. Xiao Lingling hugged Wang Hao's waist even more tightly, which made it difficult for Wang Hao to breathe. He suddenly widened his eyes, looked at Xiao Lingling with some surprise, and then asked, Is this all the food you ate today? That's right. Did Lingling eat too much? Xiao Lingling asked innocently. No, you can eat as much as you like as long as you like. Wang Hao comforted. Big brother, I know that I eat too much. Food is scarce in the last days, and I still eat so much. You must be very angry? Xiao Lingling asked. How is that possible? Eldest brother is very capable. He can get you as much food as you want. Wang Hao said, but he became more and more interested in Xiao Lingling in his heart. Although he picked up this girl from the fried goods store, he didn't know what she did and what she went through before. So, in fact, Xiao Lingling's life experience was still very mysterious to him. Coupled with the fact that the tang knife Xiao Lingling gave him was still extremely sharp after cutting down so many zombies, combined with these, Wang Hao became more and more interested in Xiao Lingling's life experience. A girl who is only 11 or 12 years old has astonishing strength, which in itself is a miraculous thing. Big brother, you are so kind to Lingling. If I grow up, I will definitely marry you. Xiao Lingling said emotionally. You're so young, what nonsense are you talking about? Wang Hao stretched out his hand to pat her upright, and reprimanded softly, but he was a little happy in his heart. Being liked by a little girl really felt very different. Big brother, what I said is true. I have met many men, but none of them are as nice to me as you are. Xia Lingling said. Okay, you are young now, what do you know? When you grow up, you will naturally understand everything. By then, you will definitely not like me. As Wang Hao said, he carried Xia Lingling to the bed, asked her to sit down, and then lowered his head to help her take off her shoes. Afterwards, Wang Hao opened the bed and let Xia Lingling lie down. Big brother, won't you sleep with me? Xia Lingling asked with curious eyes. Are you afraid alone? Wang Hao asked. Yeah. Lingling is scared by herself. Xia Lingling said with her mouth raised. Okay then, big brother will sleep with you tonight. Wang Hao took off his coat, turned off the light, and then got into bed. This night, although he hugged Xia Lingling, he didn't make any irregular movements. After all, Xia Lingling was still just a child. Although he liked her somewhat, it was not the kind of liking between a man and a woman. It was probably more of his love for children. The next day, when Wang Hao woke up, he found that Xia Lingling was still sleeping. At this time, the sky was not completely bright, and it was still a little dark outside. But Wang Hao stopped dozing off and got out of bed after putting on his clothes. He took his backpack and went to the food storage room to fill it up before leaving the villa. Wang Hao did not go to Li Mengyao. He was a little worried that being with Li Mengyao would take a long time. Besides, he still needs to save enough energy to do other things. After Wang Hao left the villa, he went directly to the villa where Bai Fumei was. Climb over the courtyard wall of the villa, push open the door of the villa, and go all the way to the third floor. When he saw the familiar door again, his heart became excited again. Wang Haojue, this aristocratic woman is too attractive to him. And this may have something to do with her attitude towards him. After all, he has never seen a woman with such an attitude towards him, let alone a woman who was determined to die but has strict requirements for death. This woman was too special, so special that he remembered her thoroughly once, and could never forget her again. It would be great if she could fall in love with me and conceive my child. It would be a fairy-like life to have such a beautiful and temperamental woman. Wang Hao thought to himself, and stretched out his hand to push open the half-hidden door. In the room, the woman with snow-white skin and plump body was leaning on the sofa at the moment. Maybe I was too tired, so I fell asleep on the sofa. However, she didn't sleep soundly, and when she heard the sound of the door, she slowly opened her eyes. When she realized that it was Wang Hao standing at the door, she closed her eyes again and completely ignored Wang Hao. Are you treating me like air? That's not okay, as Wang Hao said. He stepped forward and hugged the woman by the waist and walked towards the big bed. Thanks to Dream for the support. Readers who are waiting for the update can read my old book The Last Man on Earth is also not bad. See 81 A Fox Fakes a Tiger's Prestige, Part 1, see 82 1 hour later. Wang Hao leaned on the sofa, smoking happily, feeling extremely refreshed. Although the woman didn't say a word to him, he was not angry at all. With such a beautiful woman, he could let him play with him in his spare time, which was impossible in his dreams. Wang Hao threw the finished cigarette on the ground and stamped it out with his feet. At this moment, the woman's eyes were looking at the ceiling. Her eyes seemed a little empty. Facing what Wang Hao did, she didn't seem to feel a little bit. However, Wang Hao found that there were many fine beads of sweat oozing from the woman's body, and her body was still a little red. Although her eyes were empty, her lips were biting tightly, which showed that she was not insensible, but was just trying to support herself so that Wang Hao would not find out. I don't believe you will never accept me, unless you commit suicide, as Wang Hao said. He walked towards the woman again. However, at this moment, the woman turned her head and looked at Wang Hao. She took a deep look at Wang Hao, and then asked, "Why is a man like you so boring? Even if you got my body, what's the point? What I pursue is art, but what about you? I will never like a layman like you. Why don't you do you understand? Why are you so stubbornly wasting your energy on me? Ha, you're talking too deep. I don't understand what you people who pursue art are thinking, but I know you are a woman, and women need men. These days, you should have feelings for me, bar?" Facing Wang Hao's fiery and hot gaze, the woman's eyes began to float, and even a trace of hesitation appeared, but in an instant, that trace of hesitation disappeared, replaced by a more indifferent gaze. She shook her head, looked up at the ceiling, and said, "The human body has many disadvantages. I can't control my body, but so what? Even if you make me feel it, in my heart, I still think you are like air." "Really? Then I really want to know. Can you really treat me like air in your heart, and how long can you last?" A confident smile appeared on the corner of Wang Hao's mouth, and he climbed up again. 3 hours later. "I really like a woman like you, just wait, I will come back to you again soon." Wang Hao looked at the woman who was motionless like a corpse and said with a smile. Seeing that the woman didn't respond, he didn't say anything else. He took some food out of his backpack and put it on the table. Wang Hao looked at the food he had put on the table before, and found that there was still a lot of food, which seemed to have been moved, but also seemed to have not been moved. He thought back to the woman's body. It seemed to be similar to before, not obviously thinner. Forget it, come and take a look when you have time. As long as she doesn't commit suicide, she won't starve to death right under my nose. After Wang Hao figured it out, he put on his bag and walked out of the room. After Wang Hao left, the woman slowly got up. She took the toilet paper beside the bed, wiped it, then stood up and went to the bathroom silently. She didn't want to let anything from a strange man stay on her body, it would make her artistically uncomfortable. So, she can only wash away all the stains in her eyes. Where did you go last night? Why did you come back now? I'm so worried about you. Just as Wang Hao walked into a villa, Guanini greeted him. Now she only has Wang Hao in her eyes, and she seems to have decided that Wang Hao is her man. Wang Hao nodded, walked inside, and asked, "Where are Lin Yusen and those two girls?" "They are cleaning," Guanini said. "Oh, what about you?" Wang Hao asked. "Me, what else do I need to do now?" "They are all yours," Guanini said, feeling a little shy. "My people? You are all my people. Is there any difference between you and them? Why don't you have to work?" Wang Hao said indifferently. There was no more warmth from last night, which made Guanini a little dazed. She stammered for a while, and then said aggrievedly, "I gave you my body, can't you love others? And let them do those tiring jobs? Is this why you don't work?" Wang Hao snorted softly, and continued walking towards the villa. When he reached the second floor, he saw Lin Yusen and the two girls. At this time, Lin Yusen was mopping the floor, while the two girls were cleaning the doors and wooden furniture with rags. When they saw Wang Hao, they were a little surprised, and then they continued to do their own work. Wang Hao felt that there was a problem, so he shouted softly, "Stop what you're doing first, I have something to tell you." "Oh." The two girls responded and trotted over quickly. Lin Yusen sighed, and also walked over. "Who asked you to do these jobs?" Wang Hao asked. "Sister Gui asked us to do it," the two girls said. "Oh, you two are very obedient," Wang Hao said with a smile. Then he looked at Lin Yusen and asked, "Guanini asked you to work, did she do it?" "No." Lin Yusen shook her head. "Since she doesn't work, why do you work?" Wang Hao asked, slightly surprised. "What she says is your order. If you don't listen to her, it's the same as not listening to your order," Lin Yusen said. "Do you believe her when she says that?" Wang Hao asked. "I believe it." Lin Yusen nodded. "Why? Why do you believe what she said is true? Instead of trying to be lazy?" Wang Hao asked. "Isn't what she said true?" "But she is not with you." Lin Yusen paused at this point, and stopped what she was going to say next. Snort. Wang Hao snorted softly, turned around and grabbed Guanini's arm, pulled her over, and said coldly, "Here, you don't need to listen to anyone's orders except me." Afterwards, Wang Hao shouted loudly, "Guanini, you are so bold, who gave you the power to order others?" "Me." Guanini was trembling with fright, but felt wronged in her heart. She felt that she had given her body to Wang Hao, but what she got in return was such a result. It was really unfair. She felt that Wang Hao had gone too far and was too ruthless to her. "Thank you Yamazui, Quadeha, wipe the poison, Wang Chang. Still, I have good memories, 90 in you. I am really skinny. If you are well, then you will be fine. Jetyan Gang is so badass, fortunately. Thank you for the above. Thank you for your support. C82 punishment, second update. C83 punishment what? Don't you know what's wrong?" Seeing that Guanini seemed to be resentful, Wang Hao asked again. I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to them. I'm still me. I shouldn't have let them work in your name." Guanini apologized. "Since I know I made a mistake, how do you say I should punish you?" Wang Hao asked. I don't know." Guanini was so confused that she couldn't think about these things at all, and she was still thinking hard about why Wang Hao had such an attitude towards herself. "You don't know? Then I'll ask someone else." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he looked at the two girls and asked, "She asked you to work, but she didn't do any work. How do you punish her?" "Big brother. Sister Guo already knows she's wrong, so you should spare her," the two girls said. "Look, is this the gap?" Wang Hao looked at Guanini, sighed, and said, "You make them do hard work, but they still plead for you? Tell me, are you ashamed?" I actually didn't do anything bad. I just let them work, and I was lazy." "You say that about me, as if I made a big mistake." As for it, Guanini finally couldn't help it, and was a little unconvinced. Talk back, right? That's fine, I won't talk nonsense to you. Since this is the case, then get out of here, right now. Get out of the villa gate immediately. Wang Hao said calmly, as if he was chasing a dog instead of a person. You're going too far. Third sister, look, he's not giving me a way out. Guanini looked at Lin Yusen as she said. Well, Lin Yusen sighed, then looked at Wang Hao and said, forget it, she doesn't have any bad intentions, just let her go. Now is the end of the world, and we still need to work together to survive. You are really a kind-hearted woman. It would be great if she was like you. However, since you have said so, if I don't make concessions, it will be too unreasonable for me. Wang Hao seemed to have made a compromise, which made Guanini feel relieved that the matter was over. But who knows, Wang Hao said in the next sentence. However, Guanini must pay some price for today's mistakes, so Wang Hao turned his gaze to Guanini and said coldly, all the sanitation of this villa is entrusted to you. I have to go out today. Before I come back, you must clean the entire villa until I am satisfied. Otherwise, my punishment for you will only be it's more serious. You can weigh it yourself. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, Guanini's face turned pale. This is a whole villa with an area of over 1,000 square meters. If she were to clean it by herself, wouldn't that exhaust her to death? However, Guanini had to accept Wang Hao's punishment, because she didn't know if she could live without Wang Hao. But Wang Hao left him, but Lin Yusen was still there. Lin Yusen is more beautiful than her. Wang Hao will definitely like her. However, if Guanini knew that Wang Hao had more women, she would definitely be devastated and become more obedient to Wang Hao. Wang Hao took off his backpack, took out some food, sent it to Guanini, and said, I wanted to share the food equally with you, but you disappointed me so much, so I will give you a little less this time. If you behave well in the future, I will give you a little more. I see. Guanini looked at the food in her hands and became more and more aware of the importance of Wang Hao. Therefore, he didn't show any dissatisfaction with Wang Hao, who only gave her a little food. After all, without Wang Hao, even if he didn't meet zombies, he would still be hungry. And Wang Hao not only provided security but also brought food, so what can she be picky about? Guanini thought that she had tried to talk back before, and she was afraid of her impulsiveness for a while. So, after eating some food, she quickly grabbed the mop and started cleaning. Wang Hao took the two girls and called Lin Yusen to the third floor. Wouldn't it be nice for you to treat her like that? Coming to the third floor, Lin Yusen couldn't help asking. I'm already being polite to her. Wang Hao said. But, you and her, Lin Yusen hesitated to speak. What's the matter with her? Wang Hao looked at Lin Yusen suspiciously. It's nothing. Lin Yusen shook her head and stopped talking. Okay, you three have a good rest today, and I'll give you the food. I'm going out for a while, and I'll arrange things for you when I come back. As Wang Hao said, he took out all the remaining food in the backpack and piled it in front of the three of them. Wow, when the two girls saw a lot of delicious food, their eyeballs almost popped out. They praised and admired Wang Hao for a while. Although Lin Yusen didn't say anything, the shock in her eyes couldn't be more obvious. It was hard for her to imagine how Wang Hao searched for food at night. Well, there were so many zombies outside, even if several men walked together and went out to search for food in broad daylight, it was difficult to guarantee that they would come back safely. Therefore, she became less and less able to see through Wang Hao, but she also became more and more interested in Wang Hao. She felt that Wang Hao was very reliable, and she was so lucky to have such a man by her side in the last days. However, she was a little worried whether Wang Hao would meet beautiful women and abandon them. In that case, they can only wait to die. After all, in the last days, beautiful women are not worth much. Wang Hao is so powerful, what kind of women do he want? Why would he take risks to find food for them? Soon, Wang Hao left again, but Lin Yusen became more and more uneasy. However, thinking of Wang Hao's attitude towards Guanini, her first decision was that she would not have a relationship with Wang Hao even if she was killed. She felt that Wang Hao belonged to the kind that once he got a woman's body, he would no longer feel pity for a woman. Therefore, she decided that even if Wang Hao wanted to get her body, he had to take it step by step slowly, and he couldn't let Wang Hao get her all at once and lose interest. Naturally, Wang Hao didn't know what Lin Yusen was thinking. If he knew, he would probably just smile and say, "Girl, you think too much." If he wanted to get Lin Yusen's body, it would be too simple. He wouldn't give her food, force her to leave the villa, and use whatever methods he wanted, and he wouldn't be afraid of her submitting obediently. It's just that Wang Hao didn't want to do that. He didn't want to force a woman, that would be too boring. What he wants is the love between the two parties, not forcing the other party to do those things. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, he has gradually become unwilling to use strong methods to conquer women. He feels that it is more fulfilling to conquer women with his heart and body. And that Bai Fumei is the woman he most wants to conquer with his heart and body. Thank you, Yi Mizui, for your support. During the Chinese New Year, it is very difficult to explode updates. Even if you insist on continuous updates, you need to squeeze out time. Therefore, I will try to keep updating as much as possible recently, and then see if there is a chance to update more. Can't wait. You can read the old book The Last Man on Earth, book friend group 3170401155, C83 The Woman Calling for Help, Part 1. C80 for the woman calling for help. After Wang Hao went downstairs, he drove the modified Land Rover and left the villa area. At this moment, the time is close to noon. On the road, there are occasional zombies wandering around, but the number is very small. When Wang Hao saw these zombies, he drove over them directly. Not long after, Wang Hao drove the car to the gate of the police station and then stopped. Inside the police station, there are countless zombies roaring. Wang Hao casually walked through these zombies and came to the second floor of the police station. Soon, he found the equipment that had been left here. Handcuffs, body armor, electric batons, strong flashlights, wireless communicators, etc. Wang Hao moved all these things into the car, and took some sets of police uniforms by the way. He really wanted to try to let Li Mengyao or another woman wear a police uniform, and experience the feeling of conquering a policewoman again. Back in the car, Wang Hao didn't drive in a hurry, but took out a radio communicator and started debugging. He wanted to see if the radio communicator could still be used. If it was broken, it would be useless to take it back. Squeak, squeak. Wang Hao turned on the radio communicator and started debugging, and there was a sound of electric current in it immediately. However, when Wang Hao changed the channel and was debugging, there was a sudden noisy sound in the radio communicator. Then, a woman's voice appeared. Can anyone hear it? Please reply if you hear it. I need help urgently. Is there anyone? Please reply. The woman's voice was repeated intermittently, as if she was asking for help aimlessly, not knowing that someone had received her signal. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, then pressed the green button, and asked softly, "Where are you? How many people are there? What danger are you in?" After he finished speaking, he pressed the send button. After his words were sent, the radio communicator fell silent for a moment. After a while, the sound of electric current appeared again in the radio communicator. Squeak, squeak. Then, the woman's voice appeared again. "Brother, please help us. My colleague and I are trapped on the 5th floor of the staff dormitory area of Xinjing Hospital. We haven't eaten enough food for 3 days. We are almost starving to death. You can come and rescue us. Save us? Xinjing Hospital, it's quite far away. I'm more than 20 miles away from you. It's too dangerous to go there. So, can you tell me, why should I save you?" After Wang Hao finished speaking, he sent his words. Soon, the woman gave a reply. "Brother, we are all doctors. I think you will need us. After all, people always get sick." "That's right, I really need a doctor, but it's not enough for me to take the risk to save you," Wang Hao said. "Brother, then what else do you want?" Facing Wang Hao's attitude, the woman seemed a little helpless. "How old are you? How tall are you, and are you beautiful?" Wang Hao asked. The woman was silent for a while, and finally gave a reply. "I'm 25 years old, my height is 168, and I'm pretty." "What about the other one?" Wang Hao asked again. "She is 24 years old, with a height of 173 centimeters, fair skin and good figure, much prettier than me," the woman replied. When Wang Hao heard this, he began to think about it. If these two women were really young, beautiful, and doctors, then it would be very useful for him to save these two women back. Although he doesn't have the disease now, there is no guarantee that he will never get sick in the future. Of course, there are also his women. If there is a doctor at that time, these things can be easily resolved. "Okay, just keep going. I'll come to you in the afternoon. I hope you don't lie to me." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he turned off the radio communicator, started the car and returned to the villa without waiting for a reply. "Wang Rui, you said that he found out that you were lying to him. Won't you save us?" In Xijing Hospital, in a certain room on the 5th floor of a staff dormitory building, a young woman with a height of 1.7 meters looked at another woman with a radio communicator in her hand and asked with some concern, "What are you afraid of?" "Apart from lying to him that we are doctors, I didn't lie to him. We can also treat minor diseases such as colds and fevers. In addition, we have also studied nursing. It is impossible for him not to save us. In addition, the two of us are really beautiful. He is a man. How could he come and not save us?" Wang Rui analyzed. "Well, what you said makes sense, but I just feel a little uneasy in my heart, and I always feel that something is wrong. Li Manqing said. When the end of the world broke out, the two of them were resting in the dormitory, and they just escaped the catastrophe. In addition, there were no zombies in the dormitory area, so the two of them bravely went to other dormitories to search for food, and barely survived. But 3 days ago, their food began to run out, and it was already difficult to hold on. To this day, the two of them are so hungry that they are about to faint. During this period, they found the radio communicator in the security room on the first floor and sent out countless distress messages. Someone once received their messages, but they gave up coming to rescue them when they heard that they were in a hospital. But now, Wang Hao actually said that he would come to rescue them, which made the two of them very excited, and finally saw the hope of surviving. Li Manqing, do you think that man can come to us? There are so many zombies in the hospital, I'm afraid that even if he comes, he will be scared away. Wang Rui said. I don't know, I can only hope that he has a way to split the zombies and come to us, Li Manqing said. Well, Wang Rui sighed and looked at the scene outside the balcony. The two of them were wearing white nurse clothes, lying on the balcony, showing off their graceful curves. In fact, the two of them are the new batch of trainee nurses who have been in the hospital for less than a year. Because they are beautiful, they get special treatment, and they are given paid rest during the day, so they avoid the danger of the end of the world. During the internship in the hospital, many male doctors had pursued them. While this annoyed them, it also made them more confident in their beauty. This is especially true for Wang Rui. She believes that the two of them were not rescued because those men did not know their beauty. If they knew how amazing their beauty and graceful figure are, someone would definitely risk their lives to rescue them. Therefore, she believed that as long as Wang Hao saw them, he would definitely save them. Thanks to Kunshi, Still, Illidan Stormrage, Sausage Shaking Emperor, Fish Trapped in the Deep Sea, Quadeha, for your support. C84 Go to the hospital, second update. C85 Going to the hospital. When Wang Hao returned to the villa, he took all the equipment out of the car. Big brother, you're back. Seeing Wang Hao, the two girls rushed over cheering. Ha ha! I'm back, let's see what I brought back. Wang Hao said with a smile, and walked into the villa with the box in his hand. This made Lin Yusin and Guanini very curious about what was in his box. Boom! When Wang Hao walked into the villa, he put the box on the ground and opened it. Ha! What are these? Why are there still handcuffs? Guanini asked in surprise. I brought this back from the police station, and you will need it. Wang Hao took out his body armor and a bright flashlight, and handed them to Lin Yusin and Guanini. This flashlight is still useful, but what's the use of this body armor? Guanini asked. I don't need it now, but I will need it in the future. Now is the end of the world, and there must be people with guns looking for food in safe places. When the time comes, you will be safer wearing bulletproof vests. Wang Hao said. Oh, that's what you said. Guanini nodded, but felt a little scared in her heart, thinking of the scene of someone rushing into the villa with a gun and shooting. And this, you take it, if you find anyone around the villa or enters our villa, please notify me immediately. Wang Hao took out a radio communicator and said, I have already debugged this. You only need to turn on the switch to send me a signal. As long as I receive the signal, I will return as quickly as possible. That's good. We will have a way to contact you in the future. Guanini took the radio communicator and looked at it carefully, and Lin Yusin was also very interested in it. She is naturally very happy to be able to obtain more security now. Soon, Wang Hao taught the two of them how to use the radio communicator and let them operate it. When he saw that both Lin Yusin and Guanini had learned how to use the radio communicator and explain some things, he left with confidence. However, when he left, he didn't forget to ask Guanini to continue working and not to be lazy. And at this time, it was noon. There were not many zombies on the road, so Wang Hao drove the Land Rover very fast. Although the distance of more than 10 miles was difficult due to the road conditions, Wang Hao still arrived at the Beijing hospital in less than half an hour. He parked the car outside the gate and took out the radio communicator. I've already arrived at the hospital, tell me your exact location. Wang Hao said. Wang Rui and Li Manqing were very excited when they heard Wang Hao's voice, and quickly replied, our dormitory building is at the innermost position on the west side of the hospital. We are on the 5th floor, and you can see it when you come up. Understood, I'm here to find you. Wang Hao hung up the call and drove the car in. Soon, he found the dormitory building and parked the car under the building. Wang Hao pushed open the door, and walked towards the door of the dormitory with a tang knife. Wang Hao pushed the door of the dormitory several times, but found that the door couldn't be pushed open. Only then did Wang Hao discover that there was a switch inside the gate. Boom! Without hesitation, Wang Hao turned into a zombie and punched him. Boom! With only one sound, the iron door was directly blasted open. It's really much more convenient to transform into a zombie. Wang Hao was amazed, but in order not to scare the two women, he returned to human form. He walked up the stairs, but was surprised to find that there was not a single zombie in the dormitory. These two women are lucky. They are very similar to my situation back then, except that they didn't meet anyone like Li Dong. Wang Hao recalled that when the apocalypse broke out, he also hid in the dormitory, but almost died because of Li Dong, and he was a little envious of these two women. At least, these two women are hiding here and will not be driven out. When Wang Hao came to the 5th floor, he saw several women's clothes hanging in front of a room door. This should be the room of the two women. Wang Hao strode over immediately, and when he was about to knock on the door in front of him opened first. A young and beautiful woman with a slender figure, snow-white skin, and a white coat appeared in front of his eyes. Angel in white, Wang Hao looked at the woman in front of him. Although he was attracted by the woman's appearance, he still noticed that the clothes on the woman were worn by nurses, not the style of doctors. "Are you the woman who asked for help?" Wang Hao asked. "Yeah, I didn't expect you to really come to save us." The woman said excitedly that when she saw Wang Hao appearing in front of her safe and sound, she thought that Wang Hao could also take them away safely. "Well, I came to save you. But, you lied to me." Wang Hao stared at the woman in front of him, looked him up and down, and then said, "You are a nurse, not a doctor, you lied to me." Me. Only then did Wang Ruo realize that she had been negligent and forgot to change the nurse's clothes on her body. "Brother, don't worry about it so much, we have been hungry for several days, please save us, we will not let you save us for nothing." And at this time, behind Wang Ruo, Li Manqing, who was taller, with whiter skin and more beautiful appearance, came to the door and looked at Wang Hao. Well, Wang Hao looked at the beautiful nurse who was almost as tall as him in front of him, and was stunned for a few seconds. Li Manqing was wearing a nurse's clothes, and her demeanor was immediately different from that of ordinary women. She looked very clean and could not be stained. "What's your name?" Wang Hao came back to his senses and asked quickly. "My name is Li Manqing. What about you?" the woman asked. "Oh, my name is Wang Hao." Wang Hao. Li Manqing nodded, a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and continued, "Can you give us something to eat now? We're really hungry." "Food, of course I have." Wang Hao quickly opened the backpack, took out some food, handed it to Li Manqing, and distributed some to Wang Ruo. When the two women took the food, their saliva almost flowed out, and they immediately started to gobble it up. The two of them were so hungry that they didn't care about their appearance. They ate bread and drank drinks in big mouthfuls, and after a while, they finished the food Wang Hao gave them. "Do you have any more?" Li Manqing looked at Wang Hao again, with expectation in his eyes. "Food, of course we have, but there are some things we still need to talk about first." Wang Hao didn't give them any more food, but walked into the room and sat by the bed. What do you want to talk about? Haven't we already talked about it before?" Wang Ruo walked over. "It was a good deal, but the two of you lied to me, so we have to renegotiate the terms." As Wang Hao said, a pair of fiery eyes wandered unscrupulously over the two beautiful nurses in front of him. "Thanks for the reward and support of Yimazui. You can read the old book The Last Man on Earth when you wait for the update. C85 Good Man Wang Hao, first update. C86 Renegotiate the conditions. How do you want to negotiate?" Facing Wang Hao's gaze, Wang Ruo felt uneasy. And Li Manqing frowned when he saw Wang Hao's expression, realizing that the terms Wang Hao might want to negotiate must not be simple. "Ha ha! Don't be afraid, I won't eat you. As for looking at me with that look," Wang Hao said with a smile, reached out and patted the bed, and said, "Come and sit down, both of you, and let's talk slowly." Wang Ruo and Li Manqing looked at Wang Hao warily, and instead of approaching him, they asked questioningly, What do you want to talk about? Let us know." "That's fine. I don't like ink marks either, so I'll just tell you guys straight." Wang Hao looked directly at Wang Ruo and Li Manqing, and said, "I want you two to listen to me in the future and absolutely obey my orders. Only in this way will I give you food and take you to a safe place." When Wang Ruo heard this, she immediately hesitated, and looked back at Li Manqing with a questioning look in her eyes. Wang Hao's words were too obvious. Although they didn't say it clearly, the two of them were not stupid. How could they not know what Wang Hao meant? "You asked us to obey your orders, so do we still have human rights? Do we have to obey if you tell us to die?" Li Manqing asked with a flushed face. The two of them want to live, but living without human rights is not the result they want. "You are very smart and understand well." Wang Hao nodded, and then said, "But don't worry, I can guarantee now that I will never let you do these things that harm your body and life." "Really? Besides these, will you let us do things against our will, such as you let us serve you forcibly, or even. Li Manqing's face became more rosy when he said this, and he was about to bleed. She was only 24 years old. Although she had a boyfriend, she did not do anything beyond the red line. Now, she said such things in front of a strange man, which made her a little embarrassed. However, if these words are not made clear now, what will happen to her if Wang Hao makes her have a relationship against her will? Therefore, for some things, it is better to make it clear earlier, so as not to be unable to look back when the time comes. These 2 days, the two of them sent countless radio signals, and many people received the signals, but did not intend to save them, but some of them put forward conditions to them. It's just that this condition is unacceptable to them at all. Those people even bluntly said that it is okay to save them, but they must be their women. At that time, it was not a few days before the end of the world, so they did not agree to those people's dirty conditions. Li Manqing felt that if Wang Hao wanted both of them to be his women, then they didn't have to choose him. Because there seem to be a lot of people who have been contacted before, it might be safer if we are with them. Wang Hao is different. Although his body is not considered thin, he is not considered strong either. Although his appearance is not bad, he is not considered handsome either. If they choose, there is no need to be with Wang Hao. Haha, Wang Hao couldn't help laughing when he heard Li Manqing's words, and said, "You underestimate me, don't you? Who am I, Wang Hao? Have you never seen a woman?" Wang Rui and Li Manqing were taken aback when they heard this, and looked at Wang Hao again, sizing him up, as if they wanted to relocate him. Facing the eyes of these two women, Wang Hao didn't care, and continued, "That's right, you two are very beautiful. If you were in the past, you would be considered one of the best beauties in the world." Having said this, Wang Hao changed his voice and continued, "But, who am I, Wang Hao? How can I take advantage of others' danger and force you and me to do those things? I am a dignified man. Even if I like you, I will chase you with my ability. How can I do those shameless things? Obscenities about forcing women?" When Wang Rui and Li Manqing heard this, they looked at Wang Hao more and more differently, thinking that Wang Hao turned out to be an upright man. Do you really think so?" Wang Rui couldn't help asking, "Is there still a lie? I'm a big man. I don't want to have too many means to get you. Just take some food, or use other means to force you, or put some medicine in the food. What can you do to me?" Wang Hao raised his head and said, "Just like those big men who are full of chivalry in TV dramas. It turns out that you are such a good person. It seems that I was thinking too much." What Li Manqing's Wang Hao said made sense. If Wang Hao had put some medicine in the food just now, the two of them would have passed out by now and let others output them. "Yeah, I thought that you, like those people, would put forward those dirty and obscene conditions." Wang Rui continued, "Okay, don't compare those people to me. I, Wang Hao, am going the right way. How can I do anything?" A trace of disdain appeared on Wang Hao's face. "That's right, you look like a student who just graduated from high school. How can you be the kind of shameless person who only wants to play with women in the last days?" Wang Rui said, "That's right, I'm not yet 20 years old, and I'm still a piece of fresh meat, so how could I become the same as those lecherous people?" Wang Hao said, "That's right, you're still young." Wang Rui and Li Manqing looked at Wang Hao again and again, and they realized that Wang Hao was a harmless schoolboy. Because of this, the two of them were much less alert. At this time, Wang Hao seemed to think of something, and asked, "You said just now that some people made nasty conditions with you. I don't know if those people are still there. Where are they?" "Those people. I have contacted them several times before, and they are temporarily hiding in Lianhu Park. There seem to be more than 20 of them," Wang Rui said. "Lianhu Park? Why are you hiding in that kind of place?" Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. "Well," Wang Rui sighed, and said, "You haven't been there, you must not know that you are there. The main attraction of Lianhu Park is Lianhu, and there is an artificially built Lianhu Island in the center of Lianhu. The area of Lianhu Island is not small, there are forests, hotels, and cafeterias on it, and those people have been hiding on it and have lived for a long time. So that's the case, they found a good place." Although Wang Hao has never been to Lianhu Park, he can still think of the scenes there, and not only admires those first batch of people who went to Lianhu Island. In the last days, a group of people took a boat to Lianhu Island, where there was enough food, there were women, and they could bask in the sun every day, or take a bath in Lianhu. That life was simply not too comfortable. Such a life must be regarded as a fairy-like life for other people in the last days. Thanks to Yimazui, Xiaoyao Xiaofeng, Quadehana, Ghosts and Swords, who learned theology and became crazy, and I have a model from my father. For the reward and support, C86 looting plan, second update. C87 Wang Hao suddenly became interested in Lianhu Island, and felt that it would be very good if he could make it his base there. "What do you want to do? Do you want to go somewhere?" Seeing Wang Hao frowning, Wang Rui couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. Well, I have this idea. Wang Hao nodded. That can't be done. When Wang Rui heard this, she quickly shook her head and said, "Who are those people? Although I haven't seen them, I still have some understanding after talking with them a few times. If you go there, you will definitely become the object of their oppression and make you do a lot of things to become their minion that plunders the surrounding resources." What do you mean? Are those people going to rob other survivors? Wang Hao asked. Yes, they told me that themselves. Wang Rui nodded and continued, those people will leave Lianhu Island by boat after a while and leave the park to look for food around. With their large number, as long as they find other survivors, they will plunder their food, or let those survivors join them. And their boss said that when men join them, they will be arranged to go out in turn to find food, and women, as long as they look good and have a good figure, can serve men with their bodies so as to obtain food and the qualification to stay there. Well, after listening to Wang Rui's words, Wang Hao looked at their embarrassing expressions and asked, what if there are women who don't want to serve them with their bodies? What will happen? Then you have to go out to find food like men, or be expelled. But they say that, but who actually knows? Wang Rui said. But why didn't they lie to you, let you join them first, and then treat you? Wang Hao asked. Have no idea. Wang Rui shook her head and said, maybe it's because they're not sure what we look like, or they're worried that we'll commit suicide after being cheated, and don't want to accompany them even if we die, so it's not worthwhile for them to pay. Well, what you said makes sense. If they know that you two are beautiful women, they will definitely find a way to save you. Wang Hao said. When Wang Rui and Li Manqing heard Wang Hao call them beauties, although they didn't say anything, they were still very happy. By the way, can you still contact those people? Wang Hao asked. I don't know, I need to try. Wang Rui said. Then give it a try. I want to know about those people and see if they are all shameless people. Wang Hao said. If you and them are such bad people, what are you going to do? Wang Rui asked. I'm going to trick them into leaving Lianhu Island, and then we'll move there, Wang Hao said. Cheat? That's too difficult, right? They're not fools. Besides, even if you trick them into leaving, aren't you afraid they'll go back? We'll be on the island by then, and we won't have a place to hide. Wang Ruiju's Wang Hao's idea is very unreliable, and there is no possibility that it will be realized. Ha, you think too highly of those people, and you look down on me even more. I can survive for so long in the last days, wandering outside at will, do you think I can't deal with them? Wang Hao asked with a smile. When Wang Rui heard this, she realized that Wang Hao entered the hospital alone and found them. Can such a person be a simple person? If it was a simple person, how could he live till now? Because of this, Li Manqing looked at Wang Rui and said, then just listen to Wang Hao, I think he must have a way to deal with those people. Oh well. Wang Rui nodded, looked at Wang Hao and said, however, I still advise you, those people are not good people, you must be careful when dealing with them. I know this for sure, don't worry. Before I leave, I will leave enough food for you, Wang Hao said. Then thank you. Wang Rui didn't say anything anymore, picked up the radio communicator and started debugging again. Squeak cheep cheep. Following the noise from the radio communicator, Wang Hao also stood up, walked to the balcony, and looked at the scene outside the building. After all, the hospital is an overcrowded place. After the end of the world broke out, many patients and their family members were infected by the zombie virus before they could escape. They bit each other and turned into zombies. At this moment, under the building, there is a dense area full of wandering zombies, the number of which is at least a few thousand or even tens of thousands. There are so many zombies, if you kill them all, you should be able to increase the experience value by 1/10. Wang Hao decided that after she cleaned up those people on Lianhu Island and picked up Wang Rui and Li Manqing, she would return to the hospital and kill zombies wantedly to gain experience here. At this time, Wang Rui finally found the signal channel where those people were after several times of probing. There is still a vague man's voice in the radio communicator, because the distance is too far, the signal is not particularly good. However, this is enough. Wang Hao only needs to find their signal channel. Is this the signal channel of those people? Wang Hao asked. That's right, I talked with them on this channel last time. Wang Rui affirmed. Well, I see. After Wang Hao memorized the signal channel, he opened the backpack and took out the biscuits, ham sausage, canned drinks, and many other foods inside. These are enough for you to persist until tomorrow. I will contact those people first. If everything goes well, I should pick you up and leave here tomorrow morning. Wang Hao stood up with his bag on his back and Tang Dao in hand. Then do you want to leave now? Wang Rui asked worriedly, but she was more worried that Wang Hao would not come back, leaving the two of them behind. Don't worry, I will come back as soon as possible. Although you are not doctors, you will always be able to provide simple care? I have killed a lot of zombies during this time, and I feel uncomfortable in many places on my body. I still need you to give me a massage. Wang Hao said softly with a smile on his face. Well, the two of us have learned a lot in this area. As long as you are given regular care, your body will definitely recover slowly. Wang Rui said with a smile. She felt more relieved about Wang Hao, not so worried that Wang Hao would not come back. And Li Manqing even stopped his chest and said quite confidently, not only do I know how to do simple nursing, but I also learned how to step on my back and do pedicures. Stand on the back, I haven't tried this yet. I heard people say that it feels very good. When Wang Hao thought of the scene of two beautiful nurses pinching his shoulders and legs, stepping on his back and rubbing his stomach, Wang Hao felt very happy in an instant. C87 The Miracle Comes, Part 1. C88 The Miracle Comes. Wang Hao left the hospital in a good mood, and drove directly to the place close to Lianhu Park. He roughly calculated the distance and felt that he was close enough to Lianhu Park, so he stopped the car. Outside the car, countless zombies were wandering. Wang Hao ignored their existence and took out the radio communicator. Squeak, squeak. With a burst of noise from the radio communicator, Wang Hao began to debug. Soon, he tuned the channel to the same channel as those in Lianhu Park. At this moment, there is a voice coming from the radio communicator. Li Jian, where are you now? Have you found any food, boss? We are on the side of Jinger Road. It is hard to find food here. We only found a little. Now we are retreating. There are too many zombies outside. Wang Hao listened to the voice communication between the two parties on the radio, and probably knew that someone had left Lianhu Park and was looking for food outside. And they seemed to be out of luck, not finding enough food. Your luck is bad, but my luck seems to be good. Wang Hao heard the conversation of these people, turned off the radio communicator directly, and drove to Jinger Road. Jinger Road is a bustling street with various shops selling clothes and food. After the end of the world broke out, many people would naturally think of looking for food there. It's just that because many people have such thoughts, the food on Jingerlu was the first to be robbed. However, all of this has nothing to do with Wang Hao. Now he only thinks about how to break into these people, understand their gang, and drive them away from Lianhu Island after gaining trust. And now, the opportunity has come. Wang Hao immediately drove to Jinger Road, because Jinger Road was not far from where he was, so when Wang Hao came to Jinger Road, he happened to see a car parked on the street. At this moment, there were not many zombies on Jinger Road, so the people parked in that car dared to venture into some stores to look for food. Wang Hao immediately drove the car to the side of the road and parked the car where those people couldn't see it. Afterwards, he used his talent command, controlling the nearby zombies to approach the parked car. At this moment, a bald man in the car was leaning on the seat, half closed his eyes, waiting for the other three to carry the food. Just now, they were planning to return to Lianhu Park, but they found a store with food here, which made them very happy, so they stopped the car quickly. However, when they were carrying the food, they found that the zombies wandering around in the distance rushed towards them as if they had received some kind of order. Not good. Zombies are coming. Zombies are coming. Come back. The bald man in the car heard the roar of the zombies outside, opened his eyes in fright, and immediately shouted at his companions. Zombie. When the three companions heard the shout, they dropped the food in their hands in fright and ran towards the car. Boom boom, they slammed the door shut and told the bald man to drive quickly. However, at this moment, dozens of zombies rushed forward to block the front of the car, forcing the car to a complete stop with their bodies. These zombies roared and looked at the people in the car with ferocious faces, as if they wanted to eat their flesh. What to do? What to do now? The bald man couldn't move forward in front of him, and wanted to retreat, but there were more zombies coming up from behind, almost reaching hundreds of them, one by one, completely blocking the BYD domestic car. Now, they can't move forward, they can't retreat, they are really about to collapse. The zombies on both sides were still beating on the window glass, which made them feel the approach of death. It's over, we're going to be over, so many zombies, we can't survive. Yeah, what should I do now? I don't want to be bitten to death by zombies. Inside the car, everyone's faces were pale, tears came out of fright, and they were almost scared to death. The end of the world has erupted for so long. Although they have killed zombies, they have never faced zombies like this, and faced such a desperate situation. The zombies are very powerful, and the glass probably won't last long. Even if we notify the boss now, it's too late. The bald man said desperately. Then what should we do? Are we waiting to die? I haven't received the reward yet, so I just died like this. It's too embarrassing. Another person said. The reason why he went out to look for food was because the boss said that going out to look for food is not very dangerous. As long as you pay attention to safety, you will be fine. Moreover, as long as the food can be retrieved, no matter how much it is, they will receive the unique rewards of Lianhu Island. That is to be able to eat a full day and choose a woman at random to spend the night. It is also because of this that when the men on Lianhu Island are half full, some people are willing to go out and take risks to find food. After all, not to mention how attractive women are to them, at least having enough food for a day is enough. What's more, men who eat a full day, full of warmth and inu, and then reward them with a woman, this has to make them work hard for it. Hey! Do you think you are the only one who is aggrieved? I am even more aggrieved. I have grown up and haven't married a wife. I don't know what it's like to be a woman. It's much worse than you. Behind the car, another pale man with long hair sighed, feeling hopeless. At this moment, the four of them had lost all hope in the face of hundreds of zombies outside. They knew that in the face of hundreds of zombies, ordinary cars were not powerful enough to break through the obstacles of the zombies. Therefore, for them now, apart from a miracle from heaven, there is no possibility for them to survive. Boom boom, the zombies outside the car kept beating on the window at this moment. Seeing that there were cracks on the window, these people all huddled up, waiting for death to come. However, at this moment, there was a sudden sound in the distance. Boom boom, with the sound of a loud engine, the few of them raised their heads and saw a modified Land Rover speeding on the street in the distance through the gap surrounded by zombies. Someone is here, is it to save us? Everyone in the car seemed to see hope and began to look forward to it. Boom, sure enough, as the modified Land Rover got closer and finally crashed into the crowd of zombies, they finally got excited about it. Ha, they are really here to save us, that's great, we have hope. Inside the car, there was an instant burst of excited cheers, and everyone looked at the modified Land Rover outside. Thank you for the prosperous 3000, I will only pick this one for you. I have my grandfather's fan, DJBS, Quadea, still, Floating Cloud, Alien Wu Shangwan, handsome, Coach reward and support. By the way, I recommend the old book The Last Man on Earth, you can check it out for updates. C88 Trust, second update. C89 Trust. Boom boom, the people in the BYD car were stunned. They stared and watched in amazement as the modified Land Rover outside rushed into the crowd of zombies like a beast, then tore a hole and rushed out. This modified Land Rover is too strong, it rushed back and forth among the zombies, and tore most of the zombies into broken corpses. These corpses were cut off by the iron spikes on the outside of the Land Rover, fell to the ground and struggled wildly, but they couldn't attack anyone. In just a few minutes, the number of zombies outside the BYD car decreased by 80%, leaving only dozens of zombies. Then, after the modified Land Rover rushed out of the zombie group again, it stopped. Then, Wang Hao opened the car door with a tang knife and walked out. Like a lunatic, he rushed in front of the zombies, picked up the tang knife in his hand, and started slashing wildly. Poof, these zombies were like being chopped vegetables, they had no power to resist in front of Wang Hao, and within a few minutes, they were all chopped down on the ground. So strong, is this person a monster? With such strength and such a powerful modified car, he is completely different from us. Everyone in the car stared wide-eyed, watching Wang Hao slashing and killing zombies wantonly, even breathing slowed down. Even when Wang Hao slashed and killed the last zombie, they didn't dare to make a sound. Wang Hao looked at all the zombies lying on the ground, counted the dozen or so zombie eggs he got, and then looked at the people in BYD's car. He came to the BYD car, reached out and patted the door glass, and asked, "The zombies are gone for now, are you alright?" "It's okay, no problem." The bald man came back to his senses, quickly opened the car door, and thanked Wang Hao. "Little brother, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would have been killed by zombies. You are our savior. We don't even know how to thank you." The bald man said, his eye circles were red, and his expression was so excited that he almost called Wang Hao's father. The same was true of the other three people in the car, and some of them even wanted to bow down to Wang Haoxing, but were stopped by Wang Hao. Wang Haoju's people were too exaggerated, but he didn't know that when a person was about to collapse in the face of death and was rescued, the excitement was enough for them to make an exaggerated way of thanking them. If it was a woman, if she was rescued under such circumstances, she might be able to agree with her body. "You don't need to thank me. I happened to pass by here and saw you. It's fate to save you," Wang Hao said. "Little brother, no matter what, you saved all of our lives." The bald man said. "Ah, it's okay, meeting is fate. How about this? Where are you? Shall I take you back?" Wang Hao asked with a smile. "Little brother, you are a good person. You saved us and sent us back." The bald man was very grateful, and said his name. "My name is Li Wei. We all live in Lianhu Park. Today we went out to look for food. If you don't mind, you can go back with us." Oh, my name is Wang Hao. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, I have lived outside alone for a long time, and now I am looking for a safe place. If you don't mind, that would be great. Wang Hao said softly, apparently harmless to humans and animals. Little brother, your words are too polite. Our boss will definitely welcome people like you, so why would you mind? Li Wei pointed to the modified Land Rover behind Wang Hao, and continued, little brother, don't say anything, you drive that car first, and come with us. Well, that's fine. Wang Hao nodded and returned to the car. Soon, Li Wei asked several people to pick up the food thrown on the ground, started the car, and drove directly towards the distance of the street. Wang Hao followed their car, and within 10 minutes, they arrived outside Lianhu Park. Here, the gate of Lianhu Park was closed, but when Li Wei was about to drive the car to the gate, someone in the park quickly opened the door. Li Wei hurriedly followed in the car, and Wang Hao also followed in the car. However, when Wang Hao was about to approach the gate, the people inside the gate suddenly pulled the gate up. Wang Hao frowned and stopped the car. However, when Li Wei saw that Wang Hao's car was blocked, he immediately got out of the car and came to the gate, and talked to the people inside the gate for a while, and these people opened the gate reluctantly. Only then did Wang Hao drive the car in, but at this moment he heard the fat man who opened the door say to Li Wei, it's useless for you to ask me to open the door, the boss will not let you take strangers to Lianhu Island. He is not a stranger. He saved the lives of several of us. The boss will definitely let him return to Lianhu Island with me. After Li Wei finished speaking, he looked at Wang Hao and pointed to the lake inside, and said, little brother, you can park the car by the lake, and I will contact the boss right away. Oh, I see. Wang Hao nodded, drove the car to the shore of Lianhu Lake, and stopped. He looked around the outside of the car, and found that the environment in Lianhu Park was pleasant, and there were no zombies. It was as if it was a different world from the streets outside, which was so special. Soon, Li Wei drove over and stopped the car. But at this time, his complexion seemed a bit uneasy, looked at Wang Hao and said, little brother, you saved us, but we can't do anything for you. Our boss. He didn't believe you. He asked you to find enough food for 10 people for 3 days before agreeing to let us go. You go to the island. Otherwise, no boat will be sent to pick you up. Hey, boss is just too worried. Brother Wang Hao seems to be a good person. It's too much for him to be so suspicious. Could it be that the words of the 5 of us can't make him believe it? Another one asked. Yeah, little brother Wang Hao saved the lives of the 4 of us, but we have no way to repay him. You say this? Alas, another long-haired man sighed as he spoke. Okay, don't say anything. I know, but these things are not difficult for me. Isn't it just food? It's too simple. I know a lot of places with real food. Wang Hao waved his hand and stopped these people directly, then looked at Li Wei and said, if you believe me, just follow me and I will take you to find food. Little brother, look at what you said. I definitely believe you, let's go now. Li Wei said excitedly. Okay, you're still refreshing enough. Wang Hao said nothing more, and started the engine again. C89 Looking for Food, Part 1. C90 Finding Food. Wang Hao drove the car out of Lianhu Park, and then drove towards the nearby streets. Li Wei drove behind Wang Hao, keeping a distance. He was very curious about where Wang Hao would take them to find food. Although Wang Hao drove the car forward quickly, and soon came to a street with a lot of zombies, and stopped the car. Little brother, you don't want to come to this street to look for food, do you? Li Wei parked the car next to Wang Hao, lowered the car window, stared at Wang Hao, and asked incredulously. They had been to this street before, but they didn't dare to go in because there were too many zombies. Later, their boss even warned them not to enter this street easily, or they will bear the consequences. But now, Wang Hao parked the car here, and it seemed that he planned to enter this street. That's right, Wang Hao nodded, pointed to the street, and said, there are a lot of zombies here, and generally no one dares to come here, so there should be a lot of food in the many shops inside. Little brother, everyone knows what you said, but who dares to come here to look for food? Isn't that courting death? Li Wei said. Yeah, with so many zombies, it's a blessing from God that we can safely pass through this street. How can we dare to expect anything else? Someone in the car said, and the others echoed. That's impossible. Wang Hao was full of confidence, looked at the people in the car and said, I'll drive the car over now to lure the zombies away. You go straight into the store to carry the food. Remember, the speed must be fast. As long as you do what I say, the food will definitely not be a problem. Little brother, it's too dangerous for you to do this. Li Wei was not optimistic about Wang Hao's plan. It's okay, you just need to protect yourself. I have a way to protect myself. Wang Hao said. Okay then, you pay attention to safety. Li Wei had no choice but to agree to Wang Hao's plan. Okay, I'm going first, you hurry up. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he started the engine and drove the car forward quickly. Boom! With a loud noise, Wang Hao drove directly into the group of zombies on the street in front of him. Originally, those zombies were still howling and wandering around at will, but the next moment, they were directly hit by Wang Hao's car and crushed. The zombies who were not knocked down heard the sound, and immediately chased Wang Hao's Land Rover and ran towards the other side of the street. Soon, half of the zombies in the street were attracted by Wang Hao and taken away. Good guy, this move is amazing. Our chance is here. Li Wei gave a compliment, then decisively drove off the car and rushed into the street in front of him. He parked the car at the entrance of a small supermarket, and seeing that there were no zombies outside, he hurriedly asked the companions who came with him to go to the supermarket to carry things. In less than 5 minutes, these people carried a large amount of food from the supermarket and put it in the trunk. At this time, another zombie wandered over from the surrounding streets. Get in the car, everyone, and get out of here first. Li Wei waited for everyone to get into the car, then started the engine, turned the front of the car, and drove away. In the end, he parked the car not too far from the street, and then waited for Wang Hao. Li Wei, do you think that little brother will be okay? That's right, there are so many zombies on the street, if you are surrounded by zombies, it will be very dangerous. In the car, other people discussed. Wang Hao became a little worried. However, their worries are not superfluous. At this moment, Wang Hao was indeed surrounded by a group of zombies. Sitting in the car, Wang Hao felt a headache as he watched the zombies slowly swarming up around him. Although the zombies would not bite him, it was still very troublesome to be blocked by so many zombies. As a last resort, Wang Hao had no choice but to use his talent command again to control the surrounding zombies to kill each other. Well, as these zombies continued to kill each other, large groups of zombies began to fall to the ground, and soon, all the zombies in front of and behind Wang Hao were wiped out. This ability is really useful. Wang Hao praised, if he hadn't possessed this innate ability, it would have been very difficult to deal with so many zombies. Even if it is to kill, it will take a long time to kill. Boom! Wang Hao drove the car, turned around, and drove out of the street. He felt that after attracting the zombies, it would be very easy for Li Wei and the others to take the opportunity to carry enough food in those supermarket food stores. Finally, Wang Hao drove the car next to Li Wei's car again and stopped. How is it? Did you carry enough food? Wang Hao asked. Little brother, your method is really great. We have carried a lot of food, and the boss must be very happy. Li Wei said. So, do you think I can go to the island now? Wang Hao asked. It must be no problem, the boss still pays great attention to talents. Li Wei said. In this case, let's go. Wang Hao said. Okay, you follow me. Li Wei started the engine and drove the car back to the original road. When they entered Lianhu Park again, the gatekeepers did not stop them. After all, they also used radio communicators, so they knew their boss's test of Wang Hao. However, they were also curious, would Wang Hao find enough food for 10 people to feed them for 3 days in less than half an hour? Li Wei parked the car on the shore of Lianhu Lake, and picked up the radio communicator again. Squeak, squeak, with the sound of electricity, Li Wei connected to the channel of Lianhu Island. Boss, hurry up and send a boat over, this little brother has found enough food. Li Wei said. What? That person is so powerful? How long have you been out? Have you found enough food? A surprised voice came from the other side of the radio communicator. Yes, boss, hurry up and send a boat over, this little brother is really powerful. Li Wei said. Well, you just wait, the boat will be sent right away. After speaking to the other side, he hung up the radio communicator. Little brother, did you hear that? The boss has promised to let you go to the island. Li Wei turned around, looked at Wang Hao excitedly and said. Well, I hear you. Wang Hao nodded, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said, I'm looking forward to going to your Lianhu Island more and more, but I don't know how the environment is like and whether the bed is big enough. Ha? Little brother, what do you mean? Li Wei had a puzzled expression on his face. Thank you Kuade, Shangguan El Yanwu, the skin of Li Shizhen from the Zhatian gang, more than 3,000 prosperous only picked your flower, 134 ***** 13, love is selfish reward and support, C90 special treatment, second update. C91 special treatment Wang Hao looked at Li Wei's puzzled expression and said with a smile, I'm kidding you, I haven't had a good night's sleep for a long time, so I couldn't help but want to ask you if the bed in Lianhu Island is big enough. Because I really want to find a big cotton bed so that I can sleep peacefully. I don't have to worry about being woken up by the screams of zombies in my sleep anymore. I see what you mean, and I know how bad that feels. Li Wei nodded empathetically. When he didn't come to Lianhu Island, he slept in those houses outside. And the outside world is full of zombies. Even when he is sleeping, his ears are filled with the roar of zombies. For him, that period of time was simply the darkest and most desperate moment in his life. He couldn't see hope, couldn't wait for rescue, and faced with the threat of zombies, his whole body might collapse at any time. Therefore, when Li Wei heard what Wang Hao said, he immediately understood what Wang Hao meant. And the other people around also felt more or less what Wang Hao said. Most of them used to live outside, avoiding countless zombies, and then fled to Lianhu Island. Therefore, they quickly recognized Wang Hao and regarded him as a trustworthy person. Little brother, don't worry, Lianhu Island is very safe, and the bed on it is also very big. There, you will definitely have a good night's sleep, Li Wei said. That's right, although there isn't a lot of food there, it's definitely a rare and good place to sleep, another person said. Ha ha. That's great, I can't wait, Wang Hao said with a smile. Finally, after waiting for a few minutes, a cruise ship came from Lianhu Island. Here we go, get ready to board, Li Wei said, and waved his hand towards the cruise ship. Soon, the cruise ship arrived at the shore where Wang Hao was. Wang Hao found out that the so-called boat was the boat used for tourists in Lianhu Park in the past. It seemed to cost 50 yuan for half an hour, which was quite expensive. Unexpectedly, after the outbreak of the end of the world, this kind of boat for tourists was used as a tool to go to Lianhu Island. At this time, the cruise ship stopped near the shore, and two people got off it. These two men were sturdy and had scars on their faces. One of them, a man with a flat head and a dagger pinned to his waist, looked Wang Hao up and down several times, then looked at Li Wei, and asked, "Are you sure that this kid led you to find enough food for 10 people for 3 days? Yes, brother Bai, this little brother is amazing. With him, the people on our island will not have to worry about food in the future," Li Wei said. Really? But I don't think this kid is the kind of person who can lead you to find food and kill zombies casually? Bai Gu glanced at Wang Hao with some disdain, and said to Li Wei, "Brother Bai, don't be fooled by appearances. Regardless of his young age, he is not merciless in killing zombies," Li Wei said. "Okay, what's the use of saying so much? Let me see how much food you found," Bai Gu said impatiently. Li Wei didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore, and asked someone to move the food out of the car. 3 or 4 people moved for a long time before they finished moving all the things in the car. These things are piled up together, almost 1 meter high. Seeing so much food, Brother Bai couldn't help swallowing, and praised, "You guys are really good, you actually got so much food, the boss will definitely reward you well." Brother Bai, then you have to tell the boss, "Don't forget this little brother, without him, we would not be able to find so much food," Li Wei said. "Okay. I see," Bai Gu waved his hand, and then said, "You go to the island by boat first, and I will send the food to another boat, so I won't bother you." "Then thank you, Brother Bai." After Li Wei finished speaking, he called Wang Hao and several other companions, and boarded the cruise ship together. Haha, in an instant, the cruise ship opened and approached Lianhu Island in Lianhu Lake. As the cruise ship got closer to Lianhu Island, the man-made island became bigger and bigger. However, although Lianhu Island is big enough, it is only compared with the area occupied by ordinary buildings. In fact, the entire Lianhu Island is less than the size of 2 football fields. Therefore, before the cruise ship approached Lianhu Island, many people on the island saw them. There are men and women on the island, old people and children, beautiful women and handsome men. There are more than 30 people who can only see. When Wang Hao saw so many people, he was also taken aback. He didn't expect so many people to live on such a small island. Is the boss here a fool? With so many people, how much food do they have to eat every day? If there is not enough food for this key, there may be chaos. Wang Hao could imagine what would happen to these people if there was no food here. They would rob each other, kill each other, and even more cruel things would happen. In the famines in history, all kinds of cruel things happened, but now is the end of the world, and it is not much worse than the famine years. Li Wei, is this little brother the one you mentioned who wants to join us? As soon as the cruise ship approached the island, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses walked over with a smile on his face. And behind the middle-aged man, 3 men and 2 women stood behind him, following his lead. "That's right, boss. He is the little brother I told you about. He has completed your test." Li Wei jumped off the boat first and came directly to the man with gold-rimmed glasses. "Oh, then this little brother is really amazing. Sure enough, no one can survive in the last days. The middle-aged man praised, then looked at Wang Hao, stretched out his right hand, and said, "Little brother, my name is Jin Jibing. I'm the temporary boss here. What's your name?" "Hi, my name is Wang Hao." Wang Hao reached out and held Jin Jibing's hand together, and at this moment, he also felt that the calluses on Jin Jibing's hand were very thick, as if he was a practicing family. "Wang Hao, I remember this name." "Then Wang Hao, as a reward for you joining us for the first time and making a great contribution, you can see them, choose one at random, as your reward." As Jin Jibing spoke, he pointed to the two women behind him. These two women have long black hair, snow-white skin, and they are both beautiful. They are among the best beauties on the island. They have always been by Jin Jibing's side before. At this moment, when they heard that Jin Jibing suddenly asked Wang Hao to choose the two of them as a reward, they were shocked, their eyes widened, and they showed incredible expressions. "Ah!" And Wang Hao was also taken aback at this time. He didn't expect that Jin Jibing would reward him with a woman when he first came to the island, and he still chose between the two women at will. However, he didn't know that Jin Jibing saw that he was extraordinary, and he was planning to use the most beautiful woman around him to win him over. Of course, Wang Hao didn't care about this, he just wanted to know that these two women must have been played by Jin Jibing, and to him, they were a bit out of character. Thanks for the reward and support from Nanjie. You can read my old book, The Last Man on Earth, when it is updated. It's just that the stallion is too much. If you hate stallions, don't read it. C91 It's right to set her up. First update, C92 Little brother, what's wrong with you? Don't you like the two of them? Seeing Wang Hao's hesitant expression, Jin Jibing couldn't help asking. No, it's just, Wang Hao hesitated for a while, then said, the two of them are so beautiful, I'm afraid I can't bear it. Snort. When the two women heard Wang Hao's words, there was a look of disdain on their faces, as if they regarded Wang Hao as a bumpkin who had never seen a beautiful woman. But Li Wei's expression was completely different. Hearing what Wang Hao said, he felt very sorry for Wang Hao. These two women belonged to the few beauties on the island. They are beautiful, with fair skin and long legs. They are the objects that countless men on the island want to possess. Even Li Wei would imagine having sex with these two women in his mind after occasionally eating a full meal. It's just that he usually imagined it, but he didn't dare to really do those things with these two women. After all, he didn't have the strength, nor did he get enough credit, so how could he be qualified to have the opportunity to compete with these two women? Therefore, he usually can only imagine those pictures in his mind. However, now that Wang Hao had this opportunity, he was very excited. Although he couldn't own it himself, it was a psychological comfort for him to see these two women being possessed by other men. Because these two women were favored by Jin Jibing, they always acted superior in front of them, which made them have a long backlog of anger towards these two women and wanted to find an opportunity to vent. That's why, at this moment, he especially hopes that Wang Hao can teach these two women a lesson instead of her, and let them know that they are just dogs around Jin Jibing, and as long as others have the ability, they can ride on them and play with them at will. Little brother, do you really want it? Except for me, these two women have never been touched by any man on this island, so this is a rare opportunity. Jin Jibing looked at Wang Hao meaningfully. Said, I know, but Wang Hao was about to insist on refusal, but at this moment he suddenly saw the expressions of those two women despising him, which made him feel angry for no reason. How dare you despise me? Do you really think I dare not play with you? After the end of the world broke out, although there were people who despised Wang Hao, they are all dead now. And these two women dared to despise Wang Hao with their eyes so bluntly, which made him unhappy instantly. In addition, Li Wei came to Wang Hao's side at this time, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, Little brother, just promise the boss, don't let the boss down. The boss let you choose the two of them. It is obvious that the boss wants to use women to win you over. Don't say anything, just play with them. So that's the case, then thank you for reminding me. Wang Hao nodded, then looked at Jin Jibing, with a grateful smile on his face, and said, Boss Jin, since you have said so, then I will choose. It's just, I want to take the liberty of asking, can I have both? This, Jin Jibing was slightly taken aback when he heard this. And Li Wei was also taken aback, feeling that Wang Hao's behavior seemed a little too much. The two women snorted even more, and one of them reprimanded Wang Hao, What are you? Our boss is giving you a little face, you are so impolite? We are two of the boss's favorite women. If you can get a chance to be with either of us, it is already worth showing off. It's been a few days, but what about you? Isn't it flattering to want the two of us to accompany you together? Well, Wang Hao looked a little embarrassed, then looked at Jin Jibing, and said, Boss Jin, if you feel wrong, then I apologize to you. Apologize? Why are you sorry? Women, don't they just sleep with men? I'll leave these two to you tonight. As Jin Jibing said, he came to Wang Hao, put his hand on his shoulder a few times, and said in a low voice, "But little brother, you have to control it. These two ordinary people can't control it. At night, you have to, get it?" "Ah, I see." Wang Hao nodded. "Okay, since this is the case," as Jin Jibing said, he turned around and looked at a muscular man behind him, and said, "Ahui, take this little brother down to rest, remember, treat him well." "Yes." Ahui nodded, and motioned to Wang Hao to let him go with him. Wang Hao responded, looked at Li Wei and said, "Then I'll go with him first." "Okay, you go first, I will find you when I have time." Li Wei waved his hand and said with a smile. When he came back this time, although he couldn't get the two women beside the boss, there were other women for him to choose, so he was quite satisfied in his heart. After all, without much effort, he followed Wang Hao to get a full meal and a chance to sleep with a woman. This is simply a good thing that fell from the sky. "Boss, what's the matter with you? Didn't you say you will always let us stay by your side and accompany you? Why did you suddenly let the two of us accompany that hanging silk man today?" "Yeah, boss, don't you love us? Why do you treat us like this? I really hate that hanging silk man. He doesn't deserve to be with us, let alone the two of us." After Wang Hao was taken away by Ahui, the two women complained, and their words were full of contempt and disgust for Wang Hao. "Ha, you two little ones, how do you know what I'm thinking?" Jin Jibing shook his head with a smile, reached out and patted the back of the two women twice, and then said, "I naturally have my own considerations when I do things, so don't ask so many questions. In short, it must be worthwhile for me to ask you to make this little sacrifice this time." "Boss, it seems that you think highly of that kid? If that's the case, it's okay for the two of us to be wronged. As long as it helps you, boss, we are willing to be wronged." "Yeah, boss, you've already said that, so let's forget about the two of us being wronged this time. Anyway, that kid doesn't look very old, so he will listen to us honestly at night." The two women heard the meaning of Jin Jibing's words, and their attitudes changed immediately, and they began to think about being with Wang Hao at night. "Well, you two dress up well, and go to accompany him at night, touch his bottom by the way, and find out what kind of person he is," Jin Jibing said. "Boss, don't worry, the two of us will remember." With smiles on their faces, the two women twisted their waists and left. C92 A piece of beef, second update. C93 A piece of beef, what do you think of this house? After Ahui brought Wang Hao into the second floor of a villa, he pointed to a house and asked, "That's right, let's take this room." Wang Hao looked around the room, and found that there was a double bed, TV, and bathroom, and the environment was considered pretty good. "Since you feel good, you can stay here tonight. Afterwards, I will have someone bring you food, and then you can check the time at night. If necessary, I will let Zhang Qin and Li Xiaoyun come to accompany you." "Ah," Hui said. "Understood, then you go to work." Wang Hao waved his hand, and after Ahui left, he entered the room and jumped onto the big bed. Wang Hao lay on the bed and fell into it all at once, and he couldn't see half of his body. "It's comfortable, it's really comfortable, this bed is so comfortable." Wang Hao closed his eyes, thinking that not only could he teach these two women a good lesson, but he would also seize the island soon, so he was very excited. Perhaps because he was too tired, Wang Hao lay on the bed and fell asleep unconsciously. In the past few days, he hasn't had a good night's sleep. He doesn't feel tired when his body is not next to the bed. Once he is next to the bed, he immediately falls asleep. Crack, it was already an hour later when the door was opened. Wang Hao woke up immediately and looked towards the door of the room, only to realize that a girl about 17 or 18 years old came in with a plate. "Brother, this is food for you." The girl wore a ponytail and her face was slightly flushed. She took small steps and brought the plate in front of Wang Hao. "Oh, the food on your island is pretty good." Wang Hao looked at the bread, beef, and drinks on the plate, feeling a little surprised. However, when she saw the girl swallowing her saliva, she guessed it in her heart. "Is what you eat different from what I eat?" Wang Hao asked. "Well, it's good that we have bread to eat, and there will be beef and drinks," the girl said enviously. "Really? It seems that your boss attaches great importance to me," Wang Hao said with some surprise. "Yeah, many of us know about you. They say you are very brave, you dare to fight zombies, and you can snatch food from zombies." The girl looked at Wang Hao with some admiration and said, with a strange light in her eyes. "Ha ha," Wang Hao shook his head, also a little speechless. He just killed some zombies and helped Li Wei get some food, but he almost caused a sensation here. However, Wang Hao didn't know that there was never enough food on this small island. If Jin Jibing hadn't strictly controlled their meals, the food on the island might have run out long ago. And those who go out to find food, although they can return safely every time they go out, it is because these people are only looking for food in places where there are no zombies, so they are not in danger. It's just that, although it is safe, food is hard to find. It was different now. After Wang Hao made a move, Li Wei found enough food for 10 people to feed him for 7 days. This was almost impossible before. That's why, not to mention Jin Jibing, dozens of people on the entire island regard Wang Hao as their savior. In less than an hour, everyone knew about Wang Hao. Big brother, eat quickly, the beef is still hot, the girl urged. But as she spoke, she couldn't help swallowing another mouthful of spit. I see. Wang Hao took the plate, picked up the bread and ate it. And the girl looked at him pitifully at the side, swallowing and spitting continuously. Wang Hao deliberately made her wait for a while, then looked at her and asked, "Do you want to eat?" The girl nodded. "Then this piece of beef is for you," Wang Hao said, and handed the plate to the girl. No, how can I eat your food? The boss will blame me if he finds out." The girl shook her head in horror and waved her hands again and again. "What are you afraid of? I gave this to you, why can't you eat it?" Wang Hao asked inexplicably. "No, I can't eat your food for no reason." The girl still shook her head. "Ha, you are very smart, but I will not let you eat this piece of beef for no reason." Wang Hao walked up to the girl with a smile, stretched out his hand to lift her tender chin, and said, "It's very simple for you to want to eat this piece of beef. You still need to answer a few questions from me." "Ah, is that so? Then what do you want to ask?" The girl asked curiously with her eyes wide open. "I want to know how many people are there on your island? How many men and women are there? What weapons are there? Are you asking this question?" The girl was a little surprised. "What? Can't you answer?" Wang Hao asked. "No, it's just that the question you asked is too simple. If I answer it, I will give you your beef," the girl said. "Oh, that's it, that's okay, as long as you answer, this piece of beef is yours," Wang Hao said. "Oh well." The girl nodded and said, "There are 37 people on our island, 28 men, and 9 women including me. And our weapons are very simple, they are all machetes and sticks." "No gun?" Wang Hao asked. "Probably not, anyway, I haven't heard of it," the girl said with uncertainty. "Okay, I see, this piece of beef and drink are for you." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he handed the plate to the girl. "Thank you, big brother, you are really a good person." The girl took the plate, very excited, and thanked Wang Hao repeatedly. Don't go anywhere, just eat here, it's not good for people outside to see it," Wang Hao said. "Yeah, I see." The girl nodded, no longer hesitated, picked up the beef and ate it with big mouthfuls. She was indeed hungry for a long time, maybe she ate too fast and almost choked, but Wang Hao patted her on the back, which made her feel better. Soon, the girl finished eating the beef on the plate, and picked up the drink to drink again. However, after she drank 2 sips, she thought of Wang Hao again, and couldn't help saying embarrassedly, "Big brother, I haven't seen you drinking water yet. You must be thirsty. You should drink this drink." As the girl spoke, she handed the drink to Wang Hao. "You are such a kind-hearted girl." Wang Hao looked at the girl with admiration, and finally decided to keep this girl when the time comes to deal with these people. He is not a hard-hearted person, such a kind and well-behaved girl, of course he has to keep it. Thanks to Mr. Zhuge Village, the wedding host, Brother Xiaoma, more than 3,000 people in Prosperity only picked this one from you, Quadea, Tazi, Yanwu Shangguan, Xinglian, Yeyue for their support, and other book friends who will update. You can read my old book The Last Man on Earth, C93 The Secret of the Island, Part 1. C94 The Island's Secret. Wang Hao threw the finished beverage bottle on the plate, only to find that the girl was still standing in front of him and had no intention of leaving. Wang Hao couldn't help frowning, and asked suspiciously, "Do you have anything else to do?" "Big brother," the girl opened a pair of big dark eyes, looked at Wang Hao with some embarrassment and said, "You are a good person. I know that some things should not bother you, but I still want you to help me. As long as you help me, you can ask me to do anything. What do you want me to do for you? Put down the plate first and talk slowly." Wang Hao took the plate from the girl's hand, put it on the bedside table, and pulled her to sit down again. "Big brother, I want you to help me find my sister and brother," the girl said. "What happened to your sister and brother?" Wang Hao became more curious when he heard this. "I don't know, I was brought to the island with my sister and brother, but within 2 days, my sister and brother disappeared," the girl said. "Missing? Did they leave here?" Wang Hao asked. "Impossible. The boats here are all chained together. Normally, it is impossible for anyone to sail away without permission. Therefore, my sister and brother are definitely still on the island," the girl said confidently. Is there such a thing? Wang Hao suddenly felt that this incident was bizarre, not just as simple as two people disappearing. When he thought of this, he came up with an idea, and couldn't help asking, "How old is your sister, and is she beautiful?" "My sister is 19 years old, and everyone praises her for being pretty," the girl said. "So this is Ah." Wang Hao nodded, and then asked, "Then after the three of you came to the island, has anyone asked your sister to talk alone?" "Yes, that brother Bai has visited my sister several times, but I don't know what my sister said to them, and when I asked my sister, he didn't say anything. But, I know, my sister must tell them some unhappy things, because every time my sister finishes talking with them, she is very depressed." Brother Bai? The middle-aged man named Big Brother suddenly appeared in Wang Hao's mind. Thinking of his face and posture, he didn't look like a good person. "Then how did your sister and brother disappear?" Wang Hao asked again. "It was just after Brother Bai finished talking with my sister 2 days ago. My sister was in a very low mood that day. I could tell that something was pressing on her mind. Then at night, I slept in a daze. When I woke up the next day, it was past 9 o'clock in the morning, and at that time, my sister disappeared." The girl said. "I see." Wang Hao nodded, and then said, "I will look for your sister as soon as possible, but don't tell others about this." "Yes." The girl agreed. "Okay, you go down." After Wang Hao waved his hand to signal the girl to leave, he briefly analyzed the matter. In fact, this matter seems to be very simple. The reason for the disappearance of the girl's sister and brother is very likely to be the ghost of that Brother Bai. It is very likely that Brother Bai fell in love with the girl's sister, but the girl's sister refused to be with him, and because of this, that Brother Bai became angry and used some means to capture the girl's sister and hide her up. The reason for her brother's disappearance is even simpler. If the girl's sister disappears, her brother will definitely go crazy looking for her, which will definitely cause Big Brother a headache. Therefore, he simply took the girl's sister and brother away and hid them. Thinking of this, Wang Hao suddenly realized that he still has some detective potential. But when he thought of his purpose of coming here, he didn't want to interfere in this matter. However, thinking of the girl's pitiful eyes, Wang Hao's sense of justice still defeated the dark side, and he made the decision to help the girl find her sister. Wang Hao came to the balcony, looked at the sky, and found that the sun was setting to the west, and it was already afternoon. He thought that it would be some time before the two women came, so he closed the door and lay down on the bed. Afterwards, Wang Hao activated the talent command, and his consciousness came out through his body. His consciousness floated directly to a height of 50 meters, overlooking the entire villa and the surrounding houses. You can have a panoramic view of everything within 50 meters around. Although 50 meters away is a vast expanse of whiteness, but within 50 meters, those who are walking outside can clearly see it in their eyes. Wang Hao glanced at the surrounding scenery casually, and then controlled the perspective of God to descend slowly. His perspective entered the rooms on the 3rd floor of the villa, and checked them one by one. Most of these houses are empty, and occasionally a person is asleep in one. And on the 2nd floor, he even saw a man and a woman in a room who were exchanging emotions in full swing. The scene was simply too exciting. However, Wang Hao has experienced too much of this kind of thing these days, and he is no longer interested in watching it. He quickly shifted his perspective and entered the next house. Under Wang Hao's observation, there are no secrets in these houses. In some rooms, there are still women taking a bath or resting. Finally, Wang Hao checked the entire villa, but he still found nothing. Not here, so where will they be locked up? Wang Hao couldn't help guessing in his heart. He has inspected every house up and down in this villa, even the basement, but still nothing special has been found. Looks like we need to change places. Wang Hao's perspective stayed in the basement. After observing for a while, he was about to withdraw the talent leader. However, at this moment, the door to the basement was pushed open. Afterwards, a middle-aged man closed the door furtively and walked down the basement stairs with a flashlight in his hand. This guy really has a problem. Wang Hao discovered that this middle-aged man was none other than Bai Gu, who seemed to have a lot of power. At this moment, Brother Bai was carrying a lunchbox in his hand. After arriving at the basement, he continued to walk towards the innermost part. He came to the corner, touched the ground for a while, and then lifted a piece of the floor. Under the floor, there is another staircase leading to the lower floor. I'm a big fool. This is still a double-story basement. It's too sinister. Wang Hao was shocked to see Brother Bai walking towards the second basement with a lunchbox and a flashlight. He didn't expect that such a hidden place was built in such a small villa, which is really incredible. C94 Dark Humanity, Part 2. C95 Dark Human Nature. Wang Hao quickly controlled the perspective of God, and entered the basement first. Then, he was shocked again by the sight in front of him. Here, there is an aisle, and on both sides, there are all low doors. The houses here don't look like people live in them, but rather like places where pets or animals are kept. Because the iron gate here is not only low, but also has a gap on it to check the situation inside. Wang Hao controlled the viewing angle and entered these rooms, and found that most of them were lifeless corpses, and some had even turned into zombies. Of these cells, only 5 held pale, listless-looking women. Wang Hao also couldn't tell which of these women would be which girl's sister, but it could be seen that although the women imprisoned here were listless, their appearance and figure should have been one of the best beauties in the past. These people are really too dark. How can someone be so devoid of conscience and make such a beast? It's simply outrageous. Wang Hao was very shocked. He didn't feel it when he did these things, but he couldn't accept it when he saw others doing it. Even if it's not for getting this small island, I still have to deal with these bad guys. Wang Hao looked at the poor women imprisoned in the iron gate, and a chill flashed in his heart, and he looked at Brother Bai, who was walking down the stairs slowly. At this moment, Brother Bai came to an iron door with his lunchbox in hand, reached out and patted the iron door, and then shouted at the woman lying on the ground inside. "Hey, are you still alive? If you are alive, just make a sound." However, the woman lying on the ground in the room did not move at all. "No way? It's only been 2 days. You shouldn't starve to death, right?" Brother Bai was a little surprised, and moved closer to the iron gate. Bang 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 bang. However, he reached out and patted the door several times, but the woman lying on the ground inside remained silent. "Hey! If you are alive, you should make a sound," Brother Bai shouted again, but the woman lying on the ground remained silent. "What the hell, it's really bad luck. He died after only 2 days in custody. I haven't had enough fun yet." Brother Bai cursed, thinking that the woman he had spent so much effort to catch in, died after only living for 2 days, and felt bored. He finally came across a top-notch beauty who came to the island, so he proposed to let this woman be his wife, and he would give her enough food. But this woman is too flattering. He tried to talk about it several times, but still firmly refused. Therefore, he was very upset when he saw such a beautiful woman but couldn't get possession of her. Therefore, he took advantage of his own rights to drug the woman and her sister's meals, and then took the woman away while they were asleep at night. He originally thought that he could do something pleasant with this beautiful woman every day, but who knew that after this woman was imprisoned, she immediately went on a hunger strike. Even after he possessed this woman countless times, he still couldn't change her mind. What a stupid woman. If you had promised to be my brother's woman, would my brother treat you well? Then you and your sister will eat and drink well. How could you develop to this point? Brother Bai sighed. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman died. However, he is not a kind person. Although he felt pity, he quickly turned his attention to other iron gates. Inside these iron gates, there are also beautiful women locked up, and there are even 2 women whose beauty is not inferior to this one. Laugh, however, just when Brother Bai was about to turn around, he heard a movement from inside the door. He immediately stared at the iron gate with a flashlight. Because the gap on the iron door is too small, the picture inside is a bit dim. "Hey, are you still alive?" Brother Bai stared, lying in front of the iron gate, and asked in a trembling voice. He was a little scared in his heart. After all, several people had died and turned into zombies here, so he had to be careful about it. However, through the glass of the iron door, he saw that the woman lying on the inside did not act crazy, but got up, turned her back to him and walked to the corner of the room inside, and then returned to the bed inside, pulled on the quilt. "Hey! If you know how to pull the quilt, then it must not be a zombie. It seems that I am lucky, this woman can use it a few more times." A ferocious smile appeared on Brother Bai's face. He took out a bunch of keys and opened the iron door, and walked in. At this moment, the woman in the room was covered with a quilt, but her body was trembling unceasingly. Seeing this scene, Brother Bai became more excited. He put the lunchbox in his hand on the side table, and then approached the woman lying on the bed. "My baby, you have to be obedient. As long as you listen to me well and accompany me well, I will give you whatever you want. Even if you behave well, I will let you out in a few days." As Baigu said that, he reached out and grabbed a corner of the quilt and slowly pulled it away. He couldn't help being excited when he thought of having to exchange feelings with this beautiful woman again. However, the moment he reached out and pulled the quilt away, the woman lying on the bed suddenly sat up. There was a roar from the woman's mouth, so frightened that Brother Bai urinated directly, and his legs were limp. "What's going on? What's going on here?" He sat on the ground, looking at the woman whose complexion was getting paler, her eyes were empty, and there was a bloody gash on her arm. He was completely stunned. Just now he was thinking that he was about to exchange feelings with this woman, but who knew, such a shocking change would suddenly happen. The beautiful woman turned into a terrifying zombie, and she was less than half a meter away from him. The female zombie roared, stretched out her sharp claws, and slowly approached Big Brother. Don't eat me, Brother Bai wanted to get up, but his legs didn't work. He could only watch the female zombie getting closer and closer to him. At this moment, a moment of remorse suddenly flashed in his heart, regretting what he had done these days. However, when the female zombie pounced on him, the regret in her mind disappeared. Suddenly, he didn't know where he got the courage to roll over behind him, and then he got up and ran out the door. However, this zombie is not an ordinary zombie, it is a zombie controlled by Wang Hao. Hearing a roar, the female zombie rushed forward, hugged Brother Bai from behind, opened her mouth and bit his shoulder, biting off a piece of meat. No, Brother Bai let out a desperate roar, and he knew that he was completely finished. Thank you Lan Mei, 189 ****** 93, free and easy, more than 3,000 prosperous, only pick this flower of yours, mysterious wish Yuan Meng, 5th brother, beautiful eyes don't know autumn for your support. For updates, you can read the old book The Last Man on Earth, see 95 changes are worse than plans, first update. See 96 changes are worse than plans. No, I don't wanna die, I haven't lived enough, Brother Bai roared, trying to break free, but the female zombie's strength was too great. She hugged him tightly, and kept biting him. For a moment, flesh and blood flew everywhere, which was horrible. Only 10 seconds later, Brother Bai stopped struggling. This is dead? Wang Hao saw that Brother Bai had not moved, so the female zombie let go of his hands. Puff Brother Bai fell to the ground, blood oozing from his body. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Hao prepared to control the female zombie to drag Bai Ji's body into a house and hide it. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard someone's voice drifting over from somewhere. Little brother, what's the matter with you? What's going on? Who's talking to me? Wang Hao was startled. He looked around, but found nothing. Just when Wang Hao was wondering, he suddenly felt that everything in front of him was shaking, and then his consciousness floated upwards in an instant. Soon, his consciousness returned to his body again. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Wake up. The next moment, he felt his body shaking, and opened his eyes in a daze, and saw Li Wei looking at him with his head down in shock. Li Wei? Why are you here? Wang Hao rubbed his forehead with his hand, and sat up slowly. Only then did he realize in his heart that the voice he heard just now was from Li Wei, and the vibration he felt was because Li Wei pushed his body. From this point of view, as long as someone pushes his body, the talent commander will be forcibly interrupted and cannot continue to perform. However, now that Li Wei was in front of him, Wang Hao couldn't continue to exert his talent to lead. I can only wish the people here good luck, and don't let that female zombie make any trouble. Little brother, what happened to you just now? I saw that you were sleeping so hard that your breathing became much weaker. I thought something happened to you. Li Wei said. Oh, it's okay, I had a dream just now, so I didn't wake up. Wang Hao said. It turned out to be like this, it scared me to death. Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, I'm here to look for you. Actually, it's nothing wrong. I just feel that you just came here and you must not be familiar with the environment here, so I want to show you around. Now? Wang Hao asked. Of course, it's still early in the evening. If you want to take care of those two beauties, you have to wait until evening. Li Wei said enviously. No, that's not what I meant. Wang Hao was slightly embarrassed. Little brother, don't deny it. Those two beauties are one of the most beautiful women here, and there are no more than 3 prettier than them. You were lucky to have such a beautiful woman when you first came. I envy you jealousy. It's a pity that I'm not capable enough, and I'm afraid I won't have a chance in the future. Li Wei said. Really? It seems that you are very interested in those two women. Wang Hao said. Needless to say, I've always dreamed of making money with them. If I had the chance to make money with them, I would give anything but death, Li Wei said. Ha ha. If you think so, then I'll give you a chance to play against them, what do you think? Wang Hao asked. Little brother, you can't take a joke. Although I have this idea, I can't win the love of others. Besides, if I cheat on them, the boss won't take my skin off? Li Wei said with a sigh. What are you afraid of? I have a way for you to steal them without anyone noticing, and no one will find out. Wang Hao said mysteriously. Little brother, are you serious? Li Wei suddenly became interested, his eyes widened, and his heartbeat began to speed up. Of course it is true. Wang Hao said firmly. Ha, Li Wei grinned. What he has always wanted to do in his dreams, now he finally has the opportunity to do it, can he not be excited? However, Li Wei also knew that such a good thing could not happen to him in vain, and Wang Hao must have some conditions. Little brother, I can see that you are not someone who likes to joke with strangers. Can you just tell me? What are the conditions? What do you want me to do for you? I believe that as long as they are men, those two women will. It's impossible not to feel, so if you can give it to me, there must be something that needs my help, right? Li Wei asked. Ha ha. You are really smart, so I'll just say it straight. Wang Hao stopped talking nonsense and said directly, I also like beauties, but I am not satisfied with one or two beauties. What I want is the power to choose freely among all women. So, do you understand what I mean? Oops, when Li Wei heard this, his eyes almost popped out, and he immediately stretched out his hand to make a silent movement, then lowered his voice, and said, Little brother, do you know where this is? It's better not to mention this kind of thing again. Even if we join forces, we have no chance. Snort. Seeing Li Wei's expression, Wang Hao snorted softly and said with contempt, I thought you were a man of ambition. It turned out that I was wrong about you. Since you dare not, then just pretend I didn't say it. However, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to get any woman again in the future. There will be no chance until death. Hearing this, Li Wei hesitated, and finally lowered his voice and asked, Then do you have any plans? Is it difficult to implement? Wang Hao looked at Li Wei sideways, and said with his mouth tilted, It's not that difficult, it depends on whether you dare to help me out of this panic. Little brother, as long as you are sure you can do it, then I will help you. Li Wei thought to himself, no matter what Wang Hao wants to do, even if he fails, he will not be held accountable to him, and at worst it will all be blamed on Wang Hao. Okay, let's go out and find a place where no one is around. Wang Hao motioned to leave the villa. Well, I listen to you. Li Wei Ju as Wang Hao not only has strong strength, but also has experience in surviving outside. Perhaps his plan is very likely to be realized. And when the time comes, if the matter is successful, as the person who helped Wang Hao, it is impossible for him not to get enough benefits. How many women do he want? After Wang Hao and Li Wei walked out of the villa, under Li Wei's leadership, they headed towards a place far away from the crowd. And at this time, in the basement, the female zombie had already relied on instinct, and wobbled to the stairs close to the first floor. As for Brother Bai, who was bitten to death, his body began to tremble slowly and he got up. The two zombies left the basement one after another and came to the ground. People who are used to the comfortable life on the island are unaware that a crisis is slowly descending on them. On the first floor of the villa, a man was lying on the sofa with his legs crossed, listening to music with his eyes closed. The female zombie had already come behind him and rushed towards him. C96 Zombie Riot, second update. C97 Zombie Riot. Li Wei took Wang Hao to a lake far away from the villa, carefully checked that there was no one around, and then asked, Little brother, there is no one here, tell me, what is your plan? My plan is very simple, that is to tune the tiger away from the mountain. Wang Hao said. How can it be so easy to divert the tiger away from the mountain? With so many people, it's impossible for them all to leave, right? Li Wei asked. This is usually the case, but what if I say that a lot of food was found somewhere outside, and there are no zombies around? Wang Hao asked. Will they believe it? Li Wei was a little suspicious. I told you, of course they won't believe it, but if you tell me, they will probably believe it. Wang Hao said confidently. What you said makes sense, but my brothers won't help me with this lie? Li Wei asked worriedly. It's simple. If you have time, you leave alone with me. When you come back, you tell me that you found a lot of food. If you don't move away as soon as possible, others will take the lead. In this way, it is impossible for your boss to not anxious. We will definitely send many people to leave here with us. Wang Hao said. Little brother, this move of yours is insidious enough. You really can't be fooled by appearances. At such a young age, you actually have such thoughts. Li Wei stared at Wang Hao in surprise, but the next moment, a bright smile appeared on his face, and he said, However, I am very optimistic about your method. I believe that it will be successful. Well, as long as it goes well, the women here will belong to you and me. It's just, when Wang Hao said this, his voice suddenly dropped. Just what? Li Wei asked suspiciously. It's just, if the plan is perfectly realized, I will have the priority to choose women on the island. Wang Hao said. Didn't you finish picking out that beautiful woman? Brother, isn't it good for you? Li Wei was a little unhappy. Although he hadn't slept with many women, he still had the minimum requirements for women, at least he had to look at them. If Wang Hao finished picking out all the beautiful women and only left a few crooked melons, then he would have no place to cry. Well, Wang Hao was silent for a while, as if he had made up his mind. He said, Then how about the two women next to your boss let you choose one at will? Then I will only pick 3 of the remaining women, regardless of whether they are beautiful or not. What do you think, Brother, if what you said is true, then I'll hand over you, brother. Li Wei blushed and said excitedly. Ha, women, they've all been played with. We occupy such a good place. There must be other beauties outside who want to come here. Let's take a long-term view, Wang Hao said with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. It's up to you to take a long-term view, and I'll listen to you. Li Wei agreed with full agreement. However, at this moment, there was a faint scream in the distance, as if something terrible had happened. What's going on? What happened over there? Li Wei was shocked. Go and have a look. However, Wang Hao ran quickly towards the source of the sound. He vaguely guessed that what happened there must be related to the zombies. Sure enough, when Wang Hao approached the villa, he saw many people running towards the lake in panic. What's going on? What happened? Wang Hao stopped a pale man from asking. Zombies, there are zombies on the island, run away, the man said in horror, then pushed Wang Hao away and ran towards the distance. Zombies? Hearing this, Li Wei couldn't help shaking his legs. He was fantasizing about carrying out the plan with Wang Hao, and finally carve up the women on the island, but the reality hit him so badly that zombies broke out. When Li Wei didn't know what to do, he saw Wang Hao pull out the tang knife, turned to look at him, and said, "Find a place to hide first. I'll get rid of those zombies as soon as possible. If there are no accidents, the plan will continue as usual." Ah, the plan, can it still be implemented? Li Wei was a little confused. In his opinion, the zombies had exploded, and the people on the island were about to die. How could Wang Hao's plan be carried out? Wang Hao didn't answer him, turned around and rushed towards the villa. Before he got close to the villa, Wang Hao saw a zombie rushing out of the villa and pounced on a man. At this moment, seeing that the man had no time to escape, he was about to be overtaken by zombies. Puff, however, Wang Hao stopped in front of the zombie all of a sudden, and directly slashed at the neck of the zombie. In an instant, the zombie's head was separated from its neck and fell to the ground. Oh my god, the man who narrowly escaped turned his head and looked at Wang Hao so grateful that he almost knelt down. Brother, thank you, if it weren't for you, I would have been bitten to death. You don't need to thank me, we are all our own people, why do you care about those? Let's hide in a safe place, Wang Hao said. The man glanced in the direction of the villa, and found that there were still a few zombies rushing towards him. He didn't dare to stay, and immediately ran towards the lake. There are more than a dozen boats by the lake, even if the zombies chase them, they can escape by boat. Wang Hao glanced at the fleeing zombie, then turned his gaze away, picked up the tang knife and approached the zombie heathen. These zombies howled and rushed towards the crowd, but they didn't respond to Wang Hao, who was standing in front of them. Of course, everyone was concerned about escaping, and no one noticed this weirdness. Boom boom, Wang Hao took the tang knife and chopped the zombies down to the ground in 2 or 3 strokes. Afterwards, he rushed into the villa and found that several zombies were constantly biting and devouring a corpse on the ground. Without hesitation, Wang Hao rushed over to deal with these zombies. Seeing that there was no one around, he immediately released a talent command. However, Wang Hao quickly withdrew his natural ability after releasing it for 10 seconds. During these 10 seconds, he found another zombie on the 2nd floor, one in the basement, and one in the grass outside the door. Other than that, there are no other zombies. Wang Hao seemed to have turned on a perspective plugin. After determining the target, he headed towards the 3 zombies and killed them. He first killed the zombie that was biting a corpse in the grass outside the door to prevent it from hurting people outside, then killed the zombie on the 2nd floor, and finally killed the zombie in the basement. Finally, Wang Hao counted the zombies he killed and those who were bitten to death by the zombies, and found that there were as many as 13 people. The infection ability of zombies is really terrifying. So many people died so quickly. If I was a little late, I'm afraid they would be wiped out before I could take action. But if that happens, the mess here will be terrible. It's not easy to clean up, there are so many corpses, it's not easy to deal with. Wang Hao looked around and couldn't help sighing. Thanks to Despair, Morning, Lianwu Shangguan, Yaoshi Qilin, Gulian, the exclusive husband of Li Xinyu, Foyu Youth for their support. Wait for the update to read the old book The Last Man on Earth, C97 Deep Misunderstanding, Part 1. C98 Deep Misunderstanding. After Wang Hao killed the zombies, he walked quickly towards the lake. When he just released the gifted leader, he found that apart from a few people in the villa, they were hiding in the room behind closed doors, and most of them were gone. Soon, Wang Hao came to the lake. But here, what happened made him stunned for a while. It turned out that those who escaped from the zombies had all boarded the boat and escaped. At this moment, the only one who is still here but ready to leave by boat is Li Wei, who wants to cooperate with Wang Hao. When he saw Wang Hao came to the lake safe and sound, he still did not relax his vigilance. Seeing that Wang Hao was getting closer and closer to him, he hurriedly asked, "Brother, have you dealt with all those zombies?" Haha. Wang Hao saw Li Wei's worry, nodded with a smile, and said, "Don't worry, I wasn't bitten by zombies, and those zombies were completely eliminated by me." "So powerful? Brother, you are so strong," Li Wei praised. "Okay, we plan to continue," Wang Hao said. "Then you wait here, I will call them back now." After Li Wei finished speaking, he sailed away from the island. Wang Hao waited patiently. He is not in a hurry now, and he is not afraid of mistakes in the plan. After all, he has the strength. If something goes wrong with the plan and cannot be carried out smoothly, then at best he can change to a more violent method. It's just that way is too troublesome, and he likes this park and the island very much, and doesn't want to stain it with too much blood. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Wang Hao didn't want to do that. Not long after Li Wei left the island, he came back by boat again. Behind him, there are several more ships. Soon, the boats returned to the island again. Among these people was their boss, Jin Zhibing, and the two women. "Boss, those zombies were all hacked to death by Wang Hao. You have to reward him well, and you can't chill the hearts of those who have made meritorious deeds." Li Wei jumped off the boat and went straight to Jin Zhibing, pleading for Wang Hao's credit. Rewards must be rewarded. Without him, so many of us don't know where we should go. Jin Zhibing said with some fear. Then he looked at Wang Hao and asked, "Little brother, you were so strong that you managed to kill so many zombies easily. Tell me, what reward do you want? As long as I can promise you, I will definitely agree to it." When the people around heard this, they not only looked at Wang Hao with envy. They believed that even if Wang Hao wanted enough food or the most beautiful woman at this time, Jin Zhibing would agree without hesitation. Even Li Wei looked at Wang Hao expectantly at this moment. Wang Hao was watched by so many people. Although he obviously didn't have much strong thoughts about the food or women on this island, he still showed an excited look. "Boss, then you can agree. As long as I put forward the conditions, you must agree." "That's right, I keep my word, everyone is here to be a witness." After Jin Zhibing said this, he suddenly became worried. He was afraid that if Wang Hao said he wanted to replace him as the boss, he would be embarrassed, and even if he held on to his position, he might lose his prestige in the hearts of everyone. However, Wang Hao looked at Jin Zhibing and said in the anticipation of everyone, "Boss, I only have two conditions. First, you must ensure that I have enough food every day. Second, I must choose a woman at random." Jin Zhibing was still a little worried at first, but when he heard Wang Hao's words, he immediately let go of the huge rock in his heart, with a chrysanthemum-like smile on his face, and said, "Little brother, let alone picking a woman at random, even if you pick 2 women at random, I have to agree to 3 women. Boss, did you agree?" Wang Hao asked. "I must agree." Jin Zhibing laughed heartily. "Okay, then thank you, boss." A trace of excitement appeared on Wang Hao's face, pretending to be very happy. Everyone around had different expressions, some were envious, while others shook their heads and sighed. "Hey, this kid is pretty good, but his brain is not good. He actually chose a woman. If I had his strength, I would have to pick at least 2 beautiful women. One on the left and one on the right would be so comfortable to sleep at night." Yeah, a young man is a young man, he's still not greedy enough, but that's okay. If he picks out all the beautiful women, when will we have the chance to sleep with beautiful women? Everyone whispered, everyone had their own ideas. "Little brother, when did you start picking women?" Jin Zhibing asked. He still respects powerful people. "Boss, there's no rush. I killed a lot of zombies outside before I came today, and I killed so many zombies just now, so I need to rest. As for picking a woman, let's wait another day," Wang Hao said. "Okay then, after you go back, take a good rest, and I'll send the 2 of them to accompany you at night, so that you can relax." Jin Zhibing showed a smile that men could understand. "Thank you, boss." Wang Hao thanked again. Afterwards, Jin Zhibing led the rest of the men back to the villa, and began to deal with the zombies and the corpses bitten to death by the zombies. Because they were afraid that the zombies would suddenly come back to life, they even repaired all of them once. Seeing that everyone was getting busy, Wang Hao came to Li Wei's side and whispered, "When you're done, come to my room." Although Li Wei was a little puzzled, he still nodded. After Wang Hao returned to the villa, he took a shower and took a short rest. Although he has gained a powerful ability, it doesn't mean he doesn't need to rest. Before I knew it, the sky began to darken. Wang Hao woke up again, but was awakened by a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw that it was Li Wei standing outside the door, and there was a plate of food in his hand. "Why are you bringing me food?" Wang Hao asked. "Hey, I just came up and saw the little girl standing at the door, so I took the plate and told her to go back," Li Wei said with a smile. "Oh, That's fine, put down the plate first, and go take a shower inside. Wang Hao ordered. Ah, brother, this is. Li Wei was taken aback. He was a straight man. Wang Hao's meaning made him suddenly think of some men's unique preferences. Thinking of this, he felt uncomfortable for a while, not knowing what to do. Wang Hao has strength, and if he follows him, he will be successful. If he doesn't follow him, he will never have a bright future. Am I going to lose my chrysanthemum tonight? The more Li Wei thought about it, the more desolate and desperate he felt. His expression was as uncomfortable as if he couldn't vomit after eating a fly. C98 tense moment, second update. C99 tension moment, second update. Hello? What are you doing in a daze? If you don't hurry up, it will be inconvenient to wait for those two women to come. Seeing Li Wei in a daze, Wang Hao hurriedly urged. He was also a little hungry at this time, and he didn't notice Li Wei's expression. After saying this, he began to bury his head in his meal. No. Li Wei nodded, shrugged his head, walked towards the bathroom feebly as if he had lost his soul. Clatter crash soon, there was the sound of water in the bathroom. It's just strange that it's been half an hour since Wang Hao finished eating, and there's still the sound of water in the bathroom. What's going on? Isn't this guy taking a bath too slowly? Wang Hao was puzzled, but he didn't know that Li Wei was struggling in pain. Bang bang bang! Wang Hao reached out and knocked on the door, urging, hurry up, why haven't you finished washing, and if you ink for a while, it will be too late. Oh, I'll be fine soon. Li Wei responded, then turned off the water, and walked out wearing slippers. Oopsie, quite muscular. Wang Hao looked at Li Wei's strong muscles, his eyes lit up slightly. But this action made Li Wei's hair stand on end, and he stretched out his hand to cover his front. You are a big man, why are you still embarrassed? Wang Hao said speechlessly. Stop talking, this is the first time for me, when will you start? Li Wei asked with a stiff tone. First? Wang Hao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Li Wei had never touched a woman at such an age, but then he laughed again and said, that's great, it's perfect. Perfect? Hearing this word, Li Wei suddenly felt a deep aversion to this word, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. He never thought that a word would become so disgusting at a certain moment. It's just that, under the eaves, he has to bow his head. For the sake of women and to survive, he can only give up his dignity. Of course it's perfect. I'll tell you my thoughts in detail later. Wang Hao said. Okay, I'll just listen to you, you don't have to tell me so much. Li Wei said weakly. That's fine, it's useless to ask so many. Wang Haoju's Li Wei also made sense, so he nodded and said, then you lie on the bed first, I'll take a shower, and then we'll start again. It's up to you. Li Wei lifted the quilt, lay down on it, and closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. You bastard, what's the matter? Wang Hao always felt that there was something weird about Li Wei, but he couldn't detect it for a while. However, time is running out, and the two women should be coming soon. Wang Hao didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and entered the bathroom. Clatter crash, the sound of water sounded again, but Li Wei's heart began to tremble following the sound of water. In just 10 minutes, to him, it seemed that more than 10 years had passed, which made him suffer in fear. Finally, as the sound of water stopped, Li Wei suddenly became stiff all over. He knew that his dignity as a man was about to be completely lost, and the time to be trampled on was coming. Poof, he heard the slight sound of footsteps, but it was like stepping on his soul, making it difficult for him to breathe. Hey, what's wrong with you? You look so bad? Are you feeling unwell? Wang Hao asked in surprise. I feel a little uncomfortable. Li Wei said. Is that so? Then can you still do that tonight? Wang Hao asked worriedly. I'm afraid it's a bit reluctant. In the end, Li Wei still felt that he could not completely give up his dignity and let other men trample on his dignity. Oh, that's such a pity. It seems that you are not blessed to enjoy beauty. If so, you can go. Wang Hao said with a sigh. Well, I'm leaving now. Li Wei stood up as if relieved, and began to put on his clothes. However, the next moment, he suddenly reacted, his eyes widened suddenly, he looked at Wang Hao, and asked in shock, Brother, what did you just say? Why are you so unlucky to enjoy a beauty? Did you forget? Didn't you agree to let you find those two women tonight? Don't you remember? Wang Hao asked inexplicably. Ah, is that so? Then you don't want to do like me? Li Wei asked with his eyes wide open. How am I like you? Wang Hao became more and more confused. It's like that. Li Wei said. I don't know what you're talking about. Wang Hao shook his head. Ha ha. I think too much. Li Wei's heart felt like a spring breeze, and he was very happy, and the depression just now completely dissipated. Brother, what do you mean by letting me take a bath? Li Wei asked again. Are you stupid? After the two women came in, they smelled bad on you, and they didn't turn on the light to let you take a bath? Then, wouldn't they reveal their secrets? Wang Hao said. Brother, listen to what you mean. Do you want to turn off the lights later? Li Wei asked. Wang Hao nodded and said, I'll turn off the light in a while, and when those two women came, I said it was my first time, so I'm sorry to turn on the light. That way, even after they come in, as long as you and I don't make a sound, they won't be so easy to find out what's wrong with it. Would that work? What Li Weijue did seems to be doing well, but he was still a little guilty, afraid of being discovered. You don't need to worry about anything, they will come later. You just need to remember one thing, don't talk when you are killed, just do what you want to do. Wang Hao said. Brother, don't worry, as long as this matter really works, I will listen to you. Li Wei said firmly. Wang Hao nodded, stretched out his hand to close the curtains in the room, and began to wait. Time passed by, and more than half an hour later, there was a knock on the door. Coming. Wang Hao signaled Li Wei to shut up, then walked towards the door of the room, and turned off the light by the way. When he opened the door, he saw those two beautiful women with long black hair and snow-white skin standing outside. The two women glanced sideways at Wang Hao, who was wearing a bathrobe, and said, You are quite smart, and you know how to take a bath. I wanted to remind you. Although I haven't done it yet, I've watched the video about it, Wang Hao stammered, looking very excited. Oh, it's the first time, isn't it? The two women were very surprised when they heard this. They looked at Wang Hao full of various meanings. There was a trace of contempt, but also a trace of eager anticipation. Various feelings emerged. Well, it's my first time, so let's not turn on the lights tonight, and don't talk to me, or I will be nervous. When Wang Hao said this, his speech became more and more incoherent. Okay, we got it, really, I'm afraid that men like you are the easiest to stop halfway, but it's not as comfortable as the old driver. The two women glanced at Wang Hao with some disdain, and then walked into the room. Thank you for the skin of Li Shizhen from the Zhatian gang, mysterious Wish Yuan Meng, more than 3,000 prosperous people who picked this flower for your support, thank you. I recommend a friend's book Super Unlimited Recharge System to recharge, and you can have it. Women, wealth, power, solve everything. C99 leave everything to me, second update. C101 leave everything to me, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Li Wei was about to leave, Wang Hao asked with some doubts. Brother, don't you understand the pain of a man? Li Wei turned his head and looked at Wang Hao, with a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth. Which aspect are you referring to? Wang Hao asked. Of course, forget it, actually, it's all about it. After Li Wei finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and opened the door. Then start planning tomorrow morning. Do you have any questions? Wang Hao asked. No problem, Li Wei said. That's good. Wang Hao nodded, and when Li Wei left, he closed the door and continued to sleep. Woke up the next day. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. Wang Hao saw that there was a lot of space in the room, so he did push-ups on his stomach. I didn't take a shower until I was sweating all over my body. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Wang Hao opened the door and saw that it was the girl who asked him to find her sister, who appeared at the door. At this moment, she was holding a dinner plate in her hand, which contained a bowl of porridge, simple vegetables, and steamed buns. Big brother, I'm here to bring you breakfast, the girl said with wide eyes. Well, thank you. Wang Hao took the plate, took her with him, and walked into the room. Big brother, when can you help me find my brother and sister? The girl asked. I looked for it last night, but I couldn't find it, Wang Hao said. Oh, the girl responded, and a more obvious look of worry suddenly appeared on her face. Okay, don't think so much, your sister will be fine, Wang Hao comforted. But I can't see my sister and brother, so I feel so lonely, the girl said. Don't be afraid, I will be your brother in the future, and I will find a group of sisters for you. Wang Hao took out a steamed bun from the plate and handed it to the little girl, saying, Eat, sister, don't find it yet, she starved you to death. Thank you, big brother. The girl nodded gratefully, and started to chew on the steamed bun. Wang Hao watched the girl eating, and suddenly felt that his food tasted delicious. At this moment, the door rang again. When the girl heard the knock on the door, her face turned pale with fright, and the hand holding the steamed bun trembled. Don't be afraid, no one will scold you, trust me. Wang Hao touched the back of the girl's head, then asked outside the door, Who is it? Brother, I'm Li Wei. A male voice came from outside the door. Wang Hao heard Li Wei's voice, so he walked over and opened the door. Hey, brother, are you doing something good? Li Wei asked with a smile when he saw the steamed bun in the girl's hand. You need to look far ahead, Wang Hao said meaningfully. Hey brother, you are the best, I am willing to bow down. Li Wei was completely convinced. Why did you come here so early? Wang Hao looked at the time, it was not yet 8 o'clock. Brother, plan as early as possible. I'm afraid there will be changes later. Isn't there a saying that the opportunity is fleeting? I don't want to miss the opportunity again. Li Wei said. Haha, you are very enlightened. Wang Hao not only looked at Li Wei with admiration, but felt that although this person was not capable in all aspects, if he kept him, he might still be useful. Li Wei didn't know that his unintentional performance had won him a chance of survival. Soon, Wang Hao finished his meal and asked the girl to clean up the dishes, then he carried his bag and Li Wei went downstairs. They didn't leave the island in a hurry, but went to Jin Jibing first. Jin Jibing opened the door sleepily, and through the door, he could still see at least 2 pairs of white and tender legs protruding from the quilt on the bed inside. Is there anything you two want from me? Jin Jibing rubbed his eyes and asked. If it wasn't for Wang Hao, he would almost lose his temper. Waking up in the morning is the time when you are most physically fit, but at this time, someone calls the door, and what's more unfortunate is that Wang Hao is also there. Wang Hao saved all of them and kept the island safe. He dared not scold Wang Hao if he scolded anyone. Talents like this have to be offered well, and there must be no mistakes. At least, he thinks that Wang Hao must be treated well before getting better talents. Boss, I discussed it with Wang Hao. There is too little food on our island. We have to go outside to find more food. Li Wei said. Well, I know that. Haven't we been sending people to look for food all the time? Do you two have any new ideas? Jin Shibing became interested. Yes, boss, Wang Hao said that before he came here, he found that there were still a lot of food in several supermarkets, so I want to go with him to see if the food is still there. If there is, bring more brothers, once give him all back. Li Wei said excitedly. Really? That's a good thing, but there are a lot of zombies outside. How many people are you going to take with you when you go out this time? Jin Shibing asked. Li Wei wanted to say it was just the 2 of them, but he was afraid that Jin Shibing would become suspicious if he said so. That's right, Boss Jin. However, Wang Hao stood up at this time and said, the main reason we went out this time was to find out where there was food, so it was very inconvenient to go with so many people. I think it is enough for the 2 of us to go. Li Wei drove, and I went into the supermarket to check if there was any food. And boss, you should be more at ease, right? This seems to be okay. Jin Jibing felt that something was wrong with this matter, but he didn't know what was wrong, so he nodded and said, but don't be careless. After all, those zombies are too crazy. It's hard to escape if you're surrounded by them. Boss Jin, don't worry about this matter, I can guarantee that I will come back safely with Li Wei. Wang Hao said confidently. Ha ha. With your words, I feel relieved. Jin Jibing said with a smile. He suddenly had a feeling of being a good minister and a strong general, and felt that with Wang Hao, he would be prosperous in the future. However, he didn't know that when he was thinking like this, his life was no longer his own. Wang Hao and Li Wei left the island by boat, got into Wang Hao's modified Land Rover, and left Lianhu Park. After Wang Hao drove the car out of the park gate, countless wandering zombies surrounded him. He immediately accelerated and rushed forward, throwing off these zombies. Li Wei looked at the zombies behind him with a bit of tongue twisting, and then asked, Brother, now our plan has started, but what should we do next? Where should we go to find food? From now on, you don't have to do anything, just remember, don't speak loudly, don't do anything that will attract zombies. And then, there was a hint of confidence at the corner of Wang Hao's mouth, and he said, leave the rest to me. Thanks to Shugong in the north of the city, Kauai, the city that never sleeps, the king of the post, Quadea, the supportively Shurjan from the Zhatian gang. I recommend the old book, The Last Man on Earth. C100 Eat Slowly, Get on the Road. First update, C102 Eat Slowly and Get on the Road. Brother, I feel relieved with your words. Li Wei said. Wang Hao nodded and continued to drive forward. Not long after, he turned the car into a nearby street. On the streets, there are countless zombies wandering at will. Li Wei's face turned pale when he saw these zombies. Wang Hao didn't care, and continued to drive the car towards the inside. Because of the zombies blocking the front, they were all knocked down by his car. Therefore, the vehicle began to become bumpy, and the speed also dropped. In the rear, countless zombies slowly approached. Seeing this scene, Li Wei was almost scared to pee, but he didn't seem worried when he saw Wang Hao's indifferent expression, so he wasn't so nervous. A few minutes later, Wang Hao parked the car in front of a supermarket named Xiranfa. You wait here for a while, I'll go in and have a look, Wang Hao said. But there are many zombies outside? Li Wei asked worriedly. Don't worry, this car is very strong, and zombies won't be able to get in that easily, Wang Hao said. Well, Li Wei was not only a little embarrassed when he saw through his thoughts. Okay, I'm going out. You remember, you must keep quiet. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he took Tang Dao, opened the car door and walked out. Puff, puff. The next moment, Wang Hao took the Tang knife and slashed and killed the zombies wantonly. Facing the Tang Dao in his hand, those zombies were not opponents at all, and could only be beheaded. Soon, he reached the entrance of the supermarket and then opened the door and walked in. So strong, just as powerful as a monster. When Li Wei saw Wang Hao disappearing at the entrance of the supermarket, he was amazed and wanted to have Wang Hao's strength. If he had that kind of strength, he would be able to wander around and take risks at will. At that time, I will not have as much food as I want, let alone a beautiful woman, so naturally it will not be a problem. It's just that he also knew that it was almost impossible. Facing a group of zombies, he couldn't even stand up, let alone slash and kill them. Now, he could only hope that the zombies outside wouldn't find him, and he didn't have any other thoughts about it. However, the next moment, Li Wei suddenly found that the zombies outside suddenly started commotion. What's going on? Did they find me? Li Wei was terrified, staring at the zombies on both sides of the window. He watched for a while, only to realize that the zombies didn't want to attack him, but gathered towards the back of the supermarket. Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief, but he felt curious again, wanting to know what those zombies were doing behind the supermarket. Could it be that there are more powerful zombies calling them, or have humans been found haunting there? However, not long after the zombies left, Wang Hao walked out from the supermarket door. He was holding a box with a box of drinks on it, and walked towards the Land Rover quickly. Oh, did you really find food? You're really good at it. Li Wei was a little surprised. There is still plenty of food here, let's go back and call them now. Wang Hao said. Etc. Li Wei stopped Wang Hao and asked, Brother, didn't you say you were going to trick them into coming? If there is no food, let's tell them to come here, it's a lie. Now that we have all found food, how can it be called a lie? Haha. Wang Hao shook his head with a smile, and said, You won't understand now, but when they come, you will understand. Really? Then I want to see what method you are going to use, brother. Li Wei said with some disbelief. When Wang Hao and Li Wei returned to the island again, the people on the island were completely overwhelmed. They have endured hunger for too long, and their desire for food has already reached an outrageous level. But now, Wang Hao and Li Wei found a lot of food, so they were naturally very excited. You really found food, and there are no zombies there? At this moment, even Jin Jibing was very excited about this matter. Boss, it's absolutely true. Hurry up and send someone to go. We just have a bus, enough for us men to go. Li Wei said. Do we need to send so many people? Jin Jibing frowned and asked. Of course, the food there is still there today, but it will be hard to say tomorrow, and it may be taken away by an unknown gang first. Li Wei said with certainty. Jin Jibing was still a little hesitant at first, but when he heard this, he patted his thigh immediately and said, That's fine, I'll do as you say. Let's all set off, leaving only a few women and children at home. When everyone heard this, there were still people who didn't want to leave the island. At this time, they were embarrassed to say anything. Jin Jibing took the rest of the dozen or so men, and after leaving the island, they boarded the bus parked inside the gate of the park. Haha, with so many of us, this is the first time we have left the island. Yeah, with so many of us, even if we encounter a few zombies, we can easily deal with them. In the car, there were too many people, so I got excited. You talk to each other, just like a group of people going to the market, it looks quite lively. Finally, under the leadership of Wang Hao, they came to the door of the supermarket called Xiarunfa again. Boss, it's here, look, there are no zombies outside. Li Wei said, but he began to worry in his heart, what exactly should Wang Hao do to keep so many people here? Okay, let's park the car near the entrance of the supermarket and get off, Jin Jibing said. Understood, boss. The driver of the car snapped back. However, when the bus stopped, no one dared to get off first. One by one looked at each other, waiting for the other to get off first. What are you afraid of? There are no zombies in the supermarket. But at this time, Wang Hao got out of the car and came to the door of the bus, and shouted. These people dared to get out of the car when they saw Wang Hao, so they got out of the car one by one with courage. They followed Wang Hao into the supermarket, saw the assortment of delicious food, and immediately couldn't help but unpack the bags and eat. They ate food and drank drinks, feeling very happy. Even Jin Jibing opened a bottle of drink that he hadn't had a chance to drink for a long time, and gulped it down. Eat slowly, you can go on the road when you are full. Wang Hao looked at those people who were eating and drinking, with a trace of cold indifference in his eyes.